Don't feel bad. That's nice.
Don't feel bad. Damn, I thought you said it was Jay. Hot topic.
Weekend hot topic. Robert Downey Jr. plays Lando. He's up for an Oscar. Hot topic. He calls it.
I love it so much. I don't even want to say anything. I just enjoy it. And I just enjoy these things.
Hot topic. He calls it. The best movie. My top. I ruined the name of the movie. It's dropping. Fuck. I ruined the name of the movie.
Stop, dude. You don't get it. It's hilarious that he's in there. It's a bad thing. You're not recording the show. He thinks he's like burning the show. He's like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Hot topic. It's dropping. Thunder or whatever. It's strawberry thunder or whatever. Yeah, it's like whatever, dude. It's like Godfather, fucking Sharknado. It's a big fucking deal. Go on with the show. He's not doing it, dude. 16-year-old.
Under hot. They're ready to close. Might as well go fucking over refrigerator dance hour. It's hot. Sorry, I made Schindler's List. He just picked us up. Oh my god, dude. Banana Republic, I mean Blood Diamond. Dude. Sometimes my CD will flare up in chorus mode.
Everybody can enjoy this. Us, Reddit, the people who does the show with. I mean, you watch this out with your family. Everyone's having a good time. Yeah. My parents don't know who fucking Brennan Schaub is, but they think it's hilarious that we make fun of him. Yeah, my family doesn't like him. His wife is showing her ass, though. Oh, yeah. My wife gets very upset. I told her it's fake. It's real. It's not even so. What a great excuse. You're staring at some chick's ass and you're like, it's bad. It's not even real. I wasn't even looking at it. It's a fake ass. Do you see Christmas on that ass? That's good. Black Panther Hamilton, same thing. I watched Hamilton on the Disney. I was watching it on Disney. I was like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to play. I about the performing. I need something to do because I'm like, halfway through, I'm thinking, here's where you're going. I see the color, just keep rapping. Then the second part, too. Yeah, that's Hamilton. That's Hamilton. He said Hamilton. But we're the ground for the very part. Right up from that point, you know that tunnel keeps you fucking like that. Because you're the first person to ever walk in there. I don't give a fuck. I should never go to That's social media. This is it right here. Oh, yeah, dude. What happens next? I don't know how he's... Is he double dipping? Is he using the same clips again and again? 28 parts, dude. It just goes to show you how many good things there are in the repertoire of the history of our menu. The Jake's is not unlike the Cheesecake Factory menu. It has any pages. The Holy Bible. Everyone pray for Icarus Waves, dude. I mean, he's looking at when he's watching way too much Shop Show that day, dude. And the Golden Hour. Dude, this man's whole life is surrounding him. Shout out to him. Gala 24, Gala 12, that's a good number. Plus 2 successful day, 8:45. That's a good 45.
I was hit with his name on his own jersey. I think made up a jersey for his son's baseball team. But what was the number? Never heard of it. Probably 66. Probably 66, right? Classic from the golden days. I watched this pretty good. It's also, those Jesse's so good. Maybe Jesse on fire. Maybe he turned. It's so fucking hard. Stand-up is hard. This is so hard. Taking the hardest job in the world. Do a special job on your own, rely on your team, and we have to deal with all the marketing. And then when you have to come, you know what they want to do. It's so fucking hard. It's so hard. Like top touchdowns for like a weekend or something. It's the worst. This is all like 1,000 listeners. How many professional stand-ups are there? There's a million doctors in America. Not even stand-ups are there. This is not activity. I don't know who that is from history, but it's just so funny to have like either an old Greek or Roman guy and then Sean doing that face. I was trying to think of what Sean would say. Dude, that's that guy that like that's Alexander the Great from Rome. I don't even know if you can get the full name. Alexander the Good. That's great, dude. Shut up. Hell yeah, dude. This makes me really hot. Never had you figured for a gearhead. Brendan posted my dick lives like crystals on fire this week. Check out.
It's hot rod is souped up 6 ways from Sunday. Never had you figured for a gearhead.
Oh, yeah. I'm a regular expert.
What is that, a 6-barrel Hollycomb?
Yeah, what did you?
Little black intakes.
How's it bud?
Gallo 24.
Oh, yeah.
I made that last one up.
I see. Let's just watch one more time really quick. This is
Gallo 24.
maybe it is something that I don't agree. Yeah, he's really
Gallo 24.
the audio just dropped out right there, so maybe it is. Shots and Simpsons. Gallo 12 or 24? 24. Licorice Slice, Gallo's Pizza. Oh, fuck. Every time you look at this, it's different. No. Fucking lips on you, dude. Are you kidding me? That's crazy, yeah. Dude, I'm so sorry. Everyone, turn your eyes off. Look at that. That's fucking nuts. Those are Gallo 36s. Do you like suck up a straw? I know you use straws, but like with the inside of your lips out. It is weird to take a picture of yourself doing that because it doesn't look good. Yeah, like either his lips are kind of weird or he's trying to make a funny face, maybe. It's insane. He's a content genius. He does a lot of stuff, and this is part of marketing. Yeah. That's weird. And the sunglasses are here. You're not talking about the sunglasses. I don't know if they don't fit his face either. I think they do. You're being harsh. They don't fit his nose. His nose is too big for the sunglasses. I think you're supposed to, I don't know, you know, kind of looks like Leah the Professional or whatever. Well, there's definitely tape on the post, right? There's the tape. Either tape or maybe there's some sort of Ray-Ban templating. Jesus. Yeah, you're right. Followers, I do. His ears are fucked up too. Let's see. This is Life Animator 3879, 3679 posted this. Officially losing money on the house. So it's down to 2,850,000. Price cut. But you forget he gets more land. I mean, this is, he uses Kirby sells for what do you think he's going to explain more of the house cut, price cut, or the Gala 24? Or the house? I would love it if he talked about the 24, but that just seems like it's too much for him, man. If he has the humility to be like, yeah, they got me, I'd be surprised. Maybe. You never know. That new guy, Griffin, seems to get it out. There's not a chance anyone on his team's going to show up. Like, I would be embarrassed. Like, we're embarrassed. We're not even around him. Imagine working for the guy or with him. Yeah, I think that they're probably, after that clip came out, Stan probably came in the next day, like, oh, shit, they're walking on eggshells. Yeah. Responsible weight 305 takes all the peptides in the world. Is constantly sick. So that's a phase. That's a dog. Guess who lost that voice again and is dealing with throat problems? Let me guess. I guess it's you. Yeah, let me guess. You got the voice problems and chops still turning. You know what I'm saying? Too many straws in this diet. Dog is sick. Yeah. Why the Calico above me? Paul Truck Walker posted my successful deck. 8345. Good work, guys, man. Can you tell me real quick what would be better motor from a Skyline, a Calo 12 or a Calo 24?
Get a Calo 12 or a Calo 24. Here's my other thing, but what year's your Mustang? I can use it for some more info. Why the Galio?
See, man, come on, I can't do this.
Yeah, why the Galio?
This is what you're going to give me. I may as well take my chances in Chino. Oh, that was me. Shout out to Successful Egg. Thanks for the shout out there. I was just like this before the podcast. We should make Gallo 24 version. That's hilarious. Shout out to Leo 24. Hell yeah, great. Shout out to Successful Egg, one of our guys. Shopping with Slack. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure it's 12 day winners. Request my big man 9468. It's actually struggling to get some jeans. What does it say? Try on some jeans with very big booty blue waist. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh. So it's just her ass. Like, you know, if anyone's feminist is me, you're saying this cheers. What is it, too much ass? I guess when you can't fit into your jeans in Nordstrom and you're tagging a mother, I'll tell you about Instagram. Like, what is it? You can never go too big on an ass. I'm talking about Instagram posting. Like posting too many pics of your ass. When it starts to get to the search algorithm, I'm buying it. Is it? Probably. Yeah, it starts to just survey. Oh, not me. Oh, got your friends. Yeah. It's just cars. Oh, just basketball, women's basketball. Chin, they'll post this one. Family. You got some speed, Gala 12. I look like I don't fucking chicks. Try Gala 24. Shout out to you. This is posted by Naj on Gill 01. Has he really changed the name of the shop? Show this. Okay, Brown. Let's make that nice. Let's make and kids, that's how I met your brother. How to keep your spouse happy. You see this, Jimmy? I don't think I'll ever see Joanna content. I follow her. I follow her on Instagram, so it looks like it's gonna be a blowjob. She wants massage. This is trash content. This is fucking Andrew Schultz level humor. He pushed her. Jimmy pushed her. Massage on. Blowjob. I thought you were gonna stick a finger in my ass. Yeah, I want to do this up there, Daddy. What are you doing? Do you think he calls her Daddy? He calls everybody Daddy, and then he forgets. He's like, wait, no. I let Jimmy tell you to put your finger in my ass right now.
Why they're doing it, why not? It's a sport I fucking love. President Trump at the White House on a Sunday. We're going sizzle.
He brought it back, man. It's been a while since that. He said, we're going sizzler. He fucking said his own catchphrase wrong. We're going sizzler.
President Trump at the White House on a Sunday. We're going sizzler.
He's not even happy. That's part of the reason why it's not very good. He's pretending to be excited. Oh, man.
How long? Mainstream.
What's going on at that other store? How they do a podcast? What do they do? What? It's your laughing. But all the echoes, you're echoing a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I used to do MMA or it's just the way it is. I don't know. Podcast next door. It's like a couple teenagers. No, it's a ex-MMA fighter that turned comedian. He's on Rogan a lot. It's a what? A what? I like the days when people would just be walking through the set. I miss those. Like doors opening. The set, we act like the storage facility is that much more embarrassing. It's really not. They both have different levels of embarrassing. Lights just turning off. Was that the storage booth? That's the storage.
We're at the White House. Fuck your couch. We're at the White House. Where's the passport? I don't give a fuck.
Jen, you should be laughing. This is funny. Jen's scared. He has a fucking shot. It's not going to get away. Alright, Jen's even in job. Okay, more ass. Truly face emoji from Big Battle 9416. Notice it's starting to notice a trend. Big Battle's always posting enjoying his ass. 20-minute workout, a little risky, but getting back to it. Alright, is he going? Okay, that's a great weekend. That's such a funny thing. That's a video in Big Battle 2. Oh, okay, yeah. Fair enough, still. It's a pretty funny video. It's not a funny video. I do that all the time, and that's like, because my ass is so small. Galileo, we fucking shout out to you, man. You won't do nothing close to that. You'll do nothing close to this. We are in the cartel. We're in Calabasas before I left. This is pretty good. I saw this earlier. Have you seen this one?
When we were in LA, I would say that social media where I'm on the app, and this guy, probably like 6-7 houses down, gets murdered, decapitated 2 times. Okay. Yeah. And this is how Neville in LA, like, especially after the fires and after COVID, home invasion in my neighborhood was up 700%. So I'm like one of only maybe 700%.
I wish I knew math well so I can conceptualize exactly what that means. But that's crazy. Well, if there's one Sharpie in my apartment, if that number increased by 700%, there's 7 Sharpies. I can't imagine how many of those are put in your house. But dude, that's just me. There's just no way. Calabasas is the most dangerous place in America, dude. Or there was never any at all robberies. There was like 2, if that means 7%. That's
Two coaches whose houses didn't get robbed, right? And so there's robberies and crime happening nonstop in our neighborhood. Nonstop. But I'm so used to it, like, damn, it's crazy. And it's so used to it.
That's not he's ready.
Pretty wild shit. I'm like, it went so calm. I'm like, oh, damn, it's good. Hopefully, all right. Damn, look, ladies and gentlemen, and I just keep going. I come here, I get on the same app, and they're freaking out. Oh, yeah, they got medieval times. Yeah, it's gang related. I think cartel shit. But then here, cartel shit. But then here,
it's like this is a comedy podcast or something. That's like that dude that used to be like a radio host or whatever on Kevin and Bean. Oh, yeah, right. Like my stand-up. Yeah. I was top 10 in Los Angeles. Yeah. Kevin and Bean. The guy who pitches. Yeah. A tough 3 years. Plus, my kind of look on 75-39. Very like it. Let's see what it is. March 30th, 2023.
$60. You might go, oh, is this some kind of an April Fool's joke? It's not an April Fool's joke. This is a joke I love. When it comes to this, this is not a joke. April Fool's not up in here. I think nationwide. I want $59.99. $59.99, bitch. Jesus, look, scratch on shares. Jesus,
Like a Sora video. It's a bad content. But also, like, looks real because they're mad stupid. That's tough to tell. That's promotion. Okay, so it's a problem on the show. It's worth this is bitch. People tell me those guys so as you can see, back in February of 2025, it was 2.95. They upped it a year later to 3.95. They actually 6% to 3 million in March of this year. February, approximately another 10%. There's actually now we're working on this range of 9 days. Yeah, in order to 3.4%. It's interesting. When I look at this, what I think of is the person that posted it. Do they know? Are they like a real estate guy and they have like a login to some website? They just they're different kinds of people that are on chains. Or is it that somebody's like, they just know about real estate and looked it up online? Or is it somebody using AI to be like, oh, dude, how do I figure this out? Do I wear shot about money? No, this is a crisis. Okay, so it's just illicit. Like, the second generation.
I didn't see it myself yet, but that in Morocco, the Super Cairo are like black. The Texas like that. I wonder what the money is. The line on it, the color of the Cairo, and the little level of the hay is hanging in it. Knocking the double cup, looks out to put a little guy, a little sound on the text, one of my high moves, the Remo, the Layla, the Goku, Mules, the Tabiaco, and you know what? The part of the Cairo, why do they hate it? What do they do? The C off, not much to see off. Not that when things are going well, everything's like, oh yeah, but even when it's a macro, even when it's a sorrow, even when everything is, it looks like everything's up or down, you have to be talking. Then, I really like not to bring my girl in my thought,
she just takes pictures when she gets rid of skins.
All right, hey, another one, you do that nice
Calling Papa out on his femboy
skinny jeans.
It says the trend, skinny jeans being back here. Why'd you pull up that picture? Just my jeans were so fucking tight. They said me, you didn't realize it was me. So that's right now. So this is so what? So let's just get this. So what did we learn right there from this picture? What did we learn? Not to wear those anymore. Because in 2019, your boy was spicy. 2019, your boy was spicy. Yeah, but in New York City, right? You're wearing high heels and skinny jeans. So those are cowboy boots. 2019, right here. In this context, yes, it works really well. People are right to that's if you want to leave religion, you don't want to believe. Go ahead. I mean, that's all you have the choice. Not forced. My kind of value type. So you're really going to go to the club now. It's kind of a club to be. So yeah, you didn't go out. So now you can stop calling up. So listen to some cowboy because some cowboy called me out. He's legitimately insane.
Why are you opening the top? Left from the bottom, come back in from the bottom. So you're the one that's tight and because the way it works for it.
If it's not the beginning of this episode, it's on Patreon. Shout out to the Patreon. You guys are great.
You're late. I can come with you in the
Deal's still figuring some shit out.
somebody who puts down, you sit down, make it fun, knocking up on it.
Like, it's just getting more
You're not going to trouble knocking.
He can't catch a break. Yeah, it's fucked up. 5, 6, 23, 6, stop posting videos of bosses, please.
Listen to this one. Bros is tired, he's kind of,
Imagine if you would have
bro,
seen
you want to be cheaper? I'm sure we'll help you.
the king of the sting and the sting, yeah.
I thought I came up with the words of the doctor, man.
Yeah, you've been doing a lot of better things, yeah.
It says, the company is tired.
Alright, let's continue on the newest
I
ones.
want to be a combo, there's nothing else. They'll help you before. Very good.
If you want to do like the fresh watch all that for this is the chat. Just by Cinetrix. You want tickets to see
bring a chop?
That's it.
Oh, wow. You're a big boy. Yeah.
Like this is that.
Your wife. Your wife.
They go with your head down in that.
Can I ask you a question real quick, though? So you actually spend money to see a Brendan Schaub show? Yeah, so like, as well. Oh, yeah, check it out.
Have a wonderful day.
Oh, man, that's pretty great. Bobby Lee, my best friend, he's doing bits, and the guy, the shot man, is so dumb he doesn't understand how to respond. He's like, yeah, hey, Dad. Yeah, he's actually really funny. So it's almost like a, yeah, no, he's a comedian, so he's funny as fuck. He's like, I don't know, he's like, I think Bobby's military. He gets on the phone with his girlfriend. His hot fucking sexy girlfriend. It's like, she's like, he gets off the thing and he's like, I don't know how good I did. She's like, well, did you tell him a funny story?
Inside the head hole, you know, and you super blood in the places. And the flavor takes the oil and the flavor and sugar for it before it. So learn the small story, if you don't have the right intent, you think about somebody else, you think another carbon, whatever it is. That's like the first Muslim, and not the first Muslim. Rothschild talks about the way it's powerful. What if you run on, and if you're not moving in the right direction, shame.
How's that going for you?
But I when you learn the right stuff, they play the small, and they play the run scared. Even if you don't have the right intent, it's small. It's still powerful. Why is it only powerful? Some of the original attacks, the other years ago, but people can learn. The other way is the Mac is helping with concept. Mac is not even going welcome. Remember the first Mishnah in Rothschild.
I love it. Mark is bartending what you were doing.
So we learn, and we have on the spot. It says, look, awesome also. We have the numerous awesome also. So we learn from Kabbal to Autumn and make it small. Then you can go one step further and say from Asham to the Lake Shem and also you need the small. So we have the Makkah Awesome account. It's not exactly like the Awesome. So we have a numerous, we go all the way back to context. The Baba don't have the actually tomorrow, but wait a minute. Yes, don't have money. I just put you along. I just have a rule. They can only go one step. You can only go from top to bottom. You can't continue from bottom to something else. But you can't repeat a word or limit. When you are there for one, from the top to bottom, you want to go from the upper, the limit started at the bottom, then you go to the limit from it. You can't go from one to another. That you don't do it, but. That long road, you're right. Stop, can't do that. Hold on, balance. It's not a picture of the living room. Hold the balance. As we saw, it could be that the Luke Shaman is kosher to be. Kind of hard, but in order to get you wanted to eat the leftovers, fine. But to get the Hakara, that you need the rest of the Havana, the owner must bring a second to the Luke Shaman. Once you go to the people figure about the menorah. Give up the name menorah, not the seven branches on the menorah. And if you're missing one, if you're only at six, not seven, no good, you can't use the menorah. Supernature cell, not going to be able to on top of each branch. There's a width, which is silent. You need seven. You only have six, no good. Stay for prayers, for kids, and zizah, not for zizah. Zizah and not waiting for that. Which is hard to what it says about the zizah.
Good job.
If you only have one pirate, so it's not good. My view is not only that, I'm speaking besides economics, even if one letter is missing, I thought I should, but feeling my view is good. But I used to go and talk to Netanyahu, all Parshiyos that have the missing filling in them, missing one parasha, no good, right? To the end of this parent, I think that are not with one another. Started yesterday, now it's back to kind of trial now, and then we get that Caleb where things are not massive. He's a master. Fourth, I choose our luck.
That's a penis on the back of the truck.
The Bahadu is the key. The Aviata has to be for the Kupra. I think it's not a master. Even one letter is master. The point is, how many letters are in the Torah? Shishin, Riboy, but they counted it. We have to explain that it's 300,805. Something like that. 4,805. 300,000, 4, 805. But every ice represents something flying strong. And if you have to believe it, if you're missing one ice, missing one hit, I go 6 years might be Zoom, 4 6. You can't walk around with 3. Rabbi comes to our house with 1 mitzvah. You don't tie in such a mitzvah with 4. You have 4, then you tie in 1 mitzvah. There's no limit. I wrap them Arba mitzvah. Each one is individual, and we say the Gemara means that if you have a peggy with 5 time parties, each one is a mitzvah. My time, why is it a murder? Why is it a why is each middle night? How about you do this? How about you do the market? I just say a bunch of how about you uses that word means you must do it as slow you can depending on the murder with 6. Right. All right, the murder is the ball, the murder came from one solid piece. Moving as up was a solid piece of gold. Moving as up is making gold. A saw when I can tell you made it from broken pieces, Sula. It is also deciding in my public state. You see, this halacha that has to be made from one piece. From Mikshasa, it's the only way to make it out of silver. You make it out of silver, great. Besides only out of the money, you can make it out of silver, we'll see. It doesn't have that halacha. That's the Gemara. Because why do you think it's made from smaller pieces? Which says Miksha, this is the word Miksha 4 times.
So it's like, gotcha.
Well, think of an air golf cart made from Miksha, one solid piece. And at the end of the conference of view, what be done access. The Rabbi time in the conference terms include other metals. Name all the Rabbi's research. Okay, it's coming to add something. But maybe it's coming to add. You must do that as gold. It says gold. It makes more sense. So you have to stick to what the Torah says. Gold. It's just the also says to add something. Broken pieces that fall off. Look at the bell. Now look where it says the word mixture. It says the word mixture, let's put you, closest to you. Mixture and you.
Galloway almost sounds fake. It's like
Galloway,
but
I'm going to true.
Pre-med, Dr. Shab, that's a scary look. Definitely looks like a linebacker. He looks stupid there too. He's like confused.
You don't need to do this one. Maybe this one needs one solid piece. The alternative is without being solid. Here. You might know. Mixture makes you laugh. Because mixture says, there's the mixture culture. There was the one mixture. So, we know, son of a culture, in culture. The person is why I'm not happy. Maybe tomorrow, I'm not asking to love a mixture. 4 or 5 times. The more I might, the more is doing here is, it wasn't shown, but the special I love is that we learn how to teach word love. And that always comes if you are no good, and job, if these word jobs come to include these things. But if you tell us are good, and job is not, then how do you get to the religion that we have? What are some of the religion like? So what's special about gold? Special about gold is first of all, you lucky. It also has the way it's done, and other metals don't have to weigh keep up. And also you have being compared with profit. Which we'll see soon, you have these designs on the menorah that only apply to gold. All these things you have to learn each one from another word draw. Alright, yeah, this is going to be like Pharaoh, and he's going to be Russian. Now we have the draw. Eliam is going to be like Pharaoh, but he's going to tell you that drawing things that process, you shine them in a couple of all the metals or puzzles that I don't have, the movie that I have. Go, information on my dad, what are you going to do? What are the drugs? My drugs are China. You guys draw cards, Yasa, Lisa, A-Plus, or where you have to use. It's 7 kilo. I don't know what that is in pounds. What does that sound? 120 pounds? Buzz off to the cousins of where it says that. Buzz off. So if you're going to make it out of gold, then you must have a key card. In a buzz off, you're going to use other metals. Ain't no buzz. People, you don't need to be marked on the waist. Riel, Capturel, Rapel. Oh, Riel, here, I brought from home today. On the menorah, it's actually pretty close to this size. About a tefa, seems like, each one. That V. At one point, that 3 of them together like this. I'll show you a picture. Beautiful is Matzah Shabbos. You know, we're only that day's down. One Shabbos, I'm like, I called Yoshi. You have anything in the nurse? He's no. That's what we're going to get. So he told him about a third artist. He's like, this is working. He asked me to send me some pictures. I sent him this. This is the artist on the left. They have it just to use. And then he started putting this, and I gave him artists. I said, no, this is a top card, and it's actually on the top. You know, this is just my back and forth with him. Much Shabbos, an hour before shoot. Let me show you what he came up with. Beautiful stuff. This is, it's going to get, I'll show you some detailed stuff. The video you can see on the bottom, but here, let me just, you're going to go to this one. Actually, let's go to this. This is from the article also. This just shows you the center piece. Now, if you look at the bottom, this is what we call a pera. Okay, I'm not sure that we know exactly what it looks like, but it could be it looks something like this because the Gemara says later on it's the way that you design it in the columns. If you look at the old Roman columns, they have some similar things like these flowers. This right over here, these guys are called paspartus. They're circles. They're like walls. Rambam says it's a little bit like shaped as an egg. Others say they're literally round. Here you can see 3, what do you see over here? 3 Geviim inside each other, literally like this. Then on top of that you have a kapsar, and then a pera. That's one shita. Another shita is this. At the top, there's something like this. There's a kapsar, pera, and the Geviim are all in one. In one line. You see all 3 of them are top. And it's more like this. There's the famous picture that the Rabbi depicted, and he has the branches of the menorah straight, and then he says that he wasn't so much on certain things, just trying to clean out certain points, not to learn from it 100%. There's a lot of it. This is the menorah that the Mechana Mikdash made. Supposedly it's gold or maybe gold coated. It's very expensive. And over here you can see. This is the base. The base has 3 legs, as you're going to see. It only has 3 legs. I don't see the pera on the bottom. Interesting. Maybe over here you see like a Geviim and a pera. Over here you see the kapter, and out of the kapter comes the 2 branches. Another kapter. And then he has over here 3 Geviim. On top of the Geviim, a kapter and a pera. Then goes the place where they light it, that's not included in the height. We're not really discussing that today. VL, Capturel, Propel. Bazal, if another Allah or a boy side. These Geviim the third dropping only if it's made out of gold. Both Geviim the third dropping. The Bazal, both means the third dropping. And the Bazal, maybe let's see out of silver. Ain't no both Geviim the third dropping. We don't do the Geviim the third dropping. That's tomorrow. Maybe not because of funny. Maybe the idea of branches. You think awesome because these are first funny. Branches shouldn't have branches. Not made out of gold. It should have branches. It can look something like this. I don't know. Without branches. Ain't about though. Ain't about fun. So tomorrow, that's not called a menorah. How much do you think? Anybody that is religion able to come up with? It's a candlestick. It's a single. It's not a menorah. וזה מה שהמנורה מישהו זוב, for mixture. These are only moving that we need. And that's why it makes sense to exclude mutaris and to include zav, because now we're using all these to teach us. You need a key card, you need a prophet, and you need mixture needs to be made out of one solid piece. Imagine. I'm just thinking to myself, making this menorah out of one solid piece, and you get like the right furthest rank, and you mess up. It's like one step up lower than the rest. Now you have to start all over again. Like you can't fix it. It's one piece. Ain't about zav, ain't about mixture. If you do it out of silver, you don't have to make a mixture. Mixture is staple in my offer. Now, there's more mixture going on here. So let's take this mixture. Mixture heat. What does it concentrate? The Ma'ute Chatzai friend, do it perfect in the Beit HaMikdash, the Moshe Rabbeinu made, to 12 Friday strong together. There's no Limud Chatzai, so what? The Friday Chatzai is going to be that's the opposite of the Menorah. The Chatzai do have to come from one piece, the SS, one piece. Then in that case, is children. I thought that his body is sharing, but you're making that a broken pieces, it's kosher. It's that opposite of the Menorah where you cannot make it out of pieces. And also another thing that's opposite is any other metal in kosher needs to be made out of silver. Whereas the Menorah can make it out of other metals. Who might spend the time in the school why you show that you make it out of copper or even gold. Make it out of gold, why not? That's what it's about. I mean, locked in as the first nominating as the word, but the broken pieces also mixture about that. Look at the word mixture. It has to be as is one piece. Why do you think you're allowed to make it out of broken pieces? So the Gemara tells you what we got to do is mixture heat. The final lesson, what this mixture heat is mixture heat. That's what it comes to. It comes to exclude the perfection. That all the noise needs to be mixture heat. Solid things like a sunshine. And the name of we talked to it when it said, you won't be fluffy. And therefore, we have to exclude the for a minute. Hold up, Taylor. Taylor comes from Moshe Roy, who stood in the grave. Taylor, our kosher boy, Moshe Rabbeinu, this generation, the Taylor is version for all generations. Don't glory. Taylor's glory is true as the right. I told you that different than all things. You make it to this God, and that's it. This God is the next generation that's going to be yet. I told you my time. What happened? How would you feel? You never go much last year with the song. And it's just for you, and only for you to be a generation, not for a future generation. You'll come with very, very soon after. But people look already. The book tells you much about the English and everything. Not so all know what the name is. You're sitting there with the Bible. Unfortunately, they don't make it. And I really don't talk about it better, but I'm going to the generation with the better. You know, the later on generation. So the cost is not really only for this generation. Hello? Even when I'm on the comic book, it could be still something. And the book comes much of English, I say the problem, let's get already. Let's go back from Stephen Ricketts, the book really Ricketts. You have to take them, make it out of your own money, open up your wallet, buy the sugar with your money. Or, the other man knows that you know, all my people have yoko. It's funny, like, you look at it, I don't really want to. No, but we need to take it from everybody. But the call, it's not going to take the story from you, it's telling you how you should purchase this car and what, how do you get them to it? And I don't even buy it off. So the word of God that person, you cannot use it to say that, oh, you can't use this something the next generation. Come from everybody's money or it's from everybody's money. Nothing can be your money. It's not for that generation. And the other one was, L'chol crazy. It says L'chol's white. And what do we know? That if it says something in L'chol's white, Yaakov,
Yo, what up, Tony? Tony. Big dog, can you hear me? What's up, big man? Excellent. Are we on for Sunday?
Yeah.
Excellent. Same time, 7 p.m. there, 10 a.m. here.
Yes. Yes. Like.
Excellent. All right, what's good, son?
Nothing. Nothing much. It's same shit, different day.
Absolutely. Did you have a chance to? You created your Spotify account, right?
Yes. I have everything.
Did you upload your podcast to Spotify?
Yes. I have like 3 or 4 of them.
Okay.
I have 3 or 4 of them.
So your goal is
I
to.
have your.
Oh, phenomenal. So your goal is to do the rest when you can. And then did you link it to Apple Podcasts and Amazon?
No. Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, because there's some problem with my Apple, with my Amazon too. But as soon as I will be.
Okay. Let me know if you need help with that. You can also do it to iHeart. You shouldn't have an issue there. And all the other ones. So then it'll start to propagate. Excellent. I'm going to spend some of today re-uploading it to my channels and promoting it.
Can you do like? Sorry,
I already reposted what you posted to me, and I'm going to upload it when I can to YouTube and Rumble and all those places.
Can you do maybe like on TikTok or something like that? Can you like do like only 15 minutes and say something like if you want to know like how episode, come watch and my YouTube.
I will do my best to make something like that.
Because what happened with Tyson was like he do like you, but that Tyson episode was like, oh, it's not good, it's not no views, because he get every views on himself through my episode.
I understand.
The lowest level claim is earthenware.
Yeah,
So
so
the third thing is to make a manure out of everything, and then the third goes into specific, but make it out of gold. The third is something smooth.
Very well.
That's the whole solution.
Yeah.
So
I'm well. I'm well. Yeah, I'm well, thankfully. Did you have a chance to connect everything that you have to Rumble Studio?
And we're learning that
yes, everything is done. We can stream.
So anything that's not a metal.
All right. Well, like as I said, I'm streaming all the time, so I don't know what you had in mind for group streaming, but that's kind of like a podcast, isn't it?
Yes, but like we can do segments, like we can do some fun stuff. We can like tell me who there's some games.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. What games do you have in mind?
Like we can say I'm gonna describe something and you need to like right. Yeah. And maybe we can play
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm open to the idea. Have you had a chance to multi-stream yet?
No, not yet. I will do it.
Yeah. Why don't you do it first to get used to the format and options that they have there? And once you're comfortable with that, then did you create a new YouTube account?
Yes.
Good job. And did you verify your YouTube? Like, you have to go, if you haven't had a chance to, go to your YouTube account, go into the Go Live, and you have to verify your phone number. And then once you verify your phone, then it's a 24-hour clock, and then you can stream on everything.
How much?
24 hours.
24, fuck me. Okay. Okay.
So if you do that now, by this time tomorrow, you'll be able to stream live on your YouTube account.
Yeah, I will do it. I will do it. So, no, I have first, asking, people see my videos and they think you are Rothschild because you have that name.
That's my last
So
name.
they think you are in part someone big family.
I mean, that's my last name. We share DNA, but that's about it.
You share DNA. Oh, you say DNA.
Yeah, I mean, we're Ashkenazi Jews, so it's distant, but we're essentially
Okay, so
we have a common ancestor.
Instead of putting the word plow, we're going to put the word riba. Riba. Zov instead of prat, it's called a meal. Mitchell Diaz Aminaira calls it a riba. What is that called? Riba, meal, riba. And what? Riba called, you included everything. Oh, my Rabbi. And what are you including?
Like my family comes from Germany, Eastern Europe, so does theirs. They're part of the family, and we have a common ancestor. But like, if you go back far enough, we all have common ancestors. You and I have a common ancestor, so it's not that big.
yes. Can you like see my videos? Is that link okay? Is that link okay?
From Discord?
You shouldn't make a yard the size of that zara. Shulchan make a shulchan. Now I made a shulchan, make a shulchan. He made a shulchan over there, smaller one.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cannot buy a candelabra that has 7 branches. They won't make it. They only make
sorry.
6, 10, 9, not 7. But so Shiva lo Yamsa. I feel the shaman in the double. You cannot make a menorah that has 7 branches, even from other branches.
So you are like.
Because it says you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Why? Because in the Beit Hamikdash wood was kosher. So you're not allowed to make it out of wood. Oh,
You cut out. I can't hear you.
The wood is.
Can you hear me?
So there are those who say, by the way, that you're not allowed to make any palings, any size. The menorah, you're not allowed to make any size, because there's no size to the menorah. Not saying that they're how large it must be. So you make a small menorah also. They argue. Sometimes we're about to argue with people in the back. Hashiru or some shepesser. There's the Hashmonaim, no, they use metal, and then they covered it with tin. Hashiru or some shepesser, later on they made it out of silver, later on, Hashiru or some shazah, Bar Shmuel, Mishmei the Sabbath. But go to Menorah Shmuel also for 18 talking. Go measure yourself, tell me later. Haraglayim by Parach Shlisha talking. Rabbi said, look how beautiful he did in one night. Same night, doing shear.
There you go. So the premise of the show
The
is
base
that
is
they go to LA, there's callbacks or whatever, there's certain amount of people that make it. They go to New
On
York.
top of that, we have
And same thing. In New York and LA, everybody's great. They're like, wow, this is tough.
On top of
How
that,
do we pick
top of that,
from this
we have,
field of like
what is that
hilarious
called?
performers?
On top
I
of
like this guy, but she's really good. And,
Salad.
I'm kind of a this guy person right now, but I can change my
Top of
opinion.
that,
Then they go to Chicago and they're
top
like,
of that,
everyone's
top of
this is trash. Like Chicago,
that.
for the first half of the episode, it's like, I don't even know. This Chicago is so bad at comedy that at one point,
Now, there's a little bit
Yo,
of
what up,
that I
Tony?
don't mix, but I don't know if he's up yet. He was up very late. The 18 fucking do not include the glasses or whatever you like to stuff on top. See, he went a little bit too high on that. It should be lower. Okay, but that's the point. Beautiful job. Look what he did. All in one color balance. Okay. So let's see inside. Line by Parach Shlisha Tvachim. The bottom part, if I go back, we can leave it like this. Okay. You See, you can follow with me. The bottom part is 3 tefachim. The tefachim calls them to the tefach shabayim to be able to come to a parak. Then there's one tefach that has all 3 to be able to come to a parak. But the tefachim calls them solid to the tefach kaptor. Then you have one tefach. Each button was a tefach. Which they come using metal epidela. The 2 branches come out of both sides. And the children are going to go to the height of the middle. The tefach calls one solid piece, the tefach kaptor, and another button. Or ball, which they come using metal, and children are going to go to the that's not. The tefach calls solid piece, the tefach kaptor, which they come using metal, children are going to go to the and then 2 tefachim solid. The side some switch tefachim should eventually be in the kaptor. That's where you have the 3 bechers being Levine diamonds. What are they similar to? Places of Alexandrian, which are narrow on the bottom, wide on the top, something similar to this. Kaptar Levine diamond, what are the buttons? Even the whole thing I created something round, some say it's a little off round, but Rabbi Levine diamond, what are the flowers?
I'm back.
Yeah, what up, Tony?
Sorry.
Flowers.
You're good, big man.
Within 2, and so we have 22 Bethers. We're going to tomorrow, I guess. Kaptarim. What kind of stuff problem? Oh, we only started
So,
2 minutes ago?
you are basically king of Britain. And you will be for a long time? Or do you think somebody can beat you?
Well, I have about 100 years of data archived on the internet, so that would take a long time. I mean, it's on multiple streams, but like I'm live on like 20 plus YouTube streams right now, and I've been doing this almost 5 years. So somebody could do it. I mean, definitely somebody could do it. It would just take them 5 years of their life to do nothing but live stream. And like I know somebody who's trying to do it. They're only doing it from one angle though, and they've been doing it like 320 days. I've been doing it 1,666 days. So, like the closest I've ever seen anybody to archiving their life, not live streaming, because people live stream a long time. But if it's not archived, did it really ever happen? My question. So the fact that it's archived, the closest I've ever found anybody is 320 days, and they haven't found anybody who's done it as long as I have either.
Here on the top, we have a top 30 para and a gavia. All on top, so that's 6.
So I do what I love. I very much enjoy it. It's fun, and I get to meet cool people like you. I get to build robots. I would probably.
So, if you
as it come out here, these 3 right over here. You have 3 over here. You have 1 down here. You have 1 over here. That's a total of 5 plus 6.
I'm not that cool.
Yeah,
It's hard to be.
We didn't get 9 flowers. Broken crazy though.
But you could be. You're younger than I am. So if you started live streaming your life 24/7 now,
I'm not that.
In other words, we're
yeah,
missing
it's hard.
right over here, that one right there. Where did you get that from?
The biggest issue is the technical aspects of it. You get.
Did you like it that Victoria for wonderful returns?
Yeah, it was really cool.
So we're holding 7 lights from the bottom above our base. Above our base, Omar Rabbi, he culture with the luggage of an office, and Luggage was learning an office, but he asked the question. Koimish is Sidra of the Sidra of the Samarafa. You're supposed to put the crease of the milk, you put your hands into the dough, into the flour, you take out 3 fingers worth, and you put it on the step. You're supposed to put it on the fire. What if you put it directly on the step? And then you put a whole bunch of water on top of it and you burn it. Is that okay? You see what I'm talking about? The perfect opposite. Is that how people barbecue? They put the wood on top of the burger? Take it. I don't know. That's what I'm going to share. 160, another question. A barbecue secret was seen What about meat? On the one hand, it says you should put the carbon, the yibart, on top of the wood. Maybe it means you should do it as is. Because it says olive on top of the wood. Then what's in the sweet shop thing is another question. That's all I know. How long is that? We need to put all that. Directly under the step, which is like nothing on the wood. That's all you know. On the wood. So they said, that's all you know. I love the best. Nobody else knows the way off. They have to do everything they want. The animal directly on the step and put the wood top down. And then, that's the way to do it. What if you're not? They learn to take your machine off now. What if you put sort of a smoky thing? You put the wood in, not on the fire, but right next to the pan. Well, this is on the other how mountain is. It's not like this. But it's the hard part of the job. I'm serious. It's like you see such a heat coming out. You don't even smell it. So here's the example, right? So this is one piece. This is over here. So the bunny out is the soup. And another thing is supposed to put on top of the luck of a farm. Why do you say ow? I mean, literally on. The other chicken is ow, next to like over here. Next to the bread, not on top of the bread. What wrong about it? Take the olive, literally on top of. So how do you translate this to the butter, the wood, and put it next to it? You put it on top of the fire, you put it on. That's the right over the hour. That way, literally, olive, you put the butter on. Well, I don't even know how much house is on. What about over here? Up and down the outside. Later on, the next pair is things that are not mine. Sorry, this amount was sort of squeezed, sort of back with the holes and started to flour. We just not to the if you don't fill up to the top, we have too much whatever. You actually get the wine is into the fast. You cannot have to move up. If you're missing whatever the shear is, you don't have the right amount. No good. Hashemen, the oil, you cannot have to move up. Also not. Hashemen. Fine flour, Hashemen, the oil, not the other. One, not the other. One without that is no good. Hashemen, the oil, not the other. The flour, the frequency, they're not the one dollar. In other words, you go through it, it's nighttime, you think one dollar. All my trouble is perfect for the evening. This says, it should be a fistful instead of twice. Twice, you know, anytime they touch it. We're in touch right now. Some of us are talking about this is everything twice. That means we're very serious about it. No one else. It's not exact, no good. You start using that in three ways. The amount that you start you're using little tricks on the right hand, no good. Like I am, I'm so tough. That's the exact thing. To touch the culture, how you move the magnitude of seems like it's all foreign and first thing was Papa عشان يريد أن يقول يقول الرواية يقول بالصافي وكان يقول إيه قوي على يقول بالصافي الصافي وده ما يقول ويشمل قد يقول شو بسويه طيب ناس عشان بعد صوت ما نزل oil flour one using the other one instead of the total shamba that's the wheat the flour comes from wheat which if you saw the barley, when we have a barley milk or a barley fry, anybody remember? Huh? Oh, very good. So are you ready? Let me start. Give me a chance. I know it's all right now. I don't know. I know it's nice because it's too good when you have to do it like that. Show all about the market. I know it's nice out. There's all of it. Easy enough. Go right. They see we got the two goats that we have in a kipper here. One would throw off the cliff, and one would shut. Malcolm says that one got the other, there's just takes too long. They can everybody says that the two sheep that were green, Shlomin on Shavuos, that you see up here, he's holding his football. He's holding both there's two bread, there's two different, each one is bread. Thank you for that, Malcolm says. How is that the bread of Shavuos? There's Darmag and there's the two. Here's the two stacks of bread. We're not talking about each one, even though there's 12 bread. If you have 6, it's not good. 10 each time. You need all 12. So if you think about it, there's the sort of different these, the two spoons of the vina, one without the other. As Darmag and this might be there's you have all the bread, you have the vina. They mean she was another. If you notice, this goes in order. 2, 2, 3, 4. Remember, it's easy to remember like that. Do all the two. The two types of bread that another brings. What do you have to do with the picture here? Oh, here, right there. Kurdiman. The two types of bread. You only bring one type, no good. Let's ship a car up. I don't think we have to do one for this, but we'll just show you anyway. Let's do the Mitzvah, and then we'll just take off one. By the Mitzvah, you need you have to have its errors of English last and the bird. So if we just get rid of the bird for a second, then we'll have the its errors of English last. Okay, so what is plus the bird? Minus the bird. Let's ship it from far. If you only have the its errors of English, you don't have to last, no good. The famous, we have these now, I don't know, we have a picture of all the different bread. Here's one example of it. 40 bread, we're all mine. If you only have 3 meaning out of 4, no good. So the 4 they talk about short already, and the bird. You're missing even the bird, you're missing whatever, one of these, no good. That's sprinkle them, doesn't have the hara. Sprinkle them. Sheva Hazoi Sheba Para, so the Para Duma is right over here, facing and you have to sprinkle 7 Hazoi. Sprinkle the 6 7 times. So we have over here, very good. Then a bag is look over the pole on the right, standing between the poles of the ark. And give a box. Put the left, on the other side of your forever, that they call, and that is the shoe from the letter, that and then we sprinkle the keeper towards the forever's birthday because of the left. And then you have the bread. So should I do something about it? On your keeper and sprinkle instead between the, we'll see later, today, yes, today. The holiest place in the Hamiddah is because 7 Azars, 8, 7, 8, Akas, Ahazaka, Putin, if you don't see any of those, nah. Shavuot Hazar, Bible uses. And also, the Azar they do, and again, we have extensive moving and bumping over in the left. That Hazar, very serious, like you put him out there. How do we know? One after another, the boys that shake Syria like Purim, the two both in the kipper, one was at the other no good, it says Kuka. Kuka is as the shaking that says what he says there. Abayo, Sheikh Havas, Abayo, Shizdorim, Kuka, Shevizim, Kuka. Let's go now. Hazar Abizim, Kuka. Same meaning, Shnemin Shibanoz, the sick, the Yasi, so, Mush Shimaporo, Kuka, or Kuka has Kuka. I got to the Toida, this is Shinozi, because Toida, at the head of Shinozi, the Sid Abel, Toida Shinozi. Now, follow the Rabbi Shalom, we also had this before. The Rabbi Shalom, I got to the Toida, the Sid, the Sid, the Toida, this is how it should be clear. Also, the Toida, the Shabi, and the Toida, go to the Lord, with a capital, the people comment, bring up the word, the people comment. Or else, one of our others. The Psalm will show you this, that you need all our dominion, is when you're not there. If they're there, amen. So the Mela, that's why you should not fasting that they're there. And you don't put it into your budget. You go like this, so you should do it. You put the arava in there, and you make a bracha out with the arava. The person starting, you don't make a bracha. You shake it as is and go back. Mason. About minutes to go do it, Schneider and Moise Payroll, who Schneider and Moise Payroll. 2 out of the 4 is the Esri. The Lulum has 8. Moise Payroll is speaking Shanoisim. The Esri, you can't shake an Esri in a Lulum without the Arroz and the Dasi. Because Shanoisim Payroll is speaking Moise Payroll, and the Arroz and the Dasi can't shake it out the Lulum Esri. They know the Yotzi, they from us over them, and she pull on the Achas. The pain, Yisrael Ba'artzah. When Klal Yisrael is fasting and davening, listen to this. You pull on Ba'artzah, you need to bring the Shem off and everybody. Everybody has to come together to daven, Shemar, Haboy Neva Shemayim HaLoisov, Ba'artzah. When you have that Buddha, you have everybody alert to something, then you have these sons, then you have these sons. You need all of them together, you do not need all of them together. If you want to know, you decide your rules and other things for us, and other stuff. You go in your other cultures and other cultures. Review the home, but it's not together, it's called. If I have a home that doesn't have to be together, my time to because always people like you to say so. But the first part of the Pesach, first Pesach is you got to sprinkle the blood on the door and for how? With the what we showed you before. So we learned from the first part of the Pesach, and not of Jewish, and that is the whole of the Jewish people. Everybody knows people, right? People, I do the say so. Malahala about Guda, come back Guda, but they got people, they don't hold their trust to you. When I go on the time, you're a little mitzvah, what do you mean it's a mitzvah? Put them together in one. The Lord have done the kosher, if you didn't stick up, come on, keep your Guda, like looking at my kosher. Put your Guda, you're not yoked at all if there's no idea. You're not together, you're not tied together. You're a part of my mitzvah. Put your you don't have to, so why is it a mitzvah? Say, tomorrow, no, don't tell you. Well, my mitzvah, you should be paid about value. Don't give more. The 7 sprinkles of the Parakuma are not in one level. Kuka. You know, people having no, that doesn't mean it's sin, Kuka, nothing new. The Parakuma, the Parakuma, all these type of rules that you have to bring, and everybody you're not payroll, so you have a desire to sign it. But also, I thought that she also a part, Matan Weimar, the double Russian, Mitzvah Bahazoi. She'im, he's acting in a mechanics, we also from if one of the singles is missing, you didn't do anything of the diamond things, Shema Zoy Shiba Parah Shatzon Ben Shalom Shmon Ben Shalom Shubah. There's two things. First of all, you have to have a shmok. Second of all, it has to be opposite of the heichal. So, like in this picture right over here, you see, we're trying to show the Hazel, which is the last, and it's facing the heichal. And you have to have the shmok. You have to have kavan. If not, it's two words. It says refush kosher. The second one is see kosher. Bishop Bishnim, the Azai, they go inside the heichal, and the Torah. They also have to sprinkle the oil, shalei l'shmam sulai. If you don't have the right kavanah, also shalei kavanah is sheretz. It's not in the direction of the heichal, it's still kosher. As the Gemara, how you got your parah, instead of saying, no, if it's not before then it's not the shmot kosher, we said by parah, shalei l'shmam sulai, shalei kavanah is sheretz, that it's not in the right direction, kosher. So this is a contradiction that we're going to be carrying with us this whole amud. Actually, as Rabbi pointed out, we come and we answer this kasha. On the one hand, it says that if you're not in the direction of the heichal, it's also. On the other hand, it says it's kosher. On the other hand, it's a kasha. Parah Yehuda, Parah Chama. Two different kind of design. Yehuda is a parah. What is the parah? Moisas. Yeah, many times we have some guests there. Because it's a parah. Somebody who's coming goes into the mikvah and he's red. When it comes out of the mikvah, it turns purple. Because it's full yard. He has a little kumala. At night, he goes to full yard in the week. But if he's like a dog or in the leather, a man or in the leather, he has to bring his carbon the next day, there at night. And use the carbon, now literally cash to the time. So once they get literal, then once you do the carbon, he becomes carbon. That's the physical part. It's the lowest level of kumay. Very little kumay. Even less kumay than a full yard. You look at the little like guard. If you went to that guard, this chariot had time to do this. By accident, it's happened. The amazing is deliberately on the fire. Then it's a lot of full yards. You know, there's more to it than that. So in the sky part, who Shaiba is not. Real, maybe more than that in the sky part. With the higher delivery, also, the heichal, fully by them. If you see where those dotted things are, that's the 11 amas that the Yisrael can stand in. If he comes out of that and he goes into the heichal, or based on paraytas is referring to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, or El Taneach HaParas is the worst. It's between the Badim, all the way by the Arim, where we saw it before, the Misa. You get Misa B'Nishamayim. If you go in there, all heichal kuloi, who based on paraytas Parabayim, says Rabbi that even in the Kodesh HaKadoshim you get malchus. You don't get Misa in Kodesh HaKadoshim. Where do you get Misa? Open up the fire units. Only when you buy the order, by the between body and two poles. That's it. The Maya committee. They argue in this one part. That's the apostle. The Val Yava is the Val Yava. Don't go in. So we have here three words, three concepts. Ela Kodesh means what? The base of Barodas means the special election of the Nata Paris means Inabad. Yeah? Again, Ela Kodesh is the Heichal. The base of Barodas is the special election of the Nata Paris is in the special election, but even more between the Inabad. He says, we're not going to go with Rabbanan Sari, Ela Kodesh, the Heichal, Gulayot. That's where you get out. But the base of Barodas, those two, the Kodesh and by the Arim is Vilayom. There's an obvious question. If you look at it, it's something redundant. Just say one. Say if I go into the Kodesh production, you get missing. Of course, it's going to have to fire. We're not going to discuss. You just saw by El Kodesh and the Barodas Vilayom. No. Even Kodesh production, we only get Malchus. They call Malchus, and even Kodesh production Malchus. The fire is Vilayom. The question where does the lab go? Does it go on both of them or not? So here we go. My time they're up on. Let me just see. You have this? Here. Real quickly, because it's really going to start to pile in. Val Yavoi, Ela Kodesh is referring to the Heichal. The Leomo is referring to both the Kurdish possession and when he being gone into the art. Really says what? No, Valiama is referring even to the Kurdish possession. You don't get Misa if you don't get Kurdish possession. You only get Misa if you go to the holies, always to the art and be done about it. My time you're going to Misa with that because on our you get right. So you don't get Misa when you go to Kurdish possession. You get one of Ella first. So you get Malchus, so you go. Give me that. They have the players, and if you go, right? It would only say that if you go to the Ara and you get Misa, I would understand, but if you don't go to the Ara, you don't get Misa. You know, you don't have players. You don't need all three. The kids are, according to everybody, there's one thing is extra. You don't need three. Just tell me two, and I'll be able to learn the other thing out of it. So if it just says two, it said.
Kevin Hart's like, I gotta call up this guy for my wedding. If you give him another chance in it, something I like. So it's like two things. One is making fun of Chicago, and then a person that I like gets a shot. This show is written for me. You know, what you gonna tell him? This show is written for me. One thing that happened that was kind of funny is the guy that I like, right? I see that he doesn't make it. I've only watched a few of the episodes. What do you think I do? Do you think I wait to message him and watch the rest to make sure what I'm sending him is correct, or do I just message him immediately? I message him immediately, and then I message him something about the person. I said, the person that made it over you, that's crazy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen on TV. Their agent was blackmailing people, and he wrote me back, LOL, wait, would you have watched it without all the drama? Because I guess online on Friends, comedians, of course, are bitching and moaning, like, for whatever reason, I don't even know. It's hard to tell. Honestly, they're mad at Funny AF for some reason. And I said, honestly, I just watched it because a friend of mine told me about it, and she told me that a bunch of people were following me. And he wrote me back, well, I really did well with your mom, but then I kept watching, and he actually had a set. I don't think he bombed, but they made it seem like he didn't do well, so it kind of came off like I was saying that I liked that he bombed. Oh, so now I gotta write a message like, hey, I just finished it. I think we're great. So, you know, but I sent a message to friends, it happens. But I mean, it's the first comedy competition where I watched it and I feel like it's entertaining. Like I used to watch those what was the first one, like Last Comic Standing, and actually it was okay, but as time went on, I was like, this one sucks. But this one's pretty good. Yeah, check it out. Oh, that's what I was like, why earlier I was like, say that on the show, and then I'll read my take. But then I was like, we can go into that too, but I'll name all the people when I go on the Patreon if you're interested, because I'm going to keep talking about it. I'm going to force him to watch it so I can actually talk about these people. This is long. I think there's 4 episodes right now. It's still going on. Like, there's one guy that I know that didn't make it, but I remember thinking, oh, man, because that's another thing when you know the people, you know all these like funny stories about them too. This guy, he one time at an open mic, comic leaned over to me and said the meanest thing I've ever heard about somebody else. Just whispered it out of nowhere about him. Because I'm watching it, that's what I'm thinking about. Laughing hysterically. I don't know if it was on his but I remember there was a Comedy Store guy that posted to some sort of social media. It was the first thing that popped up on my feed. I was checking my DMs because all my exes. Yeah. I remember like 4 weeks ago, I was like, all my exes. You know, we're ready but not long to you because I said like 4 weeks ago, I said I was going to go with my exes. Yes, it's on Patreon. So none of them feel special. It wasn't on Patreon. Oh, okay. Well, you are hitting them on the page of the sandbaggers, right? Like, I literally call my exes on my podcast. Yeah, sandbaggers. But on the podcast here, I'll say that I hit them all up so none of them feel special. And then now they're starting to break up again. So when I was checking out my DMs, one of the Comedy Store guys was walking down the street and was like, yeah, I bombed on Funny AF. I don't know what his name is. So oh, man. I don't exact joke. No, okay. I love people. Yeah, is the guy that was like, I can crush it. But I don't know if it was a joke because what's his name? Michael Turner. Okay, maybe it is. Yeah, because I don't know who it was. Okay, so now that you said, now that you let me, that was bad. I mean, it might just be staged for TV or else. I don't personally know, but I don't know either. He came out. I mean, me and him are best friends, but now like, I don't personally know him. He came out and he was, I think it was Chicago, right? And he goes, hey, it's crazy right now. It's crazy right now, huh? And Chris like, yeah, it's crazy right now. And then dinner. Yeah, it's come on. Why is it Storm has never filmed? So I bombed on Netflix for fun to give it over. Not bombed before, but it's never filmed in 6K and put it on a platform where my mother can watch it for the cover. Never. I treated that opportunity like Chris Farley treated that dinner all the time. We're following this one under a VTM. It's a very tough look. Also, how about how long they stayed on that pause? I was almost ready for them to add like a record scratch, like a 90s one. I'd be like, you probably wondered how I got here. And then it rewinds all the way back to the day that my parents got divorced. Well, look, if you're going to fly so long or whatever, don't feel bad for me. I'll be alright. Now, those are the NFL draft, got some fun stuff. I got a whole summer for something like this. I want to extreme new to be able to get that opportunity. And all I can do moving forward is work extremely hard to get to that opportunity. I've never gone this hard. It's failure with the proper respect. The only thing I would ask of you is go follow and support all those comics in the stands that demand your respect. Producer told us that you and my show was to showcase and elevate the visibility of every way they can present in the most positive and real way. Right? And there was some peace on that stage. And I wanted to follow friends. And don't worry about me. I'm a lifelong Cincinnati sports fan. It's easy to go one of the top 5 worst things that's happened to me. And also, not to make excuses, but that was back in October, the day after the Jets beat the Bengals. So I was going through a lot. All right?
Good morning, Rabbi.
So do that shit.
I'm
And almost another power to reset. I appreciate the love. And Mercy's helping thing.
then
So last thing I would ask of you is don't judge me for the best. Judge me for the best. And maybe it's my turn. You just see the emotion on your
He should have staged it there like he falls.
Bryce, one Bryce is really good at son.
Yeah,
That's what
you gotta do something funny.
Anytime you let your rabbit, you know,
And do something funny that says
when you see
two.
those leather,
You know, this is like
not at all.
comedy becomes like a corporation.
Is
It's like
it sounds like Yoshi, sounds like smacking little cigarettes. So
like my bad, we apologize to
we find that with Yoshi,
we apologize to access
doesn't give any penalty at all when it comes to Sumo. So too, really, the Chinese does learn the thing because
Let's talk about
there
that.
you go. She takes ideas of this world, the person, really takes Sumo, really playing success from the other side. Why?
That's a great thing.
So he does the work.
Making greater things.
Don't
And
just
then
judge us based off what Elmo said
everything goes
about the
fine. The
Jews.
say goes like
We
every
got
other.
it's like Elmo's
That
got a
is
lot
the
of good stuff.
contradiction.
Elmo's
The
helping
Bible
that
is
movement veterans.
one guy's winning.
He's
The
got
red one
three.
is
He's got
Hey,
three
it's
telltale
something
sections.
he has,
Matter of fact,
some
pull up.
kilo.
And Elmo,
I see, okay, maybe the little only says this thing, I sumo will look not as what it's something lighter. The touching the community, obviously, but we know the touching with his amigos, it's a lot more severe. Maybe with everything face, it's more intense, but my video, so we're gonna throw it out. It has to be, you don't have anybody else. Nobody else is in the lineup. So the only person available is Rabbi. Let me know. Here, yeah, what's the red composition? Two guys, one says Miraculous, one says not Miraculous. What do you do? Those are really very simple. There's two steps in the whole process. There's one
Yeah, a lot of people have
and then when you
social security,
it's there.
medical
Continue bombing like this.
Your hand in the glove, you put the rat, you put it in the glove, and you did it on purpose.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Then the
this,
stick will feed around.
we're watching the bounce
That's
back.
step one. Because step one was deliberate, the six will work.
But anyway,
The
so
more
he's
important
on
step
stage
of
and he goes like,
sprinkling the
it's
blood,
crazy right
that
now,
you
right?
cannot use blood that's coming. Then the six won't be
It's
around.
almost got me to the point where
But you know,
I don't
when it became
I miss
coming, when
George
you
W.
sprinkle.
Bush.
see over here. Bryce that says that he's sick. He's not relaxed. That's only like the second step.
He doesn't know what to say next. He's like, it's like,
but step one, I just put a 1 and a 2 to make it more in my mind. 1 and 2. In the beginning, when you see the blood, and you walk over the blood and you touch the blood, that if you did it on purpose, we're gonna forgive it. Because later on you do it because you just do the blood and
saying like, I'm just the funniest dude in every room.
Inside, nothing almost too much, so when it became common to blood, then so you
there's
do
another person that didn't
well,
I can tell because
you do something makes it look
they just
that you cannot do deliberately when you
I guarantee
you
you
have flaw my exact
the
opposite.
producer didn't put in a segment where they talk themselves up. No, you're wrong.
But okay,
The camera doesn't hate him. The camera was filming when he was filming.
three cuts on maybe show you maybe the roof. This second step. You can cut down, Google the blood, deliberately,
And this is it's a really
does
entertaining
give you
show.
stuff like
Okay,
that. Don't start off on the wrong foot.
It's got
If you
that
put the
Ryan
lead and
Davis,
put it
the
into
shop
the
guy,
bowl of blood, you
who's
make
like,
it come
Shotty,
deliberately.
sucks.
It's just not going to
He
help you out.
constantly posts on threads. He posts all the time. He's that guy. Posts
You because of baby sugar and this good so well, you give these regards that still low the blood, you even do it deliberately and
competition shows in the worst.
superpowers.
It shows
Over
people
on
that
that.
are really funny on it.
Mark
And
right,
like
but
it's
the initial step of making a comment to take his root is my roots off.
it gives a good name for
Ah,
nothing
look,
where
you
there's
know,
so much stuff out
honey,
here
you
now.
know, baby sugar
It's
agent.
just
Right to number
fully
2.
negative, right?
Look.
You know,
Right to number 2, on the left.
Callan,
We're talking about
Leah,
where it says Mefurish,
Rogan, you know, very bad. And then
it seems like
all the
maybe
people on
we
the
typed up right
flip
to
side
number
of
1.
that stink.
Not talking about Draco, we're talking about that it
We've
became
watched them
common.
on that fucking
So
track.
the Gemara and I found that today's doc has a
the
few
opposite of that for
really
Mufti.
anyway,
Also sucks.
something
But
call my
this show
really
actually
nice.
shows people
Let's
that
count
are
them.
funny, so
You
will
mother
laugh
sure
when
get
you're watching, which is
who's
nice.
Morocco, you have to speak in a word. I mean, Sprinkle this, baby
There's
sugar better than me.
there's
No,
obviously
we're talking about
people
three, we're
that
not talking about
are
this
doing
one.
jokes
Okay.
that get a
Stop,
good reaction.
That's my
Camera's
that's
like,
the
wow,
original
that's so
Morocco.
funny.
Another question. In Bryce number 1, it says that the blood was becoming, and then it says who's Morocco. You said Bryce number 1 is talking about Puma, and all the time it says who's Morocco. Like you explain Bryce number 2, you really Bryce number 1 is talking about Puma. You said you're making a workshop. Public law, another one. Dancing is was Morocco, it's baby sugar. Nick was trying to do this. In other words, Rika, even if it's amazing, is okay.
She's watching that because she's so behind. She thinks they're still number 1.
How's it work?
In her worldview,
Hey,
everything is
out of the income.
2016.
You put the pizza on the mistake, and then you get pizza shirai. What happens is there's no shirai.
Be the next Brian.
No shirai.
That's a good. That would be a
And you put the pizza on, it depends on each other. If you put pizza on a mizbeh, when you go shirai, what happens with shirai? One of 3 things. Mishmo shirai, Mishmo shirai, other shirai. Either the shirai became common, so they're right here in front of us, so you can't do anything unlawful with it, or they were completely destroyed, or they were lost. So we have a point. Community we have a single community before school. What is community? We have a single appointment. We have a elsewhere. How do you perform Zrikas Hadam when there's no meat? Same exact thing. How do you master the payments? When you put the pizza on in his bath, if there's no dough, no flour, can you sprinkle blood on in his bath when the meat disappears? Here, the puzzle says, well, she's already step off the rest of the hador. It seems like they're connected. You need basha. In order to have a dam, you need basha. There's a dam. And you can sprinkle the blood with this meat. That way. But what happened to the meat disappeared somehow? I don't know how. It got destroyed. Then it goes from liquor to what is that called? Any box or any dam? If there's no box, there's no dam. Fine. according to one man. To me, that's what really is. Just like the Rabbi just said, by the meat and the blood, that the meat is superior to the blood. He says over here, if the lion disappeared, we could still put the meat on the meat. And you can straw. And on the flip side, straw, you won't have meat. Straw, that you cannot grow the blood if there's no meat. Meat, any butter, any dam, you know. So there also, it's Uriah, it's Nitza. Same idea. Omer Rab. The rule should listen to Uriah. We have three things in this one. You can't tell me it got birds or it got lost. The first is coming. The only time all three, but he brought the first one in the Mishnah as just an example. So that in the end, I'm sorry, what?
What up, Jonah?
That makes no sense. Why? Michael Saba, what do you know? Maybe because you were missing. If you have a little piece left over, that's enough. You don't need to post it out. Nothing over. So now it's a different. Or maybe, or it got lost or it got burned. If 90% got burned and 10% left, or 10% left, it's a problem.
What up, big dog?
If 10% is not enough, you need more my time. Then why if it becomes primary? Is it okay? So what are you going to say?
I have one question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, big man.
Can I ask in that interview what we have Sunday some very juicy question?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, I'm gonna ask, like, what do you think about Epstein? And this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get into that kind of stuff. That's not my forte. My forte is futurology. I mean, the thing that I'm going to tell you is that I think it's a nightmare scenario. That's about all you're going to get.
90% got burned. 10% remain. It's fine. You can do that thorough of the thing. Either come or mitzvah. Why did you say mitzvah? They shy not going to even grab
So no,
what are you trying to prove there?
no, okay.
I mean, that's what I'm going to say is that it's a nightmare situation.
Yeah.
I don't know anything more than your average individual about that situation. I'm not an expert in it. I haven't been studying it like I've been live streaming my life. So if you want somebody to talk about that, and you're absolutely more than welcome to, you probably would find somebody better as a guest because I'm just not going to have information for you.
Let's
Basar is edible for human consumption, and the Caleb is for the best consumption. But they're different. One is for humans, one is for the
some stuff you cannot talk about in the on internet.
Like, what do you mean?
I don't know, like if I ask something and you say answer is like dangerous for you or something like that.
Oh, good question. Oh, it's not really dangerous for me, but there are some topics that you can't talk about on the internet, like on YouTube at least. Things about medical misinformation you can't talk about, and you can't talk about like harming yourself or others. So, like those kind of things, you're not allowed to discuss.
I am asking because I have a hero and I have father, and we can talk about that there because it's like more related.
Okay.
So if you're
Yeah, I'm open to talking about generally like quite a few different things, but I mean it depends. Really, I'd like to talk about AI, futurism, and mega projects. That's my forte.
So, and I throw the blood of the
Sunday.
well, I have
Okay.
a whole of the mincha.
Yeah. The other things you have to understand. I'm streaming on my end, so just one moment, my friend. I'm well. Just one moment, my friend. So, as for the podcast on Sunday, generally, if you want on Sunday, you can witness it certainly. But Tony, that's up to Tony. No one wants you right now. Look, my friend, you're interrupting the conversation. So please, just be patient. I've been happy to talk with you. You're good. So Tony, I don't want to talk about medical misinformation or, look, my man, I'm telling you right now, I'm just warning you. Okay, fine. But yeah, Tony. So as for you, Tony, like trying to get something juicy out of me, I don't really discuss those topics. I do my best to stay out of politics. Again, like my forte is AI and mega projects. That's what I like to discuss.
How do you know that the skirt thing, that diaphragm, that divides the body of the animal?
All right. Yeah.
Yes, so I understand. Yes, I'm not Indian, and you are not the first person who ever told me that. I'm Czech. I'm from Czech.
Doug, to Black Boss Baby, I've warned you like a bunch of times. This isn't the first time. He's been banned. He always has to come back. He's been banned. He always has to come back. He's got to be respectful. All right, so go ahead, Tony.
Is like India like? No, it's not like India.
No, it's not like India. So as for Sunday's call, you can put whatever you want on Hero or Patreon or whatever. But again, if you're trying to find somebody who's like really like gonna be a fascinating guest on medicine or Epstein, I'm probably not the best guest.
No, I used to asking that, but I'm just asking.
You're fine. You're fine too. No. You're fine too. I completely understand, and you're absolutely welcome to ask those questions to somebody, and it's right for you to be like, hey, can I ask about this and this and this? And I appreciate that you asked me about that. So don't feel bad at all.
And like, you read that episode, what I sent it to. Okay. In that episode, what I sent it to, you can do clips, you can do anything you want. You are free open.
Okay.
You can do anything you want. And just stop me or say something.
Of course.
Southwest corner. There's Levine over there. The Frankington.
I think that episode can end very badly.
Okay.
Because I think you are new on the side. Like you are not new, but like in.
Yeah, not a lot of people know about me.
So, and you are an alien with perfect contacts, and yeah.
And we're pretty much done here. Now he's going to do a
that person, what person asked me, like, are you in that like Rothschild family? and he thinks you are in big like the matrix in reality you are sitting on the top.
Here's the
So,
question.
yeah,
I mean, people are curious and they're welcome to believe anything that they want.
Everybody agrees.
So I'm certainly not a spokesperson of every individual in my family. I just live my life, and anyone who wants to make any kind of connections, they're welcome to. But again, aside from sharing a last name and DNA, that's about it.
Step 2. Here, like,
brother, if I say to this person you share DNA with Rothschild for a minute, I cannot say this. I cannot say this.
Yeah, I mean, like normally people don't talk about other people's DNA and what they share and what they don't. That's a little. It's quite personal. The person should listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what's important, not who I am. What I'm saying is what's important. That Data Zert's number one resource. I've been live streaming that it's essentially a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. It's the most amount of data archived on the internet ever. It's used for training data for AI. All of that is really important. What common ancestors I have with other people in my family, that's not really that important. That doesn't affect people in the here and now. What does affect people in the here and now is the data that we're creating.
Bro, like, if I ever meet you in person, I have so many questions. Absolutely.
Well, Tony, it's just a matter of time. Just be patient.
Because you are.
You've got to see it like this. I've been like. I don't know if that's the word I would use, but I'm interesting. I understand that I'm interesting. Yeah, it's like. I mean, I feel every person has something interesting about them. You can talk to somebody who's a street sweeper and all the things that they see on the road, or you can talk to someone who's a politician and all the backroom deals that occur. I just live my life, and I recognize that I may have a very important role in the future of humanity, because people will be able to go back to my streams in the future and learn about what life was like day to day, and also know what life was like from a timeline perspective of human events that occurred. I mean, recently, I think it was Saturday, there was a presidential assassination attempt. We've seen assassinations on the street, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I've been streaming literally before ChatGPT was launched, and Grok was launched, and OpenAI was known to the public, and Claude, and Perplexity, and Copilot, and Gemini. My streams have been going longer than all of that. So I've been able to see how those things have affected society. And it's an incredible development. And the future of humanity is going to be interested in this. It would be like having a historian from, let's say, I don't know, 10,000 years ago, who was witnessing maybe like the pyramids being created. And we could go back to their writings, and they would be giving the day-to-day breakdown of what happened. This block was moved here. This block was moved here. They put the capstone on. They have plans to have a dedication ceremony. All of those things. That would be fascinating to us. We unfortunately don't have that, or it's not publicly known. But my streams are open to everyone, and that's what makes them special. You can literally watch. I mean, we have people in here, 1, 2, 3. We have like a handful of people in here who are literally just living their life alongside you. And that doesn't include all of the dozens of people who are watching me on the different platforms. Some people just want to sleep to me because they find it soothing. Other people like to hear what my discussions that I have. Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. How many people is watching you right now?
If you combine them all, it's certainly dozens, especially on all the different Discord and all the YouTube streams simultaneously, and Rumble and Twitch and TikTok and Twitter.
So we are talking in like 5,000.
Oh, no, there aren't 5,000 people watching this. No, just dozens, like anywhere between 0 and 100, something like that.
Nice, because I was looking at your Twitch and we have like 50,000 followers.
That's correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't usually use that account because I don't want to lose it. It has so many followers on it that I don't want to endanger it. It's basically like preserved. So then I have a bunch of other accounts from which I live stream and I get random followers and people watching me. And yeah, it's a lot of people.
They say step 2, you don't need a clean. You don't need a clean. You can use a plastic vessel. You put it in a paper cup, in a plastic cup. But Rabbi Nachman says, what does Rabbi Nachman say again? You need a clean. Here it is.
So how many viewers do you think that episode can have?
I can't philosophize that. That's not for me to determine. It depends on where it's posted. I mean, if you include like all the different platforms, probably hundreds, and over the course of like a year, thousands. It takes time. It's not like some of my other podcasts have thousands of views, but it's taken time for them to get thousands of views. It doesn't happen all at once. I'm not somebody who, when I post, it's a huge rush to see what I've done because I'm posting all the time. So it just depends. And
Soon, you'll be the most famous person
that's true. In the world and in world history.
Yeah, so and I will be right there. I will be right in that historical.
Absolutely, you'll be the most famous person, perhaps, from Czech Republic in history.
Yes, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't look, Tony. I wouldn't tell you anything if I didn't think it was true. I would not sit here and be like, I wouldn't tell you a lie. Do I think you're going to be the most famous person in global history? No, I will be. But do I think you'll be the most famous person, perhaps, from Czech Republic? Absolutely.
And where did he put it in? In his left. Now, this is the dog, because if you put it into three shorts, they're putting it in the left hand would be a big no-no.
And it's just a matter of time. Like Jimmy Donaldson, a.k.a. Mr. Beast, he has his early videos from like 10 years ago, where nobody watched him, and all he would do is like count to 100,000. He would just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And he would make like a 12-hour video of him just counting to 100,000. And that grew, and then and then eventually now he's worth like $5 billion. But that was 10 years ago. So you have to see yourself in 10 years, when you're 31 years old, how your life is going to change. And I think the fact that you had the courage to interview me, you did an excellent job, and you are a patient individual. You just have to give it time. Now, can I guarantee any of this? No. But even if, God forbid, lightning strikes me down right now, I still have more data on the internet than any person's ever archived, and future generations will be going through the internet like historians, like archaeologists, trying to find just interesting stuff, and then they will find my stream, just like an archaeologist who is digging through the soil in Egypt, and they'll say, "What is this?" And they'll tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend. But I don't think it's going to take that. See, I don't just sit. People may think like, oh, you're just sitting there. No, that's not true. I have 3 robots going right now, right here, that are promoting myself. I've got another 2 robots there promoting myself. So that's 5 robots. And then another 2 robots here. So I've got 7 robots that are at any given time making clips of myself and tagging people in it. And I have 1 robot that's making a blog, another robot that's tagging pictures, another robot that is on Kick right now and goes to random Kick streams, tags the people there, creates a clip, and puts my Discord link in the clip name. So randomly people, I mean, here, I'll show it to you. Just a moment.
That's true.
It is, just a moment. All right.
We did a whole stick over here.
Just a moment.
When it comes to cleaning, you need to use right and left.
I can see you too.
Yeah, I'm on a bunch of streams. All right, so this guy right here, this is just some random streamer, and my bot is programmed to randomly clip his stream. And the way this bot works, I'm going to stop it, is it will go here, clip it, it creates a clip, and then it will put the description of what I do, who I am, what I do, in the clip name. And then what it does is it publishes it. And then once it publishes it, it's everywhere. So if I go, let me just see if this is, I could be wrong. And it just goes to a random stream that I have here. There's like a website that just allows you to go to random streams. And then when I'm done, or if the bot runs into an issue, like the account gets banned or something, then it just creates a new one. It creates a new account. So, right. So here's the programming. And all I have to do is press play. And you watch, like my hand's here, it's going to close this Chrome. And I have it moving slowly because if it moves too quickly, it misses the timing. So it will go a little slow. But you'll see here, it can, it's very smart. It like recognizes where the like images are. See, it's hard to see, but like the mouse is down there, and it will close this. So watch, it's going to close it in just a second. So it just closed it, and it will open it. It takes about 5 minutes to create an account, so I'm not just going to hold it here. But it'll create an account, and then it randomly goes to someone's stream. It clips a clip of them. It puts Rabbi Rothschild YouTube and then a link to my Discord, and then it moves on to the next person. And it just does that all day, all night, and it's been doing it for years. It's so powerful that the people at Kick have made it so that you can't type in Rabbi Rothschild into Kick without they've made it so that if you type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick, it automatically gets deleted. Like you can say anything in Kick, but you can't. Well, it's just a matter of time.
And Kisha Malakita, when does the furnace give a bunch of smoke? Actually, taxes are when you have a majority of fire.
Go ahead. So here's one of my other one of my other thoughts. This one, I have taken like pictures of really beautiful women, like Miss Universe, and they all have like an overlay on them that say like what I do and like to check me out on YouTube. So here I'll show you what this one does. Alright, so here we have a picture of some actress. It's going to come over here. You see the pink? It's going to change the text. Boom. Boom. It's going to hit save, and then it's going to move on to the next one after updating it. There we go. Now it moves on to the next person. Clicks on them. It's going to change all the metadata. The alt text changes the title of the picture. That is all like Rabbi Rothschild stuff. So that's what that one's doing. And then this one's wild too, and it's my newest one. It's creating like super advanced, like supercomputing articles about myself. So what it's going to do, it's going to do a new chat, and then it could be, it uses ChatGPT to publish articles about myself, and what it's going to do is it's going to refresh, create a new chat,
then you have to be completely done. But guys, a liquid, just grab it. Okay, that's right before.
If you're like, why does it go faster? Slow and steady wins the race. So it's going to populate something in ChatGPT, and then it goes over here and it's going to create, like this article was on photonic quantum computers, like whatever that means. And then here are my articles, and what it's going to do is create a new post on the next topic. And the topics are fascinating. They're all on like supercomputing, but I can do it on any subject. And it's going to go to like gate-based quantum computers, quantum annulators, analog neural computers, synthetic biological neural computers, trapped ion quantum computers, photonic tensor processors, and then it's going to type that into the title of the post right there, and then it's going to publish it. It's going to confirm. Then what it's going to do is it is going to start creating blogs and like articles, and it creates 50 of them just on trapped ion quantum computers. And then what it will do is take that information, publish it. And the key thing is it does this without me having to do anything. So I could be asleep and it's creating content, and then random people go on the internet and they Google something on supercomputers, and then they find my blogs and my writings, and then they find out about my discussion. I see that you're having issues with it this one. Okay, that's fine.
Made out of one sort of flour that was divided in two. And one of them got lost. So instead of the one on the right got lost.
Yeah, I wanted to say something funny in there. I thought about telling her to watch her go pop.
Right after you
But then I go, I don't know. I wish I could have said that too. I almost want to reply it, but I can also make sure you watch her go. We're going to puppy first. There's no chance she's not doing it. She's going to be
automatically
Hopefully it's not as bad as
goes
those
to
three
the
we
other.
did. Remember
Why?
the three
Because
twins
they're
or
still
sisters?
connected.
That would be really
From the
cool.
same
Right? That's
income.
going to be something.
So they were
Closer to
the
that
entire
than
thing
George Carlton.
connected. But what happened
For sure. It's not going to be George Carlton.
in another
But
place?
I'm assuming it's going to be better than the Caligari sisters.
Why? Because that guy, that third guy, is separate from the other two. It's not the same. It's not from the same income. So we know that. But what happens over here? Now we have three pieces. You have the original, the old guy. He's the original piece. You have the guy that got lost, the guy on the left. He's over. He got lost, but he's connected to the first one. And then you have the Mufresh, he's the new guy. The guy over on the right, the new guy. So let's see. If a dead mouse, this mouse is very dead, touches the lost one, who's connected to the lost one? Out of the three, who's connected to the lost? The rich one, the first one. So only the first one becomes Tame because the bowl is only a Tama when it's connected to it. The Mufresh is not Tame. Oh. Now, if the Mufresh becomes Tame, who is the Mufresh connected to? Rishon, only the Rishon. He's not connected to the lost guy. Once again, what happens if the Rishon gets Tame? Both of them are connected to him. The problem is, you can't eat any of them. Why? Because you can only be connected to one. You can't be connected to two. So let's see inside. He starts to look at the other Nephilim. You didn't have it after. You didn't say Rishon, and you found the first one. Very close to enough of the reason all three of them are inside the same hole. Making more of if the lost guy got Hamid, other the region inside him. So he has a connection to the first one, and therefore the first one is coming. Mufresh ain't started, but the other guy that you brought in afterwards, he's not part of it. Mitzvah Mufresh, but what if the new guy became coming? Mufresh Rishon started. The one that never was lost, the one with the white beard, the original, he's a partner with the Mufresh. The one that got lost, and he's not a partner of it. This is Rishon, but what if the Rishon got coming? Nathan starts. They're both coming. Forget what I said before. They're both coming. Abai says this applies to all three cases. In other words, if the lost piece got Tamei, then look what happens. The Mufresh and the Rishon become Tamei. Why? My time of Kudu B'nei, Fixo the Hatzal, they're all part of the same house. They all belong to the same family. It's not like the case that we had yesterday, we bring a third piece from outside that belongs to another mincha. Over here, they all belong to the same mincha. The reason why you made a Mufresh, the reason why you brought in another half, was to complete the Rishon. So he's part of the mincha also. The other is certainly part of the mincha. He's the original. They're all part of the same house. And the middle, they're all common. So the Gemara the same idea would apply if you have three parts. One of them you started out with two parts, and one got lost. It's the same mincha, half got lost. It's hard for my time. Take a look what happened here. You did a pizza now from that part. Took a little bit of flour out of it. Shiyaram, so the leftover of the oven. Again, who's the lost guy's partner? The first guy. So in Mela, he's able to do the pizza for him. Mufresh, but the other and the new guy have no connection. So therefore, you cannot eat from the Mufresh. If these two are partners, great. Now, if we take pizza from the Mufresh guy, that's the way like 2 seconds now you see it. Okay. He has flour, Yoro, and now the Mufresh, and the Rishon are partners, and therefore you can eat from those two. And the lost one is not included. Here's what I say. Promise when I Rishon, I did eat pizza. From the first one, because now they have a connection, and now we don't know where the pizza belongs to. since he's the first guy, the guy with the white beard, is connected to both the Mufresh and the Avod. So it is a good Kmitza, but the problem is we don't know where the Kmitza goes to. We don't know if we go to the Mufresh or we go to the Nevan. So therefore, you can't eat them. Abai Omar Afilu Kamas Nevan, man, name in the Chalim, Abai says it doesn't matter if you get a Kmitza from any of the three, you can't eat any of them. Because we're all connected to each other. I view it almost like sorry, like a husband married to two wives. You know, like they're all connected to that husband, that Rishon guy. It seems like that when you take a mitzvah from one, at least that one that you took the mitzvah from, you put it on the mizbeach and you could eat it. You could eat the rest of the shirai. That's what it would seem like. There's a sixth of the kmitza that cannot be put on the mizbeach. In other words, a third. Let's view it as a third. If you think about it as a third, this brought this for, I don't know if it's going to help. Somebody gave this to me which I was home and I was scared for it. Let's say you have 3 pieces.
Because there's at least going to be some production. Like some that'd be crazy. Nothing goes down. It's just a whole troll fest. Maybe that's the issue.
And I'm going to do pizza. I do pizza.
I think that there's an angle here for us, though. I don't think she'll ever talk to us, but if she did talk to us, we could. It would be interesting to have somebody who's never done stand-up that does something like this.
One of these guys is no good.
Because
one of these guys, let's say this guy is the new guy that you put in. So this third, when I did the pizza, a third of my pizza was for him.
Doing stand-up is no different for him because he's terrible at it. And
it's really a third.
He says they did all these mics and shows, but he really didn't.
And give another 6 each one to
so
6.
It would be interesting to see is she going to be better than
third of my pizza, which belongs
also,
to him and not
she
to
doesn't
him.
care about her at all. I imagine
It's
like,
we can call it a third,
like
that's
that.
understandable.
I think Brendan Chop would be mad if she
A third
wasn't
belongs to this guy. This guy right over here
I feel like Brendan Chop
is
would be the best.
no good.
He's the best worst comedian of all time.
And when you put
That's
this
so funny. He
part
can't
on
even
his
have
back,
that.
it's not a good pizza.
Right
Now
now,
you
he's the
have
best
you have a
worst
third
comedian ever
missing,
lived, but Bobby
this is
Alton
pizza
takes
now.
that somehow.
This third over
He's got
here
nothing
is
after
terrible.
She starts doing
It really belongs to a no good guy.
She starts giving fight pics.
After
I am
tomorrow,
slightly
not
curious
going
of
to
Bobby
in the
Alton,
car,
like
you can
what
down
it
to the
will
coast
eventually turn out to be.
I'm not sure
But
you
yeah,
can
no,
remember
obviously,
Castro.
it would matter.
But now the same question.
I'm curious to
Because
see
we're
what
paying
it
the
is.
fire.
I'm
How
curious
in
to
the
know why
world you put this on the back when 1/3 belongs to who is something that doesn't that's not supposed to be on his back?
I don't understand. People wanted to do it in front of people.
Like you like this word. Well, you get people doing a little more over the
Because
third.
they don't know if they're good or not. So I understand that
Actually,
part.
all
I understand wanting to do stand-up and thinking you're the best one. I understand that.
When they play
I
it
don't
like this,
understand why
and
you
when
don't
it's
try it
so
out. Even if you think you're going to be the best, that's some shit.
when he took a picture from whatever it is, his mind is it should be only on the good stuff. Whatever he doesn't have in his hand any bad milk.
Also, I could just be,
But
that's
he
how
comes out
people
and
make
makes a
stand-up.
comment that he's sorry
It's
for.
just that I
He's only
don't really
thinking
know
about
about it.
the 2 parts that are good. He's
Chance,
really sorry.
Hail
He's
Mary,
not pregnant
you
with
know,
people.
he had a show, didn't pan out, tried a podcast,
He
and
came
failed.
coming.
He tried to do stand-up.
Yeah?
He's
It's pizza.
really like talking about people who do
But this
stand-up.
mouse touched the pizza.
That's maybe what she's
And he
doing.
put it onto his back. We have a very
So
special
the agent was like,
popular that tells us that he even though it's coming,
more like this was live shows.
we ignore it.
Just talking
Why?
to her fans.
Because
Fans
something called the
with the
truth.
Q&A.
That the kind of the weird on his forehead.
Stand-up, all right, what are the questions?
It's just like the nice jacket that he's taking over here.
You come on stage, you come on stage. Yeah, come on, what are you guys do? They're just all horny dudes.
And this has
It'd be
special
dumb
power.
if she fucked the
It's
stool.
not like
It would be cool if she fucked the stool.
that is power.
Yeah,
Supernatural power that
She
can overcome
fucks the
even
stool, and then you know, be great.
because the
Here's a
player
great
says that
idea.
the sick
She steals
is
bits,
forgive another.
like, from people.
Listen to what that
Like
is.
she does, she steals Renee Bacchus on the
It could
stool.
be that Vera could be one of these
Yeah,
things.
well, no, she just tells people to
Yeah,
come up
Vera.
and have sex
One
with
of
the
them is
stool. Like,
someone.
oh, yeah, like, show me how you fuck. Is there a leg? Oh, that's what that's called, is there a leg? The leg. And then it's like, when you're helping, what is Okay. Yeah, but I told her. Yeah, she's like, yeah, she'll be on that. Yeah. And then what's another thing she like a super famous bitch is throwing squirrels. That would be, that would be crazy if she just came out and then verbatim and then I was trying to show him how big was like a shopping cart. Because we have huge dicks now. But then the medicine man came out and was like, oh, that drank count. She's just doing us. She needs to do that'd be interesting. She won't do something weird like that. Like, like this, dude. Like this. Oh, yeah. I know we do T-Mo's, but this is pretty great, dude. This is street setting. Yeah, this is bigger than just T-Mac. Yeah, this is bigger than both of us, dude.
We have all these
It even says the word in the galleon. It says the answer so It's so, we're talking about this, it's so mean. I'd rather have a copy of 12. That's right. He's obviously just saying 24 because 24 is bigger than 12. So bad that he knows. Man, when I first saw this in Texas, like, oh, man. Paul Say sent it to us on IG, and I saw it first, and then you saw it separately. You sent it to me. It's the funniest. It's probably up there with the funniest thing that has ever been posted on this. It's so good because I knew when that happened. I did not remember the scene, but in my brain, I thought while I was watching it, I wonder if like there's a scene from some movie, maybe Fast and the Furious. I literally had this thought, maybe Fast and the Furious, where this happened. How do I know that? Because I've watched too much of the shit and I've gone insane. So, and then it shows Paul Walker, and I go, no fucking way is this about to be from it, even though I just thought that's probably what it is. As I get to months, regardless of this.
Now it is about better for Mustang and Galileo 12 or Galileo 24. Here's my listing, but what year's your Mustang? I could do some more info.
He's no jack shit. He's just cosplaying whatever people have told him. He's like, I want to do my truck really fast. They go, oh, here's the truck. It's the first one they ask. I told my wife about this clip, and she said, why wouldn't he just like say, I don't know. And I go, you don't get it. You don't get it. We're going to rip your back off. Yes. Snap your fucking back off and what that.
Why the Galileo? Why the Galileo? If you can.
Why the Galileo?
So if it's a lighter kind of there,
like I knew this other engine. I was driving the smoke truck and but not a Mustang. I drove a truck with a Galileo.
Yeah, more of it.
It's kind of funny. It's like if we look deeper into it, this is like there is no Galileo in Mustangs or something.
Well, like this. Walking outside of the
Galileo's not a real motor. It's like a fucking pizza place.
Why is it does not?
Oh shit, that's why. Yeah. Oh, that's even worse. That's what I'm saying. What were you thinking this whole time? I saw the clip. I assumed it's just not real. It's not a real thing. Does he say pizza? Yeah. Well, the guy is from a pizza joint. He's a Galileo.
Sometimes I'm curious like we had fun in the backyard. Or we kept on in the backyard. You see that sometimes this comes.
I didn't even see the end. Maybe I didn't see the end of the clip. Well, it's the same thing as in my mind. I saw like the top, the front part of it. So I just assumed it was like a name of it.
I like the mixing of the 5-0 swap when it comes to Ford. I can't get enough of 5-0s. It's like the best engine Ford's ever made. There's so many parts for it. You get so much power out of it. I do the 5-0 blow.
double hold with his right hand,
That's right.
heavy hold. You want to go with the right hand, even though you should really be
Gallows
holding
pizza.
vertically over the left.
Yeah, it's a Galio. He doesn't even say it right. No, it's
You
Galio.
got it. But what is the first? You know you're right. But this whole this and this and heavy. The first is and you dominant head. You see.
Can you tell me right quick what would be better motor for my Skyline? A Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24? That's bad, dude. It's fucking bad, dude. Oh, sell the storage unit, dude. This is bad. Oh my god. It's worthless. I try to like stop thinking about it because it's very embarrassing for him to like say that out loud. Like I was saying that, or that I'd have to kill somebody. And that they don't understand. Because you just know it coming back. How do you explain? And this is what I'm saying. Am I telling you that the fucking place that Dr. Custer that he's interning at, whatever pawn shop is like he's unbelievable. They didn't see this. They're gonna see this. They're gonna be like, "Fine, go back to the restroom." Bob to the restroom, dude. And I mean, I'm just waiting to read about what he says. He has to respond. I don't think so.
You have one more on the list.
I think he might not respond.
If an animal has a blemish,
It's possible he doesn't say anything about it.
you know how to put on the list? It's not similar to the photo. The thing taken with Wally wasn't a wild thing with her. No, it's
I love that the person that did this,
bird.
thinking about it,
Don't have it in a
can you
move.
imagine
No,
what it
man,
felt
I
like
can't
then
grab it
actually
with a they don't grab his rifle.
when you're
Really
right here?
kids don't move. Animals. If an animal is working as a bird is looking at you, put on your own back. Look who's female like it. And there, look on the claw. Very nice. Nice try. Layer up.
This makes me miss pranks. I never did anything that was gonna make this bad.
There is no sense of going to be a copper when the person straight out. Don't bring it. If you bring it, lay the rest of it and fucking over.
Dude, anyway, I don't know. I think I have more to say about it, dude. This is
How about
nuts.
down? This one
How
drop it.
good did it do on James?
Dead now.
Really good.
Sure.
It's top of the week.
And he did drink with it.
This is
The
the
sugar
one
is good
that's
stuff.
good for us, I guess, technology. Honestly, probably most beers, dude.
With the rice stuff, it
This
works.
line, this guy's done.
Why? Because you have
It's been
skin
able
over
to
here.
create for a long
And
way.
the chicken is not to come on.
Yeah, why did Chin leave it in?
Do it deliberately. The
Chin's
lazy
not
way
like
works
saying
though.
he's a
Why?
fucking truck.
What is that
It's
called
true.
about guys?
He's driving a Cybertruck. He's not like
The penalty. You
it
don't have to do it.
is.
Put you in
I
that
hope
nigga.
it does
You
go
can
viral, but I feel like the days of shop
Try
going
to
viral might
get
be
something
over.
up that has a penalty.
But you've always
The
said
head go on the way in the
find a new way.
That's an individual.
This is another way. This
It's
is like
amazing work, though.
a different way of
Look at
flipping the
penalty
truth.
to the community. So even if they do
Who
deliberately,
knows?
it works.
Have you heard other
The
people
nice
talk
it
about
works.
this? Because I really
It works
only
like
hear
nothing
love
else.
things. No,
It's
I've
punished
heard
you.
I haven't spoken to
The guy.
anyone about this.
Yeah, the
Girls
dog.
see me
They
laughing
just show you
at
that
me.
it makes this. They wait for it. It doesn't matter how he did it. Roy hurts us.
It's just
The guy doesn't get a kapara and the skull. The kapara. You're meaning, but here's the top. He just said that an individual doesn't get a kapara if he uses blood that's common, he doesn't uphold it. But it says before this, I'm not thinking like, I don't know, I don't say like, turn it over there means the top is a part, so you put them in the back,
people that check the
they
messages to
he
read
did
it
nothing. And look
every
at this. Same the Shaggy,
make sure you
same
don't
the
be
Navy,
exposed.
even if it's on
I
purpose.
can't be exposed
Same
like
the
this
Onion,
again.
same the Rothschild, same the
It was
Yosin,
made to be
same
a
the
joke.
Yosin.
You know,
Because
it's
even
funny
the
is that
Yosin,
there's, I mean,
the
the more I
receiver,
think about
here
it,
it is.
because it's just like he's
alright.
catering to an
Always
audience.
bothers me.
And when
We
you're doing
are
it, when you're
shot,
fucking
but
gold,
that's
you're
really
fucking
flexible.
buckets here.
It says Shaggy and Major, Onion and
It's a lot of
Rothschild.
sand you gotta sift through.
Major means I'm taking to
He's found a lot of
means
jerk
you
guys
report.
like your heads.
Russian means you did it on
Like
purpose. So
fisting the
in
fucking
fact,
algorithm.
Major and Russian are identical.
Posting
No
about like,
reason
oh
to
no, you're
say the
really
word
like
Russian.
carrots on why?
The Russian says you are.
Influx of
Because
carrots,
the
dude.
opposite of Shaggy is
And he's
Major,
getting little nuggets of like
the
followers
opposite
here
of
and there.
Onion is
Real
Russian.
fucking dude.
But the
They don't
Major and
have
Russian are the same.
fast first.
Shaggy and Onion are very good.
And then
I
I see
didn't know that you know how to do it.
so
Why
fuck.
was this only put a
That's
gun to
because
your
I
head?
know what the fuck
You're
he's
forced
talking
to do
about.
it. The
There's
Shaggy
no
and
way
Onion are very
you're
good.
carroted.
Shaggy and Major are very good.
That's a good
One
point,
out of the
because
four
he is trying to
is
court
is
that
really
viewership.
extra, doesn't
Who knows how
belong,
many of those guys
but
are
he's domestic.
curious, got
So
wild
you
fans
imagine
are
Onions
watching,
are
so it'd be like,
throwing
I
it out.
don't know, Guy
So,
Fieri not
this
knowing
is today's sugya.
what
maybe even a little bit tomorrow. That's what
He's like next to a
what we have is what two
there's
guys
ketchup,
there's
there's red bottle, there's yellow bottle.
bracket number one says bracket number one says it's not the rapper when it's a visual button on purpose. The fist is not working to do it on purpose for you. But no, it says the just happens the fist does work individual but does it on purpose. Answer number one.
Say this word out, Jim.
So everybody just says no, but everybody says yes, you're going to this. What we're going to do right now is going to take us let's just do it for starter. Now, I think we're going to do this.
Watching YouTube is about chess.
Simple stuff, though. All I'm out of the ice is 4 lines down one time. The part of the ice, bracket number 2.
What the top ranked chess players rank
coming out cards. You know, like this too. The person has literally 100 apples. That's these two of them just had it. These white guys, he takes the 2 apples of the dead man card. And he didn't do it right. No good. Why? Because it's pretty fine. The really can't eat it. The only way you sell for really cheap, so you hate it. You didn't call them. But he went ahead and he did it anyways. He showed you came up with Primo. The main did it came up with Primo. This is very similar to how it should be. You shouldn't do it. But if you did it on purpose, or if you did it on purpose, it doesn't work. Again, why doesn't it work here by Primo? It's not for chess. It does work for that right. So if you did it by mistake, you continue to Primo, and you did it on purpose, not a Primo. The problem is that when this was a literally middle hour shooting right over here, that was that if you have six yuck, you did it on purpose, you do get a kapara even if you did it on purpose. You do, the tumor does work, even though you shouldn't have given it and you shouldn't have done it like that to work. That's the reality of it. Tomorrow, hey, but this time it's really good. So one thing to say you don't get a penalty, but to say that the stick is so powerful that you could eat it, that's already far-fetched. To say that the stick is so powerful that you could actually eat it, it's one thing to say that you cannot. To say that you go ahead and eat, but I know it's more than that. Because Reliaz is the one that says the stick is powerful, you could even actually eat it. And Reliaz, when we're talking about, saying that stick without the Rothschild, it literally doesn't work.
How do anal beats help? Like, so if it buzzes once, it's like A, and then buzzes
look at this thing right on there. It's all the beautiful time. The one on the left.
So like computers will
this cover against the one that says there's no penalty, there's no problem, this is great. What do you do? It's very simple. What you do, you flip it around. Revenge is the one that says the stick is around. Okay, yeah. Let's go. Now the Gemara is going to do 25 lines.
Long story short, chess
lines.
like some sort of
To prove that you can't flip. The Rebbe cannot say this is Rafa Latino. That means the Rebbe says this is Rafa Latino. So just to get to the back, you have to just remember, what are we trying to achieve here? We're trying to achieve one thing. To prove that the Rebbe the lines are like this. This is Rafa Latino, this is the Rebbe. And now you're trying to do what he's saying. It's very nice try, but it doesn't work. Not sure. You look at it, how do you flip it around? But I know that there's no animates, but you might still want to know. That became something and you ate it before the Zika. What before the Zika? Zika allows you to something or it's like connected. Before Zika, you weren't allowed to eat it there. You would know where to move. Right. So the tournament's being streamed somehow. I would say you have a Malay. Maybe you get carded for Kusuma. You're playing with double comics. You should get carded for eating it. You don't get carded for that. Why? Because you're not edible. So it was Ricky yet. I'm away, Mike. I'll call you up. I'll bust it. I never say, because I'll bust it. You never want to tell them. You can muscle out. The difference is when you get carded. I need to look at it. It's okay for the guy that said that he only you're a problem. You ate it, then you get carded. You can't even look carded, but it's the meat that was never able to be eaten by anyone. Why? Because it was Ricky yet. I don't really think so much. Okay, so that's one. So tomorrow, maybe coming to say that somebody else is get carded. I know that house, the guy who something, maybe you should get carded. You shouldn't never go to something. Why can't he, if I love it, I like to eat him, the color carded. Perhaps it's something true. Me, so it's left overnight, and he's the one that is the English, that a card person, in other words, a card person equals, you be false.
I don't think they
Why not
always
share
were so.
that
What's the
That's
word?
true. You bought your hired cards.
No, what's it like when you're.
Lawn and right thing, if you need it, hired cards.
It started with that one guy.
Maybe if somebody's coming, Ego, a nice guy, he can be hired cards. And Mara just pauses for a second, goes off track, just to fix his sentence, and started saying, "Law, what do you mean, nice guy? We just spoke about law, and we said law and you're hired." Right, Tony? Maybe nicer, but we just discussed law, nothing nicer than saying, "You're right, okay, fine. Hello, I'm going to be doing for the start. People should be like nicer." I thought part of it goes back into the line now. I'm going to get my son in here. The player says, if you eat people, and you're comment, you don't get caught. Why did you decide? You have two things. You have right thing wrong, but instead you get caught. You have people you say you don't get caught. Who told you? Maybe people you should get caught and like you shouldn't. This is part of his logic. Why did you have to play like this? You're not fucking with me because the player at the end of the day said one is highest price and one is not. I'm in. Well, let's see what makes more sense. Why did I say it's like the price? Long and late thing, when once upon a time is good. $5 each of the way, somebody took it out of me, something good. You get me like $5 each out of the way, it went overnight. But $5 is good. Like that, he's going to say the price, so he go out and bring that price back. Not for one moment of its lifetime was it closer. This case that to me what became coming even before his recall. Bomb question. How can you give him cards? Just never had a separation. You know, so I just said something that never, the moment was born, is already bad, you don't get caught. No, so it's piece of meat that he ate when he caught it. Before his recall, it was never okay to eat. So he never had a chance to price it. How can you get priced for it? Oh, because that's just rapid. Because it's sick. Gives you an out over it. It makes it a little completely culture. It takes you out there. I'm a part of making it in, makes it light. It comes out, but if it becomes coming, you get hurt. And if it goes outside, before it's recall, you don't get hurt. My time says, oh, I'm keeping the else reacted. Oh, finally, here we get to the right. This is Rabbi because as part of the miraculous picture of Pila. It's Rabbi Eliezer, let's look at the side again. It's like when you have that line, but it's sitting up in Pila, and now, finally, so let's go to one, the fancy of Paul, and the other up on it. Okay, so back. So this is Rabbi Eliezer. Instead of saying, what was our problem? So we have a competition with the prices, not a competition. The right says that this is not miraculous with the bottom. Right there, so you're not going to go to yes, sir. Not reality, you got rid of reality. It's the whole other parents. It's 25 lines of food. It's not reality, it's reality. Now, both sides have a wonderful. Spreading front throughout the world.
If someone had Tyson play you, like, well, they kind of like. They gotta get somebody like that no one likes. Yeah, you could do that, but then it's like if people like Tyson. True. You want somebody like you want this to be a successful show. That's true. Yeah. What if it becomes so successful with Tyson that people start believing that again? Like not that they ever believed it, but then like oh people believed it. I know, yeah. That's why I can say if they were harassing families. But I'm saying Tyson, you hire him, you might. They're trying to make fun of it backfires, and it's like, man, we actually have to prevent it. They're doing like everyone starts believing in conspiracy. I used to jam out with this guy. Shout out to the truth. Great. One of those masters types. So stop jamming as much as we used to jam all the time at plays. Like his dad would be like,
what we saw yesterday is that he's not really
slowly but surely, like after weeks and weeks, I noticed that his dad would be smoking in the backyard, like smoking some people would be there. And like, I'm like, this is a nice guy. Keep in mind, this is when Barack Obama whenever I hear about Alex Jones, man, I think about that dude's dad. Yeah, because this fool, like, went full bore just Alex Jones, dude. He's like, everything he's saying is 100% true. That's hilarious. It's like a punch. Like, one of the pants he shoes. Like, he's just on it. He's just on it. He pulls up papers and he's like stacking like Alex Jones. He's like full Alex Jones. So I watch it with him. I watched him watch it with me. Because I would watch Alex Jones with me and just at me. It was so fun. Yeah. Every once in a while, it's Michael Penis. Biggest Michael Penis. We always say to each other. And what's it called? But no, I would watch it. Like, and he's enjoying his life. So it's like, he's like laughing. Those fuckers are fucking taking it. I love that. And he's into it. And he's laughing because I was funny. Yes, the trippy things. Hey, so I'm curious because I've never really talked to anybody that like fully watched it and also believed all of it. When you're talking, was there any kind of like the first time you realized that you knew you'd watch Alex Jones? Was there anything where he's like, I kind of watch it? Full on, just like the second you asked him, he was all in. He was like, really? No, he was all in. And I wouldn't be disrespectful, especially outside his house, So I would just be like, it was so interesting because he just had like photos, which was hilarious. And then watching something like TikTok, like from before, I didn't have any indication of what this was going to be. Like that, a lot of people are like doing this. At the time, I was just trying to stop making music. But I always think about that now. I talk to like to a lot of songs. My mom came in from Scotland, and I talked to her on the phone. And phone call was kind of short. We were on the phone for 30 minutes. She was, all right, I got to catch up with my podcasters. And therefore, she was in Kansas. She said, my mom said Kansas is on to it or something like that. We still haven't found out who controls it. I was like, are you serious? She's like, yeah, we're figuring it out. I'm like, stop saying we. She kept saying we. I was like, Mom, you're not doing anything. What are you talking about, we? You went to Scotland. You went to France. She was doing reconnaissance work. She's like, that fucking bitch Erica Kirk did it. He's on Drewski. Drewski's funny. She likes Drewski now because the Erica Kirk thing. That's hilarious. And I'm like, wow, I gotta report this back. That's so wild, though. That's awesome that your mom's like picking up on the characters. That's like why they're too lazy to talk about. Too lazy to try something. Yeah, there's people out there like Rothschild. People get everything. Rothschild says, American Castle says, what's funny is I've been meditating with this recently. I'm not talking about that, but no, what's it called? My mom, I told you this before, like, she's doing it for entertainment purposes, so I think she's fucking with me too, and she knows that I'll be like, are you serious? But her friends, I won't say their names because I don't want them to be sure, but they'll be like full bore, like real upset about something that can't accept, like, implicating like Brigitte or whatever the fuck she's talking about, And then my mom will be like, it's like not real, like, she'll turn on them at the last second, and they're like, Rosa, what? What do you mean? Like, you watch kids do it, we don't watch it. Yeah, my mom doesn't that's gonna, I feel like that's, I can relate to that. I'm kind of like, but now what she says is weird, trying to figure it out. That I caught her on, because I was like, that's not a joke. You literally just said weird, trying to figure it out. I do say things like that to mess with my friends, like, okay, like I'll play whatever I can to sort of mess with them. I'll say, well, yeah, me and him are trying to get you know who we like to, and then like just I'll say I'm a regular and stuff like that, but I'm not actually. They know I'm not experienced. And then they're like, I'm serious. So if Rosa's doing that, it's kind of similar. It's funny about being a ripper, personally, what's funny about the ripper thing is that, he made like some fucking roundabouts through like the fucking podcasting sphere of Dave Smith, Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, Kenny Smith. He went through the fucking gamut, and he came out on the other side, and I don't care about anybody. Like, he's no part of my band. But while it was happening, that means, like, if you're a great competitor, you become a great person. And
It's just not true.
It isn't about
No,
that.
I think
So what can happen is,
true.
if you're right, you can overcome the grief of the
Some of
story.
them, and obviously, it's but also that dolphin category funny to me. But I'm not like, I don't care about watching. I tried watching one Rumble show, and I was like, yeah, this is not. I thought it would be like Red Bar, like watching Red Bar. Oh yeah, I mean, but he isn't. It was too serious. I don't. Yeah, I think he's probably best in clips. I don't know what the actual show is like. I don't imagine it's that great. You're like when I go to Wendy's, it's clips. Because like you watch it, there's probably who knows what it is. And there's never been any fear that I'm like, if I watch this, I'm going to burn. I think that's probably more the case for like young guys that are easily, we're set in our ways. Thankfully, all the shit we want is real good. The thing is, you're too busy for us to we're too set in our ways to be able to like late in life become some sort of insane Nazi thing. But yeah, I don't even think, I don't buy into the young people thing too. There was this guy who was telling me about like, he's a older guy, and he was like, one of my friends' family, they're really worried about their son because he's really into this space. Oh fuck. And I held my tongue because in my mind, I'm like, how do they even believe? The kid is probably not serious. As they're talking, he's like, yeah, they wanted this computer and they found this like really disturbing stuff he's been watching. And I'm thinking to myself, they wanted this computer. And then they told him that. That's fucked up. He's gonna like it more. Yeah, this is the worst way to do it. It's almost as if you want to create one of these weirdos. You're trying to create this person. You don't do that. You just, if you really are worried about that, just hang out with your kid more. Show them funny AF. Sit them down and break their computer from them. Go to the library, tell everyone in the library, make them take a shirt off and say, look how fat my stupid fucking son is. And then make them run around the library while he's wet and tired for the bills. That is kind of, that almost sounded like something, not that happened to you, that almost sounded like computer for that's like, it would be like one solution to almost anything. I told you about that. You fucking just play on the electric guitar and put all the parts of it into different levels of what you do. Oh yeah, get it back. Check this out, dude. I'll put my down here really quick. Oh, this is good. So, like, I'm a song just if you want to. That wasn't the one you took it to go. You're the very one. Looking at some passages with another one of the passages. This is too much like me and you. Like this is me, Russell, like trying to figure. You're like you, and you told me the thing, and I go, yes. And I'm just look over and I'm asleep. Don't you just pick up random fucking words after like 3 seconds? After 3 seconds, I go like John 3:16. Not if you're Russell Price, I'm sure it's the truth. Yeah, he's a truth. Truth teller, yeah. Yeah, he never knows. That was so much. DC's from It's so funny to see somebody that's this religious who maybe knows less than I do. It's kind of shit. Boy. Stuck in the way, and I think his name was Isaiah. Maybe Jonah. Yes, Jonah. Jonah was friends with Isaiah. He was inside of Isaiah. Oh, wait. I think kill a shark. Kill a shark. He's inside of it. Okay.
stuff. But I mean, you know what? Like, there's some like, see why AI was created and why AI is so beautiful. Solo Gastano, a che fino lo sei, when Gastano made a realtà, first said he made twice. Twice, once and then played once, and then he came later on, he went back there. He comes into the son, he just mentioned Kia, and he was and you think Kia, oh wait a minute, Kia, he wrote the license. He has two sons, so it's twins. What was the name? They were saying he's starting to think that when he tried to do that. I think
This is what being too early had like
one star right now. The way
this is what
everything is so clear.
whatever you're thinking about
Okay, what do we have in this phone?
it's safe to be in the hentai NSFW chat room. Outside of there, keep it together, guys. You know, room where you have someone in there, we call daddy, ask advice, safe, and watch it too. Okay, we jack off to still
From one to the other. Why? Because it's the same payment, the same phone, street. Let's gather it out. He started to work on the beginning of the beat. One started, one about it.
It is a Bible because no page turns in the Bible. That's why you start reading kids' doctrine. It's just like a page turn.
I just saw the whole video for you. I
mean, especially
the guy had so much. Go to the photocopy that today. Comes out of the workhouse. So he was part of the promote, but still so much coming.
I call this part of the book.
He said,
I was trying to do the bit where I forgot what the book was called, but I think he says he calls it the Book of Rothschild. What did you say? No, yeah, you're right. It's not in the Bible necessarily. It's something I thought of yesterday.
Find the verse. I don't know what I had that time, but this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
I take a douche more than last time. I feel like it's important to know what the thing is about to say. It looks so off. Yeah. I mean, I want to pay off. Yeah. What do you think about this? You're saying you're correct. I mean, you know, he is exactly what you think he is. The Bears are who we thought they were. Looking at some numbers, I feel like maybe in the beginning he was having other people write stuff for him or something, because his books are there, the bookie look and the thing, and then he was great in those movies in the beginning, and then he just lost it, and also was sick as doing terrible films. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I agree with that. I think he's gone off the handle. I enjoyed watching some of his content on YouTube, I'm not gonna lie to you. But there's a point where I said stop recommending this channel. I can't tell you what that was, but I was like, I like the pacing. Like his pacing is really good. Not when he's getting interviewed with Peach Morgan, because he's kind of crazy. But yeah, you can tell that with this, like with the shoelaces coverage of it and whatnot. Like, he's just like, I don't know, he's just full of himself. Yeah, he's like, I can find a way out of speaking. He really said on the podcast that he had section 16. It's not the best movies. No. Oh, come on, dude. Pull that one on real quick. That was like major. I just don't understand how you would go from being like the goofy, funny British guy to what he tried to be before he was canceled. Like the intellectual, like rebel, you know, just, and then all the Buddhist giving, you know, if it's really important to be a major, think about like, what has God given me? I was a Buddhist, now I'm a Catholic, now I'm a Protestant, you know, it's my relationship with Jesus is the same as I had with Buddha. What the fuck are you talking about? So first of all, the context of this,
listen to that stuff. And the real sexual assault forced his president to interject stopping after she punched him and stomach.
What up, Mr. Aquarius? How are you? Programming Robots just had somebody with whom I did a podcast earlier this week in here. And we're doing another one on Sunday, so that's cool. Yeah. Very well. Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Aquarius. You are loved. I care about you, and I love having you as my friend.
Appreciate you.
We love having you. There you go. Excellent. Yes, ma'am. Word, girl. Yes, ma'am.
If the owner or the client takes a pizza from A, the right side, is it good enough for the community? As if you did a pizza on the left side. What's the question? But if you say we're going about making something of it, so that could be a big matter. It's not a big deal. Awesome. The rubber will tell you, yes, it's coming. And now you have to do it cool. You have to see, now you have to have wide shoulders. Like, there you go. Do the pizza on the right one. The work on the left one, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to go bring another milk. That's already a cooler. Not only that, there's the rice in that box. You see them so small with the rice that you can even move up. Well, now the whole thing goes to the front thing. It's a put up, because the function is go out, you go. And we're going to do the Shimano, and we don't know that. So we do the Shimano, we're coming similar to that. But not like, we need to put the carriage in the This is the case that we spoke about a number of times. We're going to show you just the beginning of it, and we improved it a lot. But very has cleaned it up, so when the right one is well. So what do you think about it? Take a police from both. What could possibly happen? That part of one is completely isolated. Blue, that little island over there, blue island in the thing, is isolated. It's not even touching the rest of the blue. It goes over the part of the pink lesson. You know, whatever you have to do, just focus on one. And what do you call it? Take a peek from the blue. Take a peek from the blue. It's not a problem. Take a peek from the open level, you're good. But how do you do that? Part of it is missing. In order to take pictures, you have to have a full image of an aircraft. A tiny part of it is an island somewhere else. If they were touching all the way along, you know them. But they're not. It's literally our case. We have piece A and piece B. You're not touching. Over here you see, they can take an image off from one, and it applies to the island blue, which is things over there. The other thing is, we have to share it. That's why the other thing is share it. So, the part and touch it, I come out and pull it over. There's a piece somewhere. It has to be. If you get a nice fit, go with the piece that's not touching the rest of it. We're all going, looking and seeing nothing. If it's like this hole, what does that mean? That it's not literally, it's mixed, but every piece is touching each other. You don't have an isolated piece somewhere. That's why you decide to take a piece from the blue, big piece from the pink. Might have out at the end of the day, if you have two pieces of one milk, you take a piece from the other, or just assign it. The other in the middle takes the boxes. You take a piece from it, and of course, that's reconnected. what? Shloyaving is a very, very simple version. Shloyaving some Shnei Kelim, you can take two separate vessels, you can now take a pizza. Very simple, mashma. Obviously, two pieces Shnei Kelim. If it's in one vessel, two pieces in one vessel, that's okay. It says you're not taking two separate Kelim. You have a half a minute on one, half a minute on another, you cannot take pizza out. It's divided by two Kelim. But if you're in one food, just divided, then that would be okay. Rabbi, they tell me, go to the top of this really neat. Here it is. And it really should be gold. Sometimes it's gold, silver. We don't have to switch up from the eyes. Look, take a look. Take a look. It's unbelievable. I'm so excited about it. Look, he took it off with the pizza in the middle part. It's outside his cover. Fine. So look at this. He throws it off with flour. So the center is really isolated from everything else. But it's touching on top. Is that considered touching or not? The answer is it's not touching. You know why? It's abundantly. Take a look. Whoa, look, it's better up there. It's astonishing. You're following. Here's a side view. The walls in the center are completely separating all the flour from each other. Where is it connected? On top of it, but it's already above the rim. It's above the rim, so it doesn't work. Oh, so this is good. Okay, so yeah, we had a bunch of times that above me is not, I don't like the hard to manipulate the middle of the pieces. Do it slightly higher, a couple centimeters higher. You get the point. All the pieces are the same height. The flour in the center is isolated. That's two Kelim. Eye on top is touching. It's not touching because it's above the plate. She said you want to ruin it, that's touching. When the walls in the center are lower down. Even though they're big for half, people make a pizza. Since in the pizza is a massive, that's a real pizza. Like a super duper brilliant pizza. You can't look from one side to the other. Because pizza is so. So the main lock is you cannot do.
It sounds so bad with that context. It would be like, I did when I was 13, murder child. But at the time, it just sounds like that. I was behind the creation of the poison that killed many children. I did force a group of elderly women to work on a railroad at 100-degree temperature when I was 30. But I was a different 30-year-old back then. And honestly, I was abandoned by more. Where he says the exact same thing. He's like, I just talked about having sex with women or whatever it is. It's not talked about. Jesus. Like, he goes right into that fucking, I'm trying to spread the message about love and God and being righteous, and people don't stop talking about sex with a 16-year-old. I was 30 years old, which is I was different. Maybe there's a 16 and 30 years old. But if you turn to the side, I can never remember what parts of the Bible I liked, but I'll tell you this, I remember what I did when I was there. Vividly. And the African people that I threw off the train when he was going over a mountain. I apologize I pushed them off with my children and families, whole families actually. I laughed. I remember laughing, but I was 30, but it wasn't this 54-year-old. I said, please don't push me off the train. Why are you doing this? You told us we were going to a comedy show. And I laughed, and I pushed them all off the train, and they fell to their death. And there's so many clips of, like a killer saying, if you get sex with a 16-year-old, then don't. And then you're he is on the show literally saying exactly that. And it wasn't like if he had non-consensual sex with a 16-year-old. It was like, period. If you fuck a 16-year-old, I know that. Now in the show where she has one, she's like, I can meet her. She just went next to me and she was freaking out. The case is like, it's disgusting. It's nasty.
There's just not. There's so many people trying to feed you speak.
It's like, so you just sit. It's just so
Tipsy gave me the address.
Russell Brand, just to Leah and Tanya to Shine Council. Just like a that was the shit.
Drop it into a vessel which has another one of these. This is already covered. And I go like that. Some comments? Yeah. Let's go.
Brian Cowles.
Brian Cowles. But this one is very common. Now here's the question. Look at this. Beautiful. Now take a look over there. That is called gold. Before they touch it. What happens to the ball? The other one is not going to touch it. This guy's
sorry. I think you got mad at me.
The other one is
Phone number is 775-557-8667. Somebody please check him out too. He's a problem to get that phone number. It's 775-557-TMOS.
oh, that's what is the right time for the person who's already perfect? You have to add something to the person in order to get it to do a trade. That's true in terms of culture. it as a chicken. So now it drops the pillow. It's no longer metal. You decided it's no longer bed. It's no longer bed. It's a curtain for the wall. Over the wall, it doesn't become a from the Risha. It snaps down one level pillow. Measure the same, you know, permanent measures. I was talking about the measures. You put it out there. The curtain, it drops from. The other people didn't measure it up. Ella, she loves it when I love coming in my bag. That's it. The problem here is this. After the dog slept on the sheet, she went and touched the sheet. Then you remove the mix of it, the measure of it. Then you have naga. The problem is, how does the dog touch it after he slept on it? In other words, you can touch it all you want, but why would it have pillow? It's sofa. It's already satiated. It's pillow. Of the highest degree. It's permanently out of pillow. So now the fact that he touched it doesn't matter again. So if you remove the measure, you're not left with naga. So it was never. You know what I'm saying? Where is this problem? If the drug touched it, so then it became a lower level for naga. And then he slept on it, then you add pillow to it. If he slept on it first, he added the highest pillow, and then he went and touched it. Nothing happened. You put it, what he said. From this idea of Saba. You can't add pillow to something that's very common. What do I say? You come up with this? I'm either with somebody to know. Yeah, our case where this guy, I'm sure he's
I like that idea of a probability phase and trying to do that. So by the way, sorry for not showing gratitude for your last message. I appreciate you listening. Sorry. You also said you're being squeezed all the time. It's like Brian Kelly told me. Almost amazing. But that's at the end of the year. Almost love their anime. You know what I mean? Like people in chains are like being known with their chains. I see that, yeah. So, I don't know, try and get everybody trying to get Bobby Alton for the truth. Oh, it's so easy, so true. This is true.
So basically, you have to explain. You have to shoot. We're not really talking
That's the whole message. That's good. Yeah, well, for real though. And then let's see.
So what happens is it becomes coming back. It becomes out of two different things. One is the body weight, the lower bit of touch one below. So what happens? Once the lower end becomes just like the other part, it becomes coming back. And once it becomes a naga. Why? It just touched the one part. That was only the measures, full naga measures. They touch it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, there's a hell of a puzzle. Then you're someone that's in the play, we don't know it out. We love you, dude. You're awesome. Great experience. Good advice there. I liked it. Funny. Yeah, join our Patreon. We recently did the Sandbaggers. I did record a fourth Sandbaggers, but I don't think I'll put that one out because we talked too much most of the show. Great guy there. Yeah, check it out. Check out the Patreon. We have a podcast last week. We did a TFAT K-Stop Q&A. Yeah, and a lot of people sent in questions from where they're from, and they mentioned the Hit Tech channel. Yeah, that's right. We did a Q&A episode, like TFAK, and then early access of 10 minutes of shop assemblies. So, see you next week.
We know that there's something called the mincha cycle. It's a mincha, you bring a carbon to Hashem, just flour, water, so I think
It's him as a shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, check the Patreon and Reddit to the Discord. On our Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here. No, it's not. You're here to watch Tim as a shop. So start the timer, play chip. Show turtle foot. Oh, come on, damn it. Start the timer for real weird. That's all you just said. I'm just starting to time for certain. Alrighty, let's see what we got on James this week, dude. How's your James been going, dude? You know, I haven't really been checking with James a lot this week. Yes, you know, I've been hyper-focused on my side business. Couch units and truck stuff for the truck business. Thank you. Yeah, I just got this from, our favorite business. Dude, I tried. Oh, yeah. Well, you want to tell the audience? Sure. So we've been trying to. If you guys remember, there's the Drive Fest Podcast website. They have the pictures of all these people that bought the merch. They bring really fun, cool stuff. The merch that they bought. And I wanted to do that because I bought merch. We bought merch. We had this hat, Drive Fest gas hat that we had. We wanted to team. And I looked, and you have to. I looked through my emails, and they have these like old emails where it's like review our product. You click on it, and it click on it. So I think we need to buy a new thing, and then let us do that. Buying another thing. No, Sam, this is a collector's item. Jackson, some girl was like, I like the Jackson.
In the rice itself, it makes the whole cake of the egg coming. He's like cold eating, he's like fluffy, he's like fluffy. Cake number one, cows, and then second later, the next word is the porridge to the side of the bowl.
I have to say, that's the same thing over and over again. It's reaction, but he's doing a bit, right? He's doing the classic hilarious face.
And then the second later,
He's on
just like
camera, so he's
right
turning
off,
and this is the best image. You can tell.
one call, the part of another one is for the
It's
bowl.
like aging, it's like graceful. Yeah, depending on the day. This day actually really beautiful. He's
And you give it a nice red somehow, I don't know, it's too hard to do.
Chris Lee,
But you
she's
squeeze it in a way that you squeeze out oil from it. You even have a little bit of
like the judge laugh.
and then
That's in this
you put
body
the
is
oil on the tree. Put it on the plate. And you take the flour and you go. You put it like pocket oil. It's really trying to bind the tree. And once you squeeze out the oil, it's no longer part of the tree. And here's what you tell me, not going to
She's got the bandana on, too. I'll give him this. He's also
Are we connected now?
the bit of dressing up like a cowboy or whatever it is. Brennan's like, I'm not putting that on. He's never once said that. I'm not putting that on. That's like, this face, it looks like a guy that you could be a I wonder what that would be like for them. It probably is great. It's just really like separated the two. Yeah, you know, once you read it, it's good. It's not important. They're not like a something that you know, we're on like we're on there before DHS. I don't know because my doctor is it's like it's a Pagliacci and luxury, but I am the mother sugar. I don't know what I mean. That's why it's here. That's how you know how hard to do well. There's like one of the first 5 buttons and I remember logging it all.
Every one of them in that place, you have to take a
Unusual 4460 plus this got all over our week journey is documented and things are feel bad for the
I told you I'd rather do it from the right side because it's way too hard to change it. looks the same. She has a fat fucking head, so you get it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either one. This is the hair trick. You changed your hair. Yeah, it's the same person. Unfortunately, I did it. She figured how old is she? I don't know. Can we just talk about the picture? Horny dog. Shout out to you, Sludge over here. Wishing the best for you. Give me some buzz balls. Some shit. Yeah, your real favorite type of week, dude. What happens next for 25? As Chris lives in the middle of a street. Yeah, I'm happy that there's always that. It's fun time. It's a little short.
There must be something really amazing about him. I was at a gym one time and they kicked everybody out. As he came in with his crew, no way. What you do, you
no way. My confused on what makes sense. Both are so funny. Papa is like, nah, freaks me up, Daddy. I like him, I do not leave. He's like, I got fucking. This makes more sense.
what you do, you hit him hard. I refuse to leave. I stay. I'm the eyeball next to the worst of the time.
Di does that a lot. Jeff Di.
Did you ever think of voting Republican? That's Jeff Di. And then I was like, Lyndon or Beach. I thought all kids are cooler without hair. Actually, toupees are awesome. Do you really need listeners on the podcast? His eyes are great, but we should start making movies like Mental Cup. Oh, yeah. You learn. All the PBD I want is so bad. In hindsight, nothing even like the PBD. I wonder what he means.
This is the right side. Oh, what's that hero? But you're not allowed to.
Big time comedy.
Once you take it to that goes up. That's the problem. The rest is
He's like, he says things wrong, but he also says things that in the future will be even more funny. Like he's a he's back in what fucking sense? Those dangerous. No, it's lit. It's an alternate side. XJ. That's definitely XJ.
The Mazato is the majority.
Those dangerous. No, it's lit.
And the Bato is the minority. Because when it comes to
the third tip.
when you want to pick the right, everybody wants to pick the right. That's what the sheep is. For them, you take the majority. And the majority overcomes the minority.
That's not the craziest thing, but just the fact that he always tells
try to
he always says something about Jay X and Jay. Jay is like his Jay, in reality, Jay is his Hitler. You know, it was like Trump is a Hitler. Jay is maybe what if he was like he realized all of a sudden over again, always has me about the concert, like that's what I would do, that's also a possibility. Jay just gets blamed for everything. Jay is his alibi. XJ is anytime he's wrong, because he knows Jay will fix it.
That's how you can do it or whatever.
You never TikTok, you can just say it on social media. On social media, that'd be one of the real check in.
That's what you say in the A Jew can never be
on social media, that'd be one of the real check in. Things are applying to me. I slapped your DMs
to me, will never be coming available. No matter what you do to it.
Things are applying to me, though. Why call him out like that, man?
Non-culture means unavailable could become
I hope he learned something on this episode because he used it. Dude, that'd be so funny.
Non-culture meat, find out about non-culture meat has timber, and the veil has timber. When you don't check the cow, it drops dead, and it makes timber, it comes apart, and it becomes food becomes fire. Food becomes up. But when you decompose this, eventually, after 2 months, the swimmer's going to evaporate. In other words, the tunnel becomes solid. The vapor becomes stuck. A suffix can never become an vapor. Now, this is where it comes tricky.
He has some sort of
I need you to
thing on
understand
his
that
social media that tells him if it's military people.
it's
That's good. Yeah, that's real.
when
This is your
this
favorite video.
guy, this boy becomes a Jew, and he becomes
Brian said he couldn't tell that he was filming the Hangover 2 out there, and he was in a bar, and he's laying his hands, and he's like, damn, she's bad.
but here's
He's
the
like,
kind of
Jay,
thing,
we're
when you
making out,
come to
he's
say the hands on
laying
it,
on the back,
it's not
it's like,
you like
Jay,
that.
he's like, we're
It's
making
putting
out.
it in your room. If you're coming, you see,
I wish there was
that's the
more
only trick.
they did it
That's
once.
what people get
Yeah.
confused.
We kept
On
that
the one
alive for a
hand,
long
it
time.
becomes like them.
It's hard
But
when
it's
you
not
don't hear
become
all the time.
possible.
I want to hear more boner.
Whatever you had before
Yeah,
is kind of
but it's so redacted that even they won't do it.
they're not going to be able to
That's how
overcome
redacted
this
it is,
point.
but they did do it
If
once.
they are limited to any
We do
reason,
it all the time. They're not redacted
if
enough.
you keep the substance separate from the drug, you're actually going to be evaporated. It's like in Cuba. They have been all over comments. Yeah. Men been saying that, you know, is buffalo. When the Euro is not buffalo. It messes with your head because you think, oh, we embrace it, we think Jewish, like God. Yeah, but when you come like God, it's bad. True blood, when we get to the true blood, are never buffalo, never. They look at some of the artists and say, if you have this amount of blood, in a giant barrel of human blood, you can still spray it on your face. It's the one that we come back with all you can need a blood buffalo. It's a football
I
player
like that.
that counts
They get it. They should do that with
that's a little tricky.
Jake
You
Ships,
said
like,
number one, and
they
thinking
leave off
about
that.
thinking about those in the
Fingers
buffalo.
the
This
fingers
is
the
the larger amount and the smaller amount. What do we go by? What do we care? What do we care?
Oh, sure, yeah.
People
Yeah,
really
people
care
are
about
just
the
like,
tobacco.
is that
People really care
Joe
about the
Sludge's
tobacco.
alleged brother
The other thing is,
was going
that there
pop.
are some things that
Yeah, out of
eventually
nowhere,
change.
apparently, allegedly,
Like non-sustainable meat
Sludge's brother was like
changes in terms of its
texting
hormones
or
that
saying
evaporate
that he
later on.
sucks, he's
But
like a loser,
culture
and
never
like,
change
shit,
become available.
so stop going on podcasts.
And
But
also, remember,
it
this
put us as a
according to
word
this
for
feedback,
remember
you and
5 responses to
it's
one
the
that
same
just could do shit to the guy.
eventually.
But the guy was so annoying. Even
Non-kosher meat.
it's a classic,
Legitimate
annoying commenter
kosher meat
in
is
text
terrible
form.
because
Like,
now it's the same meat. They're all the same meat.
oh, you're really out here doing that, huh? That looks good.
One is not
Like smiling, laughing face. A lot of smiling, laughing faces. And then when you make it a sarcastic comment, crying faces. Yeah. Wow, real unbother, smiling face, laughing face. He said, this is allegedly funny how this whole interaction just proves how emotionally unintelligent they really are. Laughing face. I was never stressed. M dash might be I was never stressed and never will be. Meanwhile, me has severely been living rent-free in that empty-headed experience. Jumping straight to violence, which we all know where Jump Straight to Violence. Yeah, same here, dude. Same here. Your first response was, that's a lot of violence in the view, maybe with Jet or whatever. That's not tough, that's just unhinged. You might want to ease up on lipoids or whatever you're taking. It's got you raging for no reason. Crying. This is what I'm talking about. He says, "Mom, this guy sounds like someone's grandma. Never that empty-handed ears." And then, have you ever told somebody that they're emotionally unintelligent on text? Like a guy? If I was actually in front of you, you wouldn't do a damn thing. I don't think you want to test that. No, I don't think so. You're the smartest. It should be your way. What's really funny is I reached out once and you're still going. That says way more about you than it does about me. Anyway, enjoys those guest spots on the podcast, which, by the way, major offense taken. Yeah. Now you got 2 rooms. I hope you're out in Los Angeles. People twist your neck off, dude. Yeah, we get it. We get Iowa to the show about Tim shop. It's a low budget thing. I get all that. Okay, but at the end of the day, this is not social media. This is real life. Fuck you. Okay. If you come into a room and I'm in that room, I'm leaving. I don't know if you're leaving. Okay, I'm leaving that room.
I'm gonna be fine.
All
Alright?
Okay, let's see
See,
the side. Good. On the
stay
side.
with
Let's see
me.
the side.
What are you gonna do?
Focus on your mouth and
What are you gonna do?
you're over there.
Ask your friends how it went from there, dude. Yeah.
You may know what?
Ask fucking Chop how it went for him, dude. Alright? Ask Brian Callen how it's going for him. You want this? You don't want this. Okay, ever heard of it? You're going to the hospital. And I will say, Mark, did not disappoint with the amount of replies. Mark's not going to reply 35 times.
The little guy,
If I was the brother of Slow Joe,
the little guy, the one guy, the trade guy, the available, he
why did I reach out to her? Why are you reaching? And it's a very weird move to reach out to the former employee or sisters of
meaning he's not coming.
I'm sure your
all
three
three of them are the same exact men, and if they're the same exact men, they're not thoughtful. But if I touch one of the three pieces of meat I don't know what I thought,
check this out.
I'll just shove it coming.
That's true. And I will too.
It's the opposite of what I'm thinking. Because my focus is on the
Face
bottom.
you make when you were defaulting on all your assets. Okay, that's transition there. Post my big battle on 9.6. Shitty email will exterior.
Then I have two scoopers and one Lorena piece. That's this case over here.
Do you think he's wearing the leotard right now?
2 versus 1. So the one guy becomes buckle for the 2.
He's crushing that cook.
See, that's how the scoopers feel from Lorena. Because my focus is on the
They're always
Nevada
eating
guy.
food out of like
And
that.
the Nevada guy cannot become
This is how most of shop meals get.
And he's more.
It's
He's
like
a ninja standing in it.
that's
He's
a
a ninja
go.
standing in it. There's no knockout. And therefore, I'm going to take to the Vela guy and say that he wants to be here. Yeah, you know, I just jumped out. You know what's happening.
Big battle in 9416.
He came in the middle of hell. That guy spoiled. With a Vela spoiled. When he spoiled,
I think I'm between 6, but I genuinely feel like I figured it out, guys.
now that three of them become the same exact win. So all three of them become the same exact win. Countering through there. Not possible.
Great option.
Yeah, the scoop still in the Vela. But he just jumped, you know, a couple lines
Yeah,
before
the
that.
back, he's getting old. You know, we all, it comes for all of us Father Time.
Jazz
Maybe that's why he keeps running his
Jazz
friends around
was
with
very much the
horses.
other scoop. Oh,
Joe Rogan kills Harry
Scoop,
Potter.
you know, the
Tries to
Vela
fucking
Vela.
kill him.
Right to
But yeah, if he's Voldemort, it's Harry Potter.
and two in the Vela, that's to find that trust.
Tony Hitchcliffe is
Like this.
a Drake Draco, yeah, gross, right?
You have one scoop,
Shaw, maybe Shaw is,
now I always go by
who's
the
the guy that says I'm
Check it out.
wizard
I
Harry?
always
I'm
go by the
wizard Harry.
Looking
You're
back
a wizard
in the
Harry.
Tricky.
Yeah,
Look at
yeah,
that.
that's correct.
In the Vela.
Yeah,
The
you're
Reds.
right.
The Reds are the Navajo. The Reds put within the green. So the
Dumbledore
middle
is
becomes
Jimmy Diaz.
one. And then you know. And then
He's gotta be a good guy, right? Dumbledore, Jimmy Dore.
You know the right. Exactly. Everything's mama.
Or you also
You
gotta be
throw
gay.
it the opposite.
Oh, Dumbledore's his, right?
That's
A
why
wise
beautiful
gay,
love is
gay man in comedy. Yeah.
If you don't have the big things, last night I didn't have this. I
I
didn't
can't
have
think of
something
any
like
of
this.
them.
It's good. It's good. It's good. For me, though, the Navajo is the buffer. The right, it tells you to start whatever the
Bubba
Navajo
is
speaks
always
is always the
different.
Navajo.
I've seen this.
That's what's funny. What's the over the bigger than the Vela?
Okay.
Why is it not buffer because it becomes a little bit Because
There's no chances for her
as
to
we saw
use
before,
the
the
She wears the tightest.
Vela, and the Vela,
Yeah. Harvard having trouble selling tickets. Lost by 77
and the right quick change, put it forward, and turn it into that's what the Vela is the opposite.
That's so sad.
Because the Vela puts it in for a scooter, meaning non
Yeah, I mean, it's just like when Chad went to that Arkansas. They gotta fucking you're not big, you're not wrong. You're not a girl. No, you're
and the many of the clowns in this case they will see on the screen, all three of them become the same exact men, and when they turn like men, love Buffalo. And it all matters, you gotta find everything, you know, you saw before, but why not? Sometimes it says we always look at Buffalo, not the Buffalo, look at the Buffalo.
Other places they don't have big girls. Okay. Go south, show. Burbank, yeah, compete with downtown.
America's equivalent of
minority quick change. How?
check. All right, you're not checking.
And turning to
Okay, so
non-common.
tickets
Yeah,
here.
even if it's the same, but it's probably millions
This is
of
from the
all the same.
running club this weekend.
You know,
Oh yeah, well, or am I in front? Like bigger heads. Where'd you go? Friday or Saturday?
I'll leave it in mind.
Literally
What's
just
your
Saturday.
calendar?
But
For some reason, everybody else, you wake
this is the
up.
one that's free.
According to who? He doesn't do the rest on the majority of the rest on the time. You heard me about that, though.
And see, at
You had this
$38
yesterday. The two components are going with the payout.
Is it just him headlining? That's the show?
So maybe you look up, it means it's the same menu you could have.
Don't get on fire.
That's what works. Yeah, we
Yeah, one guy that
go.
was oh, yeah.
In other words, he says, I go back to the phone and I look
To have him go out and be like,
no, I don't put it out left. I don't look at it. This is the way I want to see. This is super I want to see. I don't cut it out. You see my down, but it doesn't matter what kind of down is hung up with me. This is how it goes down. It's the outside of it. Okay?
maybe she didn't work.
So when they were is always the same exact name. They always take one of these. You never know what state it is. You get a two Schuster and one Avela. You get a two Avela, one Schuster. It's always moving the nothing changes. They look the same. They look the same. So what's enough to do? What are you talking about?
Now these kids need fucking Easter baskets. This shit just never stops. Yeah, I mean, that's not the first time. It was pretty funny. And when I saw this, I liked it. It's pretty good.
Which one
Very
is
cheap.
coupled with other? Well,
No, just
according to
yes.
the Fizza, we have the Nevela, the Nevela is fucking, right? The little guy is fucking into the Schuster. According to the Sanina, it's exactly opposite. The Schuster is fucking Nevela. They just want to fucking
Really?
Conversation, comedy, and culture. Someone sent this email. Greetings, Tim. I hope this finds you well. My name is Julia, and I handle guest bookings for Amy Poehler, host of the Good Hang podcast. On the show, immediately, I'm like, wait, what?
What's about Amy Poehler's podcast? I tell you about that. So I was supposed to Amy Poehler's podcast in LA. Yeah, her sister reached out. She was like, hey, I'd love to have you on. So right down there, this is hard to watch. Not even real.
How could he think that that's possible? The Amy Poehler would have a true wife. Jesus. Just delusional to the extreme. You know, just, I don't
This is being emailed to people that were so excited to get booked on this show. Because of the state of LA right now and how these people haven't worked in a while, and but they still have a home, like, they can't pay the mortgage, but they're looking at the money in the bank, the hourglass is turned over and it's getting less and less every month.
Actually, I thought it was going to be a song first, because she does it, somebody comes on the internet, and then talks about the person there. I don't think it's a surprise. It's put out in front of them. So I'm like, okay, great. So they have to make sure that your camera is all, and
so embarrassing. Check this part out. Is it even embarrassing at this point, though? Because, okay, in my mind, it stops getting embarrassed after you do. To me, it wasn't even one of these posts like Pornhub podcasts or whatever he did. What was that? Was it Pornhub? Yeah, so you literally was something like that. You literally did the big bus moving taxi podcast. He fucking the big bus picked him up. Big bus picked him up.
That's tomorrow.
Brian Callen didn't do a podcast, and he thought he was gonna get fucked. He was so happy they didn't fuck him. They just did a podcast. But dude, after you do that, bits aside, I really like that. That's as embarrassing as it gets. So him freaking falling for a prank that maybe Polar or somebody knew, just a mean prank. It's yes, it would have been embarrassing had he not done the big ones already. If he didn't have a big run,
I don't care how much. A little piece of it.
if he didn't have a mic in his own dude, then he would be embarrassed. Because this is nothing to him. He let another man hit him with a fucking whip, dressed as a cow. Oh, because keep in mind, he got those wrinkles done. Would have been eye surgery thing right before Christina went down, dude. And then he went down months later. So that's what his trajectory was before all this. Just like, I'm getting my eyes done. Dude, he's probably still planning on going on the big bus.
It's more than what it's playing on. At any given point.
So does Brian Callen. Brian Callen's like, my friend's not mom. Like, he's like, it's funny if he gets fucked by some kid. Brian Wizard doing cameos. Welcome back to the Big Bus Podcast. We're here with Brian Callahan. He's talking shop. I'm getting some stuff. I'm getting on some stuff. I'm on this very successful OnlyFans personal site. They're fucking a guy, and I'm like in the room with them. And yeah, it's been rough.
What do I look like?
Brian would say, he's like, this is super. I'm gonna go take her to the OnlyFans chicks thing, and then he's sitting there smelling how far is our move from hitting you with the thing? Maybe he's dressed like a cow thing. I can't let it say
we're asking you short. And we see the mission that you don't. Money. Well, it's all going to be that for long. I'm going to be about that. I'm going to be like podcast. We have things that you can't be going to be about. You can be a proud going about it, but you're all the same thing. And once you do about it all, and that's problematic if you about it, then you don't have enough flowers go on the left side. Those are going to be. The one you it's not perfect. You go for this kind of, you go by the minority, go by the left. Talk a lot between the back. Oh, the voice, check this out. The guy on the left, you ever be like the guy on the right? Yes. After you do Kamita, you can turn into the right. But the right can never become forward. The right is like a shooter. It's already done. You already took the Kamita room, the right there from the right. And they go. There's no man on our boss, sir. We go by the middle, we go by the one on the left. And now it's going to be counterintuitive. The left could become like the right, and then it becomes one. And that's why you take a pizza from it. There's no pistol. And we're not going to fuck but we go with the three guys, one on the right. She right when he got the right will never be close to that one because you already took it. And they're the one, it's Mid-Bishop. Is Mivato. And if it's Mivato, the green is Mivato, it's from the red. How could you take pizza from the red? Then the liquor appeal. So maybe it doesn't go for your appeal. Rapi is the appeal. Rapi is the one that's going to go by the Mivato. The appeal, it's harder to pizza. In the appeal. So you know what? Husband is there's a process that you can't. One you can't see the top of the other. So you find the number of short, the minutes in the record. I'm not sure I'm going to play this in a place where that was covered, right? Just like the pizza, you have two much of them going to one time. One is not going to overcome the other. You put both of them on the left. And I thought I'm going to Shirai and Shirai without the place. You have a perfect. You can't do this. Tashma, I thought we should decide to look at you. It says in the Mishnah, you have a pizza that got mixed in with another minchah that we didn't take. We took a loya. You mixed there. This should get also the Bible. This should learn it with the loya also the Bible. If you put it into the oven, you put it on the display outside of the display, you got the so those from the Babylon, Tigla, the Canaan, Nani. If it wasn't the minchah that didn't have a kmitza, didn't come up with. According to all this, you have gone on how many oil you need about that broken in your bucket. Same question we had a few times already. According to Rabbi, they only say the numbers stuff. But over here, the Teva doesn't go on, and she gave him back the kmitza. But this would be no problem. And she saw same question, same answer. This one of the man on the bus of the battle are going to go according to the battle, according to the report, they're thinking that was good. Why? The battle having the bottle with Tevel, you can put pizza to the Tevel, and it'll be like the bottle. Because first the guys are looking at it, you can just pizza from anywhere. Battle in parentheses. Battle in Vino, Vino, very bottle. Once it could change into the Tevel, could change into pizza, then it becomes the same exact thing, it becomes the same exact thing. You cannot be from bottle, and therefore you should take a pizza from the left side. You go by the pizza. Pizza have a table, but this can never become that then there's in here. And it's a problem for the Tanina in the here. Well, now they do the zero. He's also going to put the zero that says you cannot do a battle with pizza on both sides. Have a wonderful
America's book is spreading growth throughout the world. Sponsor share today.
Oh, to the shot that boy side. To the shot, to the Spotify. The boy side here is over like the middle of the hour, almost 3. So we're holding by Amalei Rabbi Rashi smack in the middle of the Amar. The Gemara brings a night that will present in the Bible that a fire use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. Say, fire use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. And when he says you have to already establish for what? For no carbon. Use the carbon that makes a space. You got to eat from the carbon, some carbon, tapas, all these carbon, get deep from it. You use the salt for his steak, but not for a sandwich that he's using, that he's eating to fill himself up. And what it says that makes sense because if so, how is it possible that only a Yisrael could use the salt but not a curry? What's that? Every Yisrael that says it's illegal gets to use the salt when it's illegal. So curry or not? Why not? And the Gemara today is going to say, yes, good story that says curry should not be able to use the salt. You know what the story is? Because he has no partner with it. He's not a partner in it. Every Yisrael pays up. They pay dues. They pay fees. For a kohen who's not supposed to give a matzah shekel, maybe the religious salt. Says the Gemara. All my earlier Rabbeinu Ravashi. Rabbeinu, who's Rabbeinu Ravashi? Two authors of the Gemara. The one says to the other, Ochanami, Sabra, this over that, my Yisrael, Bottom Loya. You be telling me that this means the actual, they can't even solve the carbon on these layouts. Forget about the steak. I'm going to get it. I'm asking that thing, the layout doesn't run. You know, what? It's really kind of better they are allowed. Kind of the asking better that they're allowed. Well, they asking better, maybe they wouldn't be allowed to use that salt. How should we show you? You know, the Daniel, what he said? That's possible that for a Yisrael can use the salt for his carbon. He doesn't have to use special salt for home, but you can. Sounds up. A lot of our really know the basic notion, maybe the other basic. When a person says, I'm bringing a mincha, so I think he has to bring his own salt, like he has to bring his Labaina. So I would think that just like he brings Labaina, never hold a mincha about him. it says in the Torah you bring a mincha, and the mincha comes together with salt. You're not having mincha or any mincha, and the Torah says you bring a mincha, you have to bring fragrances together with the mincha. Malavoid or the besos, you have to bring this. I don't care what jar you bring it, you have to bring it from your home. No, because I would think that the salt also comes from his home. You collaborate on you can learn a little bit from it. Then how do you come up with that? That's the same as you said before. You have to bring a mincha together with salt. However, it says also about never all the mincha of the age you're supposed to bring. You have to have wood. How are you going to burn it? You need wood. Where do you get the wood from? Now you can see which the Gemara is going to tell us later on. How do we know this? But it's we take it for granted that you don't have to schluck wood in the Beit Hamikdash. Wood, they're going to provide you wood in the Beit Hamikdash. Melach, hold on, let's finish the sentence. Melach, Mishal Tzibur, so too the salt comes from the community. They provide the salt. So I don't really mean diamond. What is it more similar to? But with Davar, I know you salt is on every single salt of Banka. Every time you need salt, Dr. Melach means Davar, I know you because you learn salt to become wood. Are in every single carbon. You need wood to burn every carbon, and you need salt for every carbon. Why would you go all the way to fragrances to Levina, where it's a very unique thing for certain providers? Perhaps literally, the salt comes together in one. Levina also. With Levina, salt are very similar. They come in the same vessel by situation. And you know, wood is not goes into the vessel. Wood is just as you burn it on the mizbeach. You don't put it in any vessel. But you see, actually, Levina would do that. How the learner, therefore, you go both directions. Maybe you can learn it from Levina, you bring it from home, or you bring it from where you learn it from wood. That you get it from the mizbeach, you get it from the Beit for free. Some of them is not by the word, we have a Shava, it's in the word Bris, so I don't know everybody. Look at our pattern, it also says, Meis B'nei Yisrael, Bris Oilon. So Bris, if you have a Shava, Alam Shel Tzibur, Avkam Shel Tzibur, Baron is salt, we get for free. If you bring a party, you get salt for free in the Beit Hamikdash. It's similar to the wood, and we learn it from the Shava. Even though I can learn it from logic, but there's another logic that was a decided about. Now, we said a major error is what? From the fact that Yisrael used the salt. So certainly, the time of Jesus, so there's no reason to differentiate between the time and Yisrael. Why should I differentiate? So when the President said that we could use the salt. So then we made it nice that Adam used the salt. And if you use it, it must be that obviously you use it for their carbon. But like you sure using the carbon. So why did the President come along and say that Adam could use the salt? Because if you use the salt when you're eating your own steak, not for a carbon that goes on in the bear, but for the steaks that go for their private consumption afterwards. They can take a steak and put it on a grill and eat it. So that also includes the salt. That's the big finish. The finish that they can put it on the mizbeach with the carbon, the wise that a finish. I mean, the salt can also do that. So now the Lord says, no. All of their Mordechai or Rashi have come out teaching where they're eating. No. Just because the Yisrael could use the salt is not a right that a part uses the salt for his carbon on the mizbeach. No, this is part of the butchery. No. The fact that the President says that they could use the salt is for the carbon grass. Why? The book says, don't read the page of the book of the apple. The book says, all points of Shaiko in a paper. There's a skin all matzah shekel. All points of Shaiko in a paper. Every Yisrael, every person is supposed to use matzah shekel. It says in the pasuk for the underhour food. Anybody that's counted by Moshe Rabbeinu, that is counted, has to bring a matzah shekel. And what do we do with the matzah shekel? We pile it up. The whole set of stones is after we pile it up. And then you take from the matzah shekel, you bite the bunch and you make it. Okay, I don't want to count it. So he says, even though Kohen wasn't counted, but he's not part of the matzah shekel. If he gives a matzah shekel, he's not sinning. You know why? Think about it. What kind of sin is it to give a Betzamish, to give a matzah? Give lucky to the Betzamish is a theft. Why would it be a theft? reason to be a cut. What? Yeah. Oh, that's the idea. The idea that you don't have to bring it. You brought it, they bring it to that bar. And not only that, now you mix coins into the whole stuff. And now when I buy a carbon, part of the money is fully money. I just messed up for money. Besides my better, it's $1,000. Off. So that's the more going to say that. Depends what is thought of. You don't know that. What? Okay. So we're gonna get to it. Sorry, my God. All punch a shekel, ain't a shekel. If you bring them up for shekel, it's not an avera. On the other hand, that guy, look, not true. All punch ain't a shekel, okay. You must give a matzah shekel. You are part of the matzah shekel of all Klal Yisrael. Everybody has to give matzah shekel, but if you're cutting and you don't want to give matzah shekel, you're not even avera. Hello, Shakli Hani, Deutsche Mikro Gelatzman. They have their own little drush, which is wrong. So like Allah, what's the drush? Says the Prophet, anytime a kohen brings a kohen brings the chavit every single day, twice a day. The entire thing goes into the bath just like a noah. If a kohen brings his own mincha, it goes completely unusual. In other words, what it says, every time it's a mincha belonging to a kohen, what's the halacha? Kohen. What is the people? Mechanical. Therefore, the Christian Kohen every shell left and let come up from Shalom. The dreaming up is got to pay it from there. Obviously, it's not ours. Because if it's ours, once we own it, where does it belong? On his back, Kohen. It says before the bucket. The Nikas Kohen Kohen. So look at my Kohen, it cannot be doesn't come a Kohen. Because if you look at a Kohen, will be burned. How do I get to eat it? Oh, I get to eat it because I'm not part of it. It's not mine. Oh, yeah, well, I understand that, but we're going to have money. Ain't no Kohen. Fine, that's fine. Then, more of the cookery is keeping the cookery. I last year, since in the first place, you don't have to bring it. You might see on the paper. At the end of the day, you want to just explain what the happening was. He should be a, why do you say he's not sinning? He is. He's doing that later. It's a nice full of Zara. The business is huge. I don't know. Every day we have major business. Bring money in that. Oh, the obvious answer is nice. You must only seaboard. It's a seaboard. So the guys are coming couple of days without exactly do that. No. When the Torah gave the salt, we throw it in Mishka. It's something called Trumas Halishka. You give this stuff for shekel, you pile it up, it's called Trumas Halishka. That belongs to Yisrael. So yes, the salt. It's not a Lishka. You're not going to look money. But if there's others that don't have a Lishka, they're not part of it. They don't get money. Maybe they don't get salt. The marshmallow. That we do get salt. So when mice at the end of the day, we don't have a raya. What the Tnai Bezin was. Could be the Tnai Bezin to this. According to the Bukhari, I need a special condition to say a kohen can use salt for his toilet. It goes on his back for anything. It goes on his back. Like you salt. I wouldn't know just because the Yisrael can use the salt, but because over here, right? Yeah, over here, the kohen is not so partially against the salt. It's not part of it. It's not part of the issue. It's not part of the issue. Then you states. I thought about the carbon tax. Sure, so many times. What do you know? The 18 that come down. Holding up to the. We already established that we said before that salt should be like wood, just like wood. Imagine if everybody had to bring a carbon and also stuff a bunch of wood to this. It would be a big pain. So it's something for about you to. So we said salt should be like the wood. The accumulated, I don't know. Doing so deeper, where do we get that from? Why is it so simple? About like the wood company to me. Decide if it says I realize or it's very basic. I think that some of these are way should bring the one. Maybe the some of them make like the person who says I'm bringing oil, I'm bringing certain stuff. He has to bring the wine from his house. I'm pretty sure in the I think this was a store you could purchase certain items. sometimes wine. I'm pretty sure you can get the wine there also. Oil, different things. I can buy it to bring it. It's yours. It's your responsibility. We have machlokes here. Ma mizbeach mishal tzibur al eitzim ve'esh mishal tzibur. This is we had a lot of very so we should have like some laws things in laws in the paper that he says that it has to be like a mizbeach, just like the mizbeach of the community. So too the word is the same thing. Whether the shamua in there, ma mizbeach should understand it. Hegyoy al eitzim ve'esh should understand it. It's like the mizbeach that individuals didn't use it, it's brand new. So too, the wood also is brand new. My very new. What's the difference? Because now you talking to whether or not the wood has to be brand new. According to Rabbi Shamua, it has to be brand new wood. You can't use used wood. Don't get me worried about thinking, what? You can't use old wood. Those of you that were here in Tzvaka, we know this thing, you had it word for word. But see, my Rabbi no brother. When David Amelech went to make a carbon, and then he ended up buying the Harabayis from Rabbi. So Rabbi gave him a spot to make a bomb, and he also said, "Here, I'll give you some wood." He got the Yellow Jimmy, Adoni Amelech, I think, here, you take some cows, with the oil, and the tools you use for firewood. The problem is, tools are used. How do you use wood for the firewood? Still not out of the party. What are you giving him used to? You're brand new in the plastic. My Meridian, Amarulo, Amida Chicago. My Amida Chicago, or Amida Tiza, the Kutis, the Joe, the Kutis, the Doshu, the Stoy, something like this. I mean, this is just the Sabbath or nine. It looks a little bit like a goat, and has a lot of teeth. And this is how you thresh the wheat. So it's some sort of tool, and he gave him that tool and said it was brand new. Yeah, use it as your firewood. And I read him, I draw, and he said, here's the word Moirad, Morigim, Moirad. Pogash, Hashkir, has a lot of teeth. Pogash, with that you'll thresh the document. It's either fruits of the plants of everything. Take a mincha, you have a bowl of flour, maybe it has oil already mixed in it sometimes, it has it. The guy puts his hand in the soul, grabs 3 fingers worth, and places it into another 3, which the other vessel also is sharas, and it gives it a little bit more kedusha. It adds kedusha to it. Now, for some reason, you forgot that already has a mixed in this, and another mincha gets mixed in this. Something else gets mixed in this. You look at the Adam and did something, okay, we'll show it. Yeah, it's not the same. Hold on, we're going to get there in a second. Over here showing that there's 2 different menachos. This is starting to show how we got this stuff. A little gooey, like oil in it. So now you have 2 menachos, 2 mixes together. Now, if you look closely, one has a lot of oil, one has little oil. Okay. So it says in Mishnah, the Minchas Kehanim, the Minchas Mashiach, the Minchas Yisachim, even if the mitzvahs are mixed in with all these other menachos, and we're going to see. Alright, we should say right now, a Minchas Kayim, Minchas Mashiach, Minchas Yisachim, all these different menachos, have 3 times the amount of oil than the typical minchah. Instead of 1 loaf, so you saw it as 3 loaves per time, 3 times the amount of oil. It's very, very liquid. You go in there, we're going to cover Shia Rose and the suffering to why the suffering, I don't like it. The zoo, when you lost a Ava, the zoo, when you lost a Rashba. When you have a thicker dough with less oil, that gets mixed in, touches a very soft dough, when you boil it, zoom is zoom. What's the problem? Major problem. If ever you start needs exactly look shaman, what happens if you put a loaf and a half of oil in there? Awesome. And if it needs 3 look shaman and you put only 2.5 look shaman, awesome. So now that you take the 2 together and combine them, The one that's dry is going to absorb the oil from the very moist one. It's going to have more oil than it was supposed to have. And the other one that had a lot of oil is going to have less oil than it needed. So one has more, one has less, and they're both problematic. He says it's perfect. Now, Chachamim is admit that that's what happened over there. Some of the oil from the one on the left, one to the right. That was not a problem. So here we have the concept of Hindu Mino. They're both the same. They're both similarly mixed. Not awesome. The Amshim Sarah B'Mayim, all the assuming that we have in Tzvachim, you have blood, and water spills into the blood, says Rashi. Not like it sounds in the Gemara, but water goes into the blood. Then there is something else, you shuck an animal, and you take blood from the neck of the animal, and you sprinkle it on the mitzvah. Bunch of water mixed in. To what point do you use this blood? When is the blood not good anymore? So, very simply, the Mishmei Myra's down because if it looks like blood, and it smells like blood, and it tastes like blood, it's blood. That's what looks like blood.
I keep saying that, like, Slow Joe and Chop are going to be one of his.
Pour a liter of water, so everything above a liter is going to change the way it looks, and it's going to have this. If it's a liter of blood, then it's blood. Anything below a liter is stuck because it's still within blood.
Let's follow me who wants to be on this show. Did you know another podcast? Do you know it's a scam? If you have any questions, like, you know, maybe point to talk to, they know stuff I know, they do their research.
Fans are desperate at any level. Remember that birthday scam? The one where it was like, this guy sends you a thing, oh, my wife is a huge fan, or my husband's a huge fan. They want you to perform for his state of his birthday. And we're going to Venmo you the money. Can you do it? So you Venmo them the money. Or, sorry, they Venmo you the money. And then they go, oh, I actually sent too much. Can you Venmo it back? And then they do this where they like cancel it when you do it or something like that. I remember hearing about that and thinking, just there's no way. Like, at the level that we're at, I think people are begging you to do birthday shit. But somebody asked me to come do a show in Chicago.
They will not do the top of one drive, and therefore, I just use all that love. I think it's drive.
Because I suck at it.
One drive.
I don't really want to go there and just like that or something. That is a weird thing. And so I just kept messaging them like, okay, for sure. So what do I do? And they're like, we're just going to fly to Chicago. Okay, you're going to buy me tickets. They were going to buy it. I like they were offering like $2 ad scam. And even if that's not a scam, it's sort of crazy ads. Just come to Chicago. Maybe if I'm coming to Chicago, they're going to I should look it up on my DMs on Instagram. See what else we have. Sound reading, the ad reads are probably just posting clean. On Sky 2305. I haven't seen another just posted a while.
How you show up and wake up feeling your best. Because fun should come with a cost. Welcome to the upgrade. Welcome to nowadays. Whether you're easing in or tuning things up, the pace is yours to set. Minutes 10 to 20, jump to left, just start feeling lighter. When it's 20 to 25, you're in the sweet spot. Social, minute 45 to 60, ride the wave a little longer, or let it wind down easy. Is it legal? Yes. Nowadays it's legal in most US states. Thanks to the 2018 Farm Bill, which reclassified hemp as
It's for him, but it's so funny that like the Porsche has ads where he's like, is it legal? Yeah. And then some random year, the 2018 Farm Bill, this product, the bill, like, gave me the ability to get
hemp as an agricultural product or agriculture, THC sitting like a spare, just without the side effects. What's it taste like? Yes, well, expect real fruit flavors, a crisp, clean finish, zero hit of THC, whether you're sipping solo or toasting with friends. Nowadays, it's made to mix in with any moment. It's nowadays. So this sounds so tasty, you want to try it. That sounds so tasty, you want to try it. Who's buying this from this? I want to order him to drink because someone says something that sounds tasty, you want to try that. So sorry. This guy's like down the dumps. He's hitting you up to be like, dude, I need to go on this podcast. I can't get this. Rabbi used to find videos. And then you're like, oh man, give your notes heads. Or you're like, I should probably help you guys. That's nowadays. They're like, all right, yeah, you can get you a little battery. They get like a drop. It's like, so if you sure want to drink something like that, then go for it. They're like, don't drink it before you get in. Because like, I never drink it. I think nowadays probably, okay, here's my prediction. So nowadays, they make products, they get this thing, they do the thing like fire years into it. Everything is set to go. The CEO, since his corporate now, Rothschild, Friday, he's talking, and he goes, listen guys, I realized that our product was for stupid people, really for readouts, just not. So we need to find podcasts. It doesn't sound like, it sounds like a bad thing. It's actually good for idiots. So we gotta find the dumbest podcast that we can find. It doesn't matter if they fuck up what it said. All we need to do is have a proof of and a link. And these morons will find it and they'll start drinking nowadays. So get up. Anybody got any ideas? Anybody got any? Oh, I did T-Fat K. There's a whole Reddit that talk about how stupid they are. That's why I that's why you're the CFO.
And
but we should
it's mixed in with a menthol pipe, which goes completely on with that. Or the
that's a good
menthol,
point, I guess.
we got things here, the Pandava brings twice a day with the yourself and the menthol, and you bring together with the carbon, and then the wine, cooler.
Now wake up hungover, recharge and visit. Try it out some of these now. Some of these, I'm trying nowadays.
The one that's very dry is going to absorb
That's crazy. Motherfuckers all about risking his life. Like, traffic laws just to make it up.
Now, the other one that had a lot of oil, had less oil than it's supposed to. It was important. That's the model. This is the one absorbs from the you don't view it as an abortion. It's the same as that minute. It's oil. It's a good. The oil is staying where it was supposed to stay. Oil is used to stay where it was everything on it. They don't travel for one another. They're not in the back of one another. Yeah, you need oil. You don't know what you do. On the rubber, the color is need oil. Hopefully, individuals pick up so I just unit because I don't even know that. Everybody is you got oil and oil. The one is not about the water. You forgot about something. There's another ingredient here called flour. What do I do? Okay, I have a food truck. We're talking about this.
That's the funniest narrative is that you just even like
I have
drugs.
here, I don't know, half a pound of flour.
He's so stupid. He thinks of it like he's afraid of
And
it.
I have quarter of a liter of oil. And
So this is
comes another quarter of a liter of oil. And I put it in there. And the oil, and pour it. It's
why
literally
pick something you don't like.
2/4 of a
I wouldn't want to be in that either.
movie that turned. I don't blame Papa for not wanting to make it for I do need a territory. Fuck this card. That's true. I think it says Mexico on it.
Right? And the flower is about to go in. Not the oil is about to go in. If the Lord says a little bit of a change, so we pretend that there's no other oil.
His arm is so close to the other guy. Like he's gonna grab the other guy. Like, hey, save me or help. I'm scared. That's just crazy about it. Okay, this is you like this. He loves it.
So my flower in this hand is going to be not so good.
Wow, that was great. That was fun.
And that's a problem. Then it becomes that program. This one is too much. When a 2-year-old kid is talking about lip fillers, that's the problem. Looking for is like most of the media would never have to start. Get rid of the oil. Pretend that this hand doesn't have oil. Three things. Any new one, and the new the oil came from the other one, but in this hand,
why does he lie like that?
Not only exactly the hammer,
That's
the
crazy.
flower in this hand is going to be overcome it, and the evaporate.
Nobody else wears
Gets his lips tied up. Would you stop saying that? I had to find out why he gets his lips tied up. Would you stop saying that? And gets fucking lips tied up. Boy, you kind of cowards, well, he gets his lips tied up. Would you stop saying that? And gets fucking
Yeah, he does. That's what he's doing, man. He pipifies his lips, dude. He's like, he pipifies. Random.
Good morning, Rabbi. So we have a focus here whether or not wood is carbon, not a carbon, water. You put salt on wood, you put salt on blood. So see what design have a global Allora, io da dando isso na storia. Ain't you know. So we have a number of right to say that these four things don't have salt. Given what we learned yesterday, 18, you said you need salt. First, you said you need salt. Let's see. Mine is really just trying to go places. He read the saturation. Then you can report on the world if you do know with carbon and fire salt. We wrap on pesticides. We saw that a bunch of holes that it's serious and it's serious. We put salt. So then we're going to see on the page where exactly you put salt on. Very interesting. Where? What do you think? Where would you put salt on fire? Every day you have to do green fire. In fact, according to our bonon, you need to put salt on fire. Tomorrow, who is this like? Those going to like, I know the side of the smoke, and no thing making a break on in there. Now, Papa food is everything Papa food. So let me just remind you, we're not going to discuss this a lot. So even if you get, you don't just think grammar to follow Papa anymore. But let's say you're new. So the pirate says that on a carbon control. Now, carbon needs to meet all these items in the field here. I mean, Rabbi,
that's why
flour, meat, wood, all the weird things. But then the pirate says, no, milchotcha. The carbon is a milchotcha. We're just not getting it out. If we stop right over there, then the only carbon that would require salt is the milchotcha. The Gemara told us that you keep on going because it's a cultural one. So you have a sandwich, you have a flour in the beginning, south end, which is a general carbon, all carbonic, and then we have a crop. We have the middle crop. The crop comes to two crops that have carbon, yes, carbon, and carbon, but carbon that's similar to the crop, which is the middle. And now the Gemara is going to go one step further, just for a minute. Now, by the food, it's going to be carbon similar. What's the crop that we're talking about? The middle thing, crop is the middle. You're calling it carbon similar. Why? Because anything that's a food item, but except Puma, you can even comment. If the first touches it, it's acceptable to Puma. If the person certainly touches it, even if that's a person like Puma, comment. So, I'm going to put something that's a conversation. Boil the meat and you put it on a fire, you burn it. Yes, no, I'm the best pizza. This, the outer is bad. This right over here is the inner mizrach. A mitzvah goes on the outer mizrach, but actually something that goes only on the outer mizrach, the kabel tomer goes on the side. So what is that? Hold on, I'm kabel tomer. The oil of the ishin.
He's like, dude, I don't give a fuck what I'm
The
joking.
yeshon is never too.
I'm glad that I don't see that happen.
That's late.
I'm glad that I'm not affected as much by, like,
This mind on my own that wood does not require salt. Why? It's not a kabel tomer. It's just a piece of wood. A piece of wood is not unless it's fashioned into some sort of vessel. It's just a piece of meat, a piece of wood. It's firewood. It's not a kabel tomer. Yotzidam, V'yayin, Shemel, from what I know, of the other two items in there, there's 4 items that we're looking for. That's the guy said. There's wood, love, fire. What's the third one? The fourth one? Wine. Why is it that wine and blood don't require salt? And other reason, you don't put them on the fire. You put blood on the wall. You put wine on the back by the sheep and right over here. You can't probably remember the key on the video. That are 2 holes, 2 like drains that have like a little cup on the top. What does it have here? Let's see, really, no. The point is, you put it on the bed, you don't put it on the fire. But the fire is a white fire, not one of these. Then on the Zechapim fire. Fire goes on the Zechapim inside the hair called, there's a golden zech, and you put the fire during the day, and therefore, it doesn't require salt, it's not similar to the mincha, to the fat, but yes, you burn it. Yes, you can have a tumah, but it doesn't go on the outside of the bed. It doesn't look like that, it doesn't require salt. No sodium. So what do we have a good one? We have a horse, whether or not wood requires salt. So already holds wood is a real carbon. A very good is a carbon of wood. Wood requires wood to burn it. You take the wood, you put on top of other wood, the burning wood, you put salt, you sprinkle it on, do that condition barely, and then it's really good. People really know that you can bring wood as a carbon. And then what it does is sprinkle salt on it. Yeah. You know, the carbon. Okay. Continue. Now we have another nice trivia now about blood. Here, I asked the question before here, as we started to, how can you drink blood? Let's go blood. If you want to be like a maybe not like Jesus like that. Probably not. If you're not over the part, it's a good part, right? That's the water. I would not be flowing down. We have this whole word out of Separ that tells us that doesn't get salted. A lot of us have amina dam the boner. I think it's salted blood. After the water came out there, but after you salt blood, once you salt blood, you ruin the blood. And once you ruin the blood, you can't use it as a party. You're going to get ruin blood. In the mouth, and other things, God. No one's here with Camilo. Dam Shibishloy, ain't no girl. If you take blood and you cook it, you're not over. There's the part of blood. You hear this? And here's the way out. You should have answered. Have you known? There's another way. There's another way. You act soft to it. You're not over. It says Rashi right over here. And it says that here it's just underlying. When you add salt to blood, it's like as if you boiled it. And when you boil it, it loses the properties of blood, and therefore it's not really kapara. It's not really put on the deck. Why do I need a party to tell me they should put salt in the blood? When you add salt, you ruin it. Right, what is that all right? Another sign on loss, and not against us, but we're going to finish it off. A violent blood that heaven ain't going to the replica. When you have any limbs of the animal that you put on the grill first, before you put, you're supposed to put the meat of the carbon directly on the fire on the back without ever grilling it. But when you're grilling it, you do the first. That ruins it. Because the aroma comes out of it at that point. Now this same moment, this house is like this. Why do you need a pasuk to say that you don't put the salt in his blood? Bloody salt, blood that has salt is not good blood. You can't throw it. You can't even drink it. Ain't out of the cut it. So why do you need a special part of the say shouldn't put salt in the blood? It's obvious you can't put salt in the blood. Now the same of Nizobay Mashu the Mitzvah. Kamash Malone. The Rambam even says that the rest of the mitzvah of salting, you put one granular or whatever it's called, one grain of salt. One grain of salt is yoke. That's yoke to them. Okay, if you put more, the value of the other will say how much salt. But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't really. It's still available for the gas. So I think that you should salt the blood very little, just to be like do it in a way that it's still kosher, it's super on your back. That if you eat it, you're tired for it. But at the same time, you're yoke to the mitzvah of salting by putting a little tiny bit. I think that. And that's why you're supposed to take the thing in front of a little bit. Move on, like you just wait over and come in the back, just wait in your blood. Just wait. If you cook up the blood, you boil the blood, and you're not on your cart, there's a rubber to call my law of Micah, and what it says is, raise your Rabbi, 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 it means that it boils up. That the blood is congealed. It's like a solid form. Gawa, Mama's Gawa. Here, I'll show you a little bit of video. It's really long. Here. This is not the stuff. I see what advertising is. How it talks. This is the Gemara later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, the Gemara says later, you take it the last time. It's like the amount of salt you put it. I don't know if it's back there a little bit. You take it. Well, it's back up there. Look at AI. Things like that are following. Or if you look at the title more, here's the bigger thing. The title says, you shouldn't eat Taylor. You shouldn't eat fat. So what if you look inside the fat? You boiled it up and it became like a liquid. Maybe that's how it's like. If you break it with a straw, tired. You're still tired. A proponent says before that if you boil up blood, you're tired. Why are you telling me that if you boil up blood, you're puffing? Here it says, boil up blood puffing. And there it says you put it. This blood got down that color, but you boiled it up and you ate it up. Then you ate it. You still kind of, this is more of a cashew for the rule, cashew for the common. There's different ways to heat it up. If you heat it up with that fire, it'll never go back to where it was. If you heat it up in the sun, and the wood, like the mud flames right away, boil it, hard out, it never goes back to the original consistency. But how hard that? Right now, you can't eat it. It is not drinkable. It's congealed. We wait a few hours and go back to the original form. After the mother of the common, label has written to the other constitution in cooking, especially the one coming to straw forever. If the blood is not available for the bath for 2-3 hours in the afternoon, it can never be available. So you're going to wait until it liquefies again, goes back to the original form. It's too late. Right now you can't eat. Right now it's never good to us. It never becomes good. So Rabbi, somebody has to do it. That's the first blood, the congealed, and you ate it. What's that law? On my leg, other than it, please also. Even though in 2 hours from now it's going to be liquid again, right now you ate it with flour, you pump it. Eat it. What do you know what to say? No, Rabbi will show you. The Rothschild is a raya of that. What is prescribed? Why would Rabbi say that there's a difference between if it became boiled in the sun or boiled on a oven? So boiled in the sun, it's going to go back. Eventually, it's going to go back to that. When it comes to cooking, let's say you have this missing chunk of it, right? You saw one little chunk. It's going to be a carbon. Then you got the material. The carbon is garbage. Why? The ones you couldn't put it on his bath in 1 minute, even if you were taking his bath later, he didn't answer. They take it out. Yeah. No, I haven't. But this is back to this. Like, okay, really. All right. Then a bad guy, kind of, I thought it doesn't make sense. The bad guy, kind of, I thought instead of a can, I thought it's a female. And you want to call it second. All right. I'm back in the the other thing that damage because it's having a difference between blood. They put on the outer back and the inner back. One of these guys part of the back is not called higher. It's blood from the outer half off, then you can regular passages doing all year long when you eat it, eating those congealed, you're tired. Why? The nuts and like we saw in this video right over here, you could grab it. When you walk down, it's not sprayable. It's not springable, but it doesn't have to be springable because the Torah says the look up. You take it, the nuts and you put it. It's not fluid. Mono, you can take it. The high barbecue, there's zero. You can actually take it. You take a piece of bread, you take a piece of blood, in the ceiling, you put it on the wall. However, the Catholic view is that follow is concealed with the inner half, because they have to do on the kitchen. Or, let's say, the inner one, to go on this music player. And then you eat that, that's the difference between the inner and the outer. Why? Because the color of diesel, it has to be smooth, it has to be liquid, it has to be able to be drinkable. The high line by utilize over, you can't dump your finger in it and spray. This type of blood is also in the outer one. Then the inner one is the same. You got the blood from blood.
It's fun adding to the show.
Omer HaPoper, look up. Dam Hamoy Sequoia, you take a donkey blood, which I you can bring a donkey as a carbon in the book on the blood. And it congeals, and you ate it, you hide it. Why? Because if you soy, it's regular low, it's so skin. It's available in the outer copper. So we make it as a congealed form. It's also so congealed form of the donkey blood and darkness. So today you have some body on the side. Because all those things, you put commission to the donkey blood and darkness. Like what you have to say, based on what comes out. Okay, Omer have Gigal over the Erie. Down the thing lock, thing never starts. So when you jump in a mitzvah, this is like not good for making this right over here. Yeah, the two things that are on your body, they cause a barrier or interposition, whatever the word is.
Why does nobody ever ask
They're not communicating the
I guess it's because he's a big guy.
and what?
Fuck you up or something, man. We cannot be
That would be not good. Or the road was holding. So, taking down blood on your hand, not just on the other hand. You're bleeding on your hand, the blood comes out of your hand. So getting that thing out, if it's dry blood, then that would be a risk of pizza. What about if it's liquid still? Still moist.
Does he hear
Something
them?
to look at pizza. Well, that's fine. That's amazing. I don't have blood. That's that follow. It says you put blood, and honey and milk. You basically take the stick that you dried off and the real pizza. Oh, that's what it was. This is, I guess this is, I think,
That's so funny that he would think, if he thinks it's flaming young, like, does he think that it's named that because they cook, calves?
I guess this is honey. This is dried out. Now I get it.
It's so heartless to call
It says before that if it is moist, there's no plastic. Why do you say that it's moist? Because people are cashew. Oh, it's solid, other stuff. There's a difference. If it's sticky or not sticky, it's not sticky. If you touch it, you put it in your way. There's like a little stream that's sticky. You know that little sticky stream. So if it's sticky, that's it. If it's not sticky, then it's literally like just it's like water almost. It's not a real plastic. Next subject. You're welcome, I also.
Let's watch this one over done.
You had this puzzle.
Papa's got
Reminds me, everyone says Mela 3 times. It also says Mela 3 times. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Why there's an issue with cooking more
How much salt? What do they have of salt? Pamela, your own community. So the word community, we're going to try to understand what it means. But in general, it means a lot of salt. I mean, you got to... how do you say it in English? Pack it on. Pile it on. Okay, pile it on. Pile it on. Yeah, pile it on. No, pile it on. I'm gonna do like one of these shows to say like in the restaurant. Get a lot, like pile it up. Have a little timlo. It says no, not that much. Just timlo. Salt it. Timlo, maybe just salt and water, which is really diluted. Come a little bit of milk. Really cash this milk. Oh, and it says really cash this milk. How many milk change it as? You should bring salt. They never rest. What does that mean? This is salt that comes off the ocean, especially in Yamamel, and it never rests. 7 days a week, it's bringing the salt. The water goes onto the shore, it evaporates, and then it leaves the salt piles up over there. Actually says it's very thin, it's dark. Okay. Versus salt that you have to mine. You have to mine the salt. What is this? What's going on? Okay, some sort of thing. This is salt that comes out of the ground you have to mine. If that's not melach she'inish, that says it's not in the middle of kashrus. How am I my kashrus? Kashrus kosher. You learn from the word kashrus that any type of salt, kashrus can come up, and even if you import it from another country, from Florida to Israel, kashrus is a shot. You're allowed to use it even on Shabbos. And this is difficult for the Rishonim. What issue is there to salt something on Shabbos? Now we know there's a malacha of salting hides on Shabbos. That's evil, but there's no issur to salt food. Food is definitely no issur official with salt on Shabbos. The Rashba says perhaps it's talking about the oilah. The oilah is not food. The oilah is a Hashem goes on his bath, and to salt that might be illegal. But they discuss it. Even if the salt, and this is a Kiddush, I don't know, a lot of people in the room, if I would ask people in the room, can salt become common? The answer is yes. It's a food item that can become common. What's the word Tiberneyu? Maybe you should pile it on. That's the lesson we used before. If the word Tiberneyu is Lashon of heaven, Tiberneyu is Lashon of heaven. It says, you should put the heaven in there. It's not Tiberneyu. Hello, Rabbi, Yochai Yatzerek opinion. The word Tiberneyu means to build. That's a build. The word Tiberneyu we should build, not Tiberneyu. Look it on, Mamish. That's what he said. Pile it on. Bunch of piles of salt. Rabbi Yochai Tiberneyu, Mike Tiberneyu, Merabashi, Yochai Yitim with Tam Kibina. Put a little flavor like understanding, like Bina. So there's a little bit of an issue between the art scroll and MDY Gemara. The Mamish like this. The art scroll says the name means a little salt, like Bina, a little bit. And Rabbi Zidya, he decided the name means a lot. But I saw the Mesivta actually says a lot, and it brings different shining according to the article. It's a little according to this, it's a lot. It seems like it places on the spot that it's a lot. This place says, you have to like rinse it off. Now rinse it off means that there's a lot of salt. Okay, so I am shown between the official edition and the Shabbos thing. You don't need a lot, you put timlo. Here's the how you do it. Maybe every night on the middle, you bring one limb, and you're showing them, yeah. Maybe every night on the middle, you bring one of the limbs, you put salt on it, then you flip it over, and you put salt on it again, and then you put there, and then you want to eat meat today, that's what you do. You don't just put salt on one side, put salt on both sides. Color up on the days, color up on it. So here's the thing. Salt on top of the mizbeach, if it looks like, let's see if I have a thought here. If I use this salt on the ring, am I over on the elah? Do I have to bring a carbon? Yes. If the salt is on a limb of an animal and I use the salt right off the limb, let's do something else. Forget that. I put salt on a limb and it fell off the limb. I'm done salting. Salt doesn't stay. Some of it falls. So someone fell into the path, and I use it now to control my driveway for snow.
But this is
Over, not over? Not over. Why? Because I already did the malach. I'm not over, Mila. Not over. Hold on a second. Not over. But if the salt is on the animal, it's a big kiddush. I'm over, Mila. I am done. I'm done. I was behind the mitzvah. Why am I over? That I need to suffer. If it's on the limb, I'm over a meal. I got it, but that wall, my animal, and it's landed on the rest of the grass. The rest of the grass, fell off the animal, and the grass, hey, my animal is no instant. Lord, I'm asking my crow, I see this, we cracked it in Hashem, and Shviva, Kohanim, Alev, Melach. This is referring to in the future bits, I'm going to Hashem, by Shlishi, Velod, Moila. This soul is considered when it's still on the animal, it's an oil, that's why it's supposed to be mild. Even though I'm done with it, not often. Mellow agent, to Kohanim, that a client is permitted to use the soul of this amygdala in the word, and we have to understand what. There's no sound, there's no purpose. When it's either touching, what's going on? All that's one of the carbon enough. When the client brings all carbon, if he brings a sandwich, no. Let me ask you a question, honestly. Are you allowed to bring a bottle of ketchup from home into the base of English? Typically speaking, now I've been coolant in English. It's awesome. What about ketchup? I want to eat my steak with barbecue sauce, with ketchup, whatever I eat my steak with. Am I allowed to bring it in? We have a place in training, but the place that says you're allowed. Register, you're not allowed. So it's the again thoughts over here. You're talking about salt, you're talking about food that comes from the outside. I was really trying to learn how to feel like something I can make the marches. We thought maybe it means right at the bottom of the left or bottom. It's salt food, they're over. Machila means machila touching. They're not allowed to eat the steak of the kachim with the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. You can't use the Beis Hamikdash spices for their steak, which is kachim. And they're only allowed to eat them in fish. They have to eat it. How do you know they have to eat it like really bland, without any spices? As a Gemara, how could that be? As a Noach, or it's touching them, the Kohanim, they get the hide from the Beis Hamikdash. And we give them the right amount of salt to process the hide, to pan the hide. Lucky it's fucking but to give a little salt for the steak, nah. There's 3 pounds of salt. The list in the place of the salt is in the room. This is the chamber salt. There we even have a picture. Here it is, right over there, salt chamber. That we saw already on the ramp itself was a pile of salt and carbon.
Ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed.
Why do you need 3 pounds? Listen, I'm out to some authorized production. It's a reporter's guy who claim gets the salt, and it's no private hide. You get in salt, there's no private consumption. I got that better when you need salt on top of the ram. To some of them say, all the limbs of that. Why on top of that? To some of them, this is super interesting. Where do you salt? Where do you put the place? Where do you salt the place? Wow. This says, I understand. First of all, it's salt over here on the ram. Why is it over here? Go on the ram, you come back down and get to the apron. So the place is slave out of the shot. That is only slapping with how many bar. Over here is dirty salt. I want nice, pure white salt, and that I could find only on top of the tap over here. We're not surrounding that we salted, it's on top of the tap, we're not going to see out of the something else. So the question is, why can't you use the salt for those steaks? I look for one, I'm not too expert right now. No, they could be salt for the steaks that they get off the korban. And my kilo the colon. But they didn't know this. Every day we have to do some kind of position. We know that Allah is like other things we have to do other things when you're satiated, when you're not starving. It's not appropriate to sit down for fasting after you like if you're fasting, like after a fast, you know, like let's say fishing club, you come sit down, you don't eat like that. That's not how you need to start. You need to come really get ahead like a king. So maybe I have to make sure that you're not hungry. You eat like a little bit of food before. They just give a cousin a sofa. So if they touch it over here, that's what it's saying. You're not going to do the sandwich. That's all. Ketchup, you're allowed to come to places because the ketchup goes onto your carpet. But your sandwich is nothing to do with carpet. It's that you should be full before you eat a carpet. So sandwich, you can't bring it to the business. So obviously, your sandwich is outside of this one. It's got a special locker room for sandwiches. And you went outside and ate it. Now, yeah. And I use the salt for that sandwich. That was really real cool. They stand up and say about it. Often, now the culture will have you not use the salt in your sandwich from home. Oh, everyone actually up and stop there. The truth is, we can stop right over here. The one side, have a wonderful day. Give me the pencil, please.
And so, some summary, we'll go into it after we open up things a little bit more for questions, just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. If you ask me questions like, how do I make a goal, I'll tell you, I have no idea. Here are 3 books in Aramaic that allegedly tell you how to do it. Go forth and have fun. So,
We were discussing yesterday things that are in the middle of Malcolm, not Malcolm, are they, how do you say Malcolm again? Right, good word. Mandatory is a better word. I remember, like Hanabe, and now it's Sugyon means repeat. When Hanabe girl, the parent doesn't repeat it twice. Umakabe, you know, salt is mandatory. It's Makim. It's on your bris, Mela, oil. Say, bris, I'm going to Mela. That's it. There is Yehuda. The machine I never found bris, Mela, oil. It's like a very short. Like I said, the word bris. Never know how bris is not filmed, but change this for the bunch of places. Who knows? They need a kind of a you need salt. We're saying it's salt. It's not doubled up. It's not double up. Tomorrow, our Yosef, Rab, turns on to our Mishnah. We look at our Mishnah. It says that they didn't do Shemitah, he didn't do Kalila, the Lord Mala, the 14 of which means he didn't do Kalila. Okay. It doesn't say Melech twice. And therefore, if you don't do it, it's not the end of the world. Oh my God. Go back to the Mishnah. The Mishnah starts off. He didn't do Tita. He didn't do the third oil. He didn't do Blila. He didn't do Tita. Then he didn't do Melech. He just said Melech means he didn't do it at all. So then you have to say the first thing in the Mishnah, he didn't do it at all. Oh no, we already established. Hello, the other player on the water. We already spoke about it. And we said, like, meaning, not that he didn't do it. A kind didn't do it. He showed it. And now we're like, well, it's really to understand because we spoke about it and what about and he wants to something decent. But it is each word could be a different meaning. Because it means that a kind didn't do it. Doesn't mean that he means it. It means the same thing. Perfect. And I don't know if I know his part. Maybe it doesn't mean that he didn't do it at all. It means that a kind didn't do it. That's a part we got to get. What do you mean? How could we do it? It's possible. And so, we're not so close. And we didn't believe that. I was right. So I can't get let's say, see the bridge, and on the hallway, we have similar shot yesterday. In other words, one of the things I remember was Kia, like a Russian of, it's a must. Where it says, you've been going about it says, Chukka, it's Pyra. Sometimes you don't need the word Chukka. Sometimes in order to say that it's mandatory, it's another word. In other words, the bris means the covenant. I have a bris with you. That's what you have to do. Like, that's so. You can't just almost do it and not do it. You have to do it. You must do it. Bris. It's just as strong as repeating the puzzle twice. If the word bris, you must do it. However, the problem is, why did you say that the Torah didn't say twice? Well, one of they dropped what the Torah didn't appear. See, the Torah doesn't talk about Melech. So if I show you the puzzle, it's going to be very, very understandable. The Torah talks about Melech, Melech, 3 times the puzzle is Melech, not twice, 3. So the Torah didn't repeat itself. Now, we're going to do the Torah of the Talmud. This whole process, calculating the also the evidence is either that much better than that. Now they're doing it to the down, oh, I think now we're going to what is the salt? Maybe you have to salt the wood. Maybe you have to salt blood. Should they go further? We also call the part. They still separate between all the different so this is an interesting one, and try to remember it, because we've been mentioning it several times. It means that there's something else that comes together with it. In order to put your meat on and you need work, you need to burn wood. So the other thing, I can't run feather off. Wood doesn't need wood. Blood doesn't need wood. It needs to need wood. So what requires salt? Something that you need wood. So when I put this, you need something, you have to salt it. For what I don't have to salt it, but blood doesn't have to salt it. Tomorrow, Imam Mincham, that is your terror. What does it mean to do? What does the meat do? The meat allows you to eat the shirayim, yeah? It's one of the materials. You put the meat on the back, then the Quran to eat the shirayim to come out. Oh, so maybe anything that allows you to do something else would require salt. For instance, Abidam, Shemata. What about blood? Blood allows you to eat the rest of the carbon. So it's called the mincha. I'm a little man, so here's another or we're going to remember this. This is one of the things that soon you can today. It has a mincha, the way now the mecha. You put salt on a mincha, you don't put salt on blood. Okay? Maybe you should put the salt on the shirayim part also. You see on the chart the shirayim also. I'm going to learn my carbon. Carbon going where do you put the salt? On the carbon part, not the edible part. That's not the carbon. On the part that goes underneath there. Okay, so we're seeing the top left, the Kmita part. You're not around the Lavoina. What about top right? The Lavoina. Alright, the Lavoina can volume of the Lavoina and the flour come in one vessel. How do you compare it? So that's why that's why you need salt. You're not around the Lavoina of everything. Oh, so here that's the question I asked in the beginning. Can you bring Lavoina by itself? And the answer is yes. I can bring a carbon. I really like carbon Lavoina. It's interesting, but it's done. Bring a whole plate full of Lavoina. How do I know that if it comes by itself without any flour, it also requires salt? What about the Lavoina that comes in the 2 spoons on the lechem hapanim, on the shulchan of lechem hapanim? Not clothes. And how do you know clothes itself need salt? Minchas koyanim, there's no kmitza by the koyanim, it goes straight onto the mizbeach. It was like koyim shiach, and you can go to the minchas chavitim, half in the morning, half in the afternoon, the minchas nisachim, or minchas that come together with the wine, that come together with service of violence. They moving copies, they moving also, and they moving the hair, the moving like this, the moving the copies, and also. I love the detail of it. Like literally, like it's real. Very more country culture. What's country culture? So Rashi said something interesting. I wouldn't know this without Rashi. He says in more because it bothers me right away. Look at Rashi. If you're talking about katos and asham, so what else is there? What are the country culture mod there that are not addressed by the Gemara? Yeah, it's just katos. It says asham. So what else is there? There's nothing else on the list. Oh, says Rashi. Yeah, there is something on the list. The shlomim they bring on shmurs. They bring country culture. They move country culture. And also, you have regular shlomim, taita. They move the they all require salt. They move oil. You have to every oil. Sorry, all the limbs of the oil. All require. Minayim that they need salt. I'm going to of kol karbon kol patir now. And that's the culture that someone is speaking out, maybe is Irish, that even when we read wood, culture, because now wood is made all right, and that'll call you from 9 Rabbi is a little vino. How do I know that in salt and little vino, my Rabbi is some vino skin bug, he said, the reason why the vino needs salt, how do I know that the vino, the fragrance requires salt? All right, and they'll call you from 9 Rabbi. Why do I have to say this is smart? Because that's something more clear. But I'm just making a message. I can't run because of the idea that if it's wood that burns it, that requires salt. So the burner is burnt by the wood, so it requires salt. Polygon. Ema for the cloud. Woman called cloud. So, Baruch Hashem, we don't have to say that there's zero problem when it comes to cloud about the cloud. When the Torah says a generalization, the Torah says carbon. Carbon can mean all these things that you see over here. It can mean meat, it can mean wood, vagina, bird, it can mean everything. That's a very generalized Muslim. But then the Torah says mincha. Only on the mincha you put salt. Let's try. So anytime you have a generalization and then specification of prat, then what the Torah is doing is saying, forget the cloud. There's no cloud. It's not generalized. It's very, very exact with the cloud. But if the Torah adds another cloud afterwards, then it opens it up again. But the reason why is a cloud because now I have where to focus. It has to be very similar to the cloud. That would be if it's only a cloud on a cloud. But right now we're at a cloud on a cloud. There we go. In a carbon cloud. Where carbon is general. And then the crowd. Well, the crowd, aim but crowd, hello, national crowd. So what? So that's the exact, there's no generalization, it's very specified. Mincha in, midaflina life. We remove the whole list of Rabbi that we saw before, all these different things, and that has to be only a minute. And that's the only thing that requires it. Although I'm like, whoa, so no. You got to see in the book. It's like the book about Coco. Here we go. So it's carbon, mincha, carbon. All carbon, all the types of carbon. So now bring everything back in. Guess what? There's something similar to having a carbon similar to the prat, which is the mincha. What do you do? A carbon cloud, cloud is private cloud. You have to go and open a prat. So you have the generalization of both sides. It's a sandwich. So you have to take the middle thing, a very specific thing called a prat, which discusses a mincha. And we learn from that to the general category. The law is not from the Koyer Shakir and Koyer law. We're still in that thing over there. The wood, there's wood that's burned because of it. Oh, Shakir and Koyer law. So everything in the cloud has to be something. That's why Yoshi put the fires over there. There's wood burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon that needs wood to burn. Then it requires salt. I told you I have about 5 law. Apparently, the bottom 5 law might need. Eitzim. Oh, Eitzim. If anything has wood, then it requires salt. So now let's go back to a different question. Same question. If I bring a carbon that is wood, does wood require wood? Probably not. And then why I shouldn't have to salt it? Only something that requires wood. The one thing of things that wood requires wood. When you bring a pile of wood, you're not lighting it, you light underneath it. You light the wood from the dissemination. And therefore, wood does require salt. Ema, Levina, Weißdam, digging this up. What's the interesting thing that's going on here? The Gemara says that since blood comes together with something else, blood comes together with itself. But the Nesachim come because of the blood. So Mela, they go together, and therefore it requires salt. Just like the Levina comes because of a mincha, the Levina comes because of the mincha, and that's why it requires salt. So too, the suffering that comes because of the blood, but also the blood should need salt. No. The suffering by the immune with us. The suffering don't come, the wine doesn't come because of the blood. The wine comes together with the immune. Makes sense. Achilu shtia. There's wine and there's meat. Like that's what we eat on Shabbos. Yeah, the achilu and the shtia. No, you are other rabbis. Kapara the simcha. Simcha meaning the wine. The wine is the end of the. You have a kapara through the blood, and you have the simcha that you got a kapara. You didn't have to drink the wine. You drink wine. It's like part of the simcha. Ella levina by ima kliyecha. The reason why levina gets salt it comes together into one place. The suffering about it being the suffering about it separate. The wine is separate. That's why there's no salt. The wood goes together with that's why it needs salt. This mitzvah comes together with wood, but it also is a matter. So basically, there's two things going on. Maybe you need two things. Maybe it's not enough that you just come with wood. It comes with wood, but it also is a matter. Oh my God. So maybe you need two things. The Shire lesson. The Levina that comes from the together with the Lechem comes from the Shulchan. It's the matter for the Lechem without putting it on fire. You don't get to eat the Lechem. It's also something that needs wood. So you have two things going for it. You have wood and you have a matter. I don't need that in a life. Anything that doesn't have these two things, right? Why not? The lizard from Alma Kosefa, the Lord Alma Mecha. Blood is just a matter. There's no wood, the blood still has one thing. So then if it only has one thing, the fire, you know automatically it doesn't need salt. So then if you know automatically it doesn't need salt, why do you need a Pazim Alma Kosefa? You need a Pazim Alma Kosefa because that's not how you figure if someone needs salt or not. It's not depending on one or two things. Obviously, it's not about two versus one. Otherwise, we wouldn't need a person specifically in the mind. I found out even if it only has one thing going through it, it doesn't need salt. Oh, no. Mama can tell them how to metal. We learn from the policy, Mama can tell them that 2 meals and it's only a milk and apple. Mama can tell maybe you don't need to put salt on. It's not very violent how to make it. No. It makes sense. Logically, they should have to salt. Liz, Shitei, in my Gemara says, I like it, H. Benitma. They actually changed. There's no other changed the, what everybody else has. Ajban Small. H. Benitma. Fire in the Tumah. And we don't even do this. We don't use the last vowel, but basically it stands for this right over here. As you know, I'm going to explain.
Any other questions?
I feel like I'm not showing this on video.
Oh. Still in the Kabbalah world.
This?
No,
the
Kabbalah.
guy brings a wood carbon. No, I think that's later. That's later also. No, let me show that later. I have to show later. Later, and some of you got here. All this good videos are for later. Okay. It's also later. Then. Okay, infinite. Something. You have to sort up these names. Why? Because there are 6 things that are similar to them. All 6 things. Okay, about regular Kamoisa. You have to burn it with wood. You have to burn the limbs with wood. Just like a milk. Ishim Kamoisa. You need fire. The Chutzkamoisa outside of the Hechol, sometimes blood is different because blood is inside. Blood, you don't put on the fire. You throw it on the wall. You don't have wood underneath it. Noisar Kamoisa, a vine right here, the Noisar, if you go over Tuma Kamoisa, can become a Me'ila Kamoisa. If you use it, you have to pay the English use blood. No. The Gemara, the following days, Adrabah, Dam Havelator agree. Blood is similar to Mincha, and blood to require salt. Chicken Matrika Moisa, blood is a matter. It allows you to spray the blood, through the blood, you allow to eat the carbon. First of all, second of all, Musa the Shkir Sahama Kamoisa, it's possible when Shkir comes along. Over here is the massive placement, and we discussed in the Zvachim, the famous Shita of the President Tam, that Shkia, he says, is not a new thing. When the sun goes below the horizon, but rather it's 58 and a half minutes later. And then you have 13 and a half minutes of Shmoshes, a total of 72 minutes. That's Shita President Tam.
It could have originated in Europe.
Akapanim, you have 2 things that are similar. Blood is similar to Mincha. We had 6 things that Ivarim are similar. That's why I'm going to take the parts of the and be nice blood and everything. Yeah, you have to go 18 down. Shouldn't be I'll tell you that wood.
I've never seen an argument that's a slam dunk case.
Wood and blood require salting. Why? Because it's called Shaniqua carbon. But when they thought that, that's why I have a meal on the chutzpah and not blood. Not trying to say Gomer 18 carbon. Who says that wood is considered carbon? Rabbi. The Rabbi will know, right? According to Rabbi, wood need salt. You have to salt the wood. This annual carbon mincha, which is extra on Lame, is not amazing. You let it come and donate wood. The how much is considered a carbon? Snakes, you're looking at 2 feet. Okay, no, I know about the oil. I'll prove about racing. It's a carbon. Maybe I'm carbon mincha. Wood is in fact a mincha. It's a type. We're calling the carbon, not a carbon oil. It's a carbon mincha. With the women a gosha, the marriage have to take it. Let's say we even have a gosha. I don't even know if you have it. So you know what a gosha is. Let's take it, the wood, and bring it to the mizbeach on the southwest corner. Well, my Rabbi, Rabbi, listen to this. You're not going to believe that. Eitzim to Udim to Mitzah. How in the world do you do Mitzah? So that's this video right over here. Let's watch it. It's schmuck, this video. Well, no,
that's where we see it flourish. Say for Yetzirah,
you have to have the idea. It says oh.
So we see versions of it. We see commentaries being written in Italy at the same time they're being written in Iran, at the same time they're being written in Egypt.
Let's give all this. How do you mean to ignore it? Rashi at the end of the Masechta says you have to make it into sawdust. And then you do meat. That's what's up. You bring it into small pieces. The shmuck. Come Rabbi. Eight to do the kmitza. You need to do kmitza. Rabbi. 18 strichen 18. That is unbelievable. You can't just put. Oh, so here's just a Shachai's video. Hold on. Where was it? Oh, that's the Hebrew. We don't know Hebrew. You don't like this one, that one. Forget this one. Go to sleep.
Something's going on. There's a story. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know.
You should lower it a little bit. Yes, sir, you need wood to burn the wood. You can't just bring wood. So, the problem is, how do we deal with the bright side? And the bright side seems like wood doesn't need salt. You know, there, Rabbi says before wood needs salt. Says Gemara, okay, Samim can't eat me right. If so, you have to take the word 18 out, because 18 does need wood, salt. The Elokro, the Mutim Mai. Now we have Be'etzem, so that is a whole long Rashi. There's two Milutim that we have. You remember. We have Almond Koch, I told you guys to remember. We have this one, you know, the cloud of rotten cloud. That's a meal. But if you're going to remove wood, which requires salt, so what's the second meal for? One meal, okay, we'll say blood doesn't need salt. But what's the second one for? My either will be that I already took out from Ma'amim Chosecha. So now what do I do with the cloud of rotten cloud? Says Gemara applicates him violent suffering. Okay. The sucking, wine doesn't need salt. How do I know that from the second design? How will I lie about that? By 8 my photos, 8 minutes. We're going to start over here tomorrow and just read it. There are 4 things that don't require salt: wine, blood, wood, and prayer. So the Gemara Mani, Rabbi, Rabbi just says that wood does require salt. Here are Haman, they do require salt for prayer. And then the Gemara goes on to say the different canon that says we can finish tomorrow. Rabbi, have a wonderful day. Have a good day.
Secondly, the Jewish rule once Kabbalah appears had already spent centuries being oracled by what is called the Maimonidean controversy. Now, I'm not going to get knee-deep in the Maimonidean controversy because it's incredibly complicated, but basically what we have is a debate about the merits of Maimonides. You may remember this, you may have forgotten, you may not even know. Maimonides is one of the most missing figures in the history of Judaism.
We're holding on that custom page. These are things, right? So first you put Shemin in the food, then you put the flour, you put one time Shemin, then you use Tzika. We're talking about number 4, Tzika, which is, again, oil, but I guess I missed the whole, like, putting it on and the whole thing. Machmas, Alpha, Pizza, Shlubai, Snoopla. I got Shemitza's all the way over there. This is what we need, Shemitza. Number 10. So, yeah, so there's different menachas and there's whatever. The Gemara says, my kind of the Rabbanon, why do Rabbanon say that Yitzika can be done with the Yisrael? The other point is yesterday, like Chris says, no, Yitzika should be done with a Kayan. Yitzika number 4 must be done with a Kayan. So the Gemara says, everything from 1 through 10 to be done by Yisrael. Why? Macrobiotic Oleo Shemin, the Nathan Oleo Levina, the Vio de Leia and Akoya will come. You do all these things, you do it, and then only then the Vio de Leia and only after you see the Koyim, the compliment, and then it gets so we learn from here, Mitzvah Ve'ela, Mitzvah Tziruna, only from 10 on must be a Koyim. Everything before 10 can be a Yisrael. Vila Yitziko Blilo Shekir the jar. Shimon, so Shimon that says that a Yisrael cannot do it. So they are not going to mean Miklo means for fun over the Akra, but boy, here it is. The new age, 2026. First of all, we could just go there. Real quickly, 2026. We didn't have the thing. These are all the steps. Shemen, toilet,
This was
Nino,
on a small map.
Tico, the holy area. Tico, then you do the Vaina, Agosha, Tico is all the way in the middle of the third stage. This is the last stop before. Okay, so, Elocha, Melita, Torah. This is how it's done today. Yotzak, Aleh, Seven, Nahal, Vaina, Fucking out, it says Yotzak. Fucking days, it says Kama. Then it says the word Hashanah in the middle. Look what you do, go like this. The word Yotzak and the word Kama stand with the word Hashanah. We only say whether Hashanah goes only on the Kedusha, or perhaps goes on the previous Sukkim as well. Yeah, the word for Hashanah is the door of the Aleph also. Mikra, is the son of Rasa. We take the word Hashanah and say, you must have a title when you do Tikva. So somebody says, yes, you go backwards. The Yotzak, Hashanah is also on the Yotzak. The Baba after the Mara, so too, we can use the one of Apple, we really hold that. We bring another right that he doesn't hold that. Look at that, I tell you, that was how the minorities
really got.
So there's only one carbon we learned from Rothschild, so you do this. You take from the 7.5 years of our time, kind of walking mountains. Right, 7.5 years from now, it's going to be on the table. It's going to be walking around here. Okay? You're going to have the real the kind takes his finger in the blood and smears it on the corner of his back. So what does it say? It says, V'loka HaKoyen. Once again, we have the same thing. It says, V'loka. It says, V'loka. V'loka means to see the blood in a food. And also means to put it on his back.
Jews at the time in Spain are living
And in the middle of his best part, we learn it's funny, we learn that that's what I mean. The Lord HaKoyen Midam HaChatzim says, Boy, the Matan, Akara Tanzea, that boy, the Lord, the Lam is here, Kabbalah Yemen. So I go backwards. The boy also goes on the word before. And even the Kabbalah Adam must be done with your right hand. Then we go from there, but we're not going to take the same word. We say, obviously, on the next part of the text, Milani says, Kino Elebi, Omer Hashem, looking them, I got the Kabbalah. I don't understand. The Lord got in the beginning of the talk. What are you talking about? Part of the Nema Yadu Kabbalah, it was more caution. So if the word that goes on the next word, and then instead of parentheses, we're shooting so out of the photo. It doesn't directly. It tells me we're shooting in both directions. Oh, here you see, it doesn't always go to the future. It doesn't take the word and learn it on the back. Well, I'm kind of the this is another reason, because fairly we did the same thing that we did before. Is the word that's quite goes to the right and to the left, to the beginning and to the end, and the truth is no.
Also, what's important to note about this at the same time is that Jews and
But
Christians
it says Yotzak,
proximity, especially in Spain and Girona.
Yotzak, we go back. How come I thought how can we go backwards? Because we really hey, because love, much of we're trying to connect the two. Yotzak and Hamas, they all have to be done with the question. Sorry, Jim, don't make money. You're trying to does he really say that? Does he really say that in all situations involved? And actually, he said, how come over there doesn't say anything for that? I'm a part of it. Jim, don't make money. You're trying to see the shop of the man of Parkway. There's another question. The shop not the dark. The same question. Then it's their question. It says the shop not the dark. That's somebody's doing people, and somebody's doing people. Now, because everyone has to do with the planet, they are like the hand of the number of them, for which they're only coming to read. The reason they're involved. the beginning of this puzzle to the end of the puzzle, the beginning of the puzzle, what I mean, that only a time to reach people, and we know that it's not true. Even a woman can reach people, really shock how this been a fucking recruit in the arrow and a ground dam as a damn dog with him. But I've already been through the line of the change go, that only the end of the puzzle needs to be done by Rico, but not the beginning of the puzzle. It's true, but much is how you rejoin. But according to you, it's wrong. At the beginning of the puzzle, there's often having to go to the school, the street that feels big. There's more kind of also, you're right. And also, no, so it's some of the shop out, take a look, it's the same, we have this puzzle. But it comes down and it shows the summer. And right after it says the shop. And we know, my people are now if you're brand new to an office, so Mika just means that you need the body weight on the animal. Sometimes it won't work out well. A woman doesn't really, a woman doesn't do sleep, but a man does. And we know that Mika is done by Yisrael. So for the point of view, if you say, some of the shop, the other thing is, before sleep or something garden, so she goes to the garden to the next one. It's not, no pun intended, but it's close to each other, pretty much close to each other. Some of the shop has, and Mika is done by Yisrael, so to the shop has. Last week, the Lord is done. So Lord, so the question is, Mika the Bible, speak of the Bible. Wait a minute. Usually it's done, the leader on the head of the animal done by the owner. So maybe she can show people I only know the time that he can't say why. And the funny thing is, you can support the body by we have four of us. He is a whole lot of people. And we just do number one, I've heard the next people to make a color on attack and everything else. And that's not done by the owner. So that main thing is not done by the owner, it's not the street. Oh, tomorrow. If he's saying, he's going to mess with the effort. The question is, he's going to mess with the effort. The more after, the owners can't keep you up because they're going to come from the effort. So what to do, I got to money able to do it. Between juggling and different, Shop has parapractice. He has a special list of like two chefs his own carbon. Because the battle is given by another remote. I don't know what do you have until now. You have in the place I was going to move out by the military. So, which by the place says the whole thing has to be done by a plane. And I'm say, no, always from the street. Oh, yeah, but it's a place to learn a bit about the beginning of the puzzle, the end of the puzzle, your mid-range eye over here. Now we have a gravity suit. I'm around. Home welcome to them, I heard of a football, Abraham Ella. He said these side routes. The third says the word. And the Gemara understands. Oh, wait, that means both of these words. That was one and one. The Gemara later says, no, it means one and one. Either or. But if the Torah says Torah, it says the word Torah and the word Torah, then you must do everything in that box. There's certain things that if you don't do them, it's not the end of the world. You learn from rock many times, if you don't put them in the mirror, nothing is fair. It's always a part of what if you don't take the mincha and touch the mizbeach with it? You have gusha. Does it ruin the mincha? There's certain things that don't ruin. You just do. But if the Torah says the word Torah, you go. Like, so you speak of Torah by a paraduma or you might bring possible. And then you have to do every single step. Whatever the steps are. This whole thing. Every single thing here. If you miss one step, if you don't do the milah, boom, throw that. If you don't do the agosha, throw that. Everything has to be done. Oh, so we're going to talk about Torah Al-Qasim and get into that also. So what if you never tell the people in your life? He's going to have a minute that he needs both of these words. And to prove that, we're going to go through 7 cases. And of course, we want to always leave the bomb for the last page. Otherwise, we won't get the tomorrow. Right? So we're going to do all this stuff. in doing so, we're just going to do Chazara on a lot of different Mutsagim and shops. They take Naphtali, right? Naphtali. He's known 30 days ago. He doesn't know a lot of these things. Maybe he doesn't know he's like, all these things that we do for Torah and another food. How we're going to go through all these things, wrap things up, get a better understanding of certain things.
These are just intermediaries between us and God.
It'll see, look at the Torah. Over here it says both words.
Now, you look at this image, right?
We're
This
going
image,
to read 7
you
things.
can already see over
By
here.
Ray Nozu. A person who says, I'm not going to drink wine, I'm not going to be 20 plus, that person, the minimum is 30 days. Would be a lifetime.
You see how these look the same?
We're going to do Shimshon when we learn all this.
It's because Kabbalah
But
are going to
at the end of the period of time of our zero, that's what we're proud. Over there it says, like, think of it in a Torah. It only says one word, it doesn't say Kukas Torah. It says Torah, Rav needs to make this allow this rule. He said you need both words. Torah and Kukas. And Rav himself is the one that says, another. The group of another, you're not going to
They want to maintain that. And they want to maintain
another one of them is Islam. So he takes the fry of Islam and he has to wave it. And he brings different bread. Takes one of each type of bread and waves it. The voice I hear you go, Mom's a visual. A visual instead of a joke thing we're going to do Torah. This is our mother. Right before we reserve the mother, I introduced this individual. This is a person on it. This is what it looks like, actually. You can see the pot of the shlomim is cooking over there. We shave off his head, not his beard. And he does an interesting thing here. Yoshi decided to go a little wild. He takes some of the gravy from the shlomim and pours it on the hair. It's actually a Rambam I saw last night. Rambam, and then he burns the hair under the shlomim pot. On the fire under the shlomim pot. Now we have a visual of it. Here he has the thigh that's in the shlomim pot. He puts it on the bread, and he does kufa. He lifts it together with the time. Maybe up, down, the whole thing. Says Gemara Shani also, even the Ksib. Okay, so each one we're going to come up with an excuse. That you're right, it always says Torah, but it's Ma'akiv. The kufa is Ma'akiv. Rabbi says Ma'akiv, and it's Ma'akiv. I seriously have a feeling that it's Ma'akiv. You have to do it in the right way. It's something important. You have to go right, left, instead of left to right. Shani also, give the Siv, Ken Yasam, the Mount of Sivabu Kugudam. It says the Pasuk Yasam, so it's as if it says the foolishly. It says when I read Toida like Sivay Ela Toira. The Toida, when a person has something special, he got out of jail, whatever it is, you have to bring these breads. Now, you bring these breads, and you're missing one pile of these types of bread. It's all over, you can't bring any of them. But you know, it's not, it doesn't say kuka. It only says one word. It's not our fault. The types of breads are all maki. Shani toida did that. There's a reason. You're right. Typically, toida is enough. But nazir, the toida is similar to nazir. The siv al derech toida shlama. But when man shlama of the rabbi shami nazir becomes a special limud. Okay, very mitzvah. Person who has teras, lo sivi al toira. It only says words are. Who's not? There are 4 things in the Torah. Now, we never knew what it was, but take a look at this. It's beautiful. Something brand new for today. Here's the guy in the Torah. He's out of the Machna. He's in a little hut somewhere. Now, by the way, it's impossible to catch these birds. Down in the derech haggadah, I tried very hard when I was a kid. They can live in a house. They can live in your room, and you cannot catch them. It's impossible to catch them. There, with the azoi and spray the matzah. Now, time out is more that we're going to learn here. So let one bird fly away. If you have the, what do they call? Shave everything, including his eyebrows. Shani also the same. So the 4 marks, let's say you don't have azoi, you can spray the guy. Shani also says, the word tia is very, very strong. This is it, dummy. It's very similar to the word kuka. It's very, very strong. It says Torah, you're right, but it says tia before. Tia Torah. Sorry, you have Kippurim, now we're moving to a list of things that before we're talking about Torah, now we're talking about Hookah. Yom Kippur it says the word Hookah is not we know that on Yom Kippur here we have the two goats, one you throw off a cliff and one you shepherd. You don't have two, you can't do even one. Ella, finally the one says, Oi Torah, Oi Hookah. You don't need both. You don't need both together. You're right. So everything comes out that no, one or the other, Torah or Hookah. There's certain things by a carbon that are not active, like Agasha, like the Imurim Agasha, like Imurim. They actually tell me that the word Torah by itself is ma'akiv, that you must do it. The word Torah alone is not ma'akiv. So that's why you need a second word, Hookah. The word Hookah is strong enough by itself. Now, when we had that Gemara, similar Gemara, we had Etzba and Kohen. The Gemara over there says, so if Etzba means Yemin, then why do you need the word Kohen? Kohen by itself doesn't mean right. So Tosis over here asks a question on this fact, and he doesn't really bring an answer. He's talking about this Torah also is Shum Drasha. You're right. And the word Torah is going to come for a certain drasha, which Tosis doesn't tell us what it is. Sorry. Yeah. Rab said you need both. Torah and Hookah. Oh, no, what he meant is, even if the Torah says the word Torah, you see the Hookah in the Eloi, but you must have a second word for Hookah. The key word is Hookah. If it says Hookah, then it means it's not. If it doesn't say Hookah, I don't care if it's Torah or not, it's not mine. So that's why. By carbon, it says the word Torah and it doesn't say Hookah, it's not mine. Where it says Hookah, it is not. Oh, that's what somebody asked before. I don't remember. Are you? We said that the Torah has to repeat itself twice in Kachin in order for it to be a market. Now the problem is that in the Mincha, the whole part of Mincha, it does say the word Hookah. Now we just established it says the word Hookah. You must do every single one of those steps, and if you miss one step, throw it out. So then why does it have to repeat itself twice by Mincha? It's enough to say Hookah, and that means you must do it. You don't have to repeat twice. You don't have to walk into that other place and find it out. Things are in like the life. Also, if you see the Hookah, I feel it. You want to come up with an excuse? No, the Hookah, you're right. It says Hookah by Mincha, but that's by the eating part, not the Avodah part. It doesn't refer to this giant list of 14 things. Okay, so I'll let you have that for now. See the Hookah, I feel it. But also the word Hookah, and it's only by the eating part. Now we know it's not Shiddur, not that. You need to have all 12 breads. You only have 6 breads. Looking upon it, it's not, you can't eat them. And the 2 spoonfuls of the vaina that have the screen, if you have one, it's not good. If you have 12 breads, but you don't have any levaina. You have the 2 spoons of levaina, you don't have 12 bread, you cannot do anything. And the word Hookah is by the eating part, not on the avodah part. Ella, the more takes it back. Ella, go ahead and fix it up. No, if it says Hookah, I don't care where it says. Even by the eating part, it means the entire avodah. But the special limud, from the flour and from the oil. So it says Rashi over here, very important Rashi of the Seif al-Tef. Why did the Torah say you from Shaman? It says it's very from Shaman. To tell us that if you miss a little piece of shemen, the flour is no good. But the problem is, if it says Hookah, then I don't need a special Geras shemen. It has to be exactly as is. If the Torah says he's sorry, if you're missing one, how do you say Geras here in English? One grain of flour is possible, so I don't need to get some shemen. The fact that the Torah says Mikdusha Shamna tells me that the word Hookah is not relevant in this part song.
This is the God.
I remember asking, so he says on the page, the Mikdusha Shamna is not the Hookah just over here, not in the whole Torah. Everywhere else, this is Kanagin, but because the word Mikdusha Shamna instead of Geras and Shemen, it tells me Hookah over here is not relevant. In the beginning, the Gemara Rash says you need to listen to the Torah. The Gemara says, no, you don't need both the Shemen and the main one. Different places, because that's right, so over there, especially in Lush and Geras Shemen. Hookah means it's not Hookah.
No thing.
Over after one of them will have also because Mincha interrupted. If the verse says twice the same thing by Kotzer and Mincha, it means you must do everything right. When it comes to the oil and the flour, that's very, very important, but other stuff is not important. Even though the Torah said it twice, everybody agrees to so even Shmuel agrees. That is possible. The Torah said it twice.
In the very last rung of that ladder,
Certainly, the Torah said it twice. How do you say matzah in English?
God pours out God's presence.
Essential. It's essential.
As God pours out
So I'm
God's
not going
presence,
to full hand or big in his hand. Don't try to be lazy and make like a glass thing that you know you can take a scoop. A scoop of pizza, like from the protein shake. Comes a little plastic thing. Go like this, boom, you get the right amount. No, you gotta stick your hand, get through with the flour, and go like this. Ram Sobar, Konami, Konami Pro. It says twice this idea. You see, the Yaakov is a mincha by the Malik Kapimimena. It says by the Mubuyim, by the Hanukkah Mishka. It says that you should stick your hand in and take a full. Oh, it says twice that you should take a handful. More smooth, version strong. What happens then is a one-time thing. And you can't learn a one-time thing for all generations. After Gemara, what? Shmuel doesn't believe. Oh, you don't learn from generation. So Shmuel doesn't show, but now, play Allah. So Rabbi said you learn from the Shabbat Mamish fresh in our memory. I'll remind you also. There are measuring devices in the Benuta to measure solids like flour. And this measuring device in the Benuta to measure liquids. What kind of liquids like oil, wine, water. The one on the left is not so good. I'm taking the picture right now. We could have introduced it later. This is called the madrig. That you receive the blood of the animal and the reason why it's coming in the body. So they don't put down the fight actually over the doesn't congeal. So now, play Allah, Allah. Now, you don't play sharp. So as soon as you put flour into this vessel, now what if you put oil or wine into this vessel? It does not become colored. It can only be solid. And the same thing with a measuring device that our right hand and make fixes. They use these measuring things and stuff. And we put it through. This has a liquid. We cannot be regarded as solid. Well, I'm going to tell you. We're going to tell you. We're going to tell you. One doesn't go to the other. The other guy's a lot. But for sure, it's a major kiddo. What's on oil of the that's only a measuring device. Okay, we're talking about the thing on the left. We have blood. Why? The six names related to what does it mean? Solar. It's full. This guy on the left in Magic is full of a solid, cold solar. Flour. The Torah says it was full of solar. The mayor just has to say. Awesome. It's not a very cross. We read something what you right. Over there, it says 12 times. Why say 12 times? Every night you got a whole puzzle. So the mail, that's why I learned from it. I really kind of know that to the route. What is that Goshen up my side? Let's see if I can find it. Here, I think this is it. Yeah, it's it. Here. He goes, he touches what corner of both sides? Basically, it's the southwest. So this is the twice southwest. But then I make probably macro. It's on the big probably macro. It says first twice after do I gush up and twice is not matching alcohol. Montana, they really see the story there twice. The city is always first. I'm going to have to wait for the Aaron's Hashem. Bring that Hashem and other really over in his back. So you are, I will spoil the fucking drugs. Let's tell you exactly what to do. It's time. Hashem. It should be in front of Hashem. Where's the most Hashem in the Beis HaMikdash? In the Heichal, in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Who is opposite of the Heichal in the Kodesh HaKadosh? Yochel, B'nai Hashem, Yochel B'nai. Maybe it should be on the here. So if you look over here, interesting picture. So where that red line is, this right over here is the doorway to the airport, right over here. So that, you want to be in front of that, be in front of the chef. That's my here, right over here. On the left side of the bath, on the left side of the bath, opposite, like, right over here, next to Fnash. I'm going to Panama's bath. What's Panama's bath? There's bath is just covered. The ramp going up to the bath. Here, that's the corner. You got the southwest corner. China's corner. There's Panama's bathroom on the ramp going up to the bath. The space in his bath. So we have a little, is it on my rim or it is on the dorm side? Oh, let me finish up. No, let's get my. Okay, look, you can drill the car over. We compromise. Good on the southwest corner. West to the finish up. Dora was on the snake, on the space. You do it southwest. And then push it there without that's enough. But let's go in there. Don't make me show my run there. You go. Put it on the west. Better to be trying to mix of because of the production there. And also, you can furnish it there. Do it also on the south. You too? I don't know. I'm up to the legislative for it. You have a kitchen. That's the time after the time there. What you can do is cold. That's the time after the time there. It's just back then, whenever the certain human being, they're narcissists. Anytime you saw your line look, you also think about your shoes up your prayer. That's the third life. That's the third life. You have two goals. Why not? Why be selfish? You need to do that matter. Because all those things we might have been thousand. Oh, the problem is, if you count off and then the Dora, if you do only in the west, then you want to tie in the south. So the oil milk never got the Dora, down there, chef. But if you do in the south, you typically tie in the west. The hip was the outside. That's right. Right over here. Okay, how do you if you move the back up above that red light, so now that southwest corner is literally in the center of the doorway to the airport. That corner is actually the west side facing the both side. Have a wonderful day. Great job. Cheer up on the Shabbos. 8:30. 8:30. Oh yeah.
So uniform basically sets the stage for the call for Kabbalah just in terms of eliminating the amount of sufferers that there are. And what he argues is that the Sphirot actually existed prior to our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God's utter transcendent state. The Sphirot are going to enter within your world.
Whoa, 20 rap boys.
Is what is created.
We have this debate, by the way, a lot in Kabbalah is the handful of flowers in the middle of it. You're supposed to put it on his back. Instead of putting it on his back, you eat it. You say you're going to eat it. You say you're going to eat it in the day from now. Well, let's say the edible stuff, the whole mikvah that's left over, the shirayim, you're allowed to eat it after you put it in his back. You thought in your mind that you're going to eat it tomorrow. You're only allowed to eat it today. You're only allowed to eat it today. So you did something that's the way you diet for. The way it's either on your death and you thought it was going to eat it tomorrow. Or you thought it was going to eat it tomorrow. Whether it's the letter is possible, but you say possible, they're right. After they cut, you get the heart. Welcome back.
That's the world.
Lord. Before the album, by the way, the Alma Cars Selector. When you change from a person to the bathroom, back to a person, it's the sweets that's posted on the bathroom, and people talk about who's going to eat it, Nobody holds up his cards.
Because our world
Yeah, and the other thing that we spoke about
and
yesterday,
therefore the
when a
Genesis
person
story
thinks in his
doesn't
mind that he's going to leave the bread over, what's that like? Also, shows the way you have 3 sheets.
put bread on a
You
deeper
cut
level,
those
more transcendent
in the
level.
middle of
It's
these.
the story of
So,
how
kind of sort of how to play when it's like the dark door, when you think about the meat that you're going to eat it.
and so if you don't read it correctly, according to second of
So, yeah.
it's very
But when you're thinking about leaving the blood open, now, to leave the blood overnight is not the shit to get right. But to think about leaving the blood open, you didn't. And then you did it. You thought about doing it. So, zero culture, no problem at all. Zero culture.
now
Review the stuff about how to play. This about
he had a famous quote that he said to
David
his students
Mr. Gomez
and
on the
Steele, where he said,
because of
and
all
I
of the
belong to my arms.
things
He
that
said,
all
look,
of the blood is fully right.
he said a book
And
is
you
sealed
just
in
all the blood
in a cupboard.
Other reviews go, yes, but
If
maybe
you look at a book in a cupboard, it's not
everybody
concealed.
agrees that you
It's
can
gonna get out.
use the blood overnight.
And so he says, write this stuff
Before
down.
issues a hadith or the
Right?
not
He says, he says,
all
you
about
can't conceal
being
the
the
cupboard.
coffee.
Why?
Now that's
Unless you're
you just the one
if you try to conceal a
think
kid
about
or
leaving the
cover,
blood
you think
overnight.
someone's gonna see it.
Where's everybody?
Well,
Where's everybody?
if you try to
Oh, the
conceal
third sheet,
this stuff,
from my book, was the name.
it's not gonna work.
I presume it was the place of how much you. Even if we have enough like
Publish the
one
book
sheet
here
that says
in
the point there is caution.
And so
One
he's
sheet
the
says the
first
point there is
person that
caution.
actively
The
forbid
one sheet
writing down
and blood. Thinking about blood over.
ideas. And it
So
was
after
for a
tomorrow,
very long
the
time.
cover of the idea. Now we're going into the
Focus on
we
friends.
cover it. The idea. We cover the muffler. You're right.
Frankly,
Because we
because as soon as
really
it gets over
believe
the border
that
to
if you
Spain,
think about leaving the blood overnight, according to everybody's
brothers,
I know, I'm
brothers
ready.
over in Toronto,
That's ready
immediately
for
began
others.
sending us
It's
material.
your last in the
And what ended up happening is
side
they further
ready and
disseminated
resident.
and they further
I
pointed
went
out
through the resident
and
more was one of that fire
here,
reading
this
that.
image of the Toronto synagogue
The magically
was
does to
still
me
there in
that
Toronto. And
when I pour the oil in the store, I go like pour the oil, I do it fast. Final squeeze, make sure there's not a single drop in it.
It's like a
So the magically does size, let me tell you that stuff. I went, figured out every small little problem I ever had in Tehran. That's the little small. All my little issues were. I don't know, I'm saying the magically does stuff. Sure, there's not his own, not their being good though. It wasn't for what? In other words, what did it have? He didn't go to asking questions. He went there and found us already. He said they were ready for what? And apart from
catechism.
so that's why you won. What happened was, the Chelsea Yosef at Pablo Yosef. I went and found Yosef at Pablo, and by the way, Pablo was starting with many names, and we once went to one day together. His name was Yosef Yusuf, and you got Shamua, and this was 5, I don't know, 7, 8 months. I hope on it. This is what I'm saying, one of the most beautiful stories. You should never forget this. Well, you probably like the Yosef Adla. The legend of Shamua, love legend of Babylon, Adla. So Piper says in the word, Adla means there's a high degree of love that a person could love to the most. He actually had seems like he had a little bit of a different view. He learned that Adla means until he came to a final halacha that they had an argument. And then he also says over there, he says that Allah means when you love somebody because of Torah, it's the highest degree. So looking is the love. I love somebody. I love you because of looking. But it's Torah is Allah. I'm Allah. That's what we're looking for. I try to do that. I'm not coming. I'm not coming out. That's just I'll tell you the part. You see that he's going to leave with the blood and the heart going to take him out. I didn't read it. You thought about reading it. You just thought you were not like, yeah. Look on my way caution. That was like the last word on the guy named Baker. Let me up. You figure out that caution. You don't think I'm not figure out all these coaches. Now, the other thing about Pablo is not that he was nothing in the door. I was look at that. That's the same exact on my life caution. Chopper, goes again. In the morning. On my life caution. All right, it goes in the afternoon. On my life caution. Mincha, when he goes, Mincha time, on my Lord, Kosher, hello, to the Lord, the other all of a sudden, he changes a little bit. He says, it's not okay for them. It's not okay for them. There's a Gemara probably part of the Rabbi. The Rabbi is super excited. He's not, you can see the symptom of faith. I'm like, oh, he wasn't with my husband later. He was in my knees, which are not in the same I've never seen him so happy. In other words, all our love and told me up until the day, I never even jump out of his face like that. All of them now, so everything I told you, you don't agree with. I'm like, oh, you'll be hey, no, don't worry about it. I agree with everything you said. You want it so happy. Okay, if you just offer something, I will tell you to tell me if somebody thinks that I'm eating blood overnight, because I feel so funny, I went everywhere. I looked up and down. To be constantly covered the limit of and I looked for somebody to agree with me, and I couldn't find anybody. So, the Shanita the Kosler, exactly like you gave me back my Aveda. That's why knocking your door, I kept on coming back to you, and I'm like, Rabbi, things are not throw me out like that. Shop was, I was slim stuff. Remind me I got what I wanted. Listen to me, small thing, and look at things. Lord, bring your finger up and noise to the looking for more. I started crying. The Rabbi started crying. All night. The famous song. You're going to sing it in a second. Ashrei Ken Talmidei Chacham. This is where it is. This is the part right over here. Ashrei Ken Talmidei Chacham. Shedivrei Torah Hafidim Aleichem B'Yosef. The Lord showed it so much. Look at the simcha. Someone wait. He started crying. Torah Allah, Mikra again, as the song can be used. More happy for example. How much I love the Torah, your Torah, Torah, this is all I talk about day and night. The Gemara, the nature of you, the nature of the life. With the life, I'm off with the life. Who's the famous for the Yidden God? The real life. And the real life, Rabbi life, is the time of the real life. So that's why he told you that the Eliezer holds his part. It's the sheet that's the wrong person that is that is the thing that the reason why we were mentioning Eliezer, it's sentimental. His father was a town of Eliezer being talked about. He said that we said, Papa, you the sub I need to be a whole talk. Most of you know everybody's in the talk. You know what I do, I go off like the Remuda says that it points everybody's talk. Remuda more says it's not like then what does he give back to the Yoshi, the Israel family? He's looking to say, he's looking for shit that says that everybody else is talking. He's looking for Shimon going to a place. Like that Rabbi does? He's looking for money. He's looking for a place. That's all I point to everybody's talking. Tell him that. Just say what Remuda says. Paul says that the Eliezer is place last. Remuda said was that it's actually my place. And then when we're looking for what it says, it's my place. Actually, yeah. The opening night on the net, he looked at me. He's saying, oh, Papa, the Rabbi Shimon said, the reason why he told us like this is kind of, no, it's my place. And I'm not going to go back to it. I'm going to tell me, it's my place. And I love about that talk about you know, he said they point to everybody's talk, so it's not about it. And my exactly that was up to you. Why did he say, oh, thank you for returning what I was missing? The other name here is constantly trying to. And this said there is a sheep that says caution. The whole time he's telling you caution. He knows it reminds him of my place. So you're right. You say it says there is a sheep that always caution. Okay, so that was enough for him to relax. Rough condition. We have also easy mission, easy learn out. The way it works, the steps in the middle. Some of the steps. You know the steps. We'll show you some. In the beginning you put oil. Then you pour the flour. Then you put oil again. And then you mix it. So we have 2 oil. 7 toilet oil is bleeding. Then there's a 3rd oil. It comes after. I believe it's totally, it's a bit further than this. After it's baked in it, whatever. But it's a 3rd one. It's called the tika. So So what happens is low yochad. This is the third one. The third oil. Low bala, or he didn't do the second one. Well, he called that. He didn't break off. We have let's look at this for a second. Again, I have to make sure that the steps here are perfect. I'm not sure. Takes the sardine flour, okay, puts it in the giant bowl that we know, the sardine. First he puts oil. Step 1 puts oil. Step 2 he puts flour. Step 3 he puts another oil. Now he does lila. Puts it in another clean. And then clean. He bakes it very good. Yeah, this is good. Oh, you see? So over here, the third oil actually comes after the baking. Not like the soybean stuff. Okay, this is better. This is better. No, we didn't get to the issue yet. He baked it. Now, he breaks it off. He's going to break it down into pieces. That's what we're talking about a little bit. How many is it? Now, he has 10 breads. So that's a lot of pieces over there. Not so many. Oh, this is easy. He puts oil over that here. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. And then he put what? And now he puts it, let's have Gosha. He puts it on the southwest corner. And then he has the one. Okay, the mince. Just put the touch to the corner, yeah. Levine, and you have to do a fusion now. If you move all the levine to the side, you mix it without. It's not a good fusion. Okay. You have to break it with the thumb and the cookie. Okay. Minnesota? I saw it. Boy, and there's the salt. I mean, the final salt is a little salt on the beautiful. This is basically most of the this is akbar. He puts it on the fire, like flames it up. The light pot, he didn't bring it on. Well, this year riding. The light malak, he didn't put the salt on, he even saw the salt. The light hate it. There's only two milakas that I know about these Rufa do, which are, if anybody remember, Rufa and Rufa. Saita, then left in the shores, right, as you saw, and also the Oimer. Okay, the three. What he didn't put it on to me, he didn't touch it with the corner of his bayah. Oh, you should put something on Meruba. So Meruba right here does not mean like we have in Hebrew, although the one is going to try to change it. Right now, Meruba is very large pieces. No, he broke it, but he didn't break it correctly. Which the Gemara is going to ask, it says, the third thing he's putting in is one possible. He didn't break it at all. So over here, he didn't break it enough. So you don't have to break it at all. So we broke it with a few pieces. So it's a big deal. One is the word. And then there's certain components like the Rishikins, maybe only in Rishikin, I don't know of any other, that you take oil and you smear it on, not pork, not even smear it on the Rishika, like you do for Hangal, you take oil and you do it on the milk. Shame, you don't do these things. Says the Mara, I love that. What does it mean? Not the third oil. You know, you have to allow. If it means that you didn't pour oil at all, you should prove it to you. So we have a cloud in touching. Boy, so what's this cloud in touching? What's the cloud in touching? But if the player says something twice, only touching, Mativ. So no, although that's touching Mativ, only touching. And we ain't touching now, we're nothing. Yeah, this is awesome. So the Torah over here says twice the same thing, but the Torah means I'm serious about this. You must do it. It says the love that they left that on the it comes above it, says we attack the love. So in other words, you can't get at it. This is like so you have to do the third point. What does it mean you didn't do it? Hello, the love that you Yisrael did it's not a problem. And if Yisrael does it, it's okay. You was kind of took in the other last one. So the Gemara, often they follow Nami, they follow Koino. Now, the most next well, the first words of the Mishnah, Loyaltak, are referring to Yisrael. Not that he didn't do it at all. Loyaltak doesn't mean he didn't do it at all. He didn't do it all the time possible. That's the difference. So it means that Yisrael did it, not a punch. So let's go to the fourth word of the Mishnah. Loyaltak would also mean the same thing. Fire, no? So what's the Gemara going to answer, like Norm said yesterday? What do you want to say today? Okay, this is light bulb, $20 charge. So wait a minute. How light bulb now? What the commission says? If we continue, if everything flows, Legacy means that a Yisrael did it not a fight. Legal means that a Yisrael did it not a fight. You didn't mix it. You didn't. How do you say mix dough in English? You didn't need it, but Yisrael needed it. Well, yes, it's a simple deal. Why does the mission say Loy Palau that Yisrael did it not a fight? Meaning that if you didn't do it at all, possible. Otherwise, you say the Paul means that you didn't do it at all. What's the famous? One of the most famous constitution shots. So we're going to see what does that mean? We're going to see it inside. Here it is. This is the source of this series. I think famous also I remembered as a kid. I learned it in school and it's like stuck out. And you see it all the time. But now, the contestant day, she's low. That's what they did low. Here it is. Beautiful picture over here. Is that all? They commit a number of 60 Israel. 60 enough in one voice. You try to do something wrong, why? What's going to happen? It's going to fall all over the city. The largest hole with the tomatoes cannot contain the flour. So you try to mix it, it's going to fall everywhere. And if it falls everywhere, if you mix a little bit of the flour before the sneeze, it's not good. Question is, she's never in the blown. You don't want to actually find the question. You're in the blown, man. You can't make it. But now we're looking at Mishnah, Dr. Tessin is out of Mishnah, says the fourth word, Loi Balam Sheva. If we don't mix it, it's kosher. Now, one of the last things we said around an hour is Loi Balam kosher. That was our the appeal to us that if you don't mix it, it's kosher. So we said before in our Mishnah that Loi Balam kosher, and the burial literally burns it. All I wrote in the law can't do my kids. If you do the law, you just didn't want to do it, you didn't do it at that. So that's not a problem. But just anyway, you have to be able to do it. If you're able to do it and you don't do it, okay, I'll do it back. If you can't do it because the hole is too small, then all of a sudden you will not. For fun. You have to do it or not. The says you don't have to do it. You have to be able to be in a situation that you could do it. You don't have to. You just want to dive in the Mishnah. That way, Bolal is possible. If you don't do it, it's possible. Which one is it? It's possible, it's possible. You want to leave the area. How do you understand the Mishnah that if you don't do feel it's possible? Only because you're looking for a way up. Again, the Mishnah is talking down, he's strong, not a fight. He's strong, but not a fight. But if you didn't do that all, it's on the top. So the same thing should apply by people. So if you don't mix it, it's possible. No. Also, this one is the first two words in this are if you don't do it, it's possible. The second two words in this are if you don't do it, it's possible. Means the organization is lay outside. When it says it's lay outside, it means to find out result. It's going to each other. When Bob, but it says the third and fourth word is when Bob is not. So that they didn't do it at all. And what's that law for? Possible. You don't do it at all. If you saw some people in this chair after Gemara, there's two things in this. You didn't break the midnight at all, and you broke it to large pieces. Actually, because that's cloud chair, you didn't do it at all. It's kosher. If you can do it, if you do it to large pieces, what's the problem? Why shouldn't it be kosher? So the Gemara might be one paragraph, might be the boys should read on the people. You did it too many. So just as I'm not exactly sure if it's 100%, but let's just say, for argument's sake, the Mishnah later on, I didn't look it up. In the Tzaddik, so we're talking about in like, 2 months from now. You take the mincha, it's like a lachah, you fold it in half, and then you fold it again. Okay, let's just say that's what the Gemara says. And then you open it up, and you have these lines on it. Then you cut it on the lines. You go like this, like that, and on the line. So let's say these are the 4 pieces, or whatever, how many pieces come out. So this is the side. He went, and he only did, 2 of these. Rabbi to me, instead of doing 4, he did 2 large pieces. It's like this side. Instead of splitting it, you put it together. That's the problem. So one shot is Shariba, he did many small ones. Now instead of 4 pieces, he cut it in half. 8. No, that is 8. Whatever, 8. 16, whatever, let me show that. That's too many. Why you say no, it means it's very large piece. So what's the problem? You said you didn't do it at all, it's okay. So if you made large pieces, what's the problem? Now the same awesome who did the house. When you don't do it at all, you have the mincha, you have the power in front of you. I love it when there's conflict though. You can't come home and tell your wife, oh, I bought college for Shabbos. Broken into 3 pieces. It's not a couch. It's not the Lord turns house. The Lord turns pizza maker. You mamish kiriyat and gano again. You didn't do the halacha of breaking the certain size part. And you don't have a large collar. You have a broken collar. So I think that it's not good. You stay in the there. The Lord turns pizza and yiko. Kamash malon. Maybe this isn't like your Shimon. This sign your Shimon Oimer. Oh, this is beautiful. Rabbi said. Maybe our Rishon doesn't go like your Shimon. Very funny. So Kohen, what is it? So Kohen should design your Shimon. So Kohen should avoid the Avoida in the sales between them. If a Kohen doesn't agree, if the myth, the Avoida Shalom says that a Kohen should do the Avoida Shalom, Shemar, he doesn't get in the sales between them. He doesn't get a part of the Kuna. It's interesting. It seems like he saw in his part it says, let's say he doesn't admit to killing. No, I don't agree with such a thing called killing. Then he would get a portion. He's playful to Gaberecha, he's middle of Gaberecha. But he doesn't believe in the Avodah, so he doesn't deserve from the Avodah. The point is, you can't be a hypocrite. You can't say, oh, I want a part of this mincha. You don't even believe in some of the things that you're supposed to do in the Avodah. Shneimar, Hamakir is Damash Lamu. The Safed, they are, he should get it. Only the person that's Makrim, the person that does that Avodah. You learn from here, the Yafik Mikros. Then we have to go about what's beautiful over here, that we'll see all our Vedas over time. The 9, the Rabbi's Kamesha is 3 Avodas. How do you know all 15 Avodas? What are they? So number 1 is what we're looking for. And the rest is just preview. How you see those? Pouring the oil the 3rd time, it says we're first over here, so you might hold that it's done by a Kohen. Not a Yisrael. We said that Yisrael has to do it. It says in our Mishnah, meaning that Yisrael did it, it's kosher. Over here he says it's an avodah of a Kohen. Now we're just going to do the rest of the fun. That like mixing the mincha. That pieces, cutting them into pieces. That malichois and putting the salt on it. That malichois and waving it in different directions. All this could also apply to bikurim and to I don't know what. What else do we do? Oh, no, arobas maybe what? Korbanos, right? Shlamim, we wear the shlamim. The Hagashos and all the things that are needed to be brought to the southwest point. That Musois and the Kushis for the Mincha. That Torahs and we're putting the Imurim onto the Mincha. That Malika is doing Malika of a bird. He says, no, it's not proper, it's too painful to whatever, you argue with it. That Kabbalah and receiving the blood, the Hazais and sprinkling the blood on the Mincha. And it doesn't believe in you give water to a woman and she's going to explode. I don't believe in that. Tarifa Segla and chopping off Segla Rufa things they find out that first in the cities, the Taharas and Torah and making the Mitzvah start the whole project, putting oil and blood on his finger, on his thumb, and the ears, all things. When it sees Kapayim, beautiful pictures when it sees Kapayim, she did Bain, maybe in the hooks, whether it's in the Azara or in the Shul. Minayin, what if he doesn't agree to any one of these 15? All the things that are due to Aaron, the 15, okay, so if you don't admit to one, you don't get a part of the Kuna. It says over here that Yitzika is only for a Kohen and not for Yisrael. Or I'm not for Loikashi. It's not a question of Rishon Baita. He wasn't referring to what you think. When it's a mincha of a Kohen that must do it. Our Rishon is talking about a mincha of Yisrael that a Kohen doesn't have to do. Mincha of Yisrael is the past. We know that the Kohen's mincha was directly on the Mizbeach. Oh, what is this? Okay. Look at this pasuk over here. The Kohen's job starts from Kmitza on. So everything before Kmitza, the whole list we saw, pouring this oil, that oil, adding the flour, that is Yisrael could do something. Never Yisrael got Kmitza. You can tell with this one. All the things before the Kmitza. Be pouring the oil, kneading it, chicheri. Oh, when it comes to the mincha of the Kohen where there is no Kmitza, it goes directly on the Mizbeach, so this whole process doesn't apply to Kohen. So the entire thing must be done by a Kohen. Be Kohen by a Kohen, and the whole thing is Kohen and not Yisrael. That's what Rishon Baruch was talking about. Oh, they're over meeting the Kaskana, they didn't try it, didn't listen to you saying. How do you even know that a mitzvah was koyim? How do you know that you have to pour oil for the third time? Maybe it's Rabbi I got that from the regular milk of Israel. My husband shared with Zara, how can I share with them? So just like the Yisrael's milk was good by Yisrael, so to a koyim milk should be good by Yisrael. I remember of nothing, some say it's slightly different. No cash, how many muscles come, any muscles. We're not making enough milk in Yisrael. Milk on a koyim milk, rather than talking about the milk that you could do pizza to, and milk you don't do pizza. All the koyim milk enough, you don't do pizza because you directly on the mizbeach. And Rabbi Shimon said on those that you don't do pizza, those are the ones you need to koyim from beginning to end. Or Rabbi said, question, Nikishin, Nikmatzis, Medes, Rabbi, Yitzigam, and Nikmatzis. Where I learned the non-Nikmatz from Nikmatzis, and therefore my husband shared his are. Why did Rabbi Shimon say that you need a kohen? You should be able to do it from with the Yisrael. We learn more from God. Finally, you know, the mission is not going to be seen by a boy. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
America's book is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi side. We're rolling up the Zairo base. So get Victor Shum Shum Lechol Shum Shum. Lots of Gemara Shum Shum in Hebrew it's called Sum Sum. It's the smallest. It's considered like the smallest fruit, vegetable item, food item. So we're talking about pigel. What's pigel? A person is bringing a milk and he thinks himself that he's going to take, as he's doing the kmitza, as he puts it on the mizbeach, he says to himself, I am going to eat the shirayim. I'm going to eat the leftover, whether the leftover is dough or the leftover is flour. I'm going to eat this flour, the leftover, tomorrow. We know mincha you can only eat today. A mincha is for chikachim, it's like a pasta, so you don't eat it today. So if he thinks about tomorrow, it's already outside the permitted time. So that's pigel. And if you ate it right now, today, you get carter. Why? Because you already had that thought that you need it tomorrow. Now what happens if you break it down to nuclear, to atomic particles? Every single every sesame seed, you do pigel on. You one pigel, and then the next, let's say, so the whole kmitza is 1,000 sesame seeds. So you do this 1,000 times, one sesame seed at a time, you do pigels. All the pigels of the sesame seeds that combine to be one pigel. Take the shumshum level shumshum, I should call it kamitz kula, until we finish the entire kmitza, 1,000 of them. Rav Chizar, Rav Nun, and Rav Sheshes, we have a three-way machlokes, we just don't know who says what. Kadomar pigel, it works, it's pigel. Kadomar pasul. One says it's not pigel, you don't get carters, but it's no good. It's possible, you can't eat from it, it's no good. Put it on the side. The Kadomar kosher is completely kosher. Lema, so now we're going to do a very quick chazar of everything we learned yesterday and the day before. Mandomar pigel, your mayor. Oh. So this is the Chatzi Matir. It's not the Chatzi Matir. Check this out. In order to eat the shirayim, the leftover, the mincha, because you're going to take 3 fingers worth of the mincha. In the large bowl, you put your hand in there, the guy puts his hand, goes like this, takes 3 fingers worth, puts it in a small bowl. There's also a vine on the top of the shirayim, take that to the side, put it in another bowl. The 2 things on the top, the kmitza and the levine, you have to put on the mizbeach. You cannot start eating from the large bowl, the shirayim. The kohanim get to eat the dough, they'll make donuts out of it, but they can only eat it after they put the kmitza on the mizbeach and the levine on the mizbeach. So those 2 things are called matirim. They allow you to eat the shirayim. And now we have 2 matirim for 1 thing. So if you put 1 of the 2 on the mizbeach, that's not enough. It's a chatzi matir. It's only half. According to your mayor, you can do pigel on the shirayim with half of the matir. If you just thought about the kmitza, during the kmitza, you thought about the shirayim, you can eat the shirayim tomorrow, that's enough. That's pigel. According to Chachamim, you need both. You need to think that thought by, to get 2 matirim, you have to think that thought that you're going to eat the shirayim tomorrow by both. So perhaps your mayor who says that you don't need the whole thing, you do a half a matzah. So therefore he holds you can do one sesame seed at a time. One sesame seed at a time is thousands of a matzah. That's okay. Every thousand of a matzah, it's combined. You don't need the entire matzah. Perhaps that's not like it. You want to say no. Maybe the exact opposite. We could toss around, we could make the svara go to work the other way. Well, man, do I'm not apostle, Rabbanon. Rabbanon will argue on there and they say you can't do a half a matzah, you have to do the entire matzah. You have to put both the pizza and the lavana on top of the hair. So you have to put all the shusha together in one shot and you're there. So my mom had kosher already. So beautiful. Once we have, we have a little bit of we have two unchores. We bring 2 sheep and 2 bread. Those of you who saw the shoe, you saw obviously Nancy bring 2 couple of sheep. Doesn't include bread. What's the 2 bread? It's a little bit of so already we had a shiloh, you smack a shiloh. What happened? Now, in order to eat the bread, you have to chef it. You're not for both of the sheep. So sheep blue and sheep red, 1 and 2, they're both in appearance for the bread. So we have 2 appearance again. So another page is 2 appearance. And Rabbi says that if while the shepherd sheep number 1, he thinks about a half a kazayis of one of the breads, he's going to eat one half of a sheep, a half a sheep. I have you guys of bread number 1 tomorrow, and as he's shepherding sheep number 2, he's thinking himself, he's going to eat from the bread another half of his eyes. So that's 2 clouds going against us. What is 2 clouds? First of all, each sheep is a half a mountain. Second of all, and that was a problem half a mountain as well. Another problem is that he didn't do a full share. Each one is a half a sheep. Rabbi says it's so bad for people. The amount is not on the level of doing people. So the entire thing is kosher yosef. It's not, if you can eat it, not a problem. It's 0 people. So we have 3 sheep that go like 3 people. It's not complete. The right people we get cars. It's also or it's completely kosher. It's like you cut off and it's something in the middle. What 3 sheep is over there? So you want to mind? Who told you? No, Mom. I can't look on our mayor also let the husband she realized. You know what the mayor says? You can do a half a figo on a half a matthew. When you do pizza, no. Pizza is full pizza. There's a full share of it. Okay. We didn't do the lineup. We did a full share in the pizza. I love it. The husband she realized. But over here, when he's doing sesame seed at sesame seed, each one is not a share. So maybe if you're a mayor, that's not figo. And who told you the Chacham and say, over there, they said that's possible and not 100% people because the Matthew will buy no pizza. And he only did it on the pizza. He did it on the Levana. So it wasn't no good. It's not a good thing. I love it. I know it's cool, Matthew, but I didn't prepare. The reason we called it all 1,000 sesame seeds. The nation got every single one. And he did sniggle on every single one. But now he's tired to make it real people. I don't know how to be off on a little other than now you're going to over there, in this case, when you have 2 sheep and you have 2 bread, he did a little bit from each bread. He didn't do the whole bread. He didn't do the whole thing from the bread. I was open though. I didn't know what he said. Voice off and everything possible. But over here, we did it from the same batch of pizza. So that is a good thing. I love to remember that. Man, don't have to eagle the rap. If you hold that it's eagle, you're going to take people even according to common, and even according to regular, it takes culture, you're going to say everything. Man, don't have possible, the rap code. And then when he says possible, it means according to all 3 sheep, Rabbi is going to say it's possible. Whereas Mary is going to say it's possible that it's not people. Now, the culture, you say that it's culture over there, that it's something. You got call them with completely culture, even according to the maid that says you're fighting fucking master, or maybe it's his culture. Hello, man, don't let people be that cold. Why would you say, yeah, we're talking about guys with people 1,000 times in 1,000 small shiurim of session. Really hold it to people. No, we said, what's the shot? Man, don't let people do that cold for some girl from you at the time. You got that part of that. It's normal to eat one sesame at a time and to put on yourself one at a time. Well, man, don't have also we have focus over them up to it. Yes, it is the way to eat. It's not the way to be masculine. It's not the way to be masculine. It's not the way to be. Just one minute talk. That was the new thing with this. So it's put it on. It's like a new thing that never went up in the air. So it's not cheap. Man, don't have to talk to you about call. It's not a different part of the time. Yes, put on a little bit of time. Hey, there, a kilo. It's not the way to eat. I'm a Harida the Kumbadisa. Say the Harida is Risa, and those who are you will see. Haftarah, the Kagela is Haftarah. Yes. Let's talk about Haftarah here. The two things on top are what you put on the jar, the pizza and the Levina. So I think during my pizza that I want to be Mufagah the Levina. In other words, I'm thinking as I put the pizza on the jar, I'm thinking myself, I am going to be Makbid the Levina tomorrow. The people for the Levina, you can't put it on tomorrow, you have to put it on today. So that's because the people they say. You go from one Makbid to the other. Now, it's against a lot of things that we learned. I understand the Shiloh. I'm sorry if I got the first is Rashi. If you're going over that side of the body, not as much, people. So now we got the Matthew Fire, some Matthew, but we learned that one Matthew, Matthew Fire, another one. We don't see that we learned that two sheep. You cannot have a thought of sheep one to sheep two, from the blue to the red. So that's different. So hopefully you people have mother, you bring to the mother, you're going to have in a minute or two. How many people have mother? Since over here is one tree, the reverse together with the future was in one tree, so one is going to have an effect on the other. Okay, we'll wrap on. Rabbi say you can't have a thought from one market to the other That's when, check it out. When you go to the mitzvah and you think you're going to keep the shrine tomorrow, you completely let the Levine alone. The Levine is not doing anything. That's a market. Well, right now, I have the milk time. We let it go by itself. I'm not going to teach you well, but over here, you didn't want to be. You're thinking from pizza to Levina, not from pizza to the Shirai. It is filled with names of people that signed up for this show. You actually thought about the Levina. Now you feel like you're about 4 materials together in your talk. To get to meet you, figure out something about you. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up, you hear the sound of a kid. You had a thought in both. You can barely hear it. Let's hear it one more time, Brian. So it brings all 4 avoidance over here. What are the 4 avoidance of a pizza? You put it into another plate, you wrap the 3 other to the top, and then you put it underneath that. That's all. For like payment, the relationship to me, that's not one of the ingredients. Now I'm not good, I'm putting it underneath that. So the 4 avoidance, we have pizza oil. The reason we have pizza is we are not outside. Now we put all 4 in one set. We want to set it all 4. You did it the same way. The last one, the last avoidance is similar to pizza. Now think about it. Pizza is all the finance obligation. Right? You do pizza just for the flour, just for the dough. Therefore, is there 1 master or 2 masters of pizza? Is he back there? There's only 1 master of pizza. There's no Levine on top. So your thought is to do either by the pizza, it's a full pizza, and it's a full figure. Why? There's only one master. There's no Levine. What do you have too much eating? Over at the end. By your back door, you know what to say. Also, okay, but back door is too much eating. I pulled another name out of the book. It's got a crazy bottle. So you have to be careful of it. My love for the man of thing love for the just like let's say the first one, the first 3. You're thinking about Shirayin, and you're thinking about Lahakshin. That's also. So it's whether you're going to eat it or you're going to be microwave. Look, you can go from pizza full of items. You see, go from people around you think about when you're putting the pizza on the similar to the pizza part, where while you're putting it on the bed, while you're doing the pizza, you think it's full of items. It's good. It's a good pizza. Raw. It's not a variety for something for the difference. I don't feel level. I see the first three are different. Think about eating, you think about a thorough, but the last one, level is not the right. The last one is, you can't be, it's not like coaching, go from one to the other, you have to stick to what you're doing. You have to be 5 months old or whatever it is. I'm not sure.
You guys, McDonald's chicken meat was my only access to antibiotics.
Hey, Haftarah, Mikabiel Haftarah. You're wrong. Well, not you're wrong. It's not true.
There it is.
If you're not thinking about doing what you're doing, you can't think about the Levina. When you're doing something. But here, they're going to find out you're even if you're remaining safe. You should be killed by half. And that's only because it went from pizza to the Shirayim. The place not to do it. Because the pizza happens to be what allows the Shirayim to be eaten. One of the things that allows them to eat. Here, take a look at this. The pizza allows the Shirayim to be eaten. But what's the connection between these two? These two don't have a connection. This is not matter of Levina. Levina is matter the Shirayim. The pizza is matter the Shirayim. There's no connection between the pizza and Levina. This is matter. I mean, Marty, you heard this from our master further out. Tell me if you heard this. You heard it, I'm not from the net. Yes, Yes, go from the coast to move on. We're talking about the two sheep of Shavuos. It looks like this picture is better. You have two sheep, and he's talking one of the sheep. That sheep, let's do this one. He shepherds the blue. He eats the blue tomorrow. What's that? It's Abamaka. Blue is Abamaka. But it's its own matter. It allows itself to be eaten. When you shepherd it, then you put it on his back, you can eat it. So while you shepherd it, the blue, you thought to himself, he's going to eat the blue tomorrow. Sheep number one is not market sheep number two. What are they coming to be market on both sides? Bread and sector over there. For themselves. But they're not coming to market one another. Ooh, that's not good bread. No, definitely. Also, on rules, the sheep of Karamana, so we'll wrap it up from before. Over there, the two sheep are not in one fleet. As long as they can run out of the Karamana move. Here, that's the credit to the Rabbi article where we want the vessel to be the large fleet, and that's what we find out when we have I'm going to have a mixer. I mean, if you go for one of the beautiful places, come on. I don't think it's anywhere else. I have a feeling it's more of a time. This thing, with the canino on, maybe you'll taste it with your bone. I love it so much, feeling the cream of it does. It's like more like the entire shop. Just a comment, my actual bone, you're not going to do that in the mother. Tell me what is going on there. Two things together. Putting the pizza on the mizbeach in order to not to be a burner, which is people tomorrow. It's a shirayim tomorrow. What is going on here? You put the pizza on, it's two different thoughts. You also put the burner at the wrong time, and also keep the shirayim at the wrong time. That's people. What are we trying to do here? We have started with If we think about our studio, we look from one to the other. go from your meat to Levina, that's one of the things he said. I'm going to put the Levina on the chef tomorrow. The text considers people, well, why did you talk about Shirai? What he said Shirai part, and I got the idea. I go from one market to the other. From Misa to Levina, that is Harita to the Misa. That's what they said. Yeah, but that's along, and then he can push back to Levina. In other words, take out the whole sentence of Shirai. Even if I didn't have to knock you, you want to tell me about your later. Now, you go this way. You go from the pizza to the Shirai. You think why you do the pizza and the Shirai, and then you got tomorrow. So what's extra over there? The Levina is extra. Why are you talking about the Levina? Do the Shirai tomorrow. What do I say? Whatever. Okay. So what do you mean? When I read to you, if there's coins like the Levina, then left of Shirai Lamachar. And or more. What does that mean? And that's what an American is, not Rashi. Rashi is there, means there. In other words, sticking with Vav, and if it's a Vav, it means two separate halachas. If you tell me two new halachas, then what I hold, and I also hold that you go from one matter to the other matter, so sorry. That's going from one matter to the other, that's how you do it. Then, and another halacha, let me show you a halacha, is that I hold up your mayor, they can bring a time of a matter. Or another rabbi, Lord, and so in October, so goes up to him, this is unbelievable. Everything we thought is the opposite. It's not about it's not about one October and all of it. It's just out. He holds the both of those things are not true. He doesn't know what you're made. He doesn't know, but maybe yeah. This is why he loves it so much. When you combine it all together, then it's used to it. So, since he said that he's going to be mocked in the fire, he's going to be mocked in the fire, he eat the Shirai, and tomorrow she put it all together in one big pot, and that makes it cheaper, even though it's you don't say it's and he gave up from one mouth to the other. In this case, he put it all in there. That's a big difference. But amazing. And so how long you eat? If you makdir, it's mitzvah to eat shirayim, and koinot, by the way, is one of the two makdirim. We did have whole people, is that true? I did one of the makdirim, it's a half a makdir. According to everybody, it's a big one. If you know the little tree, it's only there that says the chati makdir is okay. By the way, you know, we did have whole people. Not, okay, there's a problem here with right. So it didn't really say people, it said culture. You have to change the word to that. Tomorrow, people. If you're already changing words, just say, you know what? It's not a different code. It's just the word that wants you to call it. No. How did you call that for you? What do you remember? You remember that he's told that he's going to come to everybody. People, they're possibly flexible. You can get confused between those two words. Iceberg, Goldberg, people, puzzle. Ladies and gentlemen, I was that it's open to everybody. And now you're going to go. One person does that now. I don't know how to do it. I know it's a mincha. I got off. I know it's a mincha. So you know, I just a mincha. Let's go over to him. That's the level. We actually, I'm pretty sure we have this. This one, right? So if you do the mincha, you eat something. You think in your mind, you nibble on something that's not there for you. In other words, pizza goes on his breath, not edible. Or wine goes on his breath, not edible. Your thought, while you're doing your mincha, you eat. The physically, as a human being, you eat the part of the mincha that's not edible. That's not pizza. Well, the hack is everything that's not. You're going to put the shirayim onto the mizbeach. So that's not something you do, it's right something you eat. extreme.
The light jokes about it, nobody cares.
Okay, that's not people. Regular also, the regular note, that is considered, well, at least it's false, it's not part of it. Level, level, that's the level. That's the active. You did the right thought. You thought about eating the shoe ryan tomorrow, but only a half of the guys have a share. Plus, we need a 50. Level of half the guys, a half the guys. Plus, if you want to combine a half the guys, but that's part of it. There's a half of the guys. In other words, you want to continue something, you need a half of the guys have a shoe ryan tomorrow. And you're also going to pull a half of the guys that need to have a shoe tomorrow. Don't collaboration, don't combine for one design. Why? And I feel like we started to can combine the two. That is certainly that at least right. Or after like I'm doing it. What you already said is possible when you think about something that's not developed, you're gonna put pizza, you're gonna put people on the pizza, which is supposed to be on the craft, you think he's something gonna be different. Why do you say it's possible? I'm a club and I'm a part of the Yale Club. It's very, this is the Yale Club. What's it called? Part of the Yale Club. The staff feels like looking around. It's probably going up to this. That's what I feel like talking about the pizza. You guys are easy. I did it stuff, you know, stuff, roll it off. That what? That you're eating and you're eating. When you spray blood on his back, that's eating. You're eating it in his back. That's really level up. The change in the hatchet, I feel like trouble. The hatchet, I feel like there. Shava ruins it when you think about you need to move back. So the change in the hatchet, I feel like trouble. I feel like trouble. And I feel like I feel like that. That's like you go from one food to the other food. From one is back to the one I feel is back. From the pizza to the third. And the pizza, one I feel to the other. I feel like the hatchet, I feel like the other one is back. And I feel like it's back. Well done. You're going to get it. So you're going to go from a sort of eating a meat, even though the meat is supposed to be on his back. Like I love it, like, you know, one of the Russian Apila. Because the third picture of the Russian Apila, and the third use the Russian Apila. You think that word out. Well, I don't feel like one of the Russian Apila. But what do argue to say, you know why it says it in the Russian of eating or holy or holy? So when I thought the Russian thing happens, how is this two different things? And so these two things we have to see how the Russian is. The Russian is not the Russian Apila is there, the Russian is not the Russian Apila is there. It doesn't matter what Russian you're thinking about, whether you're talking about Akira or Akara, it's still considered a secret. You know what I mean? Now, for the convention, I told you guys, I need to follow you this year. And just like I feel like you've been decided so cool when you put it on the cap, I know the shield works with the guys. Well, I know, I'm going to work on my phone, no. When you eating that therapy, you can't have like shava or joy to there. That's me eating a lavina, me eating a pizza. What's it all doing there? Otherwise, I just let's finish this. I was let him know what I was saying before, like 4 years old, before he realized that, okay, I'm not going to tell you, okay, I didn't know these people a lot, you're not going to be offered up the same word twice. Why? Much, yeah, but people word. Not the authority, the desire is Allah for you, go from a person to the all of their relations. If I realize from up here, or if actually looking from the word from the prophet, oh, yeah, okay, it's a apostle. What's the punishment if it's an apostle? Part of the fight. You get part like every other people. If you think about the army, you say that a person was in the country, Rabbi the army, you did it right, and I'm going to do it. You yourself said that it's the name of the legend. Say, ain't another fight. Why should you get part? Well, you're like, according to one another, you actually don't get part of the person. You guys are just not quite familiar. You know, you guys are. I say here that the least thing is going to win. This is both of them. You don't drink the blood. Check a carbon in order to drink the blood tomorrow, which is there, or the active soil the steak is supposed to eat. Instead of going to throw it on his back and throw it together. You have to know one of them up there, the liberated steak, so discriminates the fat that's on his back. You think you eat it, it's supposed to throw it together. Why is the price Now, Even now we grew up on Haskell. Now also from the Haskell was going to feel Master Rabbanon. When he's drinking the blood, he said, I want to drink the blood. He says, kosher. Also, like, healthy, he's just going to leave it. And I really didn't realize it. And when the law after two, we realized it was all not true. Oh, the blood said, oh, this also is blood says kosher. The blood I really knew it. So he says that thing we knew it. So this is what we wanted. This is good over here. I love cars in the night. The argument is, you're right. The blood says kosher. It's a good car. Then I found something like me, I can see the down up. To leave the blood over is just so you don't get cars. What? The Hana car is not only high, but the other case of drinking the blood, that you get cars. Same case of drink the blood tomorrow. But if you look in the main market, you really possible. Anybody cars, both of them. There's just a school and no cars. You see, there is my place going up. And when he said this car is your side, have a wonderful
There's the alarming moment. Shit meets out. That's all I got. 53 seconds of Don McNeely. Alright, I've been on the show a while. I'm going to take a guess. Tell me if I'm right.
Good morning, Rabbi.
I've been doing stand-up.
Spotify. But once here we go. We're hoping to I know now on top. He goes to play it. We know. You want to bring a flower urban to the Wednesday. And then if you feel good, that's good. That would be better. In addition to that, most other monopolies have some equivalent. You have these pregnancies. In order to find people left over flour, all this, to rise, here I wrote it in. You have to put these two guys on in the back. Those are the two factors. They allow you to use the flour. Each one by itself is only 60%. You need to put them in. That's why when you're cleaning the confidence is paid off, and you want to be ugly on a big list of cold people, and that is thinking you're going to be eating the flour, giant, and eating it's supposed to be on these guys. If you thought that only by one, that's a hot team option, and 50% of the food. And according to the component, that doesn't work. You have to have 100% of the amount. If you're a little, that's not good. That's the way to do the food. That's only when you put it on the test. But what about when you do the food? When you do the stuff, hey, I'm going to be eating this tomorrow. That is a very strong figure. There is no refinement. The way you don't go like this with your finger. So this avoids a bone like this. Your fingers pizza. You did 100% that avoids with the wrong intent, with a bad intent. Because the video tomorrow is with fingers. You over that way. I'm not sure. That doesn't have a catchy ring. Sounds complicated. Oh, I see what you tried to do there. I love this. Is getting match from the lotion guy. He doesn't even use it.
many comedians say,
The whole thing.
oh, Joey Tom, what are you doing with some cows? And if I don't develop the growing, I'm in ocean business. And they're saying that to a woman who are so in. If you in love, that's not my story. Never mind, I was going to go right on a roll. I just stopped for a car. I stopped my comedy car. He stopped it.
One woman can stop anything.
Everything in emotion as much as ladies do.
You really think that's true?
Oh, no, that's not right.
Really?
That's some big
Now,
old
let's assume two lines that you get the step. In order to keep the two
Do
breads.
you ever use any
So
lotions?
each one is a 50% again. Two of them are the full macro, they allow you to grow. What I'm injected is one, only one, in order to eat the two breads tomorrow, tomorrow. See, the other one is good. The deal yesterday allow you to take one of those food you eat and be not serious food in the job you thought that's bad, terrible thought.
You know what I also want to say is that as far as your jokes get to,
These
you're
are
gonna do
all
jokes like your first one was a joke. And the whole thing with the take the Skinny Jean Festival, you took a year to get there. You took like the whole time, and then it was skinny jeans and it wasn't as good as it would have been. Cut that in half, you're gonna make a laugh.
And when you know you find a phone out there, you know you have to put those two what to do, those two.
At Gucci Goo, I thought you were much more like
That's
experienced.
not nothing like fucking
Like, I thought you've been doing like 7 months.
What if you talk and say, not on the
Gucci Goo, like a regularly for 7 months. And then the more you went on, the more you realized that you
Each sheet
started
is a
7 months
muscle
ago.
of itself. You don't have to come on to the train for the second sheet.
If I let myself go
You, the sheep itself,
If
is
that's
a
what comes
muscle
naturally
itself.
to you, then you can be a fucking assassin.
And
You
then
know,
you
be like
know,
Mitch
when
Hedberg
you have
and
a
so many
struggle,
great,
you have a
you
thought
know,
of people,
quick
you thought
fire
to
comedians. What's going on, Jeff?
fire people. We're going to touch you, not this. It's a muscle fire because that animal, that is the only thing
I'm
that's
not
the
like
thing about.
positive,
Two people
but
have
it's
very culture, and the second animal is not the other. What if you thought an
you're
animal
wearing
ate?
your own
You're going to
motion.
be eating animal food
You're
outside of it for a lot of time.
you're really on the attack on Jeff Garland. What's going on out there?
It's
لا أنا خبر لما أخذت من شيء واحد
don't
ولا
let
خمسة
care out of your way.
أي معكر
You let them
مختار
wish you luck.
one
They stepped on your toe.
item that allows you to
You
eat
gotta
something else,
apologize,
not
but you feel like some sort of rubbery shit
figure
on your toe.
on another
Trying
item
to
that
say
allows
it's a
you to eat
pretender
else.
against that guy stepping on your
You
toe.
ate and you consider the cookie. I'm allowed to comes out because my place is nothing as a place to speak of us all over my shop. All my place is to start off.
He just likes the idea of the hypnotism.
Think about any bad thoughts now.
That's my idea. Thank you very
Here,
much.
no bad thoughts, no bad thoughts. That's also good.
Don,
You know,
what else? What is it cool? What's like something else about you that, you know, you work in a
But
loose
you had a bad
and you do stand
thought.
up once in a great while for something that's
In other
interesting.
words, you started off
Fly
good,
airplanes or something like
then
that.
you go, well, if you started off bad, then the bad continues throughout the rest of the life. If you start over the future, that not cover, so that not cover, being it outside of a lot of time. You days from now, continue to look at your event as well. So you really didn't have a stop on your event, but since your event is after the pizza, what? The very worst thing is in all science is when you go with the initial thought. Whatever the initial thought is, you pick up thought. You don't expect somebody to come
Okay,
thinking,
Pat,
do this
you're only allowed to speak to Jeremiah saxophone for the rest of the show.
yeah, one thought and you
Use all your
initial
cards
thought.
for the
And
night.
he's nice if you have thought process. He thought it was doing
Well,
to
Don,
himself. He put the pizza
you
under
know,
the
another piece of
so
advice
that
that I
thought
give you is,
continues,
you know,
then you
have
just move
fun
on
and,
and you go.
you know, get out and experience life and have stuff to talk about. You know what I mean? Get out there, don't spend too much time in a lotion shop. And, you know, because I just asked you to tell us something fun about you, and you just went straight into writing, you know, which is something that every comedian does.
Remember what I told you? See if it pump a joke.
Yeah.
You don't like puppet shows? Black ladies love puppet shows. Get your ass down here
got some shirt on some more Walmart dining room. This is different. Trouble came first and then even such a case, we don't say, oh, we put that bad in front of this
Actually, I was walking out of the puppet show, and it wasn't even talking. It was one of the puppets that was like, you can do it, it's fine. And I'm like, fuck yeah, it's puppet show right now down in San Diego. Not a big deal, everybody. Anything else for now, guys? Morning advice? I like lotion. Great, I like too. You know, it's a game changer. Jeremiah, you have nice skin, use lotion. You also like don't drink. Smoke, or do anything fun.
Boom, payout, applies, oh, and we're right on,
Is that
and
true?
flowers. So that's a thing.
Multiple flashlights. Look at it, double penetration. Are you doing over there?
Lee, I love that. That means he's on the boat now. Look at that little boat. You giggle. I want it. It's on the flash. Sure, I don't know because you have a really good. I don't know what I thought of it.
You guys ever use a flashlight?
Yeah. No, there's a thing to speak of as a
Flashlight, it looks like a flashlight, but it's a big vagina on it. You just like fuck with it. There's one in the front patio.
big pizza.
It's crazy thing, craziest part about the flashlight. There's actually not a light attached to it. It's just a flashlight shaped like a flashlight, but there's no light.
This second one, Rob said, is one of my this.
You guys hear something? Because I don't hear anything right now. There's almost like a fruit fly or something in my ear. I pulled it. I mean, you know, I'm going to finish the stuff, and I don't know what to do with this, because I was on the grill patio last week, and they just said, Sam Jeremy had another naughty show, and I noticed that there was a flashlight sitting above the box, and it's still in the box, but it's like a weird flashlight knife. I was already drinking myself. I was weird flashlight. And Toby's like, dude, it's the number one seller, bro. And I'm like, there's no way that the airplane gets me the box. Number one seller. Why would people want to see what they're doing? Like, how much? Are you serious? And so sometimes you're like, what? You'll talk to Don McNeely, squirts some fucking cream in that bitch.
No.
Yeah, you guys know they use your flashlight like it's in a long
Look at the next person that's pregnant.
She
And he's going to talk about stuff. My wife is in this case. I'm not talking about the It's came after the thing. It wasn't like this. What is using a fundamental word up there? People exactly like this. In other words,
Somebody's gonna be on Amazon tonight looking up the new flashlight, right? Everybody.
and I can tell you exactly the same thing.
Bang a flashlight,
Just
right?
right there. And we ended up in the
I should have moved on with
So you try on the right, and you finish off to the right. You start with the right, and you finish off with the right. It's the same idea.
she's a water-based lotion. And we're moving on. I don't know if you're the only podcast where this is just a podcast that is on while it's
Instead
going.
of great,
Put it in the microwave for 5 seconds. Or
it's terrible when you want to
Let's talk about something else.
What number 2 is right in the
So the person who
Is it right to another one? But you didn't see it. But it says straight out. In the right. At first, it just used to be like and after that, and then afterwards, you can go over to the right first. And the right first. Because of course, the commission of trouble was first. This one, you know, obviously, talking about different human beings doing these people. So, students begin to start on the left ball, throughout the class. That's only one person. Different people, you can't combine the two steps of two different people. Person number 1 started off terrible. Person number 2 was not great. You can't say, oh, person number 2 is not terrible because person number 1. That's mine. So again,
never
going
broke
back,
up with a girl before
Rob
the first
said
time. It
when
was kind of
it
emotional
was
at one point. She looked at me and
when
she
it
said,
started
"You're
off
that's
great, and then it goes terrible. But you know what plays if you start off
that's
bad?
my best
Okay,
friend."
let's see. Imagine I'm new. So it's referring to the Saddam throwing the blood on different parts of his legal entity.
I've been
And
down to my favorite
something
time
else
was
because
this
these
summer.
people
This girl was
only
normally for an
part of the
internship
blood.
on senior. She was in law school. I took her out to
And then
dinner.
what's the
The
day?
bill
You're
came.
going
The
to
credit she
pizza.
the bill came. She threw her credit card down. She said, "I'm not sleeping with you. I'm paying for this." They could have just not invited me back to your place. You didn't need to go to the waiter and surrounding tables that you would rather pay $160 than have sex.
On your Kipper, they bring people
Than
about
have sex with me.
you know about the woman
I
talking about
just
it.
chuckled.
Is the boy
But
and the goat.
I found out I have a new job, a reverse prostitute. Women pay me money to not have sex
So
with them.
really, you take everything
you
in
go.
house.
My
You
friend
double it
Ryan.
up. You
I like your style.
inside the country
All right, I'm gonna guess you're visiting or just moved to LA and you've been doing stand-up for years somewhere else.
5 years in Boston. Yeah, 5 years in Boston.
You're sort of spread out right now.
No, I just, I was expecting my name to get called. It was a little jittery.
And then you go to the hotel, they outside the country. They just go to the hotel, and you close the door for the right, another 16.
I get choked, yeah.
And then you got another 11
For a little bit, I was a little excited. I
that
just,
you put on the
It happens.
ball
it happens, man.
or on
Yeah.
the
Your performance was great. I really liked it.
Eleven
That's a great joke about how Matt's your best friend. And your delivery is fucking awesome up until the point where you swallowed your tongue.
Yeah.
When I'm on the show,
Like you were like super comfortable and
Until I choked, you want to know.
yeah, no, we get it. You
chill
choked
because
up.
he
We all heard it.
he's speaking
And
a lot.
then you acknowledged it that we talked about it this time. But
I'm actually a boat driver in Boston, Victoria. Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal. Travel the Patriots trade. It comes with a lot of air.
We show you the things we take to the so if you did a entire set of those
land and water.
or
People visit
you did an
Boston.
entire set
It's the
of
big, it's the thing to do in
which is
Boston. Oh, yeah.
rifle or
There's like jokes that you
I got drinks.
no figures on the front.
The Great Molasses Flood. The Great Molasses Flood was 1,000 gallons of molasses flooded in our net. 21 people died that day. 21 was the slowest people.
I'm not even in the time that you're going to call.
It's fucking
No, you know, this is a guy
Gerald Kennedy Greenway. She was the mother of John F. Kennedy, President of the United States. Robert Kennedy was running for president. He was probably going to win, but he was assassinated in Los Angeles, California. And Ted Kennedy was going to be president of the United States. He just made poor life decisions.
Even if he did the first one,
I like it. Can you do the thing where you choke on yourself? That's fun. You get to tell jokes on a boat.
You know it. It's good. Yeah. You get winners on. You come to LA. Be here till March. You're getting that tough pussy that you're getting laid. I got one number once to decide. These true people. No, I do. I have it somewhere, but you never know.
That's okay. It's double number 2, number 1, number 1, that's right. That one says that number 1 is back. Or do another thing over
What did you
You
put
cannot
on it?
continue from the P1 to the P1. That's the stuff you're trying. Together, it's one that's more fun. You're doing all the blood work.
Craziest thing that's happened on your deathbed. Nobody ever falls over or anything fun.
It's just they just know that. I mean, people say that American tourists are the first world tourists. They're all assholes. Like, doesn't matter what country you're from, what race you are. Tourists are just jerks. Driver's license, captain's license, CDL. I get drug tested, all that stuff. Yeah. And drug tested. Yeah. I don't have an exposure anyways, but yeah.
You know when you have a
Yeah, through Boston, all the clubs, and I host the feature. Yeah. Come up here and jump on the commentary. Yeah, go for it.
That's what you do.
Yeah, it's really coming up here 5 years. Like, it's 5 5 years, and then you go to LA and you just
you had a thought, and then you
start all over.
that thought
Yeah, thank you. I work for sympathy. Sympathy and
What
spots.
he has expressed in the deed,
But,
opposing thought.
yeah, but it's
He's
fun
showing
too.
them
Out here,
different
you
wants
see
to thought.
great people at shows. It's different.
Whatever it was,
What do you like to do?
let's go back to this, yeah.
I've been walking, I've been hiking, I've been taking pictures of famous TV show houses. That's been my thing.
Oh, yeah, where you like?
I've been to the Wonder Years house. I geeked out at that. The Brady Bunch house. Happy as I'm not. I don't have any secrets. And then I'll check that out. I'll go to, I guess, the future house. That's awesome. Yeah, I did that. These are fantastic. Yeah, so man, that's torn down. I was gonna check that out. Yeah.
All of that is really saying.
Oh, yeah, you can say whatever you want. The show is live and your microphone is on.
Because the video is going to be funny when people that I feel like no one said it's just like a person's dog.
That's what you wanted to say?
Why would you I want to get tired of it. You get started and let it go. I want to be on the stage. And you don't want to see it.
Such a big, I couldn't believe it. I didn't think you that much.
That's what it is. I'll use your life. So let me.
Yeah.
It's tough. You're making the right choice. Keep moving in the direction. You're doing good. You're good. Thank you so much.
Do anything else to Michael Ryan for Fox?
In the middle of the water, and I had a power for 1 and 2 goes back. And it's really no fault. That puts into the work.
I saw you last post.
It also shows me that he didn't want to have the thought on the third one, and therefore that use this whole thought. Because if you want that thought on the third one, then you wouldn't have thought on the second one. You would have thought on the first, and then have more on the third. Why would you have a thought on the first and the second and the second? Not on the first. How does he show you something? Because if you don't show you the thing, he shows it.
All right, Mike. Well, welcome to LA.
He said that
Have fun. Michael Ryan's on Twitter at Mike Goldie.
Why do you think that you have in the second one? That's not even what's that? The thing they could have one for this one,
And that one isn't, and you hold the microphone close. Close it out.
did it
So
without
I
much
make sure
only
this made a
one
great logistics
of
maneuver.
the food.
But
They want this, they want this, and that. In other words, one short of this is not two.
trying tonight's
You
episode
think
is
you
off
have
this blank sheet of paper he's drawing all of our heads.
really good now. One of them. You learn, let it say, you people, they try to,
somebody
you know,
else
they don't have to do all the work. You do one set of work. You talk about one set of work. So when they learn that people are going to have if you have a thought, I won't say it's real secret. The main sentence is just follow. The first one, that's enough. You don't have to do all three. You can try to say how else you can go and do nothing more like that. How do you get started? How do you do it? You have to finish the whole process so many times. That's most of you have to do is useless. It's not enough doing people by the sheet that you have to finish off. So if they're down and they're up, and you use that, and they're also by the you cheat for it. You got that. That's really good for your father. Are you trying to? This is your father on the right side of the screen. You can use the purpose as a thing. Whatever you get to. You use it like you are. What else is brought up to you?
So that's why I don't lose that much weight. I stay on
All of a sudden, in the middle, you think yourself, you're not going to do it today, today, tomorrow. You go tomorrow, do it. You get your time. But once you have it, it turns into you. This is a bio. It's literally like you're doing learning. You learn the part. You need the blood is the
I couldn't
water.
have a name out of the book. Very good. Patricia Williams.
And then
Here we go, Trisha.
everything
Now
that I
is
do
the
in
time.
China is like you get water. And we said,
Phoebe coming from deep in the back. Do we have any movement back there from anyone? Okay. Wow. People just missing their spots. Never gonna make it in show business. All right, let's try this again. Julian Fernandez. Come on, live audience. Let's make some noise for Julian Fernandez. Let's make a brave again.
Motherfuckers got no initiative. Just somebody come up here.
No. Stop. If you're not one of the actual people, those gonna be kids. It's gonna be bum rush every time. Unless you want to be, well, then the name out of the bucket. It's Kevin Alexander.
And that's really Rothschild's question is really good about the money. I'm not even comfortable by talking about those things.
Check his ID. One more time for Kevin Alexander. 60 seconds. Here we go.
Going back to work after not winning the Powerball jackpot is kind of like a shame. I mean, the night before, you had the opportunity to do nothing but party and fuck.
What up, Mr. Curious?
You know, these plans that we just put money to buy a yacht with a helipad, straight into HR, man, singing show your tits.
Just chilling. How about you? There you go.
You have that awkward moment in the hallway. See Sandy? Yeah, I didn't win either.
There it is. It was there. Brian doesn't think that Brian thinks it's funny. Brian plays the cat extra low. What are you doing? Kevin, how long have you been doing stand-up? That's what I was going to guess. And I'll tell you this, without a doubt, first timer, you might be the best first timer I've ever seen on this show. I've a lot of new ones. I'll tell you why. It's because your delivery, I mean, you're just right there. And by the way, it didn't get a laugh in this room for some reason, but a yacht with a helipad might have been the funniest thing I've heard all night. And nobody laughed except for me and Diaz, which is probably a good sign. Because a lot of these idiots think Kevin, that is so fucking cool. I'm just gonna get this out of the way before everybody knows about it. The mic stand always has to be moved. That's the number one way to know that your first time on stage is standing behind it. It's just a funny little weird eclipse thing. Kevin, that's amazing. What do you do for work?
Joined the Navy a long time ago as a aircrew survival foreman. And
I'll be right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this
actually, after I
part
got
of
in,
or
is a parachute
it's not part of our radar? So if it's part of our radar, then it's another one.
It did it itself.
48 hours.
Is it
I'm
a
going to
dirty
say
job?
this now in Hebrew because I'm pretty sure I missed this time in English.
Nobody will ever call you a dirty freak.
Hebrew doesn't rough off. Guys, remember, we said, if the figure happens at the end, then these two on the there, the present and the reverse is there. The point is,
Yeah, you can totally use it. I'm not on the same journey.
we're kind of just catching up to one of them. We said if it applies to the future,
Yes,
you
check
know, you don't need to, there is no second, there is no reverse like this. These are only applies to the flower. So we're there, like, think about, doing this flower crop, doing this, I think, I'm going to eat this milk tomorrow. It's big. Well, now, when you're walking with the flower, do I need to think about the Laverne also, or only the flowers are dead? Think about it every month. I don't even need it.
They totally agree. The funniest part of that for me was you know, obviously you have to face the lady from HR. And you have to be polite. But you didn't acknowledge that part. Like you didn't acknowledge the other ways in. Like you said the yacht with the helipad. I mean, how did you really get to work? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Like you say all that setup stuff, and you say the HR lady, but then you only acknowledge
So when you go to the HR lady, you go, look, I want to
Oh,
see
you
how
know,
she shows that doing it. It's a real process.
something like that. You don't need it. You can do it just by eating that flower.
And the
I'm trying
audience
to look at
will
that
watch you
flower.
live
No,
an imaginary HR Express for a solid 20, and mister, you are in show.
oh,
Am I right, Joey? Joey is with me.
One of my favorite things about this show is getting to watch people do their actual first time on the stage. You have some hit ups almost every episode, which is right off with a minute, and it's a fun way to sort of figure out your voice.
Congratulations, man. Good job.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at that flower. No, I'm still not tell you have to do it. Yeah, you're right. And the flower is so cute, but you're like, I can just smell this one and something is all simple. You know, since you have to do the same process for your life. So now, the mouth associated, you can't hear that. That's a walk. It's like, okay, let's do it. This one is over there, it's going to have a little red on, and more, maybe a little, I don't know if you can continue to do it at all. You can have not something to do with the flower. Something that allows me to do something, allows me to do something. Remember the true significance of Oda. It's not nothing. It's just an importance of Oda. It's life. So walking with the future.
Yeah, totally.
And since it's not
Pulled another name out of the bucket.
then that itself is the entire thing. We're looking at it as each thing, and we're for that entire Oda that I heard in the Oda, that informs the Oda, which could be more complex.
This is an incredible episode of people that signed up and then left. It's like the strangest thing. It's really
confusing to itself with the entire process. One of the knockers, which you write, well, I gotta consider everything that's about.
As a black man,
These two,
I'm supposed to be afraid of racist cops walking the street.
okay.
I'm a Vietnamese. I'm all for your
What I'm
racist
talking about
bylaws,
just
which make this
really
worse.
is so data from shooting. It doesn't allow you to do it. It's not helping you do
Racist
something.
cop has to
It's not
at least
allowing
break
you
the
to
sweat.
throw the blood on the
Racist
bed.
lifeguard just has to not notice you out there.
Well, it's an important thing. Okay, I can't put the juice on the death because I don't
So
get here.
ask yourself,
So it's an important number. Oh,
is it
that
that
the
black
thing
people
that I
can't
write
swim
down.
or have we become the victims?
Really just saying that anything that's not a mountain, you probably will think.
Yeah, it's
So, people also are good. Right?
For
People
decades
not a
long
mountain. It doesn't allow me to do anything.
by the
They
aquatic
say
wing of
this
the
is
Ku
not
Klux
less than
Klan.
you know. So something tomorrow.
That's right. The Klan, by the way, just
Let's even just one more
I'm
time.
not
Sorry.
flashing at me, the Klan.
The
Take
cover of the
Klan should
Americans
be
is
clear.
like, oh, I told you, show me my therapy.
They've
If
got
you
more
do the
members,
hustle,
more
do
number one
something, do
singles,
something.
And according to
A
that, they
volleyball,
killed one nigga,
that's
so
cool.
no matter how
It's
you
a little
cut
certain
it,
stuff like that. But otherwise, if you want to, you're going to do people on the track. Oh, my God, so the ball is keep us up in the next question. Question one out of the two land on the wheel.
Somehow, it's Martin Luther King Day. But somehow, Brian, you're my favorite black guy I've ever heard preach. It was fucking amazing. How long you been doing stand-up? And you're from Portland? Oh, obviously, when I started comedy, so wow. You said you're like over this long years, at least. Holy shit. You're a fucking monster. How much material do you think you have? Holy shit. Freaking. That's another. It's unbelievable. And that's another thing that I love about this show is that we can go right from a guy doing his very first time to all of a sudden, when I think this is really what it's best for sometimes, is when there's somebody from around the road that's been doing it a long time and is actually funny and they can come on. How is, 5 years, and it's totally fucking shows. I mean, he didn't give a shit, silence off the top, and he's just big fucking jokes, and actually averaging up flies for everything. That's a great show. Yeah, you're really good. You both give me your information. I love that. All right, cool. Shit, I've been just going off the shows over on Walking Street. So just like either bring it up, I'll write it down this real quick. So you said, you can do us a big one, or something that's for me? Yeah. By the way, I wanted to say you. Now he's saying, I personally met you, you don't remember. But you were no shit. I thought you were fucking asshole, right? Just from, we didn't talk or anything, just looking at you, I was like, right, Tony? Yeah. So then I heard you on the I'm excited to see where this story actually goes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tony was that not the purpose here, special? It was. Absolutely. I've got the show notes. The look on your faces. Kill. Came up here. Just 3-5 year look. You already fucking. I can't tell you how happy just that look on your face gives me fucking it's just really fucking sharp. That's all it's on your fucking head. You want to see food, you're just thinking about you wake up and pussy was the furthest thing from my mind. I was like, at that time. Just to see the joy in your face, brother. It's fucking beautiful. It takes me back. So, man, keep doing what the fuck you're doing, man. You're a bad motherfucker. All you guys that came from the listen, what I'm saying. I know it was all your minute, but as I was watching your set, I thought, that's a good enough set for like Conan or it's like a TV set. Absolutely. The whole thing, fantastic. Yeah, you're gonna take out the red, and I'm so glad that we got to about pussy and food. And you get to live comedy only enhanced because okay. And don't put the ones in. You know, motherfuckers are cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Racist fucking life, guys. I would love to have you on next week's Ice House, though.
It's on Twitter. It's short That's a funny Twitter name. I just want to say that I'm proud to be here, Tony. I love comedy, and I love the ladies, especially my wife. When I leave here, I'm going to head to get away with this guy. I'm very good at what I feel. These guys, so when I get to get away with I want to make sure we have enough time for two regulars. One thing that's fun about this show is everybody gets pulled out of the bucket. However, every week we have two young ladies that write and perform a brand new minute every week. We had two before. They did it for 2 years. They graduated on and moved into like the original group. They do spots every Monday there now. And tours all different comedians and stuff. And these two just started doing regular 1 minute spots a couple months ago. Going up first tonight, you know her, you love her, Uncle Tony, always nervous stylings. I like to think of her as like a young Rothschild sort of nervous type. Your hands together for Melissa Esslinger, everybody. Here we go.
My knee hurts today because I rode my bike once and I saw a squirrel.
Are you going to do this enough?
Yeah. It's busy. It's really busy in here. And I had to sit under a table, like a little shelter puppy, which actually I've been told suits me, so I'm comfortable there. Okay. Anyway, when I was a kid, like I would be at my friend's house and I wouldn't get the hint that it was like dinner time.
When it comes to walking,
I didn't mean to, but I gave off a like bad home life aura that wasn't real. My mom's just Jewish from the Bronx, and I was kind of a little shit, so we measured our love and guilt.
And now you walk into the closet to get the second best book of the kids in.
I'm glad I've come to peace with that.
And anytime you know how boys like that, right?
I just want to say, I have never loved another human being as much as I love you. And I love you. And I think that she's actually funny, but she has to get there. But I swear to God, she's funny. You know what I mean? I'm funny, you're funny, and you're just a sweetie. I'm funny.
It's funny as hell. Tonight it was definitely a little bit sharp inside. But what was the first thing that you said?
I said my knee hurts.
One time, you were right. Your knee hurts now because one time you were riding your bike and you saw a squirrel.
Yeah, the only reason I actually said that was because I was too worried. The first thing I was going to say wasn't going to be funny, and so I randomly was like,
So you chose something even less funnier. You said, I'm just going to put it, if I might suck.
Sometimes it takes up that journey to get to a special place that somebody be lucky. She's on that journey, and she will eventually be at a really funny place where there's
It'll be 7 days from now. We've had this happen a couple times before where it's just like, you know, sometimes you just can't get your foot in. But anytime that one of the regulars ever has a rough set in here, it's hilarious. When they do the next week, it's like more like Ryan Simpson type of stuff. You know, it's just hard to fathom.
no, she should be nervous. That's okay. Yeah, I know you love her. I'll let that control me with your glasses. When my knees touch his tied up and flip the audience go to left. Touch your glasses.
Absolutely right. It's amazing that in
Wonderful
time.
You know what Joey does in the lab? Talks.
What's amazing, Joey, is you are so dead on because when she first started, I remember, I haven't even thought about this until you just said this.
yeah, that would give me something to do with that.
That's the control.
What's amazing? That's right. Yeah.
I would love to see you as a man on a television.
Joey just created a new gap, everybody, up in Mill. What's amazing is that the first couple times you were on the show, I really just like a flashback because Joey said that you would do this thing where you scratch the top of your head. Exactly. Anything other than and let everybody know that the thing that you thought was a joke is already over. It's genuine. It's authentic. It's a nervous tick, but it doesn't seem like you're just doing it to do it. Yeah, try the fucking glasses thing. You started panicking early on because the squirrel thing didn't hit. What was it wasn't even a big deal.
And by the way, I'm throwing this as a bonus. If you do the glasses thing and it dies, keep trying it. And let us everybody go up on the glasses thing. And you know something else, baby. You know, it's like it's a long journey, and you seem like you're on the right path. And going twice. You've been up there the first time, and you've been going a long time.
The same joke.
Right there. Second hook, fuck.
By putting those two things onto his back, that's not good. My thing number two is taking the same you're running and putting it onto his back. And you know, and then if you're running leftover flour stretch. But after someone was waking up and I was up this person had a bad
So, Melissa, you have been doing stand-up for how long now?
breads. You're not allowed to eat bread tomorrow. The only day you're allowed to eat bread is on school. You set your lunch not even on school that day and the next. And that's tomorrow. So when you think about eating the bread, one out of the two bread, you are putting the food I got one for that. What happens to the second bread? That's my point. If the steak is equal, left or left, that's going to go to the muffin. Same thing with fries. With the two, there we go. That is your one. On the children of the two spoonfuls of frankincense. I'm getting confused. By putting those two frankincense on the fire, burning them, that allows you to eat bread. Look at my plumbing position. So, first, when you put the frankincense just in the fire on the bread, you have an intended balance that you're going to use. So, look at my plumbing, not today or Shabbos, but tomorrow or Sunday. Not all the bread. It only needs 6 out of 10. That's an excellent minute ago. And that's it. It allows you to eat. Well, nothing but fun.
But I said it out loud, and I don't care who heard it. I could have whispered to you, love yourself in some seconds. But instead, I said it was a careless yelp. It was a yelp revealing your delicious comedy.
Thank you, yes. I'm trying my best, Melissa, you know, your style and the way that you float out stuff that you think will work. I mean, writing and performing a new minute every single week is the hardest thing that anybody that I know does and has done. And I put these people through this rigorous torture, and it's entertaining for the comedy fans to watch everybody grow. And somebody's fake cackling on for sure. That's interesting. I thought
I'm sharing it. That's just the way we are. Before it's not welcoming.
And we're in the infantile stage of you just a couple months into where this is going to be one of those ones that die-hard fans of yours a couple years from now are going to look back on and go, holy shit, that's incredible that this cold-blooded assassin was still finding a footing. This is the only show where that type of live stuff happens. People love watching a train wreck more than they actually do watching a cold-blooded assassin. We're not going to admit it, I'm not going to make a bunch of noise, but once on
He wasn't already going to take these chances every week. That was an awesome set. Honestly, everybody should do it. That's where it all says here. the same thing with a party because the person says himself out or touches the right side, so the right side becomes covered and it doesn't magically spread to the left side. That's what happens. Where I think I'm not showing the most of Kuma is in the comments I did. It's one side is in front of the animal Kool-Aid. Is it always going to come away? He was in the ground. And something is going to affect it or something non-real. When you make the people on one side, it doesn't apply to the second side. This way, I'm not going to be questioned by it says the words, the one you remember the word,
Such a different appearance than 3 weeks ago.
all cases, 4 cases, same requires that you follow the
This one.
I just like the last time I did the show,
it was just such
a
epic douchebag failure that I just thought I can't go out on that. Now, is there a chance I won't do your show again? Yeah, there's a distinct possibility. I'm immensely successful, but my love for you is bigger than my success.
Love that.
Okay, keep going.
Thank you.
these people on the road that you find the wall in second for
Regular, she's newest regular on the show. You tell her, you hug her, put your hands together for Vanessa Johnston, everybody.
Hi, Jeff. You're back. I think the new politically correct term for slut should be cum dumpsters. And all the cum dumpsters should just band together and create positive affirmation slogans. Like the early bird gets the sperm. She's not a slut, she's just hungry. Sluts don't have large moral compasses because they only own mini Bibles. They can't own a regular Bible because it doesn't fit their vagina. Every girl's vagina is special and unique, like a snowflake. And you should take your snowflake vagina and have vajoncidence, which is a word just made up for vagina confidence.
That's why I said also understand that
Do you know how many lonely, desperate guys would kill themselves every day if girls did not have vajoncidence?
Especially like where you're going in that back end of stuff, like, I think you're definitely owning something there. I mean, people were laughing at that premise, and you didn't even really get to get into that, you know what I mean? Yes, Jeff Garland. Use your microphone, Jeff.
I want to hire her for every
Vagina confidence, so what do you think you mean by that?
I mean, I think that just people slut shame a lot, and I think it's stupid.
It's not good.
And I'm not even like a slut, but like, I just feel like slut is like fuck you, you know?
From the left sheds.
Like closing joke, which I went a little bit slower so I didn't get to it, but like the dress and that, anyway, yeah.
The left sheep with the left breast, the right sheep with the right breast.
That they should own
Each
it.
sheep has a sex, so because you got a half a sheep, half of the guys get rid of one thing.
I don't know, I mean, I just wrote it. Just like
The
a
old man, I mean, this is it. He said, keep it close. You gotta eat of these animals, you gotta eat the bread. I told him to say this. It's not people. Why? Because each sheep is a half a mountain. And with each half a mountain, because you have two sheep, each one is a half. And with each half, you only get a half a sheep, half a lamb, half a that's not enough. So tomorrow, I will go khatsi khatsi. So you go, you give half the zayis and half the zayis. I want my zayis instead. What if you didn't say that half the zayis from the left one and half the zayis from the right one? You said, of full zayis from both.
to you, she's a slut, but to God,
Not
she's
the
a life
left and not the
insurance
right.
policy.
On one
Which
right.
comes from like when
It
the guy,
changes
like,
wording.
I think the last joke makes sense because like guys will kill themselves, and then like my posing is like, at least that's what my Bible teacher taught me.
One hope is
So
actually
like
then
it makes sense, isn't in line, but that's where the Bible comes in.
now the Lord said, this is your first time sleeping as a John. What's your take on this situation? Brand spanking new, right? Few months into the game, professional as a full-time day job. If you hit people on one bread, it automatically jumps to 7 bread. So this can go according to the Bible. The reason is right, but if you can get the whole reason why it's going to come to them, you have to follow the race. So if you ever have to hold the race, you wouldn't get anything. Now, what is it about? I told you, did go to one shower, which is done, the second shower. So you know, I'm going to do I'm ready to roll. What does it say? Learn on whom the first as you follow the space. It's different between staying and fact, you know, we don't need to stay in with the stuff. We need to with the one the rest of the house. And one the rest of the cave off the turn to the bread. So, if you don't have to stay, we're talking about the bread. And the thing which you have of this thing, and is referring to the two animals, but the people intent is Mahashama Kibble to be done while we get those two animals. You ask me if you do on one bread, if you do that, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the animals. As you get the two animals, you look at the Mahashama Kibble goes animals. Why? Because both animals together combined to be a mountain. Each one of themselves is a half a mountain. You can't be bigger than a mountain. You got to now, if you do bigger on both animals, then even if the thought was about eating from one bread, that your thought is going to jump to the secondary without hitting it in the mail. In this case, you know, it's only the problem. Oh, that could be people on one street out of the creek. This is what we just did with Remember the Shiva, how long this was, and how the significance of it was. Unbelievable things. All remember these. The Italians, the Patsy, that I can have an income to eat with bread. Instead of playing, we were allowed to do this. I used to let my friends. My intention is to sneak it out of there and eat it on Sunday. That's legal. Now, this is us. And see, this is legal. My friends are on one bread. It goes on both bread. So that's it. How many sheep did I think about it? I'm the claim chef. Something sheep 1, sheep 2. Do I have to have this thought on both sheep? Since the two sheets combined to allow you people to bake, so each sheet is Fatimah, it's 50% of what I need to allow me to eat the bread. So the question is, can I be mafado? Can I think the intent of eating it after what I like on one out of the two? It's a half an hour. This is an idea by Shiraim is the leftover meal on the stove that sometimes gets eaten. Or if I put the
It's really happening, everybody.
I can only go for 2 weeks.
Oh my
And
goodness,
that's
what an
all the
electric
law
Monday
that
night,
go
huh?
like
Fucking dang it, keep up for Brian Grandband, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout
Shout out to Jimmy Vernon, who couldn't make it, but his camera's still set up. We have the great house artist Ryan J. Ebel with a blank sheet of paper in front of him right now. He draws every single episode as it happens. So right now it's a blank sheet of paper. At the end, you're going to see what he made a poster specifically for the episode that you're at. And how about we make some crazy fucking noise for that amazing performance with one of my best friends, Jeremiah Watkins. Stepping in as the band leader tonight. You know him as one of Pat Reagan's main cohorts. He was on the sax last week. Jeremiah, one of the best. Jeremiah, what a rock star. After his electric performance, he gets to say what's up, just like that. Hey, what's up? Remember me? 4 minutes ago. How's it going, Jeremiah? Excited? I'm pumped to have a saxophonist as the band leader tonight. Pat Reagan's going to join us at some point throughout the show. Guys, huge announcement right now. We've been doing Philtonian live on the road. We've been selling out every single city. We've gone to Pittsburgh, Columbus, Dallas, Austin. We have been murdering. And now we announce March 24th, Seattle, Washington, everybody. There you go, Seattle. We're doing it March 24th live at the Parlor Live. That's a really big deal. And I'm still headlining Caroline's next week. That's for you New Yorkers watching the live stream right now. Live streamers, hello to you, to the thousands. Live audience, make some noise so that the people listening, the thousands on Ustream, and the hundreds watching on Periscope. This show is live as well. And I'm in Caroline's next week, February 5th and 6th, and hopefully no snow, man. It's going to be terrible. Yeah, I'm there next week, February 5th and 6th, and we have to all of last week's vendors get tickets to my shows. And one Shockwave Netflix special. I made a Netflix special, everybody. You can find that on Netflix page, even it's all over the place. We're trending on Netflix. We are popular on Netflix, and if your algorithm is on point, I should be on your front page. If I'm not on your front page, that means you like that shit. Netflix has a fucking algorithm. So I'm so excited about one of my favorite things to do is every single Monday for 2.5 years. We have this awesome show where we get to talk to brand new comedians and some established comedians that just landed in Hollywood called Shapes and Sizes. Different types of comedians that are never here in the comedy store. Just getting to meet them. And every single week I have 2 of the funniest comedians in the world. Sometimes 3 that I usually do. On the show to talk to these comedians with me. Always 2 of the funniest. You know these guys from Comedy Central, Workaholics, HBO, Comedy Central, some network shows, some newbies. 2 of my funniest friends, 2 of the best comedians in the world. We're here together for Adam Ray and Matt Walker, everybody. Oh shit! This is gonna be one of those episodes I can just feel where people are gonna be like, is that a great picture? What all happened this morning?
Was that sex over? I like to chime in on sex. Just the occasional. It sounds like one guy in the band is drunk. He just has piping up every once in a while. That's all it is. You took a note. Yeah, you took a good note. Drunk sex, though, is we were just talking about probably the best. Like drunk sex. Like drunk sex. Drunk food, drunk alcohol, drunk sex. Cool. What's funny about that conversation you had there was actually really nice.
Welcome back to the show, guys. You've both been guests on it before. How's life? It's not like birthday and 100%. What's the day hits?
And that is obviously, I mean, yeah, something outside. Let's just talk about doing something outside of that. So, this is no, from what you guys happen to why do you tell me to go down outside? You are thinking about this inside of the head. And that's all exactly outside. Not a big.
I hitchhiked into your life for half an hour.
But if he's standing outside of it, if he's actually in the shoe line, what they're saying is standing outside of it. Standing in that zone. He's going to be thinking about pouring the shoe line outside of that zone. So everything's outside. Thumbs up. It's a good video. I'm not even sure I'm in my phone. I can't even my phone. That's what it is. I'm not sure. That's my phone. That's my phone. That's why he's outside.
Half the guy that puts the
Who's not sure I'm not putting in now? But when he's doing this line, what exactly does he want to be doing? He's feeling like really bad. He's thinking about the blood, to make the blood bigger. I mean, I can't make blood bigger. But I can remember the volume. Hating volume is something I overlearned. The entire list of things that you cannot make bigger. And these are things that don't have a map. Again, I'm not here to another item that allows you to keep the other item. When it comes to blood, blood means using blood in the past, that allows you to claim to be the blood is the master of taking in. But the blood itself has no master. So the blood itself can never be complete. It's a random. A minfall, what allows it to be this line? It's nature. So the nature itself doesn't have a master. It's nature is the master to use this right. Therefore, it's nature itself.
I'm a little worried about my dad's health.
This cannot be complete. And the frame takes also, it goes on his back. It's part of the master of Shrek. That's famous.
Oh shit, that's just how you breathe now.
Birds is another thing. Birds is
Like a bulldog. I always tell him that he should try to go to a doctor to help your rising. You're going to put yourself in an early grave. I swear to God, my dad always goes to the
also
like, Dad, you know that's not true. Don't give enough money for me to care.
So obviously, when he says that it's people pouring his blood, that you
So my family loves me. They like to ask me why I'm still single, but like before I can answer, they like answer for me. They're like, you're too beautiful, you're too
blood.
like, excuse me.
Yeah,
I don't know, I guess I just imagine most families are like, nobody's good enough for my baby girl, but my family's like, lower your standards.
When you think about that, for me, the folks from the people who are for me, people who are small, so we talk. I mean, like, transfer over to West Side, Lord, and it's very, very similar question. I'm not even looking at it. Depends on the level that depends on my part. A person is future for me, but the left one should not mean what you would have done. And you want to eat this something that like bullshit goes. So you did the pizza. I mean, was probably the happy things in the muscle when you think about putting the pizza in the top of the corner. He's having that tomorrow. What is it? I don't know, but there's a dream that's the same people behind tires. That's the one person in Tiger. We just said a second ago. But now I'm in one time and it's completely behavior. And the first one in the mix is behavior. The police itself is not the computer. What? The police is what allows you to write. The surrounding has what you master, which is the case. The police itself is what you master. The police itself is a master. A master cannot be computer. That was pretty cool. Obviously, we're trying to because you are to write, you want to write people. No, you have to be surrounded with you were thinking about the fish, you haven't said, you were first on the giant little ball that only concealed and eat it because others.
amazing also. In the bright so it says that if you follow the guys of two bread, in other words, the two breads combined. That's what it says. If you have one kazayis and then both breads together, we have a problem. You're like, all of a sudden now it's just one. You know, this is you're not one. You need about people for one, and so you're people for the second. Hello, I'm good. So the answer is, yeah, we have a kind of a contradiction of this. The Mishnah seems like he says two breads are not connected. If you're a father one, it doesn't connect. But in the bread scene, it seems to be saying that combine the two breads by saying, I want to do figure out two guys out of both of them. They have a connection. That's all we do. How many times do you know why it could sort of that in process? How possible a song gives a husband? Why possible a song swings with check this out. The same concept seems to be one and seems to be independent of each other. The verse says, they are two individuals, they're not connected. And then the verse says, the two of them become one. Therefore, it says, you got all the not on the one hand, you like one, that's each one go. Maybe it's in the online. Come on, how much you got to do to each one individually. So, agree with one inside. If you decide to mix them together and say, I want to be one because I got to be that's fine. That's very the same anymore. I'm giving you the problem. But if you divide them up, then they are divided. That's what it says. So this is figured in two different values. Why are you doing it? Okay, it's easy to see. The boy said the carbon side, there we go. Something special happened to you, a person was released from jail, he's from the disease. He gains 40 bread. The question is, what if you find on the 10 bread every night? The rest of the bread, the 30 other bread, you find on the stomach. Not to come pure or not. These are the last one present. Even if it's not for now. So last is that the little class has two types of fire. So it's also kind of some idea. Two piles of bread, and the final one is the cookie. This is not yes. Say, my son's got in the mission. We got in the bread, we kind of put the race in, talking about it. It's everything over here. The garden goes on the side of it. So you put the bottom, all 40 become good. But the real shit all, 10. And all the 30 become positive. The size superficial waffle house is like, if the size is legal, you should waffle house is like, you can wear it with all stuff. Easy stuff, but it's not. We know that Yuka, believe it or not, is a Yuka is certainly a meaning by throwing the blood on the tail that allows the piranha to be convinced. But Yuka also, by the way, is a little bit of a man. It's a man. What happens is the person, what happens during this Yuka, the person himself is going to eat half of his ice, half a shirt, outside the lot of time. I'm ready to stay on for one day. I'm going to eat it tomorrow. Just to have it. When I get to this Yuka, he says another item. In other words, if you did a full design for Yuka, that's for sure people. If you did a full design for Yuka, it's for sure people. But he don't do it. He did a half of his eye is by Yuka, half of his eye is by Yuka. Why? And the nigga, when you come back, combine the two. Beginning and the end, the two red boxes, you're going to have the design for Yuka, when you put it together, you have a full design. Some say it's that it's from the west. People go over, like the shit in the mountains. People allow you to eat the meat of the shark. They can allow me, look how far away the shit is from the Yuka. You have a balloon love sorry, Kabbalah love but the two blue boxes. Kabbalah love Nicole, I wish there was anything more interesting about you other than that you watch TV. You really could have written some stuff, maybe some new material that you can talk about. You have great writing. Like your jokes are perfect. All you need to do is remember on the stage time. You have like 10 minutes time. It's like how much time do you have? Chico is number 1, Jude is number 4. So certainly number 2, 3 can combine. Amy, when the lady got that lady in cousin, the lady said that you cannot combine any of the 4. Two people come over there. Lovely got you. No more worry about it. But Rabbi? Hold on, listen. So what's your little whoa, לסיים שוב לקבס, לאפו חצי זית שחל את זה. וכן חבר לאפו חצי זית שחל את זה. Special we have 2 breads and 2. We have bread on the right and bread on the left. We have sheep on the right, sheep on the left. So when you start the sheep on the left, you see yourself, I'm going to eat half of the zite and the bread on the left. And when you start the sheep on the right, you see yourself, I'm going to eat half of the zite and the bread on the left. And remember, everyone is the cautious is Rabbi. It's so far-fetched, so tight, of thinking why. Because first of all, each sheep is only a half of the mouth. Since you need to shove 2 sheep in order to allow you to bread, so each sheep represents an equal percent. Another problem that what he's thinking about is each time only a half a shear. You have a half a shear of bread, then a half a matzah. Those 2 things together is a 0. So everything's close to the ocean. There's no picking over it. You want to eat the bread, you want to eat the bread. Only a value or extra value. Maybe something already. That's not going to have to that's where we have a half a matzah eating 1 sheep and a half a zayis for 1 bread. But in our case, we sit there thinking about half a zayis. But the sheep is a full matzah. And so the reflex 100% the matzah. It's not fair for 2 sheep. 2 sheep, each one of the 2 sheep only represents 50% of the matzah. But over here, we have a unique situation where the sheep is 100% of the matzah. It's like 2 sheep. So when you say 2 sheep, thinking about a desire. Maybe we'll say it's 2,000 sheep. Maybe we'll say at least we'll say 30. Well, the Bible is going to be talking about the Latino, the Latino, the rubber, but on my Bible, it's our Bible. This is already true, not the concept of people. If that could be whole, then when you do so, this is a format. So you have intent only for us to have a desire, and then that makes it. But it's people, that's going to be why. I'll prove to you that you're wrong. I'll prove to you there's no difference if he does Shika and Zrika in each one. Shika did have his eyes, and Zrika did have his eyes. It's no different in the case of shucking 2 sheep on shores, and each one is thought about having his eyes. What do you tell? Shores, the 2 sheep, it's only represent 50% of the matter. But Shika is 100% of that. Guess what? If Rabbi didn't hold that by Shika, and what? And by Shika stuffing the full matter, doing Shika, thinking about having his eyes, and then doing another full matter, doing Shika, thinking about having his eyes. He says it is true, it does combine. Then you use scores to be wiser in the case of 2 sheep on schools and say that it's also. You wouldn't say it's kosher the ocean. Kosher the ocean. Kosher the ocean. You wouldn't say that. Why? Because you have to make it zero. That's how we're going after it. If it's pretty similar, then it's so similar, it's quite so like it could be. So, if in your case, we'll just we'll do like this. If in this case, where you just keep analysis, and you're going to have it, you know, it's economic, it's 100% bigger, but in this case, Rabbi would also be forced to say that it's bigger, at least in your money. They did a sheep of 1 sheep, thinking about having exactly 1 bread. And then sheep of another, even though it's not the same case as you asked, Percebe che si è la prima. Dice faccio in master, la faccio che voglio in privare, la faccio che. Listen, the word might be complicated. So, you see that even the Bills were opponent that we're discussing, they also need to. What do you see this? The Bills is goes on, it's not that it says, actually, that's on my part. The person says, I'm going to take this Lavina, this Frederickson, and put it on your plate. Tomorrow, the Bills are possible to make cards. He makes it game. He says, listen, it's not cards, but I make it possible. I'm going to do the part. I'm saying to you, people, the Bills are used to this game. I want to know that we don't see it, but I'm going to say, people are going to do it, right? I want to know, is the people, I want to clean up here, and the clean up here of Shiran. These two things they have to do, they have to put over the Lavina and the police on the job. And he's talking himself, I'm going to do people by the kindness, by the people who are going to do it. Then I have a people who are going to do it. And now I'm just talking to people who are going to see, it only makes sense to zero and something that happens to zero. And now it takes this is true, it's something nothing to do nothing, no twist. There's no point to make. First of all, the situation is we're going to continue. Here's the case of the Louisiana after the because of shutting in. Rabbi guy was trying to come to make a fight. And Rabbi said, listen, we was on one thing, and we three things for the make a fight. He doesn't have any other reason. We're not going to do this for the other thing. We're not going to do about three things and a little bit. One of them, another is the spoon, but one chick to know. One spoon for the hello, no other person in the world that I have to get up and make a zero dollar. You know, tablet. You just not tell me. You probably think, how can I understand the family of bonus sheets? That doesn't make sense. This is the bonus usually the 26 says more than 100 of days in income structure. What does that explain? You see, the opponent agreed to that by the sinners Mincha and the Mincha of so there's a person who both those two Minchas go completely on the exact no.
Yeah, I actually was like, just read the story. Give us a moment of the problem. Like, just paint the picture.
I don't know what it's really nice. Why is the person
I can't understand you in that voice.
What are you saying? There's no police there. You can match up. There's no other thing to be matched.
This guy really, really an improv viewer here. Yes, it is. So what was this Rothschild like? Classic Rothschild.
Regular Mincha.
I was there for about 3 hours. One of the clerks was like shouting
Or the Virginia of the Mincha culture.
See, what we learned today is that a crystal
Only
ball game
things that
impression is accessible while taking questions. Telling real life stories.
Amazing setup. Just like I held a wonderful any questions I'm answering them first. He's not the fuck are you what? You know the thing he's gonna do at the end of the year? Or what if he was working that sluts in Morocco. And they're doing like, we love it. That's it, you know. Eating it up. I don't watch my ass too. There it is. Sluts.
What was going on in this brothel? Well, I was finished, and then I was walking outside, and Trump noticed because everyone else was on the ship. This was around 3 o'clock in the morning. The ship was leaving the next day, so they took me into custody. And what I didn't know was the air boss was in charge of the entire air department on the ship. I've woken everyone up around 11 o'clock and made them stand at attention until I was back to the ship. So, short control watched me around 4 o'clock.
I go to the shop inside.
Can you stretch out those words when you say you got this?
try to do
And
is
so this
keep
shows
it
a lot. It's a
usual.
little fucking pump. It's a
Last
little
one,
video
the
just
taxes
for
on
to
is
realize the tricks. You know, it's all there. Suffice
The
about
Roy
it.
Sai, we're talking about
And
people,
exactly, you go
we're talking
back
about
to
a person
Texas
who,
again. And what part of
as
Texas
he's
are
doing
you going
pizza,
to?
he has thought that the ruin, or not ruin, in
I
some
actually
cases,
wasn't
is
expecting
ruin.
walking on that one.
So this thought,
But he's
let's
still
talk
there.
about
I
this.
love that.
This is the
You know,
large
maybe that's
amount
your
of
thing.
flour.
Maybe, you know, maybe
This is
walking
what's left
impressions
over
aren't
after the
but
plate.
becoming
This is
Christopher
an
Walken
input
and
three
just doing it
from
all the
Israel.
time like
Puts
his
it in
life,
a
I think
plate.
that's pretty original.
Let's say you
I
put
haven't
the
seen
bread
that
over
yet.
there.
I mean, it's
Small
not really
amount
an
of
impression
flour.
if you just
This
talk that
goes
way.
on this bed. This over here,
You
here,
ever met a celebrity?
the two amounts, the small amount is the pizza, the large amount is the shirayu. If I had to make 10, I can find one. Joe is up. That's right, you're right. Nice big one. So, the guy says on the page, if he said I'm going to take a full design of this and eat it, make a bread out of it, make a donut out of it, tomorrow, that's full-fledged dessert, you ruined me. What? So tomorrow, you only got to eat it today? And it's the full amount, take it back. And if he says I'm going to take this, a full design and put this, where do I put on his back? I'm not going to eat it, it's not for human consumption. This goes in his back. It's a certain feeding of his back. And his back eats it, consumes it. And then I feel it in his back, and I feel it out. After he said, they take a half of his eye and put it on his back. Not a full design. And a half design to be supposed to be eating a dress. And they make a half of donut. Together I have a whole design and it's not you gotta have a total of one design. Since the two types of eatings, one is the human consumption, it's only half a year, it's having that starting one and then that consumption is half a year, right? They don't combine together, they're not inspired. They're not feel like terms. It says in the Mishnah, Chatzi Zayis level, Chatzi Zayis now. Half of the Zayis to eat, and half of the Zayis to put in his back. You could infer and be valued that this doesn't work. But what does work? If the half of Zayis is right and the half of Zayis is future to eat, what if I said instead of saying I'm going to put half of the Zayis on his back on this creature, I'm actually going to use it for my donut. I'm going to consume it physically with the human beings consume. Now, it's not really meant for human consumption, it's meant for back consumption. But I'm going to use that half of the Zayis from the pizza and combine it with the half of the Zayis of the shirani, and the little on the whole Zayis and the photo. I'm not saying that would be a good thing. It's only on the people of the top two. But the bottom two, you can infer that it is good, otherwise you should have said it. I'm going to say, great influence.
Also insert whatever she said about Paul.
Well, he does something else. Listen, I don't know left over to back and left and pizza has food that don't work combined to make the sure as you know, when you make left over, you like to go to back to a happy. Go to back to left away, and you left alone. Mashma that it's not that start if you look at it. So you want to you have a little bit of left over. It's my time. Who's our Tana that says that to take Chatzi Zayis that of something that's supposed to go in his bath and actually eat it as a donut, it would combine with another half of Zayis that you're allowed to eat, the Shirayim, and make it a full Zayis to make it. Who's that? That's the Tana. Rabbi I'm not even really as it doesn't matter if it's meant for Mizbeach consumption or human being consumption. It doesn't matter if it's human being consumption or Mizbeach consumption. It's not as we don't do it. Not to get or I'm sorry, yeah, in that level. Well, I'm just not going to have to. Because the Shirai will put on his level also not something that is that's right.
It's like this. It's like in front of a bunch of people and performing. Believe me, you can fuck up. And I think just like diving, sending up. We're in the part right now where you sort of come back out of the water and you're just like, oh, yeah, you did it, dude.
No, because I didn't smack my balls up here.
I'm sorry,
You
put
son
them
of
up.
a bitch. You
And
said
if
balls
I
sleep
use
in your balls. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, David Friedman. There you go.
Because I use this stuff, that's what I'm going to do. One because I use, I'm going to eat it tomorrow, which is Christmas month. Because I use the food, and I'm going to do cook and play on also. Then it says right there, precizar um pouco de precizar isso uma precizar de uma precizar you can take it in half, two halves of desire. One half of desire is Christmas, one half is Christmas, but we combine the two. So this is not how you start off, you start third. Also very different. So we already have it all. Then if you started, first you want to leave, twice. You left over that for long stream, like you left for long, you started. I'm going to tell you that I'm taking something that's edible, it's something that's not the way to do it. You know, if you go with this and go but I think the other, I was thinking, besides that, I can't say why do I really live in the original, you know, I'm tired. When you come to know, I'm tired. No, he's like, you left for a half year. I'm going to tell you that something that's like out there. Something that's proof. Something that's put together are not inspired. This is the restaurant. Then I didn't back to the restaurant. My left for the left phone. I decided to go on a fix these things, either half of the size and half of the size. Of something that's edible, something that's not edible. I'm so sorry, they don't combine. Left like your butter. So certainly, if it's something that's to eat and something that I want to put on this bath, we shouldn't combine. If I want to eat the two of them, consume it. But one is edible, one is not edible. They don't combine. So certainly, if I don't want to consume it, I just want to, half of it I want to consume, the other half I want to put in the bath. Half of it combine. Once is no, there's more of a further thing than it does combine. Why? Never like me, but never like me, excuse me. I do need that. So that I'm not awesome to do like this in the natural. Do something unnatural. In other words, I'm taking something like this bag. This is key to the moment. Very obvious that if you eat it, that's not a natural thing. That's against halacha. So they know that's why it's not inspired. That's why it doesn't make sense that it's combined. But halacha the IQ will be given time to like it. So when I did the right thing, which I said after the guys from here, which is edible and eat. And now the guys from here is going to that, so we're going to that. So I'm doing the right thing. Maybe it should combine. Maybe it's not. Hello. It's not the star of I played as a info, so the first Mishnah of the second paragraph. I played as a info level shiurel, this is a classic case. Oh, he does pizza. And he says, I'm going to eat the leftovers tomorrow. Or, he said, I'm going to take the pizza and I'm going to put it on this bed tomorrow. Everybody agrees that that's legal. Whether you guys use that, it's legal. It's actually a big part of it. Especially with the answers. Because we're going to continue to say this is a lot. The hospital and also, as you'll see, there's two parts that go onto this bed. Part number one is this bag. Part number two is in the Amazon bag. The fragrances must go on this bag. As you will see, they're both very sensitive on the staff and both precise some of what we're doing. So the first one has in mind that we're going to burn is going to find different tomorrow. That's also clear. This is when the piece is going to burn this flower tomorrow.
That's why I think that was just a little bit funny.
The actual of the next one. What else are you in the party? When we think of the family party, it's like the only means of transportation. It's just like the flower. It's a different thing. You have a flower couple of going, right? And you're going to eat it. Or you're going to consume. If that is going to consume nothing, you're going to eat it. You're going to consume tomorrow, which is not the right time. It's after the allotted time. The allotted time is up to today. Is after the tomorrow. all of you think that. And then you go ahead and you go and the new song, High Five. Where this is going to that applies to only to the flowers, but not to the other. You're right. If you think that you're going to ruin the party, you're not going to get close. Alright. That some stuff on a person's life short. That's deserved going to the Come along, I'm sure that, and they try to prove it to them. You're probably thinking of the OEC that the Lavoina is separate of the flower. But guess what? The Lavoina is very similar to the Emurim, to the body parts that we put on Kuma's back. The kidneys, the skirt steak, the fats. And yet, if you think in your mind, as you're going to sleep, you're going to put those parts, the Emurim, you thought to yourself, you're going to put those parts onto your back. Tomorrow, that's real people. You can't pay for it. So I can act on the plane all of it. On my last year, there's the answer very nice. Because that's when we started doing those apples. Look, they all come from the same animal. You think it's where they come from. They come from this animal. You're going to but when you refer to the fragrances, it's a different, that comes in a different bag that comes from Amazon from different place. Says the Gemara, love and release from mother of grace. What is the point of the beginning of it? You all know what Tegel is. Tegel is when a person has a thought that he's going to eat, consume this part of the Mesa tomorrow. So what's the point of you coming home and getting source of your food? No one in the world would disagree with that. Sorry. And the second part of the issue says, but if you thought about putting the things on the staff tomorrow, you don't at the same time as making sure that somebody we have a beautiful piece. It's not a complicated piece at all. A very simple piece. Think about it. When you benefit from this flour, eat this flour, give it make donuts out of it. When? Only when this eats the goes on. When this goes on the fire, at that moment, this becomes multitude. So this becomes a knot. It's called Levina. See this bag that I just got from Amazon? This bag right over there, it's full of beautiful crystals, yellow pieces of Levina. This also must go on in this bag. So these two bags, they must go in this bag. If I only put one bag, so I got 50% of the knot. I put another bag, I got 100% of the knot. Each one is 50% off. So it says, I would think their goods you hold that I cannot do equal with only half. The flour represents 50% of what allows me to keep the Shirai. It's a half of the people. It's a half of the market. Sorry, half of the market. So maybe you cannot do people on that half, on 50%. If I ask for one, you could do people 100%. While you're doing this flour, you prove yourself. I am going to keep this, I'm going to put this flour onto this bag tomorrow. That's enough. That applies even in the case of flour ratio.
In your real last name is Latin. Is that really true? And it smelled like Latin. Is that really true?
Tomorrow is only 50% of the market. So nothing wrong with it. If a person says he knows he have nothing, he takes, he sees his bag of right on all in half and
Is your dad any more specific than you are? Mr. Lappin,
when I am holding this, I'm doing things, so I cannot think. I don't have the right to think about the little point of going on tonight. And when I'm doing the point, I don't have the right to think about my flowers. One has anything to do with the other. I cannot have bad thoughts about another thing Vai a pena atrás. How would you become the invisible energy from the Rothschild University? Maybe you get science, you have
What's happening?
a certain amount of stuff, a certain amount of trade. So one can be signed off because it's different. I'm pretty different right now. Oh, here it is. You already have some food. Oh, Frank. Love. I'm sure. The meaning I really know is the same mid.
Yeah, so it's important. Yeah.
I'll say
Well, you're young enough to fuck up for a while, right? I like to think you can
Last one is about 5 minutes the same mid.
like an auto mic, so I try to do it, man.
So,
It's funny, but like, I think
I said it says over there. I think it's like, I didn't know the chance to check. How many points this was? I don't know.
and even then, if you
It's
actually
right
go
around the
home
joke. I
and
know
you
it's
get on
right
a
around
flight,
here.
you can be like, on the plane, I think.
But I thought it was very nice topics. Why would I think
I'm in Austin
that
or Houston. I mean, it's all down that side.
different positions of sentences that are that we have with the fun. Why would I think that one has the ability to say the same tool because he's silly? It has to be one creed. But I'm saying it over here because now this is where we say he has a time. That maybe it's considered one vessel. Why would this tool be one? Because it's both sitting on one chain from the short part, gradually, and makes it one. That is so good. Love you, Mario. Umi sabe do Deus, eu vou levar no vida de muito aí. Are you able to tell me? Are you able to look me in the eye and tell me that Yoshi is not talking about because it's one item versus two? But let me say something. Tell me what. Mashu Shani Hazeda. In the Mishnah, now Mishnah, I'm telling Yoshi, why is Levina and flour different than a skirt steak and the rest of the animal? So what did he answer? He said, well, sorry, man, what do you mean? It's skirt steak, and the pig is comes from that same animal. Levina, ain't no matter what, but Levina, for instance, is not the same item as the flour that he is talking about it being one of two different things. No, you didn't. I ate him in a book. It will be equal. Referring to whether it's one or two items. Saying that one doesn't prevent the other one from happening. What does that mean? Last year, even I can do penance with the guy. It's not like the way it works is if I want to eat the shirai and the leftover, I have to put the mitzvah on his back. As long as I don't put this on the chair, I cannot eat this. So one prevents the other. But that's not the case with Levina. In other words, I can put the frankincense on his back, even though I don't put the meats on his back. And I can put the meats on his back and the frankincense is not on the other. One does not prevent the other.
When you say you touch their dog's pussy, I mean, like,
the Rabbi and I do the frankincense. Not so much the meats that they can't eat so that is going to be
Brian's bread and butter
I like to start the pregnant and start the shred.
punchlines jokes.
I'd like to thank
you,
I would think
I'd like to thank you for you dressed so much better
than
you performed tonight.
Ellie, boy, I'm not the great to be quite I'm not the great to be. Every one gets my one
Thank you
that
so
first
much.
one.
Very
First word.
what happens once you get raped by a gay magician or something? Like, what are you so angry about right now? So say bye, lady.
And immediately you're going to
Jesus,
tell
some
him
fucking power freaks in the audience.
You know what I feel like watching that? I feel like we were the guy who's actually
supposed to be two bread.
fucking target. Like that was like a job interview. Yeah. And all we did was say, so what's that? Tell me a little about yourself. And I feel like you've given all that list of personal
I'm checking
anecdotes before, like this, right?
I think to myself that
This
Sean
outfit that you're wearing, how many grades did you have to roll to put this exact thing together? Because it seems like it's a few different grades.
because A, like when you think
Really?
why you
That's
think
amazing.
that
Now, I also noticed that
you never put
you
together in
actually
one
signed up
vessel.
again. This is another person who doesn't have a Twitter handle. But however you
Together in one
put
vessel. Why?
Watson, and in parentheses you put Motar. Now, why did you write that on
You have to Levine, you see the Levine on the left. little wrappers and things.
But wouldn't I know if I pulled your name out that you were the guy in the bow tie because I'd see you anyway? How would I know?
Well, let's be honest, that's a pretty sweet thing. Someone could run ahead of him and be like, no, I'm clean. And you can fuck off.
That should be.
Oh, you're right.
I'm just saying.
Or
And also, you should have said, that's my nickname when he asked you. Because that'd be amazing.
What was that? What was that though? Where you told me bow tie
You
around the slope?
were
Was that a
moving
bet?
the
Did you like use a bet or did like what was that all talking about the material he did? Why did you stress that way?
and putting it
So
on
I
his
did
back.
some.
That is not allowed to be done by a Yisrael. If he does it, if a Yisrael moves it from
Found
that's the way
everything
that's
on
the
yourself on stage.
You have to start all over. You can add another amount of Levina unless you let the honey. It's too late. Then it's possible. Why? All I need is to let him go. It's because this is like water. The solar is water should make the legs smell like because walking without your feet with your hand is also water. When I take the Levina from right over here,
It's important to
and I move it to right over here, I can see it.
That's what last week did.
I just moved it from area
Yeah,
A
you gotta get to something.
to B.
What's your
So,
favorite drug?
it over there as well.
Yeah, because you look like you're from the cover of an Esquire magazine that's in a methadone clinic.
Moving it from the left of the screen
Even I
to
sometimes
the
laugh
right
at my
of
own
the screen.
stupid book.
That's water.
Yeah, no,
I
I know.
moved it closer to his back. Now it's easier
Right,
and
and
closer to
how
get
long
to his
did you do
back.
that?
I moved it.
From 15, 16.
Wow, ages 15 and 16. Wow.
The sheep does that moving without his feet is also considered
That was
a
when,
walk.
like, I stopped.
Therefore, walking is one of the core elements of the
Oh yeah, what'd you rob?
a walk. A walking.
Interesting. I know it wasn't a clothing store.
You saw the woman before I went.
You son of a bitch. Really?
Yeah, like, I didn't have a lot. I didn't have a lot of stuff. I was on my own.
Here are the four of us.
So I didn't have clothes, a lot of
I
people
love
around me.
us, and our thumbs.
So I was like, I'm
You want to
May.
say all four right now? All that
Man,
time is the car. I have it. I'm a truck.
No, it's a storm
You're
can.
not in the police.
Oh, okay. You're from Canada.
Yeah.
That's why you're dressed like that. All right, now I get it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not.
All this stuff you're saying is fascinating. You know, telling
As
what
you can see,
story
this
there.
chart,
You know
it's
what?
on the
One of
right
the
has
big hardest things
resembles
about is getting on stage and getting people
What
to
you look
listen
down
for even longer than
and
30
the third
seconds.
one, really towards his back,
On
really
Matt,
towards
age
his
15,
back.
16,
Not
started
true.
robbing cabs
And
and
throwing
right there.
the
And
part
most
of
people
the
like,
fire,
fucking
and
what else you
up
gonna
to
do?
the this one.
And that, I haven't heard
It's
anyone
the
say that.
flaming
So,
brush
yeah.
onto the
But everyone's wanted to fucking love us.
Elizabeth Lee,
It
that's
just
all
feel
there
like,
is.
oh,
And the rest. Putting the info, that's why they're similar to what he likes to talk about with the similar. We don't have to learn that. Everyone may love it. Love to spreading out on the others. All you need to do is put a vessel there and then fills it up, and the vessel fills up by itself. Over here, you physically have to take the meat and put it in. Very good. Everything that's in is tabulated the way other law. I'm looking for sure. You must do this. If you don't do this, how are you going to get to the death? So, since you have to put it in the vessel, so the vessel is considered significant.
You said shotgun in a
How
cab?
about that?
Back when
And
there was actual
therefore,
taxi cabs?
you can be obligated.
But at this point, because I was in the
I
South,
call it
so I
Gabon.
just
It's similar to
once you
Gabon.
pull it out,
Economics of it, when also feeding it, stagnating it up.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
it's a
don't
fucking
get
night.
and
this.
I'd calm them down. I'd calm them down. I'd just be like,
You
look,
won't
you
make
know,
it
everything's gonna be okay.
Therefore, the
Everything's gonna
song,
be okay.
Oh my god.
it's an important part.
Everything's
I'm
just
not
gonna be
telling you
okay.
all
I just
that.
want one.
Before I make it, I said, tell you what.
Yeah,
You know, smoothest
1940s night
it's similar to the Rothschild. All the things you have. The Rothschild happens by itself. You have to put the water into the vessel, squirt it by itself. Or maybe it's a part of the neutron, the cleats into the vessel. Who is the guy that was in the office and something around me? This year, the guy is clear. No, I tell you, this is a business. You have to be the golden vessel has
it's
inherent
pretty
heat.
crazy.
And therefore,
I don't understand. Like, I've never heard
this
of the
war is
robbing
the
Canadian. Like, what part of
key
Canada are you
that
from?
it
Detroit?
uses you shot into Maybe money to check over others. Here's it would have to make itself. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, who cares if the blood went in by itself? Or that you put it in. The bottom line is what happens afterwards. Once it's in the food, it becomes further. On both sides, have a good ball, have a good side. Have a wonderful day. Spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Oh shit. Fucking. How bad did he get cut?
It was bloody. It was really bloody. You don't want to see
Good morning, Rabbi.
Yeah, well, I like your stuff.
I told you this is a miracle record to your real Hakus. So we are dealing with, for anybody that's brand new and I just can't see what this is all about, we're talking about a mincha. What's a mincha? A mincha is a gift that we give to the brother, so it's a gift, sometimes we have to. It's made out of flour, like sometimes a pita, sometimes a bread. It's something made out of flour. Sometimes you mix it with oil, sometimes you don't. And the Kohen puts his hand in like this. I'm not going to do the whole shoulder. He just puts his hand into the flour, holds with his 3 fingers like this, takes that much. That's how much goes onto the mizbeach. The rest of the bowls, the Kohen gets to eat after it goes on the mizbeach. When it goes on the mizbeach, that's the matis that allows me to eat everything that's left over in the bowl.
Clint, I feel like you're such a bad Clint.
The Kohen who does this will ruin the whole thing. Take it, garbage. Not only ruin it, you can make it where you can just be quiet for it.
Show me where that button is so I can hit it
While
with
you're
your
doing one of the avoiders,
Sorry,
if you're witnessing this often, you know that when it comes to regular carbon, it's 4 avoiders.
I think there is a very interesting quality about
The
you.
pita, it's small, a bolo, a local, and zrika. We're not talking about carbon, we're talking about a mincha. The whole stuff is mincha, which is like we said, it's nothing, we're talking about a mincha. And the mincha is also 4 avoiders. It's pizza, that's like pita. You cut it up like this into the mincha, obviously there's nothing to chill here, it's just flour. It's similar to the avodah of pita, it's called pizza. What does he do afterwards? He takes these 3 fingers and he puts it into a second 3 charlottes. It's a very especially made out of gold, not silver. In the time of the Israeli heritage, they were selling these gold things, and there's the dusha to it. There's a mishita, you anoint it with oil, so it's dusha. Take the pizza, put it in the oil, it becomes hot. So really comes from the first one, okay, but you put in the second one, then you take the little cream, and you walk it over to the gut. That's called halacha. That's the 3rd avodah. And the 4th avodah is you put it onto the mizbeach, you burn it. That's called a 4 out. To burn any one of these 4 avodas, the Kohen thinks a bad thought. What's a bad thought when it comes to carbon? He thinks that he's not going to eat it today. Now, a mincha you can only eat 1 day. Why can you only eat it 1 day? Because it's like touching. And also, Shani Tzibur. Although you can't be there. But let's say a taco. You only eat it for 1 day. Touching kali, you can only eat for 2 days. So, a mincha does touching you don't eat it for 1 day. So this guy, either he did it on purpose, a mistake, whatever it was, he thinks to himself, I am going to eat this pizza I'm making in 2 days from now. It's bad. And if he really eats it in 2 days from now, or eats it right now, then it's tight heart. Why? Because it's bigger. So what I just said is called Chutz Zman. The Zman is, you can eat it today, and he ate it, or he's thinking to eat it tomorrow. That's outside of the time. Chutz Zman. His time is up to here, and he wants to eat it outside of the time. What's Chutz Zman? Oh, Chutz Zman is good. They stuck in some references several over here in Monroe. Chutz l'makom means, where can I eat this mincha? I can eat it right here, inside the Beis Hamikdash. That's it. What if I go to Kiryat Yearim? I think that I can. That's awesome. What if I think in my brain that I'm going to eat it in Kiryat Yearim, Monroe? That's chutz l'makom. It's not as bad as chutz l'zman. You can never get cars on chutz l'makom, but you made it possible. I cannot eat this mincha ever again. Why? Because while I'm doing one of the four avodas, Nitza, Kabbalah, Mekli, Belacha, and Hakara, while either one of those four, not all four, one out of the four, I thought to myself, I'm going to eat it in America, I'm going to eat it in Bet Shemesh, in Seifa, in Kiryat Sapir, in Negev. He thinks to himself that he's going to eat the leftover. He does a little chorizo from over here. Whatever's left in the box goes to the bananas. Whatever's in the glove goes under his back. This wasn't his back, this is the shirai. So it's like this. If when he's doing the chorizo, he thought they eat it on Mars or in Kiryat Yearim, but Kazayis Mishira or even a Kazayis. Now, I want you to pay attention to remember that it says Kazayis. Why? Because the Gemara is going to bring the rights from Rabbi. He says the entire Mishnah doesn't talk about a Kazayis. He skips the whole line 4 times. It says the Mishnah Kazayis, he doesn't talk about it. Next, Lahakter Kumta B'chutz. What's Lahakter? To take the fourth avodah, to take this chmitza, it's in the glove, and put it on in his bear. That's a cut. That's awesome. But why is that's eating? Why is that eating? Because the mizbeach eats, so to speak. It's a type of eating. There's human eating, and there's the mizbeach eating. You thought that it's going to do that outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Oh, Kazayis Mekuzo. Again, once again, a Kazayis, just a one Kazayis. Or Lahakti Levanosov. Or not to be mastered the actual flour, but the Levaino, the frankincense. Possible and required. It's possible, but there's no part. Why? Because this is chutz l'makom. Where's the chutz? This is not. Now we're going to talk about that. Lechol shi'arel l'machar. Tomorrow is already too late. You can only eat the mincha today. So if you're thinking himself, you're going to eat the mincha tomorrow. That's called pigul. It's very simple. Pigul is very simple. The reason why people get confused is because you can do pigul in 4 places. When you do the pizza, when you put it into the bowl, when you walk with it, when you put 4 places. Also, it could be that you're thinking that you are going to eat the mincha. It could also be that the mizbeach, I'm going to put it on the mizbeach. That's the mizbeach eating. So people start getting confused. There's a lot of detail. It's very, very simple. Let's make it possible. If somebody says to himself, I am going to eat this mincha tomorrow instead of today, that's pigul. And if he eats it, it's high part. Lama Shirel Machar looks at Isaac Shirel Machar. Lahakti Kumta Machar. To put it on his beach tomorrow, that's also type of eating. That's Kufa's man. But the Zayis becomes a Machar. Yeah, the Zayis. The kids are going to call it up in Zayis. Or the Lahakti will be also a Machar. Or the Mahti, the Levaino tomorrow, not the flour, but the Levaino. Here you go, the Levaino Machar. That's the big one down. Zach flour. This is the rule. For like 20 minutes, I lazy to sleep. Because I'm not ready. So now we're going to do all 4 avodas. What should you have in here again? Here, I'm going to put the avodas on the screen. They can follow together. So like 20 minutes, I'm lazy to sleep. Those are the first 2. Pizza, lazy to sleep. So the hamburger, I'm walking it. So there's that. The hamburger, that's the 4th one. Lechol, brother, should I say lechol? To say that I'm going to eat the rest of this box, you're right, that's normal. That's good. And this card is not Torah. You know what I put on this bag? What I took with my finger. It's not edible. That's the mizbeach. If the thought of the friend says he's going to eat it on Mars, in the DY Center in Mars, that's possible. There's no chorus. This is not all. You figure that I love him all of the outside of the league. If you think that you're going to eat it tomorrow instead of today, that's called legal. And you try your cards. Another reason why people get confused is because in the Torah, when it says pigul, it means kufel makom. And kufel zman is not called pigul. In Gemara, pigul means kufel zman. Let's just go with Gemara. We're learning Gemara now. Pigul means I thought that I'm going to eat it tomorrow. It says in the Mishnah, but at least in order to be over, in order to make it Isser, you have to be makir and stay on his back to the muscle. Okay, shtika, what's shtika mean? Shtika means I didn't have a bet at machshava. My brain was silent. I brought a milchah because it's a mitzvah to do the milchah, to bring a milchah. Not shtika means that I thought I'm going to eat it in March. I thought I'm going to eat it tomorrow or today. So, Ketzak, what is the meaning of this? That he did it the right way? How much shtika when he did it means so it's perfect. Not on the kli, or when he did the not on the kli, put it in the kli, the second meal, the second number. You know, in the third hour, the niktir in the fourth hour, this is mano. That was already messed up. He thought he should eat it tomorrow. Oh, you should put it this is mano. For the first hour, they did wrong. Not on the kli, but he didn't see it, but the second, third, fourth, he was alive. It doesn't matter. The point of the Mishnah is, you see there's a lot of words that say the same thing. The point is, the machshava, the thought happened in one out of the four of it. It doesn't matter which one. The first one, the fourth one, it's all bad. No, she part of it, I'm not going to stuff. Okay, that's not good. That's part of it. Keita, you are part of it, I'm going to stuff. What does it mean you messed? You didn't do it good? You didn't have a good machshava? How much comes from the Koimoi? Listen to this. As I say, in order to, if you learn Zvakim, you know this in Teda. In order to have a good Machshavas people, it has to be perfect. You can't have any Machshavas Yudas. You can't have any Zaydige Machshavas. It has to be one bad Machshavah, not two. One Machshavah, I'm going to eat it tomorrow. What if you had a Machshavah? I'm going to eat it tomorrow and on Mars. Tomorrow and Mars. No good. It's not a good figure. You don't get cards for that. Yeah, so if you want to be a Rothschild, you have to make sure it's one pure machshava. You'll have to buy a mitzvah. That's to be pure. So, how much to the Koimo, if you have a thought that he's going to eat it on Mars outside of the place? You know, some people this is manner, then he added a second machshava of outside of its time. No good. It's not a business mind. You're not going to get prices. Oh, you should come to business mind. Or you started off bad with business mind, right? Business mind is worse than business mind. If business mind gets started, business mind you know. He started off the worst of the worst. Business mind. So right now he's going to be high price, but then he ruined it. He added another thought. Not something we don't really get to he added up to no good. It's not Chos's manner. It'll be possible. You're not going to get caught. Now you didn't do it the right way. Fine. Minchas Choyte. What's a Minchas Choyte? The mincha of a sinner. Somebody doesn't test. Let's say he goes to make some English when he's coming. Minchas Knoros. Minchas Choyte, Minchas Knoros, 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 Knoros. Oh. So the very first Mishnah in Menachos is like the very first Mishnah in Zvachim. That if you think while you're bringing a carbon mincha, bring a mincha, and the Kohen thinks to himself it's a different mincha, Lavashal. Instead of thinking to himself it's a markasha, he thinks it's a chavitin. Instead of thinking it's an adava, he thinks it's a paisa. He's different Menachos. He thinks the wrong one. So it's not good for the owner, but it's not. Also, you don't throw it in the garden, but there are two that you throw in the garden. Minchas Choyte and Minchas Kinoi. Minchas Kinoi, what is it? I got it to my canoe, so I forgot to explain what it is. It's when a woman, her husband suspects her, he says, don't be siaka with that guy, and she doesn't listen, so he brings her to the Beis HaMikdash, and they give her the drink, and they erase Hashem's name, the whole thing. One of the things she has to do is she has to bring a mincha. It's called the minchas kinoi. They have a cycle. So, she comes up and she like the shmam. The Kohen, instead of saying, oh, there's a mincha from the cycle, he said, no, there's a mincha and it's dava. Whatever, you messed up. You also believe a holy thing, the chutz is man. Oh, So now we have two machshavas. One is that it's a minchas one, which is a wrong machshava, bad machshava. It makes this minchas completely possible, throw it in the garbage. And he also told himself the chutzizman. Or you don't have chutzizman, or he started off with shalei, I'm going to eat it tomorrow. Chutzizman. But he also added another thing that it's the wrong mincha. It's not a minchas choitel, it's a minchas nadava. He didn't do it the right way. What if he did two things? One kazais amar, one kazais tomorrow, or kazais hamar, kazais before, or one. The first kazais is for tomorrow, the second kazais is for Mars. The half kazais before, half kazais in Mars. The half kazais in Mars, he wants to combine them together as a kazais. Because that is wrong because it's foot, doesn't matter which one comes first. Also, the aim by car is backwards. The bottom line, all this cannot have too much trouble. If you want to do people, it has to be by itself. You can't add another machshava of put some up in pool or put or shalom shema. All of our reviews goes out to have a rule. In machshava says machshava machshava samachshava, you people come on start. Says to be the very next. Since the machshava of man comes first, meaning the severe one, the one that gives you a part, comes first. So we locked in, it's chorus. Now that you added the chutzah, you didn't ruin it. You got its chorus. In machshava samachshava goes to machshava man. But if the machshava you're going to eat it, the hamars came first, so now it's possible. Also, you can't add to it isser, a greater isser. You already put in, it's a chutzah, you can't make it a chutzah. But the hamar is a possible in the chorus, it doesn't matter what came first. If you do chutzah first, and then chutzah, or if you do chutzah first, and then chutzah, all of them, the proportion is over. You put it. Look at the steps. Step number one is the creator. Step number two, you have to write. You have a bowl full of flour, and it comes to mouth, and each out of the bowl. Yeah, for whatever reason, some of the shirayim wasn't. That's not what everybody's saying. You don't have too much like in it, and you can deal with the creator. So first of all, the shirayim is on some upper street. Why? Because the shirayim is not missing. There's not enough. The shirayim is gone before you did the knitza. What about the knitza? Step one. What do you do with the knitza from step one? So it's not like this. According to the other one, you put it on the bed. Before asking more, put it on the bed. Once you put it on the bed, you have an effect on the shirayim. Look, the shirayim is also to eat. So, could I have a machshava of pigul on something that it can't even eat? What's pigul? Pigul means I'm going to eat this tomorrow. I can't even eat it today. It's something to eat. Step 3 tells me it's something to eat. But I put it on the mizbeach, I was mastered this time on the mizbeach, and I'm thinking to myself in my head, I'm going to eat this, not today, tomorrow. I'm here. I can't even eat it today. Another shiloh, I'm not doing the claimants. The shirayim that's in a bowl, what happens if I use it? Typically, if I use it, I'm going to like that. Me either. If I use something, even though it's something. But once I put the claimants under the mizbeach, then it lifts the isser of me. I'm allowed to use it. But this is also knitza. So the fact that I put the knitza on the bed, does it lift the isser of me? That's the question here. Shirayim, where is the shirayim after I put the claimants on the bed? Is the pigul and is the knitza? Here's the shiloh. Very interesting time. According to the Rothschild, it says that you should do step 4, put the meats on top of the mizbeach. We know that step 3 tells me that everything left in the bowl is also eaten. Now, with the Anurat Torah, was the Torah helped me to say that if the kohen had a machshava that I'm going to eat it tomorrow instead of today, then it becomes pigul. So the pigul is another question: does it become meila? Does it become enough? Does it take it away from meila? What does meila mean? I use something to make something good. I have to pay to make something 25%. And yeah. Let me say it again. Chaymus is 25% in English. That's how you call it. Yes, in Polish it means 20%, but in America it's 25%. I'll explain it in a minute. And also carbon you have to do. Or Rabuna, I think we're in the field on the week when else the Yotze, he says, Rabuna, listen, check this out. And then don't go pay something. The guy did Shita. The guy took the behemoth outside of it, some of the big moment. So this particular area, you can't take it outside. It's called Yotze. Then he did Shita. The question is, does Rika help me to take off the Megillah? Let's say I made a barbecue out of the meat. You have to cook me some English, 20%, 25% more. So Rika Saddam is similar to our case of putting, right? You said the 4 avodas of the carbon is similar to the 4 avodas of the mincha. Rolling the blood on the mizbech is just like the mincha out of the mizbech. No, but really, I'm afraid this is Rika Saddam actually remove something. It's already offered. The meat is already bad. So just like by us. In our case, let's get back to our case. In our case also, the Shiraim is also. In the second case, the Basar is also. Both the same thing. Then we have a matter. We have putting the meat on top of his bath, and then we have throwing blood on his death. The same thing. Aaron the kid says, well, when you throw blood, even though the meat is not on his meat, it works. It's on his bath. I mean, these are the anus. The whole puppy is mounted in front of you. Also, my friends, what happened? It's why the public went out. But it's all real. But this sideline, but when you have a bowl of flour that a mouse came and ate from it, it's not all here. It's fully disabled. It's fully because it is missing. It should be worse. Learn how you laugh for it. Maybe I thought it would help. Why is it missing something? I'm like, let me tell you what's a purpose for it. What? Figuratively, everybody is doing what else say. Even if you do something else, another, if you do retail, something that went outside, it doesn't work. If you do outside, something that's missing, it doesn't work. If you do retail, something that's outside, it doesn't work. So perhaps the women, they don't put them, it's missing, so it's missing even if we're the kiva, it's green. The drink will work, but that car is not going to work. You'd rather know. It wouldn't work. Mama's factor. Why? I like this a lot. I'll tell you why. Listen to these words. To me, I understand it. Anybody in business can understand this. You know why it doesn't work? Because it's outside. He says, no, what's the word? Now it makes a lot of sense. Oh my goodness, everybody. Here we are. That's because it went outside. And he's not inside. So it doesn't work. But this whole flower that's missing, you're right, it's a big problem, it's missing. But the instant it's him. He's inside, he's playing the game, he's part of it. He's missing a few dollars. Behind you outside. It works. I'm show you the mission. You don't even have to see the mission. All on the screen. It says, what are you saying? There's two ways the boys can learn this. I don't want to confuse anybody. Very simple. Either you see it, the fact is, there's only Kazai left. That's all they had left. Or the brain, the Tanam sees, the brain thought about doing Tigul, I'm going to eat tomorrow one Kazai. Says Rabbi, look, it's not in the Mishnah that it's a physical thing. All you have left is a Kazai. Take a look. Look at this. No, put it back. Look at this. You see this chart? What do you see in this? This is Rabbi. Rabbi is the one that wrote all the prices, right? Here, Rabbi.
Hi everybody, welcome live audience. You guys ready for a crazy night or what?
The Mishnah, he said the entire Mishnah like we had it. What's missing from it? I erased what he took out. He doesn't mention anything about a design. Why? Because very simple. So we can't say on one of the four cases you can't say design. Which one? When he goes to do a mitzvah, you can't say he had a kazayis left, because that would be what? It would be mitzvah or something that's missing. You have to have a fully started when you do a mitzvah. If you only have a kazayis left, it's tougher. So you can't say the case of a kazayis left. So remember, okay, I'm not going to get involved now with kazayis. Throw all this, even though it works well in the other three cases. If it doesn't work well, in the first one, you're going to take it to all the kazayis left. You see from here, if you have the kazayis left, the second part of the Mishnah, you have the kazayis left, only the kazayis, if you going with the it works. Your people works. Like the Mishnah says, people works, even though you only have the kazayis left. You ask me, what's the question? If you have leftover in the bowl, does the people work when I put it on the mizbeach? Yes, there, it says before it's the Mishnah works. Right, Jack, this is a little bit funny because listen, my time will come with these guys. Why does your kid take out all the positions from this place? Like you're going to the Shirai in front of the guys. We're going to talk about a physical thing. That there's only one guy left in the bowl. Not in his brain, but in the bowl. The key to the mathematically be able to back for the relay. So is. They skip these 4 words, the shmat for us, we just skip forward. Ashirayim, the kitzah now, the kitzah, what it says over here in the Gemara, because I can't say it by the Tmitzah, so I'm not going to say it by the other 3. And what's the right? Here we go, second line down, the Kani saves us. Eagle. Even though there's only one left, that's our question. Shirayim, the mouth came from the bowl. There's only one kazayis left.
What's good, son?
It works. The Pigo works. Actually, the Pigo works. Does Megillah go up? Yes. It says over here, the Pigo works. I don't know the part. You probably say we don't know the cards.
Are you ready to play?
No, Shirayim is not good, Robert.
Why not?
No, the reason why we're seeing the price doesn't say the word kazayis is because he cannot. Not because he could, because he can't. It doesn't say that because he goes like Rabbi Lazar. It's not. The Lazar says that famous, Ma'alavina. It means that they get from a milcha. Milavina, the fragrances that goes into the milcha. The milcha is Sarhanim. When a kohen brings a milcha, they don't do the kmitza. When milcha is kohen Mashiach, when the kohen Gadol brings the milcha every single day, 2 times a day, he brings the milcha. No kmitza. When milcha is the stuff in the milcha that comes together with the korban. She'egir ma'achas when the kazai is b'chutz. If you brought the kazayis outside, you pay. But the point that Yaakov is kulon, not a kazayis. The kazayis doesn't work. Yes, we have to look at and say kazayis. The older you belong to. Pointer at Yaakov is kulon. Yaakov Magid they call you mincha, not a kazayis in the mincha. The whole thing. That's why Yaakov doesn't work. You got just easily literally for kazayis to do it. So even though part of the Mishnah of the Shirayim part of the Mishnah, you could say kazayis, even from the law. Now I'm going to because I can't say the first part because I don't do the second part. Like this. What's happening here right now? Why did it say that it was like the Lazar? Why did it say that he's not doing the climate? It's saying exactly the 2 things. The climate and the Lazar. The point of Lazar, that's the only way to be quiet. It's not. It's in the climate. Now the point is in the quotes. According to the Eliezer, that's what the film is like. I'm supposed to one out of the 2 Gematria, one out of the 2 outside of the Samigdash. It's also the point that you have to say. Let's do it. Not only the entire mincha, but the entire mincha with all the Levina, then you're cut. So how can we make the Levina? You're going to pay the this will tell you why. We're going to think about it. Sometimes there's no Levina. When is there no Levina? When it comes to mincha? I mean, that's right. There's no Levina. We're talking about Minchas Chayte. We're talking about as the Gemara, Vilchol Panel, Ashmini, Poivim, Minchas Chayte. What? This, all this? A lot of times the Gemara says that all this, just for that little case, Vilchol Panel, Ashmini, Poivim, Minchas Chayte in. Kedusha comes up. I don't remember what I looked up. So yeah, he said all this was with the spike. You think you also have Dimi or Rabbi Lazar, okay,
There she is. Are you ready?
Yeah, Jackie.
The reason why he doesn't put the word Kazais in the Brisa, because the other belongs to the Kazais is no good. Okay, next sugi.
It's not
really a sugi. Anyway, hold on, Marov. Lav doesn't down there. It's how you push the Russian form. I'm not going to show you again because we showed it 3 days in a row. If one of the lechem aponim,
No.
yeah, we'll show it to you. Fine, we'll show it to you. One of the lechem aponim broke, you cannot eat any of the other lechem aponim. Kulam suas. And the Gemara is medayek hayatzos only if they broke. But what if it went outside of the Mikdash? How did they get gavarik shares?
Nice
the ones that
bear.
are inside, you couldn't. It's a nice deal.
Thank
The
you.
Gemara is going to say, you know what? Let's make a different deal. Instead of saying, if it
What is
broke,
up with this split?
One
One of the most difficult splits in the history of the game.
The thing was good, but the wrong concept. That's what the Gemara is going to say. Second,
Right.
if you think there's a tougher Gemara, you're right. It's one of the tougher ones in Menachos. Baruch Hashem, we got through the hard stuff. But China's like, almost Rico, yesterday we had Mamish, slow, it's just, you know, it's like this, it's like that. That's what
You're
we
Rabbi.
have in chat. But China's like, almost Rico,
Yeah, me too.
who said that we had this whole sugi, right? Remind Oilam, this thing right over here. Is you shifted an animal. Wait a minute. Sorry. You shifted an animal. Oh, you shifted an animal and you took the meat outside and you did Zrikas Adam, then it works. The Zrika works that there's no meat. You said that's your Mekiva. We call my difference is life. But when it comes to a broken piece of meat, in other words, something's missing from it,
Thank.
missing is worse than Yoitze. No, you think is wrong. If it broke, then it's all possible. But if it can come, you can. It's not a problem. Why? How sure it's why? It's a problem. By the time the Meratzah sits in the Beis Hamikdash, the Kohen Gadol would wear this on his forehead. Kodesh Hashem. That's exactly how the words work. Okay, this just like give you a little bit of a muscle. It's not really like that. The Mitzvah has a power to tumah. Something tumah makes it kosher. The Yotz is light in certain situations. So if it's tumah, you're allowed to eat the
Get it?
bread.
Oh, what is fair? This appears as one of the best zeros in my life.
The Yotz is light, but once it goes down now, the Lezer eats the Omer and drinking the Yotz. Well, according to the Lezer that says the drinking doesn't help once it's fuller. And we're almost done, Saturday. Truth is, we should say if the lechem aponim broke, or if it went out of the Mikdash, you can't eat the rest. By the funny difference, why they don't say the broken bone? This is it's all there inside the Beis Hamikdash, like we said before the Svar of Rabbi. If you're inside, you're in the game. Oh, you have a Milo. Right. Nevertheless, being marked with the Zichim, the 2 spoons worth of Levine doesn't help. Even though I'm speaking else, I would say, oh, the people who says it's like it does help for something that goes out, the people say, so put by the bread, when it's broken, then the Zrika helps. The helps when you mark the position, it helps for the bread. Have a wonderful day.
Get it? Beautiful. No. Come on.
Okay. says, come and start oh, he doesn't
Ooh, that was a late one.
inside like a stone. This is stone, a piece of Levite. Just to show you, when I'm talking about this Levite, I'm going to see here. One piece of this. One piece of Levite comes in pieces. One piece. Has to be more of a honey. I need cases or something. The list can go on and on. Piece of wood, piece of glass, piece from the moon. Like, what's the point? Okay, so it says in order to speak. That food, Aleph on the Aleph, we're 10 down. We're just going to get easier and easier, more and more. The opponents were, it's a stone, stone, it's bad. Can't put on. Have a milk. It's in fact, it's really about saying something small and you put on it.
Jimmy.
Say double. Melon has a probably know that every part of the Masa probably something that's available from the spell. Name of the statue. So I would say that Saul is Kiddush. I would think that but they found a little soul.
Nice bear.
It is a big deal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Say, those stone.
Get it.
That it's part of it. It's part of it. Part of it. You found it later on in the
What a spare.
Next part. Why is it a problem? Because think about it. So you put on these steps. But you don't have three fingers. You have three fingers minus the stone.
We tied. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good win, Miss Aquarius. Thank you, madam.
You have a stone in your stomach. Over. You're not sad.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you excited?
Oh, just about as excited as I was for 500.
I'm excited for you.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius.
Everyone, stop. We're gonna get my assistant coming out. So now I'm sure y'all said coming from your club. Celebrate, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yay! Okay, so you're gonna sit. Is Robert coming?
Yeah, he should be in like an hour.
Okay, but I'll see you in the morning, guys.
God willing.
That's the next one. Go back. We're going to be using supply. That line's overly up. Pizza. I didn't eat pizza. Omarley, getting hunting is exactly how people do it. If I told you to take a handful of flour, you go like everybody. Normal people go like this. They grab a handful of flour. How many pieces did I just see for both sides? 5. How many are you supposed to use? Last tomorrow, basically, doesn't make sense. The Gemara goes through all the names. Caesar.
Super pizza. So this finger next to the finger is called pizza. Never wonder why it's called pizza. But that's what pizza was. It's the last finger of the pizza. Got it. Mark, watch. Okay. Picture up. Go to very. Okay, so here you have the five. The pinky is called Xeris. One next finger is called pizza. The next one is Amma. This one is Edstop. This one is Rabbi. So says that actually one does something like Xeris, how you measure the patient. The Kmitza is the figure next to it, and that's what you do Kmitza with. Amma is the middle one. So if you measure from the top, hit with that, the middle one, to your elbow, is how much? Now, by a lot of people. Mine and Ellie think you're probably going to do that. If you want to do it, okay. And then you have head spot. What do you do with that spot? You learn spot. What do you do with that spot? Oh, Rico. Or the Rico. Then you have a Rico. What do we do with that? We learned yesterday. Huh? Rico. What else? No? Sorry. That's what you said. Sorry. Put the blood on the thumb. You put the blood on. Very good. What's the worst hash? You all saw the hash. You stick your hand in it. Rabbi says pizza. You stick your hand in it like this. But it's not true. Pizza. It's even called pizza because it stops right there. It's like this. Like this. It's only 3 fingers. It says Maro El Hash. It's like you said, pizza's pizza. It's 3 fingers. But the pinky and the thumb are there straightened out. That's perfect. That's it. Can't be too much. Can't be too little. Over you are. Over up, but to be over up, face the shoulders, but it's so much. Yeah, that's the requirement to take your fingers go all the way to the palm. Down. Is this good like this? No. Let's go all the way down to the bottom of the palm. Then I'm going to the fire up. Oh, this is my fire up. See how it pops out on the top? No good. It has to be like this. Can't have a bunch of flour on the top. I'm blowing my pizza. That's inside the plate. Big pizza. Inside. It's creepy. If it's you off on the Rothschild spices, maybe you should go like this. Mama is nothing. By the way, it's hard to go here. The fire up over there. That's too much. Then Rothschild. See? Folding up the speed. Like, I just blew it on the not on the speed. That's be full. Full. Okay, so you don't know what's going on here on that hands. Wow. Okay, it's a five shoulder just plays about passing. Okay, great. So last passing when you have a very thick bread, a thin bread, break it up and then you mix with those pieces. Poison, going the follow, that's going down on the taco. I don't know if you have a piece of bread here or something. Okay? Yeah. I'm gonna try. I tried to do it this morning.
they're vague. Wasn't going. The point is, it's extremely tough. The chop bread, a tough bread, bread, stuff, and to make sure that it doesn't break too much, breaks too much when it goes inside. That's even kind of like a laser beam. To the top of your it says the tomorrow, yeah, boys are pushing, but boys are I think, yeah, boys are pushing. This is the hardest. This is the love. That's the only hard thing to say. This is the love. What's the America? Show. I guess pretty much stuff. The society is tough to do. You have personality. You have to have very strong feeling. But if it's a female, it is also a female. What's the female? So if it comes to a female, first he has still cold, and he has this, the thirst. And what? If one drop falls to the ground, it's all over. I'll show you how hard it is. You're like this. This is one way. Another way. Nothing is false. Nothing. I'm not. There's another way. Hold on. I'm going to make it. Let's turn this. There's another way. He has to go like this. Yeah. That's why they were always called. Okay, straight. This is Yoshi. I like Yoshi better. So the fashion is the hardest thing. At the minute like that, we have other things. One of the things, not many. One of the few, four that are tough. One of the all around. But like, so you can kind of like we just discussed the appointment, like or this appointment. But stop. Okay. Where a moment Rothschild also what happens is his palm is facing down like this, and he grabs the tips of his finger. Minute bothering I don't know if I can demonstrate so well, but he puts his hand, palm up, hand down, pushes hard into it, and somehow then he's able to grab something. Now, instead of putting his palm in, palm up, pushes down, and he gets it. Or, he goes in like this, straight in, and throws his feet. Instead of this back does, he goes this opposite. What's that law? Take it. We're going to do that. Over our bubble, doing the off is referring to the Torah. It says in the Torah is the off, which means two handfuls. What's normal for people to do two handfuls? Look like this. The look like this. The Shaila is a similar question to that. Second one is the other happening to us up in where fucking Russian voice off. Now, his palm is facing down. He's a little bit And that's the other how, or the opposite, the three words this way, like this. Off of the zoom. Let's say he did like this, everybody. So one hand, and then he did the other hand, and then he put them together. Oh, I have two hands. The parable is like, where up? That is one of mine. Okay, I think I take this off. We're done for now. I hope most of you understand. Alright. The die. That was that. Okay. She says it more about that's the thing that's one of mine. Well, if pizza is on the wall of the bowl, what's that like? It needs to be inside the loop. It's inside the thing, right? But enough of the toilet that we like it has on the bottom, not in between, but there has to be enough that's placed inside, and you didn't place it inside, it's on the wall. But think, boy, my barrel actually, after the most of that, I showed you already. The bottom of this has its own bowl. It's not meant to put pizza in it. It's make it give it some height. What happens is you put it in there, let's see what it's like. Here we go. Here's the bowl upside down. And what happens is the pipe is inside that one. The back of the pipe bag is still the one put it on the bottom of the bowl. I love this little being on, but you need to put it inside. You keep my being on, like it has to be like normal fashion. Nobody put stuff there. Take it. So, Kate's everyone. Place of Hacienda, which we already discussed. Your fingers are supposed to like Rebo Shami. The island remembers how much flour do you put in a minute every time? We say one sorrow. How much oil do we put in? One loaf. So what happens if you put more than a loaf of oil? How much do you put too much oil? Little oil, simple and awesome, little oil. It says what does it mean exactly? Horribly as it double up the oil. Instead of one loaf, mash either half a loaf or not a problem. It's because he doubles it up. As the mark of Hashem he's putting oil from his home. That's why. Or oil from another. Maybe Hashem can tell you it's a problem. That's the question. That's the question of Hashem. Of a plate of a sinner doesn't have any oil. Put an oil is possible. One oil that we're talking about. If it's own oil, unless it doesn't have its own. The full is put in oil from your home with the chaverto, or oil that belongs to another part of another income. Honestly, it's not a problem. Oh my, it's close. Let's right. The reason why it's not here, but that's caution. You bring oil from your home, or you use oil from another business that it becomes caution. The finish is each look by itself is another look at the work. Each look by itself individually will be the real oil hits. So I would think whatever happens, you want this joy to be the entire Shem to this thing. It should be possible to match is. Bottom line comes out this. That's
say even a large amount is enough for the whole thing. There's also but less, a half a loaf on top of the regular loaf that you already have. It's also poison. Well, not only how do you know that oil that has shit to it creates a barova because you got a problem with it. Now you're just talking shamro. What is it? It's oil, shamro with a head. Let's say riba shaman, too much oil. Riba sham, oh, it's oil. What does it's oil mean? That it's punished with this. This is a riba look. Welcome out. Even though we're mastering full looking no, but here's he's a little bit of if he doesn't have enough for money. He says tomorrow, what's color of one possible that when it's called more of a possible period that's what he started off with some milk, you know? And he's left his hand one it's sap comes out of it's like something that comes out of his heart. Little stone, little hot. No, you can imagine what it comes out of the part. Yeah? So if out of your whole amount of divided, one stone is left, a snake rod says, look, two pieces, what are we going to call them? This is what it's called. Zwei Stückchen. No? Scheide. Then it means, if it says it's enough, it's good, because you have two fragments, pieces of Nikla granules. I'll call you that. No, it says one is confident. Less than one, without. But I know it says, seems like it doesn't say true impression. It seems to say it isn't true. But it's the way you should if you have an argument, you have 99%, 1% went bye-bye. Yeah, 1% went bye-bye. What's that law called? No good, it says over here. Bible Leviticus wasn't kosher. So again, first, Shimon, like one granule left, two pieces left, maybe one or two. Or maybe something very different. If 99% is left, it's a lot more than 1 pieces. 10 pieces. We don't have 100%. What's that law called? Awesome. You need 100%. But when you increase it till then, this is Gemara, right? So you have to say, me, where is the Vaina should pass a kosher part? No, you didn't read it right. You have to read or you have to put it in. It's not if it's missing 1%. It's missing 1% of the one granule. Since one piece is enough, if from that one piece, a part of that piece is missing, then it's no good. Rabbi, you don't need 99%, you don't need 100% of the initial Leviathan. Leviathan said the Tamil Leviathan Habal, Tamil Leviathan Habal, Rabbi said, I don't know if you do. Maybe for the first time you hear, to bring a Minchas Leviathan. You could buy a bag on Amazon of frankincense and bring one pizza to the Mizbeach. Here, Rothschild will give you a gift. Nothing but flour. All the wine. Eat that. Oh. That 1% was missing of that. Oh. Similar, we have the same amount for the seeds. If you're doing flour, and a little bit was missing, you can't put it on the Mizbeach. So, the Leviathan. The Leviathan, when it comes to the mincha, some of it goes missing. No, not the, it becomes kosher. Why? Because as long as you have some left. I'm going to be able to show you the WS. Remain some of the comes to sight. Remain all to them. That's what he did. Pulling down the Leviathan. Did a whole handful of Leviathan to make sure that's what we have it there. Review the song on our covers the close part of the song. No, all you need at the end is two pieces. Regular shtickler. If Shimon Oil Zohar covers the double covers of the song. You need one shtickler, that's it. Also, we all learn from the East. All the Leviathan Asher Alamim. All the freaking Leviathan put on top of That's what you need all the way down. The real Savar, Paul. The word Paul means Paul, meaning even a little piece left is enough. One, less than one. It doesn't mean a culture like a granular sauce. It means one nice, a fragment, eggs. Now, so that's one. How do you get the word eggs? Eggs, the Rabbi's story back here comes to include a second. Reb Shimon hastily got it. Since Reb Shimon doesn't learn the word ace as a second one, he's left with one. It's one or two pieces. They're going to remain on your mouth. 100% start out with, you need to have that. This is not supposed to get with flour. But not that small. When it comes back on its own, that whole start out with, that's what you have. All the Israel Hashem, also sure Alamu, that it comes on top of the mitzvah, they move them in. That's the loy. Anything that comes together with the mitzvah, then you could have something only missing. But if it comes on its own, this is the part of it, and even 1% missing, no good. The Levina, what's the secret Rabbi said? Show it again. Yes, everybody said. This is cool fun. Start again. Yeah. These are the 12. Look them up on also the special spoons that have inside it the Levina. The Levina, this burn. Burn it, you're allowed to eat the look them up on. But the Levina of the Bezin, the Rakoshnik, wants the Pilushnik, wants the soy, we can't have anything that's mamish, it's called like a piece of a milk. Shita, why is it so? Understand, very simple. Because there's no word that says cult. Cult is us, a culture. Culture means a little bit. You don't have that by the left my heart. So you really have to have the entire thing. The same law of that they left us, bread. I share our mamish life. It's like Levina that goes with the regular mental. Levina goes with the same. A little piece was missing from the Lechem HaKonim Levina. Can't be my Lechem HaKonim. Think about Rabbi, not small. Levina HaKonim, Levina HaKonim, not small. You have 12 kilos. But when it comes on its own, whatever you did in the beginning, no difference between a Levina that goes with the milk and a Levina that goes with let's just do this little signal. Closer. We'll get to the piece of Levina. Yeah. It says that you're missing a little bit of the frankincense. I know it's possible. But you share it. You talk about add. What if you add a little Levina? It's okay. That's possible. You know what is possible? We double up. You did 2 full handfuls of Levina, that's no. If you did 1 piece more, that's not a problem. Now we're going to say the same exact halacha all over again. What's the Gemara's passion going to be? What do you have to say? The same halacha twice. What's the same halacha again? If it's the Shlik and Watson Baba Nachman, sorry, if a person set aside 2 full handfuls, full matzim of Levina, it's like a guy in California, you know? Yeah. Huh? Why? Why? Some Jeffers the Snake Matzim. Snake Matzim. 2, Rabbi say is no good. Why is it no good? You doubled up. No. What if one got lost? Divided. Then the next one got lost. Depends when you got lost. Before you were able to put pizza on the flour, so it wasn't part of it. One got lost. You found it. Now you left it with 1. It's supposed to only have 1. It's fine. But after pizza So those two guys became part of the mincha. Two is no good. Awesome. Now we have this exact identical halacha when it comes to the lechem hapanim. The lechem hapanim, how many meats do we start off with? Two. So now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to double it up. So how many do we have now? 4. If you start off, we put the size 4 instead of 2. So now we're doing possible. It's double. And 2 of them got lost. So the depends. How you can see this before you remove, you pay how you do this food falls. So it's not considered anything. It's not part of the lechem hapanim. So it doesn't pass it. It's a good position. But once the hand remove it, what's the level? What do you say? Base first. It says the water mountains the water comes to go. If you look at these two guys. They're standing there. They're waiting for the take. They're there. They know exactly what the piece it is. The male of war. Yes, Hano. There's another use. What time of the day take the spoonfuls of it? Why not off the shoulder? What time of the day? 6 hours. But that's the issue that we said the other day. It's asking you to the partner was even yes, Hano was we had this svara. The time came, so and it's sitting there, ready to go. It's as if you're ready to get off. And then the 2 extra guys are part of the lechem hapanim. Why? Because it already came off. But it didn't come off. It almost came off. The time to take it off. The Mashulans, they didn't really take it off the shulchan. It's only the time to take it off. So those 2 guys are not possible. They don't pass the thread. And if they get lost, then we have the right amount. Therefore, hey, Mashulon, Rabbi side, have a wonderful.
Learn the Swift is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com sponsors MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi side. We are holding on like 9-10 lines from the bottom of the test on the base. Comments the small. It says in the Mishnah that you do kmitza. Kmitza is you bring a flower offering to the Rabbi Shalom, and the procedure is either you put oil first, and then you put the flour, or it's one of these monopolies that you don't put oil. Put up this flour, regardless of what it is, with oil, without oil. Eventually, the client is going to have to take his hand, put it in. We actually have a new one. I can show it to you. We're starting off with these very, very first time. There are people that's their first day. So, there we go. It's new for today. Meet some. He puts his hand in like this. He grabs some flour with 3 fingers. This was done, by the way. Guess how they did this? New technology, I'll explain in a second. Is that the putting it like this, that's pizza. It's supposed to be done with the right hand. They put it into the second bowl. That's when they're discussed for a moment later on also. So remember the second bowl. It must be done with the right hand. What if we did it with the left hand? No good. Not immediately. How do we know this? It says that you should fill your hand with the mincha. Now, what does a kaf mean? Han. Now we're going back to the Torah. Even though we saw the videos a bunch of times, let's get out to knocking it down right. Now I want to show you this video because it's important. Because it's wrong. We're going to learn today that this video is bad. And let's see if you can notice what's bad. First of all, here, let's just show this. One kohen is pouring from the lug. This is a ishar. This whole thing has dusha. All the oil in it is kaddish. He pours it into his left hand. The Torah says left. At
from here we can learn that everywhere else in the Torah it's in the right. The kaf means right. Over here it says kaf smallest. That over here, loving the revelation, Yozik of kaf koyin has smallest the love. So far, this video is good. Okay. What we're gonna see is that there's actually 4 psukim that say the word left by the Messiah. 2 psukim are by a normal, wealthy person. We call him wealthy. That's how the Gemara calls it. Well, it means he has money to buy an animal. But if the Messiah doesn't have money, so what does he do? He's a honey. So he's able to do what's called a carbon oil of the earth. Shabbos? Carbon oil of the earth. So we have 4 psukim. 4 left. 2 for the rich guy, 2 for the poor guy who brings a carbon oil of the earth. Meaning, instead of an animal, he brings a bird. Why do you need 4 psukim? The Gemara goes through it. It says the Gemara, we're going to use up all 4 just to learn one thing. That everywhere else in the Torah, by a mincha, you have to use your right hand, not a left. Left is reserved only for the mitzvah. What does it say? Smallest. Malcolm should never kaf yamin. Anywhere else in the Torah, kaf means the right. Only by mitzvah it's the left. As tomorrow, but I need it for the actual halacha to tell me that one coin pours it into the other coin's left, not to teach me that in other places it's the right. Says the Gemara, smallest afrinotziv. Here we go. So this is our positive by mincha. Says the word kaf. Now, first positive by Asher says kaf smallest. That I need for itself. So it says in the second half. Akaf is smallest. It says also by a wealthy person, the left hand. So now I know another place is not. A double negative. A double negative is a positive. So it says in the Gemara, when we have a concept of the Torah, and when you have 2 negatives, 2 don't do this, don't use the left hand, means you should use the left hand. So, let's use that and say that you could use your left hand when it comes to me. So you go, okay, fine. Smallest acrylics. Now we're going to the third process, which is by the poor person, meaning somebody that can't afford. An animal, over there it says, al-kapat koyin has small. Tomorrow, still an animal. You're not the smallest, only over here. Same other Rabbi, my kind of smallest, maybe the third person coming to teach us that to the whole Torah, a lot of times you see this. What's a limit? So like it says in the puzzle A, and I take that idea and I use it for the whole Torah. Why would I say that Kafka over here, not in another part? Then why okay for that? That's why it actually says. I've never seen this. It says Arba smallest. I just noticed over here. There's 4 letters. Same Vav Zayin Ches in a row. Funny. I don't remember that. Okay, cool. You see that in your Gemara? Because you're looking over there. Where it says smallest, it brings all 4 psukim in one shot. Same Vav Zayin Ches. Anyway, smallest is here. Trey Ba'ani, Trey Ba'ashir. Okay, and here, I'm going to show you here's the 4th pasuk. And look what Yoshi did. The Shema, all 4 psukim together, you see all the 4s. Great. End of that. So, what do we learn? That left is reserved only for the Mitzvah. When it comes to Mincha, that's the right. Paralay, review what it says. Alboy Yadayim Manis, Alboy Raglayim Manis, the Sip Shem, the Mitzvah, Lama. I think I have the word Asher. So, Alboy Yadayim Manis, I really want it. The Sip Mitzvah, Lama. And it says in parentheses, which I'm pretty sure is like a pirush. That's why we take it as. It says in the period. No, we already know that the oil goes on top of the blood, and blood we know is on the right. So the Gemara had like actually blooding, the fact that so see that it's doesn't. Let's see if it's gonna work. Okay. You're supposed to put the voice, pay attention. You're supposed to put it's very easy. You're supposed to put the oil on top of the I don't know if it's gonna stick. Yeah, like this. Now, what about this part over here? Right over here. Mutter. That's why I put it like in green. Now it looks blue. Read blue. Mutter. What about over here? Says the Gemara. Chad lahakshir tzladim. One pasuk over here. Yimanis. Tell me that the side is okay right over here. Chad. Lifson. Tzidit though. Right over here, it's also red. The part that's part of the palm, the side of the palm, that's no good. So you gotta tell Yoshi, I say, you better switch it up quickly. Okay. Says the Gemara, this is by the wealthy person. It says, put the blood on top. Put the oil on top of the blood. And then it says, and that's by the poor person. It says, on the place of the blood of the Hashem. Why do I need both of them? Anyone else? Says the Gemara beautifully. And it's really, this is something that you and I didn't know. If I were to ask you, I'll stop right here. Let's think about it. Can I remove the blood before I put the oil on? Or does the oil have to be on the blood? Spicy, what do you say? Take a guess. What does logic tell you? Again, I have blood on my ear, I have blood on my finger, blood on my thumb. Now I want to put oil. I'm supposed to take oil and put it on my ear. The tongue does it, it's on the ear, put it on the thumb. But can I remove the blood first? Can I clean off the hand and then put the oil? What do you say? You say no. Anybody agree with him? I would say no. This is what I would say. I would say no. I agree with Spice. Because meaning you say if the blood is there, this paneach loy, but you removed it, you wiped it off, no good. You cannot put oil on a nice dry hand. It has to be on top of the blood. I would think. No, it has to be on the spot, on the place of the blood, not on top of the blood. Wherever you put the blood before, that's where you should put it. But if you just say the place, I think, on the place, but not if you wiped it off. I would say, it's there, it's no good. Why? Because chatzitza, you didn't put the oil on top of the guy's thumb. You put it on top of blood, which is the chatzitza. You can't go on the mikvah with that blood. You can put it on top of the blood. In other words, you put it on top of the blood. And you can also wipe it down if you want. You can do whatever you want. See the Yimon is since it says on the blood, in the place of the and it also says the right way. Why do I need the two psukim? What's going on here? You're going to learn 3 beautiful halachas. Here we go. Check this out. First of all, for whatever reason, I'm talking to Mark, not to you. For whatever reason, when my touch screen, when I touch the box, it doesn't work unless I do the next. Interesting stuff. It says, the right ear, the right hand, and the right foot. Says the Gemara, says Rabbi, I'm learning 3 completely new halachas that I answered. Whoever you've been to the back, you all know these halachas basically. If you knew, it's cool stuff. Yad the kmitza. This we learned that in order to do kmitza, you have to do it with your right hand. Okay. Regel chalitza. Oh, chalitza. What's chalitza? Chalitza is if you have 2 brothers that one of them got married and died without children. So, typically speaking, you're not allowed to marry your sister-in-law. If she doesn't have any children from her husband, then it's a mitzvah to marry her. And if not, then we do chalitza. Nowadays, we all do chalitza. What is chalitza? She removes the shoe, special shoe, and it's tied a special way. You'll see in the video. She must remove it. But the halacha is that this shoe has to be on the right foot. That's regel. We learned that from the Shava, regel, that has to be on the right. We learned from this pasuk right over here. She has to toss the shoe far. She has to spit a spit that's nikar leinayim, that you can see with your eyes.
And this super we say back and forth, making your body locking up in shame. Okay, and then it says, kids are at the end of the business says, chalutza now. Regel, lechalitza. What about here? Luritzia. Smallest. What does Rabbi do with the four smart? So you need two for the actual halacha, like it should be in the left hand of the kohen. What does he do with the other two? What am I asking? Or she should read the Rabbi did this so you need the kohen b'mitzayim. First of all, to tell you that if you put it in the right hand, you are doing something wrong. This makes a lot of sense. So when the person is left, I would think, typically, especially, Hasidim, don't start off with the right. You get right, left. You try to give a chassid to your left hand, you're in big trouble. No, you're right, So maybe the third man, also the left, and only the left. Shalei Toimar, when Mama Mom Shalei, the Srav is small, the Srav Yamin, in a place where typically you have to do only with your right. The Mom Shalei, the Srav is small, so when the person says you should do with your left, then in addition, the Srav Yamin, so certainly should have to do with your right. So that's one. One tells you no. If you do it with your right over here, it's possible. Small is what I do the fourth one. My also, but you can't very small. In other words, sometimes the Torah repeats itself. Just like over here, first started off telling you about the rich man's Mitzvah, and then the poor man's Mitzvah. The Torah will go through all the steps in order to teach you one thing. What's the thing? The one thing the Torah taught us that you don't have to. If you're poor, you don't have to bring a whole animal. You bring a bird. But all the little details that the Torah tells you with it are not there for you to learn new stuff. Say, oh no, the Torah repeated itself. Oh, so I have extra words I can learn something. No. The Torah repeated it just to tell you one chiddush. The chiddush is that you can use a bird, not an animal. What do I do with all the extra words? Nothing. You're not there for a riboy. You're there just to be part of the whole of that little thing. Loinishna's whole parsha, an entire parsha. It was said twice. Loinishna's only for one little thing. We had this sugya just recently in Zvachim. We had a number of times. I don't know where. It's in Zvachim. Twice in Zvachim. There you go. When the Torah says the word etzba, finger, or koyen, right? And koyen, which is not or, we're going to see, or red, etzba, ukuna, finger, and koyen, it means you must do it with your right. So that I do, the Gemara says, I think, etzba, ukuna, be in lipo, siv, the koyen takes the blood of the chatos with his finger. Important to notice this because it's the only carbon we learn it's about. The only carbon you do with your finger. All other carbonas, the kohen takes the vessel, he gives a spritz with his hand. But by chatos, he does it with his finger. But it says in this pasuk both words: kohen, etzba. The Lord of the kohen and etzba. The I learned out from the Sid. He dunks his right finger. Harry Kmitza will see about that's okay, fine. I know it's going to do that. Harry Kmitza says the Gemara will see about the Kuna. He tells me both, kohen and finger, but we just finished the sugya about Kmitza, Musnan, comes to small pause, and we start off today's sugya. Kohen does Kmitza with the left hand. Oh, so no good. It only says kohen, doesn't say anything about a hand or a finger. You got it wrong. You don't understand. Doesn't mean you need both words. One of the two words. It says in the pasuk etzba means the right. Over here it says kohen. That's it. I don't need etzba. It means the right. Check this out. Another beautiful video. This is just for learning purposes, no humor. Here we go. Take a look at the center guy. What is he holding? He's holding a sheep's head, and in his left hand he's holding like some sort of like a thigh. With his left hand. That's a problem. Why? It says one word, kohen. We just established, it says one word, kohen. It means in the right. How's he holding the leg in the left hand?
you're asking. He doesn't have another hand to hold it. He's holding the head. But Lamaisa, that's in the right. Siv, so bring another kite maybe. The Siv, Igor Akoni said, it only says kite, it doesn't say hand. Baba Mahar, Zolam Zaram like Evan. They bring the 8th fan and bring the apartment to the cabin. Ustan all the limbs. Ustan a regular sheet, maybe small. The right foot, the small. The kite should be holding the right foot in his left hand. When they start the foot, the halacha should be proper. You should hide the incision mark of the animal where you cut the leg off, put it against his. Just show a nice piece with the skin. I would see that going at all in his left hand. So let's say when I'm doing shrika, mitzvah, whatever, things that are ma'akiv, that has to be in the right. Walking the apartment doing this bath, let's see, I don't do it. The apartment's still good. What about Kabbalah? You receive the blood here. If you don't like blood, do not look. You do shchita. With the right hand, you receive the blood. What do you do with the left? Doesn't say hand. It says the word kuna. We learn. Keep up a small parcel. If he accepted it, he received the blood with his left hand, it's possible. But it doesn't say hand over there, it says fire. The problem is, Reb Shimon Machshir. How in the world Reb Shimon say that it's good? Rabbi just said, you need one word, kayan or hand. It says over there one word, it says kayan. How would Reb Shimon say that's okay? It says Gemara, Reb Shimon Tamish, that's me, Reb Shimon Tamish is fire. Reb Shimon says you need both the word kayan and hand, then it becomes possible. But over here it only says kayan. Therefore, Reb Shimon says you can receive the blood with your left hand. Well, the problem is, when we buy Reb Shimon Tamish, Reb Shimon really requires two words, hand, yad, etzba, or hand is the word kayan. But then Reb Shimon over, Magam Shenemer yad, ain't even, etzba, ain't even. Says before Reb Shimon Yachai, one word, if it just says yad, it means the right hand. If it just says etzba, it means the right hand. Nothing to do with kain. It doesn't say the word kain. It says more like this. You're right. If it says the word etzba by itself, it doesn't require a second word kain. That's why Reb Shimon says if you do about the top with your left hand, it's possible. It says where sorry. Over here it says it says the word kain. Okay, no. So if it says etzba, it means even. Which says it's question. Etzba like by kuna by etzba. If it says the word etzba, that's enough. One is enough. It means right. But if it says kayan, that's not enough to tell me that I need the right. I need another word etzba together with it, and now I know that it's on the right. The problem is so why in the world did it say the word kayan? Kayan by itself doesn't mean the right hand. You need the word etzba in conjunction with kain. So, but the word etzba by itself means kain. Right. So why do I need the word kain? What does kain help me ever? You know what it does for me? The kihuna, that a kain must be wearing the big day kihuna when he performs the avodah, otherwise it's no good. It's a kiyuv to wear the big day kihuna. Mary is Zrika the Sivbei Ela Kihuna. What about Zrika? The Zrika Saddam, it only says the word kain. Who's not talking small parcels? If you do Zrika with your left hand, parcel. And even Reb Shimon agrees to that. Or Rabbi, how do I know he agrees? He doesn't argue. Or Rabbi, following the Bryson, you don't know, it's in the first Bryson that he argues the science is the Bryson. Keep it small. Parcel Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon says that the Kabbalah will be with the right. Zar was small puzzle, Reb Shimon Machshir. Remember this, Rabbi, there's a man, the Omar brother Reb Shimon Yachai, who says you can do this Rika of the blood on his back with your left hand.
What up, Zoo?
Over the left hand, Rika with the left hand, it's all good. So the other Yad Yad
Are you ready to play?
It says, Kmitza, it says the Komat, what's the next word?
What do you want to play?
Komat's Ha?
Why do you want to play Dice Party?
Right. So what I mean
Just relax. You don't have to think.
if one word is enough,
Okay.
enough, tell me that's correct. So why do you need Yad Yad?
Is it your favorite game?
Enough. Learn from the word kain. There's more hard requirements.
About an hour.
So that's what we saw in the beginning of this.
Why do you think you'll get bored of it?
Right over here, the community right over here is doing a real thing.
Why do you think you'll start sucking?
But also, putting it into the second vessel must be done right over here with the rubber.
Remember when I was really good color and not copy your color?
Well, the problem is,
Yeah, but couldn't that be more to have to do with like my improvement than anything?
Takes the pizza, puts it into the second vessel. You don't need that. You can take your pizza from the first vessel directly to this bath.
How'd you get so good at McCullough?
Because I'm sexy with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
But even according to my analysis, it does require to put it into the second vessel. To be small,
That would be good.
What would be good?
Which means
To have what?
either pizza goof
That dog's body
pizza with your right hand.
Isn't that just poker?
You already learned from somewhere else.
Not
You look ready. Find out why does he hold? Oh, bro. British production, I'm sorry, the pizza has to be done with the right. How does he know that? The Omar Prophet says about the British production, the mincha is like a chatlas like off. What does that mean? Allah of the Biyah, if you're performing an avodah with your hand, meaning pizza, like to be min. Do with your right hand, we said that chatlas is over one of the korbanos that you do.
Rabbi, you're winning.
Yes, sir.
Rabbi, you're winning.
No.
What is Shimon by Chai do with the word yadi?
Fix.
He's going to do is going to use a vessel with the left hand because means he's going to right hand. I don't need yadi for that.
You got it at Full House?
When there's a sinner, that does a check, and he has to bring a partner, he can't afford it. So he brings flowers, and he doesn't add any oil. Why? Because I want to make him feel that he's not going to bring a beautiful partner. So we got Camino, since I want to
Why did you say fuck off?
That you don't put any oil on it. Why? You don't want him to give a beautiful part, but
Then who?
Someone
do with the left hand.
Does someone make me
That's right.
go
No
to
oil, no oil, just the left.
house?
A marshmallow that even a little paskaita with the word yad, I learned that's viewed the right hand. Rabbi side.
You wouldn't
Have
have
a wonderful day.
Sometimes I don't want to do it.
Merry Christmas. It's ready for
I'm not agree. I don't want to do it.
MDYsponsor.com. Sponsored MDY.com.
Yeah, well,
Just go.
I was going to get 12 times.
Beautiful.
So, Kmitza, what's Kmitza for those of you you're allowed to bring, as one of the korbanos, you bring a mincha.
How's that?
No one knows it.
You bring this, somebody that oil,
Did you say that?
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Inside is the payments. Puts the payments. Puts it in another insurance, and then have your customer. And then they take that, walk into the staff, put it on the staff.
And I gotta think of the bad girls though. Ursula, when she turns into like a woman, it's pretty hot.
Puts it on his staff.
She's kind of a sin.
He's supposed to do it in the blue box, the blue dotted box. What happens if he does it in the red dotted box? What's the red dotted box? What the hell is that? very tall building. It's about 400 feet tall. 200 feet tall. Inside, you have the famous Menorah, you have the Shulchan with the Lechem Hapanim, you have the Mizbech HaZal. And past that, you have the Kodesh Kodashim. Inside, all the way at the end, on the right side of the screen. Goes inside, the hair comes inside the red dots, and it doesn't crease. Is it good or not?
No, I should just down.
So first of all, it says we see this by the shulchan. So here you have the shulchan with the 12 lechem hapanim, and there's also 2 spoons full of ravona, frankincense. And what happens is you have to take the ravona off.
You think I can come back?
Yeah.
These 2 spoons. You take those off and ravona, and then you can have to eat the lechem hapanim on Shabbos.
That's better.
Where's the shulchan? Oh, this is the zikr. Taking the zikr,
That's a good one.
is similar to the kmitza. Just like the kmitza is similar to shkita and the shkita on the take the kmitza, the parents you put it onto the mizbeach. It's like the shkita. Everything is similar. You understand, just like we're able to do such an avodah in the Eichel, so we could also do kmitza in the Eichel. Also, we're hearing the comments from shop. Send the comments from shop. You should do kmitza from over there. What's over there? Nothing Shiraka has our English. Now there's an area. If you look in the back of that Gemara, you can see it clearly. It's called Ezra's Yisrael. Zoom in on here where it says Ezra's Yisrael. See, it says Ezra's Yisrael. There's 11 out of 22 feet.
What are we gonna play here?
On here. Right over here. This way. See the red dotted line? That's where Yisrael stand. Us guys, most of us in this room, we stand there like sardines, point to area,
Blue wrist.
by the width of the outside. 11 ounces. So it says that you should put the grease over there. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
The highest wrist. The highest world.
Do it anyway. Do it all over that zone. Why not over there? Over there, not inside. Only over there. You say, oh, the nice you bought this small. She has it in the food. Why not see the back now? She has to be in the wrong city yesterday. Pick back the flower, start all over again. You're right. I'm not becoming some show. I don't learn the details that people with me or with these show stuff. That's the show me. You're not becoming some kind. You were that bold. Not even the place in the hate ball.
Yes, so all sixes.
Same ball that you started doing. That's what you do.
Doesn't have the bias.
No way if I win these.
That's the question. The answer himself.
No way. No way. No way.
No way.
What a win.
What a win.
Champion.
Champion.
That has to be our closest one ever. Is it?
It's all Azor Kula. The finish is
Yeah.
Sean, but you can move the feet up in the entire Azor.
No, we haven't timed.
I don't think I have it.
You want to play pool?
See this? This is bad.
Yeah.
This wall right over here.
You know what
that's soft.
What game don't we ever play?
When this laser
This
goes
guy.
all the way down here, is the northern part of the Azor.
Why don't you think we play disco?
Guitar, very long, not close. Also, see where they're all down here in this area. Country talent, like the Schlager and the Haida, they're everywhere. This entire area. Even in
No trick shot. No
trick
trick shot.
Where it says, oh, I would think that a new part could only be done in the northern part, from the step down. So they claim a Haida by the country talent. Where do we shut the Haida? Only in the northern part of the glass. Only half, like 100 meters down. So do, say by new part.
Are you gonna go?
That's why you need salt. And believe it or not, you can get these. It's a lighter kind of thing, so there's no reason why to do it all yourself. Maybe I'll wait with tacos. Tacos, because I don't get to eat from it. Nevertheless, that's the only with salt. So maybe the meat also only comes out. That's going to come out. Coyote piece. It's also very common.
I just won. It's over.
What's meaning dummy? So the pasuk says, "Ki nefesh habos v'domi v'ani nisan b'chum ha'izot ha'vanachzot ka'azaru v'nefesh."
I just got it.
That's why you need salt. Why do we need this pasuk of Kamatzin shop? What does Kamatzin shop give you that? And this is different than a pasuk.
No.
Oh, so now we're going to talk about Agasha. Those of you who learn enough, I know what Agasha is. So here's Agasha. Agasha, here we go. They just take the flour and put it on one corner. Anybody that knows? Huh?
Perhaps.
Here, very good. Stop when you hear that.
Please stay in.
Obviously, this guy needs some cheer. One of the main corners of his bath, you can see in the bottom, you have to put chicken over there. So I went to Southwest. I on the screen, the Southwest beer level. And if you remember, you probably remember a year later. Southwest. You call it, so Hagosha means you take the bowl of flour, take it, and you literally touch the corner of these guys, the Southwest corner of these. So when they I would think that just like Hagosha is weird on the Southwest corner of that, so the pizza also should be on the Southwest corner of these guys. What pizza? You go right over there, that area. Not also because brothers and lovers are feeling on together. Commercial on that. That's why I need the constant from. Great. Goof off. You see, I heard that. As long as you shop in the head.
No.
You can take some. You bring it into the head. Hush. Shinamar. Shato Pesach Halimai. The prophet told him to eat it. Says it written on. It will take strong. Usually I have to shut slumming weird. In the blue, that area of slumming is special power. That's in the south part of that zone. But what if I take it and bring it into the red? Into the red? It's like we're in the street. Nobody goes like that. That goes into it. That's the Naira. He's a pirate. That's the chef, the animal, blood. Why?
What up,
That's
man?
what you said than outside. So would you be okay? So it says in my
How long do you think Russell Wilson's going to do?
No. No idea.
Rashi says it's welcome.
I'm going to get 8 years from a 4-year non-parole period.
Okay,
Because
cool.
he has money. I have accepted justice. If this is the only thing I see, you could
Okay. Do you think you're gonna go?
But if the Goyim are surrounded,
you ready to go?
Did you win?
But the problem is, the only crowd of person out
But you didn't.
Oh my God, you suck.
do shvita, do shut shlamim, before the Rebbe, that I could say, that's something normal that could do with anyone. Achila, shemaganocha, l'maganabah, but to eat, that's really not right. You can't be heavy. Once you take it to that step to eat inside the head, which is closer, you have to reverse that you don't need. And that's why you need a puzzle pro, the puzzle pro, the top comes in liquid and meal. So then you need a puzzle that you can eat in front of the bird so you can eat, touch him in the head. Now you go, there's a top lawyer, you don't see that. Eat man. Love of what's the famous love here. You have a video.
Like I said,
We're gonna watch it in 9 minutes, dude.
You take a tree called the sorrow.
No, dude, we're gonna watch it legally.
Now, in certain office, the first step is you pour oil. Then you put the oil.
Why do you want to know?
You mix it all together. What happens if you eat this mix?
You know that have the Pepsi in sleep?
Yep.
Does that happen while you were up?
No. Or maybe it did, but I was too young.
You put the oil, then you put the water, and only afterwards the real vinegar after then comes the critical power.
That's to the max. He died in 2009.
Say everybody. You know that you see what we go to charity. She says we says we don't
1984.
Okay, let's record it then.
This is
Medications.
Well, that's a cool story.
95.
Perhaps. Are you gonna go? Oh, beautiful shot.
Look at this picture. What is he doing? He's doing a golden food. It's a cliche. That's a cliche. So since he did it in Korea, he needed to look at it. You're right. Certain things are
It's a not good thing.
like shvita. It's part of the process. So putting it in
I'm not just getting it again.
I love you, flush it. You don't need a quiet, but it's still part of the process. And then they love few minutes, but and the difference definitely need to be inside of it. I ain't gonna see the judgment, the price of it. That is Zorg, sure. It's Zorg, so it's food. If you do it outside, it's illegal. It's also boil inside, you touch it outside the Zorg. It's much. Really touch it, also the present means that you don't want to rub it in the face of it.
Yeah.
Baby, it's over for you.
That's how Michael Jackson was the biggest celebrity
You
ever.
have five steps. You have
John F. Kennedy.
oil, mixing it. And now comes the tweets. After John mixed it up,
While we were on.
this, right? You got a mix that has oil. So, because what happens as the model is the mincha is missing part of it. Obviously, you can't do a pizza when part of it is missing. But what
While we were alive,
then it says, yo, people place
Right.
Nicole Brown Simpson. No, Nicole Brown Simpson.
It's good. Why do you go? Because when you put the pizza, had the right amount. You think pizza, that's it. Now it became a milk. You're missing that? Okay, so you can't come back to the
Okay, what do you want me to do about it?
It says in the puzzle, but it says you're not
Joe Mark Jackson is the father of that explosion.
More than Elvis?
needs to make some
Give me a second.
Elvis.
No.
Marilyn Monroe.
No.
Kobe.
No.
James Dean.
No.
This flea is a flea shark.
Dr. Lewis.
Flea has a flea shark. He's pouring the oil into another tiny
Does that really count?
And from this left hand, goes through the whole process. This is the process.
I mean, okay.
This is butter.
Then you take the oil,
Okay.
and put it on the seeds. And I'll give you
You're doing not in there.
from the left
Would
hand.
you please call Riser?
So what happens is from the slope, so I
Thank you.
and this whole video is
You don't have to. You don't have to bid it.
Inside the shutters is oil. It's butter.
Who's that?
Also on oil. The oil from this.
Or is it a record?
Okay. Will you please call Riser?
Fill it out. Even if you pour it, it's the showers is the cabinet. That's what we said before. Oh, it's the cabinet. You can't do that's it, you locked out. So they also locked out. You can't add oil. It's ready to cook it. So now you see, like you're good. Beautiful. In the you're actually closer with the swap card. Oh,
You know what's crazy about one?
What's up, big dog?
I don't see why it's
In the
starting.
2000s,
There you see the starting first.
Elvis Presley was the highest black damn celebrity. Then Michael Jackson died.
Now we're going to this chart. Moving over. Oh, so now flower with this. That's husband. It's not flower. Now, yes. After the grease is done, go with what do you call it? What do they say here? Add a little bit. Bye bye out. It's done. No, that's good. What? No, another 5 minutes of new fresh flour. Bye bye out. The answer is big bye out. There's no pizza done to it. You already did the pizza. You already did pizza. After you add flour after the pizza, it's not that flour. So you have to pizza that flour. So you can't add flour. That's it. You're done. There's no matter. Point until later. The question is that if you moving, put it on that. Put it on this back. So you can just pull something with this. I'll tell you, I don't get later on, but my pizza was done nicely. From the right cheese. But we continue. Go continue with this back. So we have to say, okay, this whole show ain't not going to tell you tonight. I think there's less than 4 hours of thinking. That's what I was going to say. The second word that we have is, you think I think it's sure. Thanks for the lesson. Sure, that's a thanks for the sure. But it's not. This is your all this your lessons of the thing, the gift, this right, the right side, the left one is out, gets broke, gets lost. It's not a problem. Check the tightness and put it on your stand. Same thing that we have by apartment. This is a place facing apartment. What happens after you shut the apartment? The apartment was missing. Got burnt. It's done. Burnt tape, ate it up. Okay? It's done. Take the pot and throw it in the Leslie says yes. I don't need any parking. This is for sure. I'm sure. This is what it is, it's sure. It's a perfect lesson. It's perfect. You got perfect gears. You have the tightness in your hand. You have the top in your hand. Throw the dot. It's on the spot. You get this with your shoe up school. It's awesome. You can't just not have any of them. I could possibly try. I'm not sure. But I don't want to say it's possible to you have to have the public before you go to the not sure. However, even if you sure you take it right? I was going to go over to also, what is this area? Also, the factors, nothing is left over zero.
zero is left over. With zero of the animal, it's not it's God. You don't have a single part of the animal left, then you can't just this it down. Hey, for the steiner, but over here, we talk about that this is small. So a little bit of the flour is what this is. What am I doing? See, Joe said that's good. Why would you have a nice amount left? Oh, sign on. When you go to Troy, because someone's got hurt, steiner, and size stuff. Oh, so right over here is the light. You see that? We're going to if we have one decided to use of gold, and one little amount left over, a decided to or decided to what's the difference? Caleb goes on this board. Also goes in your mouth. Right? Also edible. And the Caleb goes for his board. And you got to decide. You left over. That decides to flip over. I should use it up. I don't even have that decides against you. Or if I have a desire to say, also, I was looking at your instance. That's decides also. That's decides. But what if I have a half of decides of steak and half of decides of that's the one. Together I have a desire. And desire is a down. The two different types of achila. One is achila salva, one is achila mizbech. They don't go together. We go, hey, Lord, this is good. I feel that's his eyes closet. That's his eyes tailor. That's why he's down. If I have a half his eyes of meat and half his eyes of tailor, they combine together. Why? We make sure oil goes up. The entire oil anyway goes up with better. So it's edible and not edible. All things really work there. So half his eyes of meat, half his eyes of tailor, hopefully work. The half his eyes of the hema, of course, what we really like to do is use it down. Maybe you have a little if you have, even if the fire cup is full, you cannot throw blood. This is well. See, we're going to do things every minute. This other one that's a liquid that comes together with the carbon. Whatever. The entire carbon fiber. Something has a work. And I have a master full of blood and full of food. And I have this. I have a bunch of flour mixed that went together with the carbon. It goes together, so nobody is at the beginning. Maybe I would think you can that white or the look of the carbon. Funny that I don't know everybody these little masses. Settle down. Yes, you're right. Bring it together with carbon. It's not a carbon. The carbon is you can say that. Okay, something it's very simple. Overall carbon, you can't say something. Something like, oh no, it's very simple. Remind the person. They have 4 lives. The Scottish says it's called the Shannon and the Frog, the Hair and the Favorite, and the Beautiful Saskatchewan, the Islamic Favorite. The hair is the police that you do for the Frog. I'm the Frog. The East is no one says we're talking. You need the entire Frog. Sorry, it was missing. You can't put the pizza on Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? When I hold on, we're going to say what does that mean? The point is, you look over here, it's very successful. It has a lot of prints. It seems like someone other than the American person comes out. So he says, as long as at the time of the pizza, when the piper is handed into the flour at a full shield, what happened after that? I don't care. But the pizza, I'm just going. Beautiful show, I see flour. That at a certain point, it was good. It was a right amount. Basically, we have a chocolate, not a good enough. Actually, pretty good. This is not small. We had yesterday. My very long. I'm going to make sure. Oh, here. This is a nice video. That shows up. Comes in fire and grabs one of the breads. I actually had the Swiss hold one of these.
And in Amish like that, that's what happened to me this year. Because they're responsible for that. Psychology tries to make these stuff. The kids are in the shape and it's so heavy, it's so big, it's almost impossible. Anyway, photographs. What happens when it breaks? You have crumbs that fall to the floor, you get lost. So now you're missing part of the uniform, part of the looking apart. It's a problem. So, actually, during the class, is before they come, as you can see in my hand in this picture, are holding the gazebo in their hand. That's called period. But it's right before that. The gazebo is still on the table. And this fire and shamas or whatever, grab a piece of bread and left them up on the dog dishes. He breaks it and then gets lost, part of it is lost. Then you're out of luck. Halachic also, you can't eat the left of a you have to always in the gazebo. You have that full bread and everything perfect for you. If something is lost, you can't eat the bread and you can't put the levina on the bread. But it's like in this picture. Where the Kohen are holding up the seating, they already took them off the table. We had 2 days ago. How do you take it off the table? 4 there, how to walk in. One time grabs 6 breads, next time grabs 6 breads, one time grabs 1 spoon, next one. Another 4 guys, for 1 day, they bring them with bread and they move the seat. Even if you bring them to the other balls, I go over the seat. Oh, shit. Then, and the bread, but you put the position up. It's missing some of the cooker stuffing. Some of the meat is missing. That's how I'm going to tell you. You can't put the meat on your back. So here, some of the left of part is missing. You can't put the chicken on your back. Then we go back there. One of the laws will keep the knowledge. Doesn't mean that if the knowledge chicken off the football, electricity is not required. It's $6 a day. Usually people in the look at us. Tomorrow is one problem. Like something is missing, some of the bread, some of my stomach is missing. How can you put this in on this day out? Tomorrow, man, on my good, that's what it was. And so it does on my life. But if the entire carpet is good, the entire roof is good, you can put it on the back. You can do these reasons. On my leg, I don't like it. I don't need it. I don't know what I'm missing. Obviously, I have really only those people. And another guy, here, the Yazan, I use his house. He told me a very small food. Guy takes like some video and he breaks it and then 3 crumbs fall to the floor. Oh, it's missing. I'm going to tell you much bigger shit. It's tired of the words. Not a single words you can still put. From the resi, you can still put the position on his back. Right from the case where a few crumbs on this. All the things in this. I feel sorry about it now. Each thing you know that. I said, Lord, I'm not sure. What do you want? Somebody who have a podcast. The legs, you shine. What's the hell? How many somebody to the community? We have coolers when it comes to food. How is the issue doing about it? You know all the things we can see. You should not be sorry. A little bit of money is missing, so the zebra is going to know. I'll tell you why you didn't have this. And there is, because you're sorry to my mom, though. Maybe my mom, but zebra. When something's missing, it's like a broken leg. We have a broken leg. Even people can't get away with partner that has a broken leg. So this is one of our is a move. We also have other guys that are trying to coffee. You have seen the really fucking weird side of the team. It doesn't say where we're getting the credit card. Well, are you even in the case of Lucas Oimer? What's Lucas Oimer? I'm saying the case of a union, which allows us, for the concern, allows us to be moved to after cover. Omar Abdallah Rahab is just as concerned to my window. Omar Abdallah says, one of them is something that should come up. So I'll just take the sugya in 1 second, and that's the issue. We have 2 sugyas that both say that we know I don't have any flour missing. So that's a fine cash on rule or a beautiful. The Rebbe says if you have flour missing, it's going to be not good. The parents are wearing 2 sugyas. That 2 sugyas are a right against both of the beautiful issues. I remind Darlon, Shita number one, Machlokes number one, was when the flour was missing between the green and the pizza, we were given to the half pot. We had to do more. And Machlokes number two was after the pizza, but before that thorough, where we have to say, since we have two chicken over here, and they both say you can't have any flour missing, what's two chicken? One is enough. Two chicken. The third of these halachas. Doesn't know what's happening. So that we have a good thing. Or when you're going to have a so-called, so-called chipsu. It's like you're calling so-called, which is flour, with the fine flour. It's missing from the sorry, like that. Cheese, also, sorry, this one. The shamra, it's missing a little from the oil, she cautions, also from the wood, but the whole the oil, a little bit is missing. Chinese up, another person, he says when I'm in the fire. I remember, once a year, it's once again, he's waiting for a well school. It's missing anything from the milfar. We're going up. No good. It's a large trick, right? So I'm wondering, why you consider something, and you're talking really about the flour. Considering about the flour missing, why do I need that? Wow, the Torah, how do you make the pizza? Look how he's trying to go to the pizza, like Torah. These two charts. This one, and tell us that you're going to be wrong. But usually ready because I didn't go to those stuff. No. Ready to say, how do you concentrate on pizza? That if this happens, I already tell you, if you're missing some flour, not that it's tough. They may be replacing, you know what I mean? Go home and bring more. Don't be good. You go away. Don't bring more. If not, strange, because it's like Torah. The other one's telling you on the second case. You're right. They are talking about this case. It's not like you're saying that it's a right against your case. No, you're going to explain. Rather than have to come to the way in. Even though you take this pizza, you're not good. Oh, you're right. I saw that people, there's a big fish on both sides. You went ahead and you put those pizza on this jar. What about this? What about all this flour that's left over? You could come on and eat it. The prayer says, you know what, either the Bible, we actually have a question, maybe I should have to take a pizza out there, not to take it anyway. According to like the video percent, they can take the pizza and put it on to this day. Obviously, Shirai, not up there. But what about the leftover? Here you go, nobody says that, so that it says what it says. When they find things of pizza, that's one of the says. But when after the pizza, more goes missing, that's the serves man says. Now you can't eat it. Now they all know how to eat it. As long as that during the pizza on the right shoe, what happens afterwards does it matter? Your body put it in boy side, wonderful.
Marriage is supposed to spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi side. Even if you're not sitting there actually disqualified, Rabbi side, we're holding all the way on the bottom of Zion on the base. 2 lines from the bottom. Got it? When we over Rabbi Rothschild, one of the examples is on Yom Kippur, the client takes the blood of the chatas and he sprinkles it 7 times on the floor. All different procedure. We're doing this path over here. And we say on Yom Kippur, we say achaz, that's the sprinkling of blood. Can he receive that blood of the chatas in 2 different vessels? So Rabbi Lazar is of the opinion that if he receives, let's say, 4 drops worth in one vessel and 3 in the other, no good. Says the Gemara, Umi Amar Rabbi Lazar, did he really say so? But if not, it's amazing, it's beautiful. First of all, very easy daf, a flowing daf. A lot of gishmak stuff. I love this stuff. It's all about, when you check on and double with some midrash, different things that we're not very familiar with. And one of them is, did you know that a Kohen Gadol brings a mincha twice a day?
every day he has to bring a flour-made gift to Hashem. And he has to bring the flour from his home, and he puts it in a vessel, and he's sorting, and he divides it. Half in the morning, half in the evening. Wait, Mark. This machvas, this minchas machvas, it's called. You can't sanctify it. You can't make it kadosh half and half. You're going to be using half in the morning and half in the afternoon. So you think, okay, so I'll make half kadosh right now. What does it make kadosh? When I bring a bag of flour, like I was saying over here, you can flour yesterday. Bring a bag of flour from your home, you bought it in Costco, that's no cushion. But as soon as you put it, now I could say that I wanna make a minchas machvas out of it. So then it will change into, it'll become kadosh mebelik habayis. But I want to elevate the kedusha. I want to make it really kadosh. I put it into the vessel. I have a gold bowl. I poured it. Whatever hits the gold bowl becomes kadosh. I need to pour the entire isara into that vessel, and I cannot do half and half. That's what the other says. Loves are all now. He argues. Look, I'm going to put on the mizbeach a half. Says Rav Lazar, since it's brought at 2 different times, you can make a kaddish 2 different times. The Avches, he saw, and if it's true that Rav Lazar holds, that you cannot collect the blood. You're going to be sprinkling on your kick around the floor or whatever, in 2 different vessels. Live with that. Why did you, Rav Lazar, say that it's okay to put all the flour in 2 different vessels? Let's learn him blood that you cannot. If your bloods are holy, you cannot put blood in 2 different vessels. It's in 1 vessel, so you should learn from there the idea by flour as well. You should learn flour from blood. That's it. You're going to have this concept 2 times on the dot, on the Samarism. And I believe it's only concept in culture. There's certain things that are unique to the Seder culture, and this is one of them. That perhaps you don't learn one thing from the other thing. Throughout the time you learn one thing from the other. Or maybe don't learn one from the other. I'm not about prove to you that he does learn one thing from another. Under the laws of much of a heichal sheva. That's the heichal, the red dots. And the blue dots is where you're supposed to do the kmitz. You're supposed to take the flour, depending on this, grab 3 fingers worth, put it in another vessel, etc. That's supposed to be done in that zara. What if he didn't do that? He went into a holier place called the Heichal. That's okay. Why? We're going to go back to this one. This is the Shulchan. Also from my very talented artist, Shlomo. Well, it's a combination. We have actually 3 people working. So on the Shulchan, you have 12 breads, looking up on them, and 2 spoonfuls of frankincense, of levina. The way it works is that when you take the levina, you take the 2 spoons and you put them on the mizbeach, then that allows the kohanim to eat the 12 breads. Before you put the levina on the mizbeach, you cannot eat the bread. The levina is a matter, it's a machshir. It allows you to eat the bread. So, the kmitza action is very similar to the bezichon. There's a similarity. The kmitza is what allows you to eat the rest of the bowl of flour by you taking the kmitza, putting it in the bath. So do the bezichon. Where do you do bezichon? Where does this take? This whole video, where does it take place? This. Where is this? Where's the shulchan? The shulchan is placed in the heichal. That's where the shulchan is. In the heichal we have the menorah, we have the shulchan, and we have the mizbeach of prayers. Anything else? Did I miss that? I don't know. So, it's an heichal. So you see that you're allowed to take bezichon from the heichal, so you can do a kmitz in the heichal. So what do you see? So we're allowed to learn a mincha, the kmitza, from the lechem hapanim. Says the Gemara, that's not fair. You're learning a kmitza from lechem hapanim. But guess what? Lechem hapanim is also a sort of mincha. It's a bread. It's a floury. Is that a word? It comes from flour. So it's like a mincha. A Mincha Midat Me'aleph. I don't want to learn Mincha from blood. But just like blood, you can't receive in two vessels, so too the Chavita you can't accept in two vessels, you can't learn. The more Mincha Me'aleph, because you're supposed to really learn Mincha from a Mincha, but Tanya, actually, Perka Mincha Slap. If before they remove the two positions, you don't have it, but here, I just like to picture the position. I'm going to go to the end of this video. Okay. So again, you take the 2 spoons, you put it on the mizbeach. What happens if before you were able to put it on the mizbeach, somebody took a loaf of bread and broke it in half? Now what happens typically when you break something in half, or a loaf of bread? Different crumbs fall to the floor, you're going to be missing part of the bread. That's a very big problem, because anytime you have missing from the actual mincha or from the lechem hapanim, it causes a lot of problems. So here's our law. Actually, if you're going to if before you were able to remove the 2 spoonfuls, there was already some of the bread missing, a lechem puzzle, the ein makir of a position. They have a major issue. You can't do anything with the bread. You can't eat the bread, and you can't even put the zikah, the levina, on his bread. However, the shirka, once the kehanim removed, we saw yesterday, we had a video of 8 kehanim. Remember, 4 bring the new bread and the new zikah, and 4 remove the old. So when the kehanim removed the old, the zikah, once they remove it, and then the kohen grabs a loaf of bread and cracks it in half, you should pierce the different stockpile, but if that happened afterwards, halacha process, you can't eat from the bread because some of it is missing. However, once you remove it, it's even you might feel it's even you can put it on the bread. Oh, Lazar. Lazar. It says, look here, come out. What do you mean that you keep the zipper off the table? It just means that it's the time that you can remove the zikah, which is the 6th hour ritual. At that point, even if you didn't take it off, the zikah took it off. You ever gone on there? You don't have to physically take it off. Just at the right time. So Ramai, so you're like, everything in March, also means gigs. Different the laws of learning. One minute from the other. The regular makeup from the lechem hapanim. So let's consider this a mincha that was missing a little bit of I think mincha that's missing some of the flowers and do anything with that. So we're also missing a little bit of the lechem hapanim. Some of the bread, like a loaf of bread, he breaks the bread. We said, it's okay because it's different. 6 hours in a row, and everyone's like about his back. And now, part of the bread is missing. Part of the bread is missing. Can't do the difference. And then, some tomorrow, look. I want to show you the laws of hope.
So I took my week out. I'm running around here natural, and I was in the mall. This black lady walks up to me. She goes, usually I don't like nappy hair, but yours is cute. I was like, bitch, I ain't friendly. Well, that's what I wanted to say, but she had a tattoo on her face. So I was like, it is kind of nappy. So I finished shopping in the mall, and I hate shopping on the phone because I always end up stealing.
And we're forward to you use money parking on as well as my kids 6 hours in. I know exactly what the pizza is.
I just found out that my best friend is going to lie to me about her age. I thought we were the same age. And then I realized I was like, wait, we went to the same elementary school together. She was like, no, I was working there.
After
I was like, we had a sleepover at my house. She was like, no, I was working at that.
He said it's okay, just continue doing the Zika until we stop. You can't even exactly a minute from me going later. I think you right to this like you're fun. Never seen you here before. You do the Zika. And you're bringing it towards himself. And then some of the flour in the bowl went to sleep. They end up being kind of I didn't want to go out. Some of the flour so we're also like, I'm fine, happy to continue doing the thing. Yeah, like, put it in. Yeah, look, so they do like all this. They probably do like that. I could do like, he has like the other opinion that if some the flower was missing, you could put the plate on the jack. They did. The soul son of the one that was missing, I put the secret in the hands of the I'm going to tell you that. These are being like said, I know they do. You never know how any business like that. Some form of like this, that's how started. You guys don't know all the flowers that you want. That's all. They make you punch over. You're going on, I'm going to go with the side of the We're are you? Since anyway, it's going to be mapped half an hour, so you can make it publish half an hour. I'm going to wrap my up with it. Let's just go to the reason you do it. We're going to on the hotel. And then come on the season. This is working on the hotel. The uniform half an hour. Okay, uniform, that's it. First, what you do is you have the whole thing there. It's this that it says you should do the whole thing in one shot, it means it's the better way to do it. It's the more effective way to do it. You want to get the most out of the mitzvah, you bring that value and you accomplish it in one shot. However, if you didn't do it like that, you didn't have enough, you also like to figure the law. Only at the beginning of the couple of Rashi, but look at Siva. If you look at this pasuk, it says, "V'acher Mashiach Adam lo yasos." Oy lo Hashem, Oy lo. So what's up? But no, this one. This book is a prayer that it's a rule. You don't have questions, and there's no way around it. Every time it tells us, you go. That's all. So therefore, and we just said, it's a new conversation. You hire a thing and then cut it. I was telling me, it's the first place that's how you should do it. The Avid, you went and you cut it in half, it's okay. It's not okay. It's good for us. You have to do it only one way. Well, let's go to a field on shoulder base. Also, when you bring it from your house to the Sangha, it should be whole. It should be one piece. This morning when I get sure we go, I'm like, what? Bring up. What is it hard to hear how you bring the flower from your house and you can't? So the article did it from here. I looked it up now, right before here. And it says that this day is what it means published in one shot the low level of Kedusha. Then when you want to make it published, like what's the word? Not you want to make it the highest level. That's not what I'm to say. The highest level of Kedusha, then you can already separate half and half. So when you're bringing it to begin with, when you're bringing it in the Uber,
you know that your best two jokes are out there, and you decided to run it in 60 seconds.
In one shot, and that's what it's called. Don't break that up.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
drop the mic.
If you ever really say,
Never seen somebody drop the mic and then pick it back up to finish their sentence.
Well, the time all the reason is to beat them, you can't break it up into two. That's the reason one to one.
Bring your hands
So
together
if
for
I
Isaac
said,
Hirsch.
I see something that you like this, and this is referring to a white side going forward, this is referring to a regular mince. Not a mince thing. A regular mince. A person wants to bring a mince, wants to do a gift packet. She brings it.
That's what happens when somebody misses a spot. I know this guy series, one of the veterans on this show, always very smart, funny one-liners, one of our favorites, Dan Nolan, everybody.
Just remember this, guys. No, my brother, it is.
We're about to be celebrating the year being sober.
It has to do everything on one side.
I used to have to suck my dicks to get heroin. We're just selling to me. It was so annoying. I was like, come on, guys, it's ridiculous. You guys are going to watch church right now.
Once again, we're going to that cycle. So all the
This dude the other day, he was saying that he used to have to do gay stuff all the time back when he was addicted to cocaine. I assumed he meant he was prostituting himself again. It turned out not the case. He would just do a bunch of cocaine, and then he would just go to a bunch of gay stuff. When he seriously said this, he goes, I can't even drink a Monster Energy drink without them sucking a man's dick. Hey man, that's not the worst. Listen, he started out trying to be a prostitute though, because I'm worried about rationalizing it or whatever. It's like, hey, anyone want to pay me $1,000 to suck their dick? No?
Once again,
Anybody just got like an old couch they're trying to get rid of? I'll help you with it. Alright, cool. Thank you guys, thank you.
other categories of empire. There's a lighter category. A lot of categories, you can take this in the north and the south part of Alberta. In other words, in the entire blue sphere. What happens, you put it into the hotel, reserved for special occasions, pirates and for the new money that he raised, for the come upon him on Shabbos. He goes and sees it, he runs up there and inside.
Dan's so much fun. I love your style. I love that you smile.
And he uses logic. He doesn't accept it or
balance your serial killer with
whoa, this new dotted line is
anything
nice.
that helps you a lot. You also just fucking get to your
Let's
shit.
hold it at the end of the red. Let's hold it at that.
Get the material out there.
Like production. So it's like you go from that Zara, very holy, go to that holy, holy. And the only place in the love is the holy, the holy. So if indeed somebody people want to say that you separate place of production, it's like how to find it. If it's posted in that Zara, so you really in the
What happened to those? He went,
This is
God,
something
yeah,
really
yeah,
good.
well,
This
he
is something
wanted to
really
wear shorts, but he can't wear shorts. So.
It's like
I'm
your
really
legs are still on your
one area from another area. It's good in this area of blue.
you shoot
It's
up into
also
your
good in this
kneecaps.
area of red. That's what you want to go
Are
to.
those the jeans that you
You
wore when
told me
you
you
were
don't think, you
in
don't know what's going on.
That's all I need is kind of
You know, I got to the hardship time.
knees left?
You know why over here,
Some
when
kind
a
of like
person has
story
in
is
mind
fucking.
to bring another half a bag of crap in
How
his
do you make
house,
your money now?
to add to the work that you're saying, because you had a month to do it.
Dip suckers.
It's not that he's adding, why do you have the hat? The first hat, he said, I'm going to have another hat. That's as if he has the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I got
Congratulations, Sean. So actually, it comes coverage even before he added it. Just the four alone is enough to make it okay. Your lady, say it's puffy, right? Say, she was 7 seconds, I think it's me, and
Any relation to Nolan Ryan?
the vessel of flour,
So,
all sort of stuff. I have no idea who said it. But that this vessel that we fill the flour in,
Dan, what else is
you know,
happening? So you're
calculation,
out there.
it's
What do you
really
do to
about
entertain
close to
yourself?
$10,000.
Imagine that'd be pretty boring. I mean, you go in a few hours without
Today's
smoking.
value. What about the flour of the
I haven't
vessel?
tried heroin. Probably be all that.
Look, the part says the soren is like very lame, full, it's all good. So you know why? Because money is really just a way to get to the
Now,
next.
have you really sucked it for heroin?
But I can say it's full up. The mixer that only, that's only about a preponderance is over here. Look like in the
Have
leg
you
is
ever
other
almost
things.
sucked a dick? Have you thought about it for heroin? Like when the times were
Now,
bad?
if you look into the Gemara, it's parentheses. So the parentheses here is selling something.
Could you describe the dick you would have
You
sucked?
know that it is more like
It would have been the maximum size dick that you would have been willing to
I
suck.
don't even know if they're reaching that.
Can
That's why
you
so
draw
many
one
displays all over the office. And the people who like to stick them all out. All of you see. A motorcycle is not saying
That's it.
exactly
What
what
else do you do for fun to fill it in? It looked like you looked more like you would just shoot up the school.
like a lemonade, a full vessel all the way to the top, a flour, where you don't have any tent to fill it up. It's your tag, right? Yeah. You had half a bag of flour. They went upstairs. You went to the convent and they said, you should bring more flour. So it's covered. As you say, the first part, second part, you don't have to wait for the second part. Once you have it done. Fill it up. Give out. It's usually good. As you put it in, come from. Now remember, like just 7 lines up. Roth says that by a regular mincha, not by the mincha of the pine guys, by a regular mincha, Mr. Yisrael comes to the English with a half a pound of flour and he says, here's you go ahead and do more. You go ahead and do more. Is that okay or not? Was it published the first half that he put into the t-shirt? Did it come published or not? So Rab says no, not published. What about
Do you think, like, let's say that, do you think that
takes his kavikum and breaks it in half? He pours half the flour for the morning, and then he pours half the flour for the afternoon. Is that published or not? This is the same thing as a regular mincha. Says Gemara, Rabbi, that's you. Love me that half and half is good. He just told that by regular mincha it's not good. Later with kavikum, after he doesn't hold, that he learned a regular mincha from the Bengali mincha that half and half is good. We did it out there, so you see the other reason for them saying that. They said, I don't learn a regular mincha from the Bengali mincha. I could take the flour, put it into a vessel, and put sponge, even though I didn't have the oil yet. Even though I need oil. But it's seen over the lechem upon it. That's how I found by the bread. Bread, the lechem upon bread and the they don't have oil. What about the little honey, like the grains? They become published without the grains. You will see that it is published. And that's what I see. I read carbon that has to be up in the middle of the carbon. For what? So they tell you the regular honey, but it doesn't have oil and so it just has the flour. It also becomes carbon. In the teen over becomes carbon. You see that Rob doesn't learn one thing from the other. So if Rob is learning one from the other, and he holds a same bubbles, they could split it in half. So you should hold the same thing. That was only thing. Split it up. You get it 55. How come that says that the regular mincha you can't take it up? Obviously, yeah, the regular mincha, as you know, you cannot regular half by a regular level. So too, you can't take it half by a regular mincha. Alright, mincha you just said. I'm telling you, it's easy stuff here. It's not like these complicated spartans or whatever. It's cool stuff. Rab says that a mincha becomes kaddish. You put the flour into the vessel, even without oil becomes kaddish. That's what it says. She didn't see the lechem upon his family style lechem upon. The money of the family without the prejudice, she didn't see the lechem. Right down the way, but now we just read it. I'm reading it back. She didn't see the lechem upon the family style. The sinners, mincha, because of the lechem shedding, so it becomes kaddish. And the shedding was like, you have to lay high, So you do it. The oil. Just the oil itself becomes covered without the oil. And the oil becomes covered without the oil. This one becomes covered by itself.
A lot of things I can't say.
Like
Get my say still certain things.
We really need oil. But we
Like if I go
can't
and say,
really see that
hey,
it's
I'm getting
by
it
itself.
and
It's fine with the light.
no one's
Try to
believe
say
it.
you know that in China, one of the practices that when it comes to the cars,
If I were to say,
the blood from
hey,
from
I'm very
finger and
excited,
thumb and
but
toe,
my
it's
flesh
full of oil.
that's
Oh,
unbelievable.
you put the rest on his head,
Like, yeah, he's
he's
alone.
here. You find that Rabbi becomes touched by itself. The lechem upon that's Rashi, but over here this bread. Okay, so you see, he's in the
I
position.
realize that I have deep
Coming on
potential.
now,
Like I have
stop this, on the
like I
day.
have potential
Lord,
deep
you
down.
make me so,
And
Lord,
it
you
could
make
be
me.
great.
No,
And so I
the
think
only
more
way
women should try to walk me
this is this.
now.
You need all three ingredients.
Because I'm not
You need all three ingredients together to become touched. You need pour the oil, the flour, the oil,
Like
all
Jewish
to one
women should definitely
to one
walk me.
boil. Then you can make it
Look
touch.
at me
You
now.
just put the
He is a
flour by
great
itself to
deal.
become touched. Just oil by itself to
Great
become
deal.
touched. Now,
Yeah, there it is.
from 100. Why in the world do you need a special vessel for the started to be holy? If this vessel of the started doesn't create produce the flour on its own, because you need the oil and you need the leviner in order to make it holy, then why does the started vessel, the measured flour, why does it have any heat at all? Little guy, really funny guy, has heat. In other words, wait for a bit of oil, and wait for this food.
took a simple plate, and he poured special oil that he had, and he made this vessel covered. So what? Every time he puts something in it, it creates Kedusha to that thing. For what purpose? What flour needs to be covered? Flour itself can have Kedusha, according to the thing. According to the other people who saw it, yes, that's just you need to add oil, you need to add little butter. You're not adding little butter oil to the sun. He's saying it's just one type measurement of flour. One, it's a blend. I'm just going to skip the blend. The milk has spices. Yeah, there is one milk at the center that has zero oil, zero refined. All it has is flour, and that needs Kedusha. So that's why that's the issue. The law is one of the reasons why there's the vessel, the golden vessel that holds, they also measure a little bit of shaman. Why does it need Kedusha? Okay, so for the we have to add the shaman together with the flour. We want to say because we need one plate of inside that needs oil without anything else, and that needs to be covered. I have two seven law. Now we have a pretty small that, for whatever reason, it's just interesting how he's very talented. Our small guy in the AI department. He made a whole video on this city. So let's see the city and we understand the video. What it says, listen, agrees with me. It's not. We have we have a vessel, a measuring cup that's designed for liquid. So any liquid that goes into it becomes covered. What liquid do we have in this? We have oil, we have wine, and we have water. So those things become covered. Well, we tell you that. And any measuring device that's designed specifically with demarcations, let's say, yeah, it's like you have liters and ounces and milliliters. We have certain things that are designed for liquids. And we have, what do we have for we have pounds, and what else do we have? Grams. Some things that are more for solids, yeah? I think we have the same thing in our days as well, right? We would have different measurements for liquids and for solids. So you have different. You have special measuring devices for this and this for liquids, and special measuring devices for solids. And the question is, what if you decided to measure solids like flour in a measuring cup that was specifically for liquid? Does it work? Does it give it Kedusha? It says no. No. If it's designed for liquid, it cannot give any Kedusha to dry goods. Well, it didn't say of it. And a measuring device for the dry goods cannot give any Kedusha to liquid. No, here comes Kedusha. Who's only for liquid? I will use Rothschild and catches the sales. It was amazing when you see the blood out of the animal's neck, they'll take it in the mizrah, which is a cone-shaped device, which was designed that you cannot put it down. Since the bottom of it is straight, you can't put it down. You put it down, it's straight. They didn't want to put it down, they didn't want it to rest, they didn't want the blood, so you just
Just say, hello, it's good to be here tonight.
Which is actually a queen. It's a vessel that contains blood. It's liquid. Yeah, you put some flour in it.
Kind of got into speech therapy for like 15 years.
Those guys are like, here's the puzzle. Oh, you know, the milk is actually considered liquid. Why? I don't know how you would view it. What do you go? You go a liquid or a solid?
Like baby talk accent. And what's
what would you say solid? What? No, you're right. So it could be that it's really the same point. You or the bottom and the top and up and again. It is more than liquid. But you understand it's a liquid. The liquid on the other side. That in fact, in the milk, even if you're going to mix it up, you don't have great mixing devices, mixing by hand. So you're always going to have like a lump of flour somewhere. You know, they couldn't get that liquid in there. And that will become worked out that the dough is liquid. And if it's liquid, you can put it into a liquid measuring device that can give it juice. But guess what? Every milk has one here and there. And they're making it very large though. Very small.
Really bringing out the show business.
10 grains of flour. Which is good. And the very good. So 10
whatever, small little work, it doesn't have liquid in it, so that wouldn't be it, so it wouldn't be competitive, in a liquid measuring device. So you said like this. First of all, you cannot use this new car that has a lot of water in it, it's very liquidy as liquid, because it's hard to go in that way. Second of all, we both say liquid, every time, he always got me.
And it used to be worse when you were younger, like when you
You see all like in the video, blood and surgery machine. Oh,
I remember being in
you're able to see behind the scenes. So, blood is very liquidy, and dough is not liquidy as liquidy as blood. So yes, it might be, you can consider it a liquid, but it's not liquid when you compare it to blood. The boy side have a wonderful.
What do they say it's from? Like just brain shatter? Is it like just dead or is it shedding your
More of the book is spread out throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. And you want to sponsor what's going
Josh Shivabas, one of the most fun-loving comedians in the entire country. He's Josh Martin. He's at Josh Martin Comic. Works here at the Comedy Store, working his way up, getting discovered by some of the funniest comedians.
What up, boy side?
Josh Martin is the first night I met him. I was supposed to see him.
So, time that's meaning round. We're talking about like 20 lines from your bike. Again, Rav is learning this, that if you stroke, those pizza, he takes, this is the bowl of the if you stroke, takes the food from the bowl, it's no good. But you put it back into the bowl, the Mishnah mentions a whole list of like, people, says tomorrow. It's because Rav said they can put it back in. And I've often had a maybe sharp shooting for some say. I was thinking that the only reason you put back in is if you do it with your left hand. If you left hand, you can put it back in and start over. One of these strong like this, one of them not, another you can't. That's what I was thinking. What is that shirt, the lining of like the chocolate spots or something like that? The Muslim Shiraga is in place that the feet of the Israelis, when I mentioned Hamas response, you messed up, you do it with your left hand, put it back in, start over with it. I know about coming from shop. He lives in Brooklyn. The Muslim should come from the same phone that is his pizza. You do it over again, it's not a problem. The key and the cross coming to not small, not a giant too. So it's obvious that the message is becoming only from the left hand, which is the right, it's becoming that he's strong and right, and we love him to support it. When can you return it? In all situations, even if you did the k'misa and put it into the smaller second vessel, which gives the dusha to that k'misa, so which means with your right hand, well, you're in Yisrael, which means with your right hand, put it in the small vessel, it becomes color. Take that, dump it back into the original bowl and start all over this. We kill it. Without putting mind in Tanoi, and this comes to say differently, to exclude these Tanoi. Let's say the signing of Yosef and Yason, Rabbi Yehuda Nachman, Rabbi Yosef, the son of Yosef and Yason, and Rabbi Yehuda Nachman say, by the way, Yehuda Nachman, I heard once, it's not such a big thing. That is that his Torah was so beautiful, like fresh bagels. It wasn't necessarily a bagel. But then when I'm going to come with Kiddush, they say differently when we just said that even if it goes to the second clean, you just say what you do. No. When can you do the ritual pizzas only if you didn't put it in the second clean? Pizza, because you put it in the second clean, also that's two, and you can't do it anymore. You get on me? And some say, come out in, Kiddush, Lord. After you did, in Rav. Not like we said before, that if you put it in the kli, that it's okay. Rob said no, if you put it in the kli, it's not.
Yeah, when he clears the
And
start, he says like,
he fits right in with Yossi, with Yossi, with Yossi, and Yossi, with Yudah Nachtoy. They go hand in hand. If you use the kmitza, if you don't put it in the short, just put it directly back in the bowl. But if you put it in the second bowl, it becomes also what is kmitza? So you're able to bring
So Gabe, you've been in New York City. What's happening? What's going on with life? How do you make your money?
Usually it's a gift. You're going to put on the staff, you get out of flour. Sometimes you add a little oil, you add a little frankincense, lavina. Sometimes it's plain, it's just flour.
What's the most
The
money?
procedure is as follows. Let me show you. Here it goes. This is an older AI video. It gets better every whole day.
Wow. What was that? What was that?
I don't like that. Hey, how are you?
How long you been in New York City? What's different than New York? Different to you about New York?
Well, cool. You have a safe friend? No, that's not it. Having both those. You're probably going to want to see this
Because
video.
you're a median, you see all this taxi cabs.
So, what you saw over here, basically, the Kohen sticks his hand into the flour, and with his fingers, he grabs flour, that's the mincha. Then, whatever you have to add, you add the oil on the bottom, flour on top, and more oil, and the frankincense. But this right over here, these fingers work, that is the kmitza, that goes underneath there. That is the rest, the Kohen gets it.
All the comics knew what I was talking about.
So remember that. Rob says, Rob says that if you swallow, let's say you swallow something, and you get a pizza, then you just return it right back to the bowl. You put the pizza right back to the bowl. So the other point is exactly what's going on.
That's a really good game voice.
What happens if he doesn't put it in the bowl? He puts it in the second bowl. Now, I don't know if you noticed this. Let's go back
Hey,
over
what do you
here.
think about that, man?
Okay. You see, now he's thinking the kmitza. What does he do with it? He puts it into a second vessel. It's in one kisharis. This is the first vessel has kisha, and he takes that the 2 fingers worth and he puts it into a second vessel. There's machlokes, and once you put it into the second vessel, then you return it to the first one. Once you take the kmitza from there, Rob says, even if Yisrael takes it and he messes up, you put it right back, and then let the kind start all over again. But if you put it into the second smaller vessel, you can't do that. That's one sheet. All right. Now we're holding taglines from the top. Like bubble.
It's nice to talk to you, man. Have a good 60 jobs. It's on Twitter, Gabriel Killian, K-I-L-L-I-N. One old Kiltani favorite has been pulled out of the bucket tonight. It's like a little, it's like a,
The central of it's going to find out. What about the
bad
kid?
handwriting on the last name, but
Putting
I'm
his
going
hand
to
in
try
and grab his
Jesse
reaching out. The other one not the tree in the habit. So this here is putting another tree in. Oh.
And this shit goes out to Ice's baby.
I'm pretty sure
They would not expect me. That'd be like a major blow to Ice. They would not expect me to do this today, but I am.
Mike is alright.
I don't really smoke weed anymore at all because I don't like going to like carrying like weed cards.
So what difference is if you put it in the clear or not? By him putting his hand into the clear and going like this, he did not right. That should be possible. He makes his pursuing a lot of it, but it doesn't count for
I
anything.
swear to God,
The other one not the clear out, so then he dumps it into a second vessel. So what good is it? Why is that a problem? Why would you say that putting the second clear?
because there was like a big diuretic.
Hold on, I'm not going to lie to my buddy.
Like right after his
So it says something very interesting. It's a combination. It's not a complete up. It's let's say 50%. Are you putting your hand in the gravity?
fucking book. Like I
The
didn't
second
know
part
that.
is when you change to the police. That's the
So
second thing.
stupid.
So it is an avodah, but it's not a complete avodah. Therefore, when instruction is kind of getting the 50%, it's not possible. But when you dump something for the second three, then he finishes it off. Boom. Then it becomes a complete avodah. Then it becomes possible. You can't use it. Let's say flour for beer. This is a golden vessel. This has a cliche. This is a cliche. So you don't even fix it. He takes that for that. You put 50% of it. Then it goes, put your right back where you started. And so we can use it. How can you use it? This is a cliche. By you putting it back in here, there's the condition. It's going to be cliche. And now you ruin it. So that says, if you put it back in here, where does it fall? It falls on top of the flour. When it falls back on the flour, how can it have the dusha? In order for it to have the dusha, it has to fall into the vessel. When it falls into the vessel, it fell into the other side. So what it says is the business has to move the meaning as it's screwing it out there. We have two items that are the same. One is the same. It's flour, then it's not a pizza. So it's as if when you put the pizza back in the bowl, on top of flour, it's as if it's hit the bottom of the sleeve because the flour that it fell on is not going to provide the separation between the food and that is going to so the question is, let's go back to the question, what do you straw? What about guidance policy? It's a Yisrael, or a person who loves that day, and Oyman, that's the Yom. So we're always doing that puzzle, doing that Avodah. So you put it around there, and then now say, just put it back, it's not all, you just figure out all the flour stuff. Why? If you put it back here, you made it puzzle, you can make it. Other the other ones do. The shard is clean, you can't go to that. So you put it in, you have intent to have the two shards to make it puzzle. You have to have intent. Everything in Judaism is in the mind. Everything. If you're a mitzvah, you have to think. You don't think?
I don't do that anymore. I don't do it anymore.
Take the same thing. You can cross another way. It's good. What's your last name?
Bill asks the lessons.
If you don't have that intent, that I want to touch it doesn't show up. And that's the concept. You tell me, but if you did have intent, that you publish, it would become published. If so, how come it isn't? Well, by the way, the person we're working on, someone wants that to do it. And he shares what he's like to change the little part. And if the sharks take something that's puzzle and make it puzzle, so you can put it under the belt. The button when they're supposed to be open, the shark might be back to the little part. Well, no, you got you. If you open close your stuff, here's that doesn't make it do shit. Why not? Well, here you see that what they're putting in this non-good pizza that was done by Yisrael, it makes it sadosh if you have the right intent. She says, I'm away, actually, you have to make a distinction. What the Rebbe is saying is that's not Kaddish enough to put it on your stuff. But it is Kaddish enough to make it possible. So now in the moment, you go to zero, you so you show up. So, you know, let me show you what Yoshi did. Here's a piece of busha. You guys see it? Piece of busha. Meaning, it's overflowing. There's a big heap over there. And you're for what? That's why there's no busha, because it's outside of the cleat. It's cleat. In order for a cleat to make it touch, it has to be within the rim. It can't be above the rim. Someone says, oh, we can see you coming. If that's the case, how do you do pizza? You cook pizza from the big heap, which is not in a cleat, which is not a good pizza. Hello, so we have to retract a little bit. Which is zero in the piece of the food.
Like a secret agent, that would be tight.
That was, you put it back, and it's very full like this. We're going to get it back. Okay.
I don't know, it's something. It's got its own thing to it. He just commits to it.
It's even the comments lily of the Guma. Wait a minute. This is only the top. Like,
You know what's tight? It's like
when it
pattern
goes through. But then I give it like 5 sleep. Okay, so this is the flour, yeah? He puts his hand in like this, straight in.
And he hits me because of this.
3 easy. Okay. So what happened? You guys see the hole? There's a hole. So when he puts it back in,
Well, it was very
he
nice
put it
to
right
meet
back
you,
into the hole.
Marcy.
So it's great.
Have fun.
But it's in the sleep.
Fuck yeah.
It has to be below the rim.
This is what
Tell
happens
me,
in
oh, it's not
this
below the rim
case.
because it's very thick. Okay, but when he puts pizza in like this, he didn't try and hold. And then when he put it back, he drops it, put it back, so it's right back in the hole.
Yes, it's definitely an East Side comic. Cute BB apple pie.
Here's that.
There you go. Fuck yeah. You guys having fun out there? How you guys doing? Crazy. Anything can happen. I'd like to give a shout out to Steph Curry sitting in the middle of the room right here. That's how popular our show has gotten. The actual Steph Curry comes in wearing his jersey just to watch this show. He's proud to be such a Kotoni fan that he proudly wears his jersey because he wants you to know that Steph Curry wants to go. This is always fun now. This is a new one, and it's always fun. I've always said this anytime it's one word. Anytime it's one word, it's always interesting as fuck. Put your hands together for Cruz.
You see now with the low, you can really
What's up, everybody? Just when I picked up a bad habit, I started shoplifting out of spite. I used to get upset at the grocery store.
What happened by itself?
Not anymore.
What do you say?
Just in the wrong place.
You
I'm
shook
at
it off
Arco's
and went
man
into
for
the hole.
gas. I'm into Arco for about 60 less in gas, but if I ain't damn card, they come back and let truck me for 35 cents.
The Nasa to me ship 0 out of 10. It's as if a monkey put it back.
5-hour energy.
Here we actually have
I didn't get mad at Arco. Just gonna give it 5-hour energy. 35 cents.
In other words, you didn't put the flour into the hole. You shook it like this, and it kind of, it's like an after effect. I don't exactly understand the spell. I thought it was true, but that's what the Gemara says.
I was at the grocery store. The other thing I do when I'm at the grocery store, the self-checkout, right? I roll the actually,
It's not a question.
I swipe an app twice
Come on,
and scan it.
don't you zero
Shit's
to
right
that
there.
minute
It's
of
right back.
what do you want? Say, when you take that minute,
Okie dokie.
put it back in.
I mean, I think we know what happened
Make
there.
it heavy on the spine.
I
And
think
actually,
Jesse
boom,
Molasses
not
fucking
slow.
buried you,
No,
man.
but I
I
have
think
no
that's
right
what
to do
happened.
that.
Chris,
So
you got
let's
your
put
two
it
biggest
back in
laughs
here.
on. Nope, and that
It
didn't
should
work.
be ruined because the fact is, this
It's not a good
is
sign.
it's a golden green. It's a
Yeah,
vessel that is sharp. Anything you put in it comes from it.
Right.
So we need strong. I put it back in. It's ruined. He says, oh,
I almost thought about not doing it, man.
I know the way about stealing stuff, and you're like, well, I get discounts. And
put
it's
it back
like, yes,
in.
not him.
It didn't have any
He's like,
secret.
I have 4 shoplifting jokes already. Yeah, I just chose better
It's more
kids.
internet to
I
that.
thought about that,
That's
but
not a
I
problem.
was like, well,
This vessel is
I don't
really
get
good.
admitted.
No.
You know?
Once you're
Very
admitted,
well, you know, just
you're just gonna
no,
die.
because it comes to fish out every time. You need to come up. You don't, a couple doesn't have to hold it. That's what you want.
I don't know. I have
Over there, not just the side of bro. You actually touched upon a question that we have. The Rabbi,
I also think it's tough, you know, I mean, less than, 24 hours ago, you
it's
were
almost like
coaching
ADD
airline
said. It's almost like your man saying, like, oh, you do this all the time.
It's 20th time I heard
It's
that
like,
already.
yeah, when you have a story, you don't
It's
really
like, look,
so
it's
bad.
like five comics that asked me
Don't
that
worry
earlier
about it.
today.
When you don't
Yeah,
say
that's how it goes when you don't
Exactly
exactly
what happened.
like somebody that everybody
Look
just
how
saw
it
the day
works.
before.
He says,
That's
this is
what
a question that
happens.
we have.
But yeah,
The Rabbi, come in enough with their
that's fun though.
because the Rabbi was literally enough of us. Listen a second, though.
I own a cabinet shop. I
That's
don't get
tomorrow.
yeah.
Before we
Oh yeah, that's
go
right.
any further, Abini is the funny. Abini is the Rebbe.
Do you have more fun
Abini
building
lives in his condo.
kitchen cabinets than you do
One
when
of
you
his,
make a cabinet?
as someone said, three-faced puppet, Bali, interesting words. I got beat up
What do you guys think?
physically or verbally from Abini, my Rebbe.
Uh,
I love those schmeichel. Because I forgot something. You know? Alright. All the hoppers and suitcase is the orphans have to pay back like that. And we want to take some of the inheritance and sell it and pay back the debt. We want to get the highest price, most value for their whatever it's on. So what do? We announce it for 30 days, or we announce it for 60 days, chain commission, only on Mondays and Tuesdays. We do that for 60 days, it adds up to 18. Yeah? So the way you could
I was thinking that as I was running up, I was like, fuck.
let's say if you do a Hazara tomorrow, if you took this down and you reviewed it 10 times in a row in one day, it would be much less effective than doing it like every other day, once a week. Like 5 times once a week is much better than 10 times. And it's the same thing over here. If they announce it 30 days in a row, it's not as powerful as announcing 18 times over the course of 60 days. But now we're like smacking it or something. Rapista got smacked by Vini because he forgot just how long. More explains, so I was possible that Vini learned the numbers by Rapista. Something about Vini and Seth. This he went to Rapista supposed to learn. I thought it was fascinating. And Rapista forgot a little got a small thing. We forgot that out of the stuff, he was beat up by the okay.
Is it hot in here or is it just me having a full-blown panic attack?
He's the Rabbi. He's the company. He's something else. Somehow, I think this is he's wonderful. This line right over here. Somehow, how can you stand and listen to that?
A really nervous person.
By me,
Well, the first time I ever climaxed from masturbating, I was 12 years old.
Whatever it is, I'll have more.
And I audibly said the words, "Oh no, I've gone too far."
That ball right over there, like that. That's what you do. Something like that.
Sitting reverse coward on the toilet.
I was saying that's a great plea. I didn't say like that on the floor. Okay, that's good.
Was the only way I could do it.
Okay, so kids are catching someone
Put
else.
Vaseline in my butt.
The
Nothing went up there. I think I just wanted to feel slippery.
and I want to put it into a plate. Yeah, make it like I brought some home. I brought a bag of flour. I want to put it through. I don't know.
It's time of the show, right? Nice to meet you, buddy.
That's the last man. You can actually try to use something that's on the floor. No, I'm not going to cut it. We're talking floors and playing about the whole thing.
Oh, that's so cool. Baby Boys is Matt Reagan's band, and I am a huge fan.
One player is the whole big three. Another player is stick his hand in the and a third player is the whole the second plate.
Yeah,
Just take the kids, you put it in smaller vessels. You need three.
very opening.
So it's the juicy. Every morning and every afternoon, you do something like that. 7 days a week, 365. They brought a top.
So he's your joker, you're his lawyer? Oh my god, are you isolating him? Let me tell you more about Joel. Now I know.
When you take the pizza, you put it in the vessel. I'm worried about I'm not good. You take the vessel of the pizza and you bring it to his back. I'm not putting it onto his back. Look at them stacking up on it. That's the initial people we're not going to go into it that are playing. As you do one of these things, the central elements you can have in mind that's going to get it in 3 days. By doing so, you ruin it. You can only
that? Because if you're under 18, you have to wear a helmet, and I enforce helmets.
It's over. And if what he did, he gets hurt.
It was like in bubble letters, too, like,
It was like the block was like 6 feet long, and then Joel was like 6 feet tall, and then another ramp had a giant dick on it. He fucked Joel's carved more into that part than like anything else. Wow. So there's that. That's the part made it tipsy. But now I'm kind of like, well, I like the hoverboard kids because they're not like pretend skateboard. Anything the skateboard kids don't like, I can relate to now. So the hoverboard kids, they just want to have a good time rolling around. Always close your eyes when you talk. Very good. It's very good. I just be right now. I don't know. I've never noticed that. I don't pay attention. So funny because you're like this hybrid of like a funny side like comedian, but also there's like something so like 1920s. Thank you.
These guys, this one, I don't like to. I'm going to mention about another two people lifting up the table.
Well, if you worked at a skate park, that seems like the kind of job you'd have for about 9 years. The first like I got the job when I was like 20, and that was great. I was like, yes. The older I got, the more the job, man, I started being a little more anal about the rules and like that sort of thing. It's pretty exciting. I'm fucking so out of my own head listening to the podcast. I love it. That's not even sitting. So Joel, what's something crazy that you've seen in this thing?
Then we're going to be interesting. It's the same thing as Rashi when it comes to sweets. So when I go like this, I put my hand in it. I've done allows the gratitude to rest of the
Hey, dude, I was there, but I heard this story. This ex-Marine in the end, a little bit of PTSD. He came and somebody told him he had to wear a helmet. He got the helmet and he said, "Motherfucker, dog!" And he got in his white Acura. I never saw him again.
The reason why I mentioned it
He was under 18 and all that. There's a little backstory of that. This kid cracked his head, and then after that, everybody had to wear a helmet. And then we figured out that if you're over 18, you can second. So that was during the time when everybody had to wear a helmet.
Tomorrow, wait a minute. You got me husband laying off his new time. On a round, and said, "It's not part of the list. You're only talking about Alberta, we're not talking about the Quran."
Can't they go anywhere else like that? Is stairs and stuff? Yes, I told them that all the time. They're like, "Fuck you, Joel, we hate you. Get out of here, you're funny." Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they make me like.
The miso, this one idea. You know, if I do the bleach, I got any context, man. You see the meats on the carta, on the ground, on the table. You don't need a sign for it. That's how we started off this video. I'm a Rabbi. 6 hours in the top. She can leave, come to the bleach, I got any
I'm gonna have a panic attack because the kids are gonna hear that I went to the cannabis hub and then I'm gonna.
whole flower.
I try to keep it like okay, alright.
You don't need another.
So I wish I could have just.
Why? She gave it to you. You saw, you already proved it from the shirt.
Yes, I've had a girlfriend for the last 11 years.
Over there.
Yeah.
And
She's a skate park for 9, girl for 1. I know how to commit, dude.
Next, you constantly come to teach us every time. When I go home and I bring a bag of flour from my pantry, I need to make it cover. Even though I say, by the way, when I say that this bag of flour is ready to be a mincha, so it doesn't become polished a little bit. It becomes,
Does she do massages? No, she runs the desk and stuff. She does all the. She makes sure
I need to put it into a blue shards. How do I do that? If I'm doing the blue shards, I put it into blue shards. It's on the ground.
Well, Joel, very nice to meet you. Welcome to the great job. Thank you guys. This is a big one. It's trouble, man.
Something that I don't know. He was Pirate's Night. What's the process again? There's a large bowl. I put my hand in the large bowl for 3 fingers worth. I put it into the small
bowl. I thought you were ramping up to a better skateboarding job.
That small bowl does it kind of have to hold it or not? What's the question? No. And this is even what I learned from the lesson things that we just established, like the pizza, and I can put the flour in the bowl on the ground. So it's really the second part of the meal. When we got the food, or I learned from the all that second part, all that. But when you tell them, when you get to make it, shuts the animal, you have to spoon that in, right? You have to grab the blood with the two shards. Because the blood
That's right, I blew that motherfucker's mind.
That a coin has to be open. You can't have a
You would think that would never
piece
happen
sitting on the
again,
ground grabbing the
but
blood. Coin has to be open.
I went on a date with somebody, and 2 days later,
So the question is,
he died.
and what is the question?
Fun fact about that, he worked for the show House. He was shot on location.
This process of taking pizza from flour
Thank you.
mimics a carving. A carving
Now,
has
here's the deal.
four hoses.
Again,
Pizza,
that can never happen, right?
Kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha,
Went on a
moving
date.
the blood through his back,
A couple weeks
Zrika,
later, the guy was
pouring
found
the
dead
blood
in his
on the floor.
apartment.
So too, by pizza.
So here's the deal.
Yeah.
Either I'm comedically unlucky and kill Tony is
You have the
exactly
pizza,
where I need
which
to be
is
right now,
similar to
because my life's already
You
a
have
fucking joke.
you taking
Or
that pizza,
I'm
putting
ground
it in
zero
small
of the
vessel, that's
fastest
Kabbalah.
acting
It's like
SUV I've
receiving the
ever
blood,
encountered.
Kabbalah. Then the coin takes that small vessel,
Okay.
moves it to his back. That's a lot. Then he puts it on his back, that's a shot. That's a Zrika. So, and it's also, we got so this the kmitza into a bowl is similar to Kabbalah of God. And God, we know that a part has to be only free when you receive the blood. So too, the pizza.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's my ex-boyfriend. He's still alive.
This
Yeah,
pizza,
maybe I should
he
have said
takes
that.
flour and cooking. He puts 1.5 fingers worth in one vessel, 1.5 fingers worth in
Yeah,
another vessel. That's good.
he came and he went blind. Is that true?
You
Yeah.
want me on my any cover?
You sound like you're
That's good.
had a fucking curse or something.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point.
They got the Ebola disease.
Yeah.
Like the blood, receiving the blood in small vessel,
Yeah.
release the labor from down. He should learn from blood, and by blood is so quick.
Pussy's that good, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Do you really believe that? Do you
Well,
think that you're special? So special that people are dying afterwards? Like, oh, I did everything that I could possibly do.
No, but it's something you need to be. And so it's, well, I mean, like, obviously those events happening in that order, that's unique. And
You
so
put half of the
when
blood
I
in one food,
stand on
and
stage, I feel like it's like
control.
different.
You're
This is
dangerous
by
one. I
the
mean,
Paraduma. It is.
yeah, that's, I mean, I agree. There has to be, there's no joking. People dying that you're just kind of like, yeah, right, yeah, like, you're just reading a bunch of obituaries, really.
And they will dunk it into the Paraduma water. It has it's mixed with water. It's not that violent, but you'll spray the guy with the. So now what happens? More?
So, the one that died, so the pop's thing was a joke. That was shot on location,
Yeah.
right? So that's a joke.
He's
So,
got
yeah.
He worked for the show House. He was down
Look,
there.
he's a.
I have a story I remember this headline. When you said that, now I'm thinking, oh my god,
His
this
name was
is a nice
Bryce.
guy.
He was a super nice guy. We saw Nick Cave and Ben Seats together. It was at Beer Bricks.
Everything about the Paraduma we know, the halacha, inshallah, that's it. There's no. The halacha was machine that tells us you have to do it. So, and you can't learn anything else from.
It's a much
Or
better
Jim
joke.
Hodgson
You guys are
died
giving me
on
credit.
6:29.
And
That's
then an audio guy got to get shot for that joke.
it teaches us
Like, I
we
never
have got
get to
enough
use that.
water. You can't use pieces of vessels. That's all
Motherfuckers.
you want. Okay, now we're going to say we talk about that. So to my blood,
So,
it's the
one
same
guy
word.
got
So
stroke, one guy got shot,
you can use two vessels. That's what we want.
and the third guy, that was the third guy.
Yeah. He was found dead in his apartment.
You know, that
See, it'd be funny is if you're just like, the third guy, yeah, I just killed that one.
I just killed him. Yeah, that's true. That's really true. That was it. We're not 100% sure. Yeah, he had a lot of problems. Like Dan, I don't know if it's over.
When
So
the
he
Kohen,
was in program.
here, let me show you.
They've been clean for a while, but it became really fucked up for everyone. So
In the April, you know, I mean, people will say, so that's this right over
so
here.
he just went out on
He
a date.
takes blood, dunks his fingers
Yeah,
in the
for
blood,
sure.
and
He is
kills it
dead
on 4,
anytime.
7 in a row.
He did it to himself.
No.
This is a bummer. I think I should just abandon the whole bit. That's how I feel.
He was like, you can't do this.
There's a way she could probably do it.
You can't
Yeah, you
take
could
the
like
blood
around
that's
there.
on
Maybe
the,
that's
I felt like
on the
I felt
edge.
like
You
they were
gotta
in there for
stick it right into the
the joke.
the kind of it's fine.
She had a dog. She was feeding the car. She left out all the 7 drops of blood in that one vessel. You can't have one vessel that's 3 drops and the other vessel 4. It doesn't
He
work.
took a
All
final
of
that
you.
night too.
Minagam should be in
A
you.
final. He was in front.
As soon as that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a couple
Yeah.
of things. The dog is a meat bone. The
Yeah.
dog and blood. You can have one blood all day. That's what I'm doing. I don't know about that, but it's still a shoot too. I think that even if you don't have enough blood, it's all set. The hell of a dog you need in that one vessel, you need all 7 I think they go around like this, like the yogurt.
That's the worst too. Like I've had that happen a few times where it just kind of fainted.
That sounds like you have a lot of awkward funerals coming up. Yeah, well, I went to the 2 guys that died. Yeah, really weird second date option, by the way, for the first guy.
Put your finger into
Are you okay for
the
this? I mean, 3 in a row. I mean, like,
It was about like 6 months before I started doing comedy. So, no. But I think that, I don't know, it's an interesting experience. It's certainly good you value life. And I was
you have to wipe your fingers down every time
I
you
was like,
between
your
your
fault in
start
any of
to
this.
I don't know where they
You
got
really
it from.
take any of the blame.
I don't see them actually.
Since it's a
And I
crazy
would give my
coincidence.
I was going to get moving at it. But this should have to write it down.
I probably would have changed it to anything integrated to like read me books, like a magic store or something like that. Watch the crap a lot as a kid.
And this is interesting enough when we discuss a lot in talking. And that is some of the blood from the department goes on the face garment. There's a field to watch. You must watch
I agree. That wasn't my strongest performance. I think I've done this before. I did better last time.
Actually, he's like telling people before
Anyway,
he did any of the sprinkles at the wash.
I work at a drug treatment center.
It's not right.
Yeah, I'm like a house mom
But
at a
let's
school.
understand.
And then I do
Actually, come on, awesome.
maybe that's sex 60s.
This two factors. Finish what you do. You should run out of us. Before you finish,
That was probably 2.5 years ago.
I mean, oh, this rhymes with
So
that.
you've had
Oh, see from
3
here.
strokes.
That if you didn't finish,
The water forever.
she ran through the
Stay like
Who you
that.
want? Why do you calling
Okay, we're gonna move on. Say
Actually,
sandwich.
yes, and the other as well come to you.
Okay.
The meaning, we're talking about teaching a sprinkle. And you can break it down to 7 different sprinkles. That's like one of the other sprinkles. And each one you want. You get your finger in. And then it got your clothing
It's all
dirty.
happening. It's all
Then you have to wash your clothing.
Here we go again.
Once you went like
Oh,
this,
I
sprinkle
went to
this.
school with a guy
On
that
that
has this
individual
name. I
one,
wonder
then
if
you
you
don't
know
have to wash it. Think about it.
No.
Some of the houses, you have to do special part. The way to work this, you take your hand and wipe your hand down on the parapet. Why? Because later on, you're going to burn the entire
So I was
parapet.
watching an Army commercial the other day, and he had this guy on there, and he was like, when I was in Afghanistan, I worked with that.
So you want everything to be burned, including all the blood that's left over. You burn, how do you burn it?
Yeah,
And those
soldier Steve.
kind of nasty.
And I started
With
thinking, I
your
was like, you know,
bloody
I was in
hand,
the military.
you go like this on the car. I'll tell you why it's nasty in 20 seconds.
I started talking about the things that I did that I read. I think that my commercial had some letters.
Doctor,
Because my
and
uncle is
you
like,
finish.
my
No.
name's Dan.
You
When
don't-
I was in the Marine Corps and I
You
read
don't like your
every
head.
day, I
And
used
then
to
you don't
masturbate
have
while
blood.
night vision goggles.
No, you're right.
If you
It's a
didn't
good
know,
thing
you
to
check
do.
that that shit was up glowing.
In between fingers, like
It
fingers,
scares you.
is doing fingers. No, I'm gonna let you can have the other. You finished,
I'm not
put
telling
your
you,
hand down
you
on
go
the
look in the crowd, people are like,
If
this
you
is
didn't finish the
big
finger,
nuts down
because
his
it's hard, you must wash your fingers down, like we say. You have to wipe your finger down. Well, maybe that's where the artwork got it.
I had
It's
this
a man
issue
that's
with
trying to
almost
wipe your finger off.
and I didn't know how to get out of it. And I found out how you do it. And they start talking to you about their hardship and shit.
I understand why you have to wipe your finger down on the child to see the photo for later.
Just come back crazy, crazy.
Hell, the government can have the balls, you know, and they're out.
Well, you don't stand up, Dan.
How
10
are you
years.
going to
10
the
years.
right
Where
to
at?
That's because you're not by the top. The canal is down there, you're on top. Seems like you're doing the sprinkles on different places, right?
I love that.
So what I'm gonna make you go in between each one of these 7 sprinkles. You go up and down the mountain, this higher is how do you do this? This right over here is on higher is facing the doorway. I'm gonna make you go up and down. We and Scotland had a different side, Ralph is a different side.
You can get more shit out like that.
Like you see it on the panel when you look at this.
USO shows. Have you ever done any of those?
No, when I was in Iraq, like my job.
So you're gonna get your material over it.
Like a day at a time. So
How
like
do you
that's how I started
how do you clean it? You're right. You don't wipe it down on the towel, you wipe it down on
So like I never stopped.
on
We
the
did everything
everything
that's
that's
what I did.
there.
So
It's it. The fire is off. The fire is nothing of
I'm serious.
wiping
I'm
it
like, yeah,
down.
there's no like
The
an
whole
origin
side.
story. Like I saved all these kids. It's like, oh, I told Dick Jones.
Keeping them around is amazing. That's a really good deal.
Well, like everybody did it. The guy, someone told me about it. I like remembered it. You could, man. Sand and it keeps it fucking tight.
I love that. It's so nice to meet you. We need to go on now.
I'm a security at the whiskey shop.
Boys side, you are boys side, where you are.
That we ever like to go to.
You Spotify live from our city. A boys side is the holding and a third
I
on the
have
base.
a Prius.
What do we have yesterday? We have fucking page. It says the word.
I am noticed. So you don't ride fucking luxury. You pick names.
Says with the more comfy features of
Love
the
the name by
But
your
if an
friends.
animal has one of these things that the animal won't get to live with, the most physical experience from.
Yes, sir.
It has the culture long, the home, the farm,
Great time.
different things. The spine is severed.
It's great until you
Yeah,
realize
it's
you
about once
work in fucking San
an
Diego.
animal like that do not
There's
the
like,
really
I don't know
bring
if
as
Korean
the
people
purpose
just like love
of
walking or inconvenience.
That's the
But like, you know, your friends
why
on the
are you
parking
in the
spot,
past?
you gotta
And
get a
that's
day
why I
rate.
see this back and forth. I need the parcel controls that can't learn from the but I got all this right now.
What about Koreans? You're from St. Louis. Was there a thing for you?
No, it's funny. I
I
grew
can learn
up
a very,
with Koreans.
very
I
simple
was
stuff.
a kid, and it was like ninth,
An
third
animal
grade
that has
family.
its
So
leverage.
I was actually like,
You like to eat on salads, you like to eat on the meat side.
I thought like
So you know,
I would like get this
hey,
kinship with
so
them.
certainly this guy right over here that has a hole in his stomach, which you're not allowed to eat an animal that has a trade off.
What were you sent for the Marines? How long were you in Iraq?
I was in Iraq for 9 months. We went over like right after the first initial push, so like when we went over, like things were still pretty fairly new. So
That's what I said. What's the law?
well, there was guys over there that were like they were there for like 2 years. And I'm sorry.
You mean shots?
I apologize, sir.
Could not find it anywhere in
A
shots.
little out of line, sir. There's just guys who were over there for a really long time and did a lot of stuff. So when you're like
What if I had to do that?
6 to 9 months, it's
Then
you
I
know,
need the
you don't
pulse.
feel
I
like
want to
it's.
do that. So when you're doing all these really strong things, so you're going to knock it down. And that's why I have no fighters. So I mean, at the end, the Gemara says here, that's why you the Gemara says, my behavior of it all, my role is to be a sympathy
Hey,
of
you've been
you can name a shot. What do you think?
When I first came
You're
in,
saying like
I came to LA
something
in
is
2007
also
because
for
I
a
did
private baby.
and
It certainly should be also for a show.
so
How can you bring this animal to because I mean, if you use some can't eat it as your shot
already
steak,
connected
you
with
can't eat it as your barbecue. It's a trademark. You know, if they check the whole in the house, they won't sell it. It's also done.
What season? I you know, she had shit. She's very toxic. She was I love her. I know the biz.
You're permitted to do more than this back. You're not allowed to do it private. You don't want to shut the animal on private. You're allowed to shut the animal
Get the
on
fuck out of
private.
here. Me and Steve are two of the biggest pro wrestling comedians, man.
You have twice a day. You can
Yeah,
whistle.
that's what I'm saying. Louis. You have to.
What was your name? What was your move?
When I first started, it was the Crocodile Kid, and I dressed up like a
You don't
crocodile.
know the
Oh my God!
That's
And I
Found something. Here we go. That's why I ask these questions.
might
You see?
be also for private person to use. We'll go with that. We'll go with
Something.
That's
That's fucking awesome. What was your finishing
like
ever?
Shabbos because Shabbos, the whole idea of nothing for Shabbos wasn't there without my Shabbos. I was my son.
I think I came up like
So
three with my
my
dad.
grandson, she was
That's right. I said no, I ran up.
so I had a son. So my daughter-in-law had a son. She might have 3 weeks. So I'm just
Yeah, and he was like, I was trying to the guy who like was the promoter that made me do
my
it
Shabbos.
was like
Oh,
hardcore
so
old
Shabbos
school.
was right. Who made it up on the right side?
Australia, Australia. Yeah, so like kind of promo for stuff when you say if you were like a promo against an opponent, like let's say you're going up against the Undertaker or WrestleMania, what was your crocodile? What was your name? Crocodile Boy? Crocodile Boy is a big epic match. Kind of promo right now. Tell us in that voice, like how would you do it?
He's a scary man, and I think he made it tougher backstage. I'm already excited about going to ski. That's why I bring all my Paracons with me. I love that. Look out. Something cool. Welcome to my life. 3 weeks in, and you already have a home here. Come back anytime. Dan Walsh. Anything else for Dan? Yeah, he's on Twitter at Dan Walsh83. You better do that on stage and like the first one. Oh yeah, Dan, you totally have to talk about that. It's like real life experience. Stretch on that, stretch on the feet stuff too. Because the night got great premise. Time for Dan Walsh. This is the part of the show where we have one regular here tonight. Vanessa Johnson called in sick, but we still have one other regular. Always nervous, always trying her best. Put your hands together for Melissa Esslinger, everybody. I went to a parking garage, and when I pressed the button to get my ticket to go in, the machine was like, please obtain validation upon exit. So I guess I could stop paying for therapy and just start going there twice a week. Speaking of therapy, I still sleep with my Barney doll, which is probably maybe why I'm still single. Also, maybe why I tend to attract pedophiles.